You're listening to the Cool Audio Podcast, your escape into the world of stories, sounds, and imagination. Whether you're driving, chilling at home, or just need a moment to unplug, we've got a story just for you. So sit back, relax, and let the journey begin. I'd die a happy death if Chloe died with me. Then, we'll keep each other company in the netherworld. In your dreams, you can't have her. Not even in your death. Jack pushed the gun onto Andrew's head and slowly began to pull the trigger. He really wanted to shoot this psycho's brains out. But it was too risky. He had heard of this organization in the States, one that terrified everyone. Even Chloe's father and sister couldn't deal with them, so how could Chloe? She wouldn't even kill an ant. They were not at all on the same level. Andrew's expression remained calm, because he knew Jack couldn't kill him. If you kill me, Chloe will die as well. If you go back to doing what you guys were doing, Chloe will die once I send in her information. But if you divorce her, I will keep her secret for the rest of my life, and everyone will live in peace. Jack, you're a smart man. I know what you'll choose. After Andrew said this, Jack whipped his gun at Andrew's left cheek with all his might, causing the latter's face to immediately swell up. I'm going to kill you, you a-hole, Jack yelled as he threw another punch at him. Andrew actually didn't fight back. He seemed to have anticipated this reaction from Jack. No one could withstand this amount of shock, not even the cold and indifferent Jack. Once you're done, go home and sleep on it. You only have 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 30 seconds left. Upon hearing this, Jack stopped hitting him and put away his gun. Then, he turned and left. I'll be waiting for you, Andrew shouted arrogantly before bursting in laughter. He knew what Jack was going to do. Jack drove as fast as he could to a secluded area and set the yellow envelope on fire, destroying everything. He knew it was useless for him to do that, since Andrew probably had a lot of backup files. Once Chloe's identity was announced to the world, she would finally find out who her father and sister was. But she'll also be forced into entering a completely different world. By then, she would never be able to live peacefully again. He didn't want that life for her. That was why Chloe's father loved her, but never came looking for her. How could his father not love Chloe? He probably felt happy whenever he read about her on the newspaper. It was already 6:30 p.m. when Jack arrived back at South Hill Manor. Honey, you're right on time. Let's eat. I asked the kitchen to make us some rose buns. They're delicious. There's also sweet and sour soup and seafood medley. They're your favorite dishes, right? Haha. You've been so tired recently I figured you needed to keep up with the nutrients. Jack replied listlessly. His expression remained grim no matter how excited Chloe appeared. Honey, what's wrong? Wasn't the incident at the company resolved already? It was. Then is it because of ICAC? Did Baylor further accuse you of something? Number, is it Dad's condition? You're the lead surgeon, so I'm sure he'll be fine. Chloe consoled him, but he shook his head. Number, then why do you look like someone owes you money? Come on, show me a smile. You're not good looking this way, Chloe said, as she coyishly wrapped her arms around Jack's neck. Jack suddenly hugged Chloe with all his might, as if he was afraid of losing her. This surprised Chloe. Ahem, we're in the living room. Everyone's looking at us. South Hill Manor was too big, so there were more than a dozen workers, including maids, housekeeper, and chauffeurs. Don't move, let me hug you. Jack was unwilling to let Chloe go. She felt like he was trying to stuff her into his own body or something. Honey, did something happen? As smart as Chloe was, she immediately noticed that something was wrong. Really wrong. No. Jack sighed and decided not to tell Chloe about what just happened. If he told her, she would definitely go looking for her father and sister. Once her identity was revealed, she would have to live a life of chasing, escaping, blood, and murder. Jack didn't want that for his wife. He didn't want her to be afraid of falling asleep. He didn't want her to worry about being murdered, and he didn't want her to be constantly afraid of being captured. After all, she lived as an ordinary person for more than 20 years. and wasn't used to the life that her sister had long gotten used to. Moreover, she wasn't someone Jack could protect every minute of every day. Jack came to this conclusion after thinking about it long and dark. "Honey, you look exhausted." "I am." Even his voice sounded tired. "Should I ask Uncle George to bring our dinner upstairs to the bedroom?" "No, it's okay. Let's just eat here." Then, Jack let go of Chloe, and the two of them ate dinner quietly. Chloe felt weirded out by Jack's silence. "Honey, is there something on your mind?" Does the food today not suit your appetite?" "It's fine." "Then why are you?" Before Chloe could finish her sentence, Jack looked up and interrupted her. "Honey, let's eat." He was basically telling her to stop talking so they could have a quiet dinner. For the first time, Chloe felt insecure. Jack had never treated her this way. Whether it was 7 years ago at school or 7 years later after they got married, he always treated her with patience and love. Chloe felt like Jack was annoyed at her. However, he wasn't a fickle man, and there was no way that he would be sick of her. Was he breaking down from all the pressure he had endured recently? Chloe's mind ran wild as she quietly finished dinner. Afterward, Jack was just about to head upstairs when she grabbed his arm. "Honey, come on. I have work to do." "No, stay downstairs and watch TV with me. They all say that only idiots can't separate work from living. Life is limited, but work isn't. There's too much money out there for you to earn, so you can't prioritize money before yourself. You're off work already. It's unfair to me when you use your personal time to tend to company matters." "Chloe," Jack tried to persuade her, but Chloe shook her head. "I don't care. You have to stay with me, or else I'm going to cry." Then, she stared at him with misty eyes, as if she was about to burst into tears in the next second. Jack didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He dotingly rubbed Chloe's head. "Okay then, don't cry. I'll stay downstairs with you." "Yay. Awesome." Chloe's tears immediately broke into laughter. She should really be given the Best Actress award. The truth was, Jack was scared to see Chloe or be with her. On one hand, he wanted to spend as much time as he could with her, because he might not have a chance to in the future. On the other hand, he was scared to face her, because then he might not be able to ask her for a divorce. Chloe was not someone who could accept the fact that she was being divorced. After all, it was so sudden, and she was not at all prepared. In the end, Jack couldn't bear seeing Chloe cry. Even though he knew she was doing it on purpose, he still tolerated her stubbornness. Chloe pulled Jack onto the living room couch. Then, they began watching the new Calabash Brothers. Jack was completely speechless by Chloe's choice of entertainment, but Chloe enjoyed herself immensely. "Honey, your taste is a little..." Jack had no comment towards his wife's choice of entertainment. "It's a little unique, don't you think?" "Haha, I actually learned it from Cece." "Cece?" Jack didn't realize who she was talking about, and Chloe nodded. "She's Rick's girlfriend, Silly. Jack. She likes cartoons, so I've been getting recommendations from her. She posts a lot of different cartoons on her Snap Friends circle, and I plan on watching every single one of them. The new Calabash Brothers are really cute. Their clothes are brighter than they used to be." Chloe enjoyed her cartoons as she snuggled in Jack's embrace. Eating chips while watching cartoons was the best. She wanted to use this method to relieve Jack of stress, but little did she know that his stress came from her. Moreover, this stress was virtually non-relievable, because it had to do with her life and future. Jack thought countless times that he couldn't lose Chloe, not even if he died. However, faced with her life, he decided to leave her, so she could stay safe. Chloe had to stay alive. Only then would he have hope. If they were both alive, they could think about each other, no matter where they were. One day, they will look up to realize that they lived under the same skies, watched the same sunset, and enjoyed the same moonlight. "Honey, what are you thinking about? Your mind seemed to be elsewhere." Chloe looked up at Jack. He seemed restless, and his pupils weren't in focus. "I'm really fine. Honey, don't worry about our wedding. I made all the arrangements. I know how busy you've been, so I made most of the decisions. I even bought a wedding dress." "Ha. I'm sure I'll be beautiful. Sarah will be my bridesmaid. She said she's going to look prettier than me in her bridesmaid dress and is going to see if she can steal my thunder. There's going to be a lot of people that day. I'm getting nervous just thinking about it. What about you? Are you nervous? Chloe? We can't hold the wedding anymore. I'm sorry, Jack said, word for word. After freezing for a brief second, Chloe smiled. Okay, I understand. Let's hold the wedding after Dad's surgery, and once GK frees up, okay? It's not a big deal. Why do you look like someone killed your dog? I thought you owed someone a large debt or something. When Jack said that he wanted to cancel the wedding, Chloe couldn't help but feel a slight pang of disappointment. However, she understood where he was coming from. Jack had been busier than a bee, and it was probably better to hold the wedding once his father-in-law recovered anyways. They would hold the wedding sooner or later. It wasn't like Jack was going anywhere, right? The more understanding and considerate Chloe was, the more heartbroken Jack became. He knew how much effort Chloe put into planning the wedding. But, look at you. I agreed to push the wedding back already. Why do you still look so depressed? Chloe said as her finger glided across Jack's angular chin, teasing him. Chloe, I want a divorce. After a long silence, Jack clenched his teeth and finally said what he needed to say. What? Did you say? Chloe wasn't sure if she heard right, and Jack slowly repeated himself. I said, Chloe, I want a divorce. He felt his heart bleeding. The blood dripped into every cell in his body. He didn't even have the courage to look into Chloe's eyes, because he felt like he was about to break down. Chloe stared at Jack's face for 3 seconds before bursting into laughter. Honey, stop trying to freak me out, okay? We can joke about anything else, but joking about divorce is bad luck, really. My mom said if couples keep joking about divorce, one day they're really going to get divorced. Chloe, I'm not joking, Jack said as he got up and headed upstairs. Chloe stood up immediately as well and quickly followed behind Jack. She felt restless and hated what Jack said, even if he was joking. She wanted to see what her husband was up to. Was he trying to surprise her with something? In their second-floor bedroom, Chloe walked in with Jack. Before she could say anything, he took out a piece of paper and placed it on their bed. Take a look. If there aren't any problems, sign. Chloe didn't pick the piece of paper up and quickly glanced at it. The top of the paper said, Divorce agreement. Honey, stop joking around with me. I'll stop watching cartoons, okay? You can't punish me like this. Chloe, don't you understand? I wasn't joking. This isn't a joke. I don't believe you. Upon hearing this, Jack fell silent. Why? Why do you suddenly want a divorce? We're doing great, aren't we? Jack didn't respond. Are you afraid of getting me involved with your fight with Andrew? Number. Are you afraid that he'll bankrupt our company and don't want me to live a hard life with you? Number. Are you afraid that you might break down if Dad's operation fails and don't want to drag me down with you? No, that's not it. I'll try my best with Dad's operation, and I'm prepared for the best and worst possible outcomes. His operation has nothing to do with our divorce. Then why do you want a divorce? There has to be a reason. Chloe looked innocently at Jack. She didn't know what she did wrong. Why would he suddenly ask for divorce right before their wedding? This was something she had never anticipated. Once again, Jack fell silent. His silence infuriated Chloe. She picked up the divorce agreement on the bed and tore it into pieces. If you don't give me a reason, I won't agree to a divorce. Chloe, don't be like that. Like, what? Chloe smiled bitterly. Don't make my life hard. Let's end things on good terms. Huh? Make your life hard? End things on good terms? Jack, you make things sound so simple. Back then, who was the one who flirted with me and promised to treat me to a lifetime of noodles? Who was the one who left for 7 years and kissed me at our class reunion? Who was the one who forced me into marrying him? Are your promises all just crap? Why do I have to accept divorce just because you said you want to end things on good terms? Am I really that fucking stupid? Why do I have to be ordered around by you and marry and divorce you, all, according to your rules? What do you think I am, Chloe stared at him and demanded angrily. Jack's repeated mentioning of the word divorce truly infuriated Chloe. Jack turned his head away from her, too scared to look into her eyes. He listened to every word she said, but he had no answers for her. After 3 seconds of silence, Jack said, "Tell me your demands for asset division. I'll agree to everything." Jack, where's your heart? Did you really think I married you for your money? Do you really think I'd be interested in your family's money? 1 day as husband and wife, 100 days of grace. I won't treat you unfairly just because we're divorced. Write down what you want here, Jack said, as he took out another divorce application from his inner pocket and handed it to Chloe. Her heart sank. It seemed like Jack was determined on the two getting divorced. Chloe took the divorce application and wrote GK Corporation under the Asset Division section. You want to compensate me? I want the GK Corporation. Can you give it to me? Chloe was so furious she felt like she could burst, but she still had to force herself to stay calm. If you want GK, I'll give it to you. Jack sounded calmer and colder than she did. What do you mean? Jack, are you so set on divorcing me that you're willing to give the entire company to me? Are you that sick of me? It's only been a year, Chloe asked, as tears streamed down her face. Jack seemed especially heartless today and didn't look at her at all. Chloe felt so sad she felt like she was dying. Jack remained silent. After a while, Chloe took a deep breath in and asked Jack in a trembling voice, "We've been together for a long time and know each other well, so you can't trick me. I know you must have some unspeakable reason to insist on a divorce, but what you're doing is really hurtful. We're grown-ups, not children playing house. Are you sure you want a divorce? Have you thought it through?" "Mm-hmm," Jack replied with much difficulty, and Chloe felt something inside her rip with pain. "Do we must have to get divorced?" Chloe reconfirmed with him. She knew him well enough to know it wasn't because he was sick and tired of her, or if there was someone else. Jack decided not to give her a reason because he knew Chloe wouldn't believe her. "Mm-hmm," Jack nodded again. "I have one last question. You want me to sign on this divorce agreement, right?" Chloe choked back tears as she said, enunciating each word. The truth was, Jack was about to break down. But, for Chloe's future, he had to uphold his posture and pretend to be calm. Yes. He clenched down on his teeth and nodded. Upon hearing this, Chloe's tears began rolling down uncontrollably again. "Fine, I'll sign it. Have it your way." Then, she picked up the second divorce agreement and signed Chloe onto it. She didn't even read the clauses. "What about asset division?" Jack glanced at the blank column and Chloe said, "Why would I need all that without you?" "Ha, ha, ha. I had nothing when I married you. So I don't plan on bringing anything with me when I leave. Just let it be. If that's what you want, then just let it be." Then, she turned around and began gathering her clothes. It was already late into the night. Chloe gathered her things slowly because she thought Jack would stop her from leaving. At least he would let her stay the night. Perhaps an extra night would change the outcome of the situation. To her surprise, Jack said, "It's late. I'll ask the driver to take to Sky Blessing Court." Chloe's heart sank upon hearing this, and her last straw of hope disappeared, just like that. It seemed like he didn't want her to even stay another night. In the end, Chloe chose to remain silent. She had a lot of things in her closet, but she only took the ones she wore most frequently. Then, she quietly headed downstairs without looking at Jack. She was angry at him because she knew he was hiding something from her. He refused to talk to her or discuss things with her before getting divorced. This infuriated her very much. It was already midnight by the time the driver dropped Chloe off at Sky Blessing Court. She had the keys to her mother's house, so she didn't wake her up and instead walked right up to the second floor. Once she went into her room, Chloe didn't feel sleepy at all. Instead of washing her face or taking a shower, she sat dumbly on the bed. She didn't want to miss Jack's phone call if he changed his mind. She quietly stared at her phone, but it didn't make a sound. She waited 30 minutes, but nothing. He always used to ask her if she had arrived safely, but this time he didn't. 1 minute she was loved, and the next minute, she was as irrelevant as a stranger. Chloe knew Jack wouldn't do something like this for no reason. He must have encountered something tricky. Therefore, she called Noah. "Hello?" "Chloe." Noah's sounded drowsy. It seemed like Chloe had woken him up from dreamland. "Where are you right now?" "Sarah's apartment. Have you talked to Jack recently?" "Yeah, I called him a few days ago to hang out, but he was in a bad mood and took a rain check." Then, "Do you know what kind of difficulties he's encountered recently?" Chloe asked. "Does Baylor framing him and the ICAC investigating him count?" Noah asked back. "Is there anything else?" GK Film and Entertainment isn't doing well either, right? I heard Green Corporation has been challenging it. Is there anything else other than company matters?" Chloe probed. "That's it. You know everything I know and maybe even more. You're his wife. What's going on? Did something happen between you and Jack?" "Everything's fine. Go back to sleep." Chloe hung up to realize that not even Noah knew what was going on. Therefore, she called Rick. The two of them were Jack's best friends. "Rick." "Go ahead, Chloe. Did Jack call you today?"
"No. Why?"
"Did he tell you anything?" "Number." "Oh, okay. What's wrong?" Rick asked curiously, and Chloe replied, "Nothing." It seemed like she was the first and only person who knew about the divorce. Worried, Chloe decided to go look for answers tomorrow. Or maybe she should hire a private investigator. Jack was too calm and careful, and he would never ask for a divorce for no apparent reason. Chloe had a feeling that something happened to him. At the thought of the cruel words Jack just said, Chloe felt her heart ache. That night, she didn't sleep at all. She stared at her phone, hoping that Jack would call her to say, "Honey, I'm sorry. I was just kidding." She would rather the entire thing be just an awful prank. Rick was having a midnight dinner with Cece at a dim sum restaurant when he received Chloe's phone call. Therefore, he quickly drove Cece home and called Jack. The latter's phone was off, so he went straight to South Hill Manor, where Jack brought him down to the underground cellar. The cellar was decorated like a coffee shop, filled with precious wines, liquors, and vodkas from every country. Jack poured Rick and himself some white wine. Then, he downed his entire glass. Upon seeing how off Jack was being, Rick couldn't help but ask, "What happened between you guys?" "Chloe just called me. She sounded really distressed. It seemed like she was trying to get information from me." "Oh," Jack replied faintly. "What happened? Did the two of you get into a fight?" "We didn't fight. We got divorced." Upon hearing this, Rick was glad that he didn't get a chance to drink the wine yet, or else he would have choked on it. "Divorce? Are you kidding?" Rick's first reaction was the same as Chloe's. "I'm not. It's true. Why?" Rick froze as he stared at Jack. The latter didn't seem to be joking. Jack picked up his wine glass and leaned back on his chair. Then he sighed. "It has to do with Chloe's family." "You figured it out?" "I didn't," Andrew told me. "Andrew?" Upon hearing this, Rick was even more surprised. "Mm-hmm." Jack nodded. Then he summarized his conversation with Andrew to Rick, choosing the most important details. He burned the documents Andrew gave him, and therefore could only retell the story to Rick. Afterward, Rick's reaction was just as stunned as Jack's. "I never thought that she would be that woman's older sister, and I never thought her dad would be." Me neither. But how did Andrew find out about something that we spent so much time tracking down? How did he manage to secretly place people in Towtown? Chloe's father isn't a careless man. Rick knew Andrew wasn't simple, but this was way beyond his expectations. How did Andrew know about something that a powerful faction like Rick's family didn't? Moreover, he had known it for a long time. How strange. I didn't ask Andrew how he found out, but my guess is he's probably connected to that organization. Do you remember what happened when we looked into his 6 years abroad in Germany? It was completely blank. There was no information at all. It didn't make sense. How could there be nothing if he was in Germany for 6 years? Rick remembered mentioning this to Jack. Even back then, the two of them thought it was weird. "You suspect that he's a part of the organization?" Rick suddenly asked. "I don't know yet. There's no proof." "What do you plan on doing now?" "The divorce comes first. I can't let Chloe's identity be revealed because people might hustle to kill her. She's different from her sister. The latter is used to constantly living at gunpoint. But Chloe, aside from the fact that she's a doctor, there's no other way for her to protect herself. I won't risk her being hurt. I can't." "But can you really let go?" Rick felt bad for his buddy. He knew how much Jack loved Chloe. Him asking for a divorce and being harsh until the very end was probably killing him. "I can't, but there's no other way. You know how Andrew is, he's capable of doing anything. I've been at a disadvantage against him because I have a moral bottom line, but he doesn't. Yes, there's already blood of over 100 people on his hands now." Rick was aware of Andrew's merciless measures. Jack poured himself a glass of liquor and drank it all in one gulp. He felt a flame burning at the bottom of his heart. Yes, he was forced to get divorced, but it was just a stalling tactic. Once he finished dealing with Andrew, he'll have a chance to explain to Chloe. Anyways, she had to stay alive for him to explain things to her. Jack never called Chloe. In the end, she fell asleep in exhaustion. At 6 a.m., she was woken up by a loud ringing. "Victoria? What's going on?" "Chloe, have you seen the headlines for today's newspapers?" "Not yet. Why?" "Take a look at it for yourself." Victoria's tone sounded serious. Chloe put her on speakerphone and clicked open her news app to see the glaring headlines of the day. GK's president Jack announces divorce from wife. Upon reading this, Chloe felt her brain go blank. It was as if something came crashing down on her head. He actually announced to the world that they were divorced. Chloe was truly dumbstruck. She never thought Jack would mention this to anyone. After all, this was a personal matter between the two of them. Now that it had gone public, what did it all mean? Chloe's face grew pale as she dove into the matter deeper in her mind. "Chloe, are you still there?" Victoria's voice came through the phone. "I'm here. Are you okay?" "Victoria, I've been divorced." What do you mean?" "I've been divorced. It wasn't my idea. I don't know what's gotten into Jack's head, and I don't know why he would do such a thing. Could it be Jack got blackmailed by someone?" Victoria didn't know what to make of the situation, as she was completely struck by surprise as well. "I don't know. I really don't know." At this point in time, Chloe was no longer able to remain calm and lost all efforts to remain focused. "Chloe, let's calm down first and see where this goes. After all, I don't think Jack would do this for no reason. Perhaps this is a strategy trap for Andrew?" Chloe continued to remain in silence. "Chloe? Victoria, let's talk about this later. I'm going to find him and get to the bottom of this." Chloe jumped up and quickly began to get ready. She was walking down the stairs when she saw her mother preparing breakfast. "Chloe, when did you come home last night? I had no idea that you were back. I came back at midnight and you were already asleep, so I didn't wake you." "Okay, come and have some breakfast." Sandra didn't quite understand everything that was going on with cell phones, so she was never informed of the headline news. As far as she was concerned, everything was still fine. "It's okay, Mom. I'm going out for a bit." Chloe grabbed her bag and hurried out. Within a couple of minutes of her leaving, Sandra had just sat down and was getting ready to eat breakfast before the news broke out on television. The sweet-looking news broadcaster began speaking in a serious tone. According to recent news, the president of the GK Corporation, Mr. Dawson, had publicly announced the ending of his relationship with his wife Chloe at 5 in the morning today. They're now in the midst of asset division. Sandra listened in astonishment. She sat in stone silence and took no notice of the pair of chopsticks slipping through her hand. The chopsticks landed on the ground with a crisp sound and rolled across the dining room floor. How could this be possible? Jack and Chloe are getting divorced. They are even dividing up their properties. It had only been days since they met with the in-laws to discuss the dowry and wedding presents. Most importantly, that boy, Jack, loved Chloe to no end. So how was this even be possible? Chloe's phone rang continuously as she made her way to GK headquarters at Caen. A lot of people were asking her about the divorce, like Sarah and Noah were amongst them, but she hadn't replied to anyone. All she wanted to do right then and there was to find Jack and ask him what the hell was going on. The news was the most trending topic and had become the afternoon gossip for everyone on every social media outlet. Many had taken a swing at the real reason behind Chloe and Jack's divorce. Some said that one of them had an affair. Others said that GK was at an all-time low, so Chloe was looking out for herself and decided to flee. There were also people suggesting that it must be a fake divorce in an effort to increase publicity and restore GK's stock prices. But after all, those inputs were all merely guesses, as the protagonists have not officially made any public announcements. Chloe took a taxi to GK and headed straight for Jack's office. Before she could barge in, Assistant Mark interjected, "Young madam, you can't go in there. Why not? The president is not in there." "I don't believe you." "He's really not in there," Mark answered. He really empathized Chloe. He didn't know or understand why the boss made such a decision. But he did indeed receive the order that Chloe shall be denied access if she were to show up. "Get out of the way. I need, and will see him today. I have something that I need to ask him." Chloe pushed Mark aside without hesitation and barged into the office anyway. As Chloe walked in, she was greeted by an empty office. "Young madam, the president really didn't come to work today. If you don't believe me, you can check the whole building," Mark said helplessly. "So, where is he right now?" Chloe asked hesitantly, her voice dry and hoarse. "To be honest, I don't know. President Dawson called last night and updated me about the work today, but he disappeared completely afterward. Now, his phone is out of service too." As Chloe finished listening to what Mark said, she dialed Jack's number immediately on her phone. But as expected, Jack's phone was out of service. How could no one know where he went? The Green Corporation headquarters. Andrew was in his office enjoying a lavish breakfast. He was in a very good mood. "President Green, is something special happening today?" "Nope." As Andrew answered, the corner of his mouth curled up, showing a triumph smile. The result? He was simply delighted with the result. He knew Jack would act without any hesitation if the matter at hand was related to Chloe. 24 hours was all Andrew had given Jack, but in less than 12 hours, GK publicly announced the divorce. The simple efficiency had left Andrew feeling ecstatic. Mian must be heartbroken. But it's okay. It will be all over soon. "I will make you happy again," he thought to himself. Inside a secret chamber on the top floor of Seductive Fox, "I thought I warned you to not act impulsively, or you would risk arousing suspicion," Jack said, faintly, with no blame in his voice. "I didn't think he would be this good," Rick said guiltily. Last night, after leaving Jack's house, Rick had sent killers to assassinate Andrew. However, not only did the mission fail, not a single man returned. He had to admit, Andrew wasn't an easy target. It's not him that's good, it's the people behind him. Why do you think he's able to walk away free after taking so many lives, leaving no traces behind? Yes, I was wondering the same thing. Whether it was killing Timothy, Jennifer, or the people we sent to investigate Chloe's identity, he wiped them out without a trace. That's why I warned you to act with tact. We need a detailed plan that entails our actions. Sometimes you belittle the enemy too much, Jack said, without holding anything back. It was true. Rick didn't feel much emotion, and in general, was considered a cold-hearted killer. He wasn't a calm and tactful killer, but rather a very straightforward one. To him, it was simple. Anyone that stood in his way must die. So, after what happened last night, he wanted to wipe Andrew out, since he thought it would be the easiest way. But Jack was right. He had underestimated Andrew. If Andrew really had nothing up his sleeve, he wouldn't be so arrogantly flamboyant today. Based on the way he controlled the information on Chloe's identity, there must be a very powerful force working behind him. But the real question was, what did Andrew do in the 6 years that he was abroad in Germany? Why did all the reports come back blank with zero information to go off of? There were just too many questions, one after another. Last night, Rick sent 2 top-tier assassins within the country, and neither of them came back. Not only did it make Jack reevaluate Andrew's shrewdness, he also had to reevaluate the powerful force behind him. The series of vehicle accidents initiated by Bella were nothing compared to this. She couldn't even hurt a single hair on Andrew's head. Jack was correct. It was no good to belittle the opponent. Preventing themselves from suffering a major setback due to carelessness was key. So what about you? What's going on? Are you going to keep hiding at my place and never see Chloe again? Rick looked at Jack and asked, I just don't have the heart to face her right now. It hurts too much, Jack replied, as he rubbed his temples with his fingers. He couldn't bear to think about Chloe right now. It hurt so much that he felt like his heart was bleeding. So, hurry up and come up with a plan against Andrew. How else can you make sure Chloe is safe? You publicizing the divorce is another huge blow to her. Rick was right. Whether he chose to act or not, the situation would always end up hurting Chloe. That day, Chloe spent hours searching for Jack without any results. Whether it was GK, South Hill Manor, the First Hospital, or Seductive Fox, Jack was nowhere to be found. She had gone to all the places she could possibly think of, but it was like Jack had evaporated from Earth. That evening, Chloe returned to the Sky Blessing Court in exhaustion. It was almost as if her body was no longer hers. Chloe, what's going on between you and Jack? Chloe's mother asked immediately as Chloe walked through the door. What's going on? Chloe murmured to herself in a daze. Her voice was slightly above a whisper that she could barely hear herself. Yeah, what's going on? Why are the news channels saying that you got divorced? Anxious, Sandra called Chloe again and again, but Chloe didn't hear her phone ring, or perhaps she just didn't want to pick up. Only then did Chloe come back to her senses. She smiled and put her arms around her mother's neck. Mom, don't worry. It's a fake divorce. Jack planned it. Why would he plan a fake divorce? Because of what's happening with the company and competitors, of course. Don't worry about us. Oh, right. I bought you a ticket to New Zealand and the flight's tonight. You can stay with Thomas while you're there and come back when everything's over. Why are you asking me to leave? Chloe, did something happen? Sandra became more worried than ever upon hearing that she was being sent off to New Zealand that very evening. It's not that. Jack and I are going to teach the bad guys who have been framing us a lesson. Those people have no moral bottom lines and will threaten us with our family. So, to make sure we don't get distracted, can you live in New Zealand for a while? The scenery is beautiful down there, and Thomas misses you. I told him already. He's really excited to see you. Really? Sandra was still worried. Of course it is. Why would I lie to you? Would you rather stay and distract me? No. Then let me help you pack. Let's go. Before her mother could say anything else, Chloe ran into her mother's bedroom. She called Thomas during the day and nonchalantly told him that the divorce was all a part of her and Jack's plan, and asked him to take care of their mother for a while. Thomas had always trusted his sister, so he agreed almost immediately. Chloe relaxed a tiny bit after sending her mom off in a plane. After all, she didn't want her family to worry about her. Imagine how heartbroken her mother would be, seeing her, pale and dejected. At 1 a.m., after Chloe dropped her mother off at the airport, she turned on the radio on her way home and heard 2 radio hosts joke about her and Jack's divorce. The female host, I'd be happy if I were Chloe. They were married for less than a year, but now she can get so much money in a settlement. Not only did Jack agree to give her a bunch of estates and cars, he even gave her $1 billion from his Swiss bank account. My gosh, she's never going to finish spending that money. Upon hearing this, Chloe smiled in despair. Ha ha, she's right. I'm a billionaire now, but no matter how much money I have, I can't get the man I love back anymore. After returning to Sky Blessing Court, Chloe went upstairs to shower. By the time she went back into her bedroom, her Snap exploded with messages. Apparently, Jack, who had never once uploaded anything to his Weibo account, just updated his status. It was 2:40 a.m. Why would he update his Weibo at this hour? Chloe quickly opened her Weibo and clicked into Jack's Weibo to see what he posted. Married couples fall in love 3 times in their past lives to become one in this life. If they do not get along, they must be enemies. If they cannot find common ground, they should each seek justice. After saying goodbye, I hope my lady can seek happiness with another suitor. Let go of past grudges and hatred. From now on, 2 hearts will be relieved, and we will each live happily. Tears streamed out from Chloe's eyes as she read what Jack wrote. 2 hearts will be relieved, and we will each live happily. She never realized how poetic Jack was. His letter of goodbye was so beautiful. Awesome. Chloe's hands trembled as she tightly grasped her phone. Tears fell uncontrollably out of her eye sockets, like a broken pearl necklace. This was Jack's first Weibo update, ever since he created his account. However, this update was to announce their divorce. Thanks to his admission, none of the media had to keep speculating. Was his account hacked? Impossible. No one was capable of hacking into Jack's account. Chloe took a deep breath in and tried to calm herself. Then, she sent Jack a private message. Was that really necessary? She knew he was online. She waited and waited, but he never replied. This caused her heart to sink all over again. A minute later, Chloe updated her Weibo page as well. Sometimes, you think that love's going to last forever, but in the end, it may disappear in a split second. Sometimes, you might feel like it's unbearable, but in the end, you will accidentally spend your lives together. Relationships cannot be planned out. Those who are willing to do anything for you might turn their backs on you the next day. A lifetime is so long that everything can change. Jack and Chloe's admission of their failed relationship erupted within the city. Justin, who had been quiet all this time, was in his private mansion, reading Chloe's newest Weibo post. His heart ached for her. Wasn't he supposed to be happy that Chloe got divorced? But why was he so sad upon reading her post? Chloe's pain was probably unbearable right now. Justin was going to ask her if she was okay, but deleted the message after he typed it. He felt like Chloe didn't need consolation right now. Rather, she needed some peace and quiet. So what if he really asked her? Would he believe Chloe if she said she was fine? Could he make her feel better if she wasn't? This time around, the usually extroverted Justin decided to remain silent. That night, Chloe sat awake until dawn, hoping that everything was just a dream. 6 a.m. Victoria and Sarah pressed her doorbell nonstop, and Chloe opened the door. They thought her hair would be messy, her face would be swollen from tears, and she would seem depressed. To the contrary, Chloe was wearing a white shirt with a beautiful dark blue bow tied around the collar. Her face was clean, and she had light makeup on. She was even wearing blush. "Chloe, are you okay?" Sarah was about to burst into tears. They couldn't even help her when something like this happened, and Chloe refused to pick up their countless calls. She even ignored their Snap and text messages. Therefore, Sarah and Victoria decided to come to see her at Sky Blessing Court. Thank God she was here, or else they might have thought that she went out to commit suicide or something. "I'm fine." Chloe smiled in despair and invited them in. "Where's Auntie?" Sarah scanned the room but didn't see Chloe's mother. "She went to New Zealand." "When?" "Last night." "You sent her there?" "Mm-hmm." Chloe nodded. Then the 3 of them sat down on the couch. The atmosphere of the room was more depressing than ever. This rarely happened when the 3 of them were together. Victoria and Sarah glanced at each other before asking, "Chloe, what happened between you and Jack?" "To tell you the truth, I don't know either." "I told you guys? Jack asked for a divorce?" Chloe forced a smile after saying this. "What's Mr. Dawson trying to do? Your wedding was going to happen so soon. How could this happen?" Sarah was furious. Upon hearing this, Chloe looked down. I'm not sure. Did you ask him why? Victoria asked quietly. I did, but he won't tell me. I know he has his reasons, and if he didn't tell me, it means he doesn't want me to know, Chloe guessed. But what would push him to do something so heartless and announce your divorce to the world? My gosh, when I saw what he wrote on Weibo, I thought his account was hacked. I really think you should go see a fortune teller. Perhaps Mr. Dawson was cursed, or something. He's completely normal. Don't think too much. Chloe immediately rejected Sarah's hypothesis. Jack's mind and logic seemed normal. He wasn't controlled. That's weird. Didn't you guys talk about it? Victoria asked. He never gave me a chance. What are your plans now? Victoria followed with another question. To be honest, I don't have any plans, Chloe replied, her voice hoarse. I think you should try talking to Mr. Dawson. If you put your heads together, you can solve anything. Divorce is too much. Sarah began panicking. I want to talk to him, but he won't see me. He won't see you? Victoria and Sarah asked at the same time, and Chloe nodded. Mm-hmm. He's hiding from me. He's not at the company or at home. I don't even know how to reach him. I have an idea. This afternoon he's going to appear in court. The court date for Baylor's case is today. And since Jack is testifying, he will be appearing in court as a suspect. If he loses his suit, he's going to be in big trouble. Do you think he divorced you because of this? Sarah immediately asked upon hearing what Victoria said. No, it can't be. This case isn't too big of a deal for him. Let's go to the courthouse. We'll see him there, for sure. After some silence, Chloe nodded her head. She really wanted to see Jack and talk things out. She couldn't accept divorce without a reason. That afternoon at 4 p.m., Victoria's driver parked her RV outside the courthouse. The three of them sat inside the RV quietly until some time later, when they finally saw Jack walk out. He was with Assistant Mark. If he could come out safely, it meant that he was fine. Comforted, Chloe immediately got off the RV and walked towards Jack. Sir, the young madam is here, Mark reminded him. Jack looked up to see Chloe walking towards him. As expected, he pretended to be indifferent and strode right into his Maybach. Then, he closed the door with a slam. Chloe stood there awkwardly. Young madam, the president has a lot of work. I think he's busy. See you later. Then, Mark immediately got onto the passenger seat, leaving Chloe standing alone on the sidewalk. Sarah got off the RV as well and wrapped Chloe with a black scarf. He refused to talk to you? Let's go. Sarah grabbed her arm and tried to pull her away. You guys should leave first. Chloe, you guys should leave. I'll wait here. Jack will be back. He won't leave me here. Chloe just stood there and watched as Jack's Maybach drove off into the distance. No matter how Victoria and Sarah tried to persuade her, she still refused to go and insisted on standing outside the courthouse like an idiot. Soon, the sun began to set, welcoming Northern's icy chills. In the end, Victoria had no choice but to call Justin. Justin, what's up? Can you come to the courthouse near Bebo Road? Why? Chloe came here to see Jack and talk to him, but he refused to talk to her. She's been waiting here for more than an hour. It's too cold outside and I'm afraid that she might catch a cold. Can you come and talk to her? After 3 seconds of silence, Justin replied, You guys should go. Leave the rest up to me. Okay. Victoria knew that Justin would know what to do. Jack drove his Maybach all the way back to the company. When Mark walked in with documents, he glanced at the president's grim expression and asked quietly, Sir, should we go back? The young madam's still standing there. Shut up. I'm sorry. Mark immediately shut up. He knew that Jack was in a foul mood. After sitting alone for a while, he finally went downstairs. This time, he drove one of his employees' cars, a black Ford. He parked about 10 meters away from her. Chloe was wearing a red down jacket. She stood outside the courthouse like a rock. Just as he was about to get off the car and talk her into leaving, he saw a flashy black Lamborghini park in front of Chloe. Therefore, Jack closed the car door and sat back into the car. It was a snowy March, and Chloe's hair and eyelashes were all covered in snowflakes. She was the last speck of red in this white city. Justin held up a black umbrella and stood quietly behind Chloe, who looked up in pleasant surprise. She turned around, elated. "I knew you would come back." However, her expression filled with disappointment upon seeing who it was. "The snow's falling hard. You're going to turn into a snowman soon." Justin smiled. "Why are you here?" "I was passing by and saw a stupid head standing here. I really thought that you were some road sign." Chloe's lips twitched, but she didn't know what to say. "Justin, Did you know that I got divorced?" I saw the news and your Weibo updates. I need to see him and talk to him in person, so don't try to talk me into leaving." "I won't. You must have your reasons for waiting." "So you should leave." "No, I like the view here." "I'll enjoy the view while you wait for him," Justin said stubbornly while holding the umbrella. "You're so stubborn." Chloe tilted her head at Justin. "So are you." Chloe and Justin waited outside the courthouse for 6 hours, all the way until 11 p.m. Soon, there were no more cars on the road and no more pedestrians on the street. But they still stood there, unmoving. Justin had given Chloe his down jacket. If he didn't receive military training, he would have gotten hypothermia a long time ago. Achoo! Achoo! Justin shivered from the cold and Chloe tried to convince him. "You should go home." "If the stupid head's not going, then I'm not going," Justin said with determination. "You're the stupid head." Chloe rolled her eyes at him. In the end, Chloe didn't want Justin to get sick because of her, so she compromised and got onto Justin's car. "Where to, Dr. Green?" Justin was surprised. "Take me home, stupid head." "I'm tired." Chloe threw away her stubbornness and decided to stop waiting for Jack. After the Lamborghini drove away, Jack walked out from behind a tree and threw his unfinished cigarette onto the ground. Chloe finally left. Now, he could go back to the company. On their way back, Chloe felt depressed and remained silent. "What do you want to eat?" Justin gently asked her. "Nothing," Chloe replied quietly. "Are you planning on starving yourself?" Justin teased her. He knew his regular methods wouldn't be able to comfort Chloe. "I'm not." "Then you should eat properly. Only then will you have the energy to track Jack down and demand an answer from him." Chloe didn't respond. "What do you want to eat?" Justin asked again, and Chloe immediately answered, "BBQ pork buns." Upon hearing this, Justin's eyes lit up. He knew saying that would work. 10 minutes later, they arrived at some dim sum restaurant, and Justin ordered a table full of dishes. Chloe didn't say anything. She looked down and began eating. He knew nothing tasted good to her right now, but eating was necessary because she needed to keep her energy up. After they finished eating, Justin drove Chloe straight back to Sky Blessing Court. Before he left, Chloe opened her mouth to say something. "Justin, don't thank me." Justin stuffed Chloe's words back into her mouth. "I didn't do much. All I did was stand with you for a while and treat you to a midnight snack. What happened to you guys isn't something I can help with, no matter how powerful I am. I can't cure your heart of pains. I can't wipe away your memories. Nor can I give you what you want, like Doraemon. I'm just a friend who's willing to show up when you need me. So, don't think too much into it and don't thank me. You need to buck up and stay strong. You're too sturdy to be knocked down by anything." Upon hearing this, Chloe smiled. She hadn't smiled like this ever since Jack asked for a divorce. "Okay then, I'll go in now. Drive safe." Justin nodded. After Chloe turned around and went in, Justin stood outside her door for about 10 minutes. In fact, there wasn't really much going on in his mind. All he wanted to do was to accompany her. He knew how depressed Chloe must be. She was willing to live and die with Jack, but he abandoned her. After a cigarette, Justin looked up at the bedroom on the second floor before driving away. The next morning, Chloe and Justin made it to the front page. GKX young madam seemingly hooked up with Imperial Star President? Affair? Or new relationship? Some paparazzi took a photo of Justin driving Chloe back to Sky Blessing Court, and because of the news, rumors immediately began to spread. Andrew shook his head as he watched the news that day. Tisk tisk, Chloe. You're such a bad girl. Why are you so close with Justin? He's scum. Once the war ends, you have to come back to me, okay? I can't wait. Chloe's phone had been off for days, so she didn't go on Weibo nor WeChat. Netizens swore on her page and accused her of having an affair, which led to her and Jack's recent divorce. In the end, things went out of hand. Reporters surrounded Jack outside GK and waited for Chloe at Sky Blessing Court. That day, she didn't leave her mother's house, but when Jack walked out of GK, the reporters swarmed up to him like bees to honey. President Dawson, could you explain what happened last night? President Dawson, is your ex-wife and President Cooper having an affair? Is that why you got divorced? President Dawson, a while ago something like this happened in the entertainment industry as well. The wife of some superstar had an affair with his manager, so he announced their divorce on social media. Was that the reason behind your Weibo post? President Dawson, when did you find out that your wife was having an affair with President Cooper? President Dawson, will you remarry? President Dawson, can you disclose how many assets you gave your ex-wife? We heard you gave her as much as $1 billion in alimony. President Dawson, do your parents know about what happened? Did they say anything about it? The reporters left no room for Jack to pass. Going crazy, Mark shouted at the reporters. Please move. Stop crowding here. President Dawson, can you comment? Your ex-wife is causing public indignation. If she really had an affair while you were married, the people will seek justice for you. What this reporter said finally angered Jack. He icily glanced at everyone present. Justice. What justice? Why should outsiders seek justice for me? Upon hearing this, they all fell silent. Then, the reporters began to either take photos of him or record what he was about to say. This will be the first and last time I publicly respond to my divorce. So please, listen carefully. Chloe and I divorced because of personal matters. No one had an affair, and our families get along very well. She has a great relationship with my parents and is close friends with President Cooper of Imperial Star Entertainment. Please do not blindly slander others. If she's so great, why did you get a divorce? A bold reporter suddenly asked. When Jack's icy gaze landed on him, he fell back a few steps. If expressions could kill someone, he would have died 100 times over. You want a reason? Fine, I'll give you all a reason. We've been together ever since high school, so we're like family now. We're logical people who both yearn for passion, so we decided to split in order to keep our love forever fresh. However, our separation is only temporary, not permanent. Thank you for your attention. Then, Jack pushed through the crowd and left in his Maybach. Chloe, sitting in front of the television, was happy upon hearing what Jack said. He said their separation was only temporary. She was now surer than ever that Jack must have encountered some kind of difficulty, and everything would get better once this period passes. They weren't going to stay divorced forever. Therefore, she shouldn't act like an abandoned woman and lose her mind over what happened. Today, Jack replied to the reporter's questions to protect her, explaining that no one interfered in their marriage and proving her innocence. If he really stopped loving her, why would he do that? When renowned individuals divorced, the husband and wife usually defamed and slandered each other to paint themselves as the victim. No one would protect the other's reputation. At this thought, Chloe didn't feel that sad. She was more determined than ever that Jack encountered something difficult and wasn't at liberty to share it with her. After Jack's response, the civilians' point of views changed. People stopped talking about Chloe and Justin, and no one accused her of having an affair anymore. After all, men would never protect their ex-wives if she had an affair. They began speculating that the couple had some secret sorrows they didn't want to reveal to the public. That evening, some scandalous netizen uploaded a long article analyzing Jack and Chloe's divorce. The author boldly theorized that one of them was barren and broke up, so they wouldn't drag each other down, but they still loved each other. This article caused a resonance amongst civilians. Indeed, the fact that Jack and Chloe were married for a year, but had yet to get pregnant, really did attract attention from all walks of life. Perhaps their divorce really had something to do with their next generation. That afternoon, Andrew was interviewed, and for the first time, voiced his opinions toward Jack and Chloe's divorce. President Green, do you have anything to say regarding the divorce between GK's President Dawson and his wife? Not much, but there's something I would like to say to Chloe. Andrew smiled. What is it? The female host asked curiously. No matter what happens, no matter what difficulties or misfortunes she encounters, the Green family's doors will always stay open for her. She's free to come back anytime. President Green, you're such a good brother. Good brother? No, I'm not. Andrew directly denied it, making the female host more awkward than ever. The Green family doesn't welcome just anyone. Some can come back, but others may never. I don't really understand what you're saying, President Green. Haha. The female host was completely confused by Andrew's words. Haha. It's okay if you don't, as long as someone does. Upon seeing this, Chloe immediately turned off the TV and threw the remote control onto the couch. Why was Andrew acting so high profile recently? Did he have something to do with Jack's sudden request to divorce her? She knew she couldn't ask either of them directly because she wouldn't be able to get any answers. He wasn't someone who liked to tell the truth. Jack probably wouldn't say anything either. He was too stubborn. At this thought, Chloe picked up her tablet, opened Weibo, and sent Justin a private message. Are you there? I am. Justin was always there for her, whenever she needed him. Truth be told, he didn't like Weibo. However, he was willing to be on it for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He never turned off his ringtone, so even if he were asleep, he would still be able to hear notifications. I need help with something. Sure. I didn't tell you what I needed yet. Chloe was speechless. Justin agreed a little too fast. You're only asking me because I can help you. If I can, I won't refuse. Do you grant whatever is requested to everyone? What am I? A genie? Justin asked, after rolling his eyes, and Chloe couldn't help but laugh. Then, Justin added, Even if I am a genie, I only grant wishes to you. Upon reading this, Chloe stopped laughing and fell silent. She never knew how to respond to Justin when he was being all serious. Come on, what do you want? Stop wasting my time. Justin changed the topic. I need you to help me investigate something. What is it? I need you to investigate Andrew. I don't know what I'm looking for, so I'm going to make this short. I suddenly have a feeling that Andrew had something to do with Jack and my divorce. I think he did something behind my back. I see. If Jack doesn't want me to know, it must be something big and has to do with me. So I thought about it, and it seems like you're the only one who can help me without Andrew finding out. Sure. Thank you. Don't thank me. If I succeed, you owe me dinner. Of course. Chloe immediately agreed. If I don't succeed, you still owe me dinner. No problem. Chloe smiled again. Justin was always like that. Domineering, but cute. After talking to Justin, Chloe felt much better. She didn't insist on seeing Jack anymore, and regretted her recklessness the day before. She should have calmed down and thought things through first. After taking a hot shower, Chloe fell asleep. That evening, she felt like someone was staring at her. In her daze, she seemed to see someone standing by her bedside, but couldn't tell who it was. Chloe, come back to me. I don't want to wait for too long. The voice sounded deep and creepy, causing Chloe to wake up with a start. To her surprise, her bedroom window was open. It was still winter. Who would open the windows at night? Chloe was sure she closed the windows before bed. How could they open all of a sudden? Did someone come in? At this thought, Chloe felt all the hairs on her body stand up. She rolled out of her bed and turned on her bedroom light. Then, she went downstairs with a flashlight. After searching the entire house up and down, Chloe didn't see anything suspicious. And she didn't lose anything either. Was it a hallucination? It couldn't be. The windows were really open. Burdened by restlessness and insomnia, Chloe decided to call the security guards for the security footage outside her mother's house. The security guard didn't agree until Chloe gave him $1,000. However, the footage was completely normal. "Miss Green, I told you everything was fine. The security here is really tight. No one would be able to barge in like that. If they did, we would know." Chloe's heart was heavy as she returned home. When she got to the door of the townhouse, she turned around and looked up at the cameras. Then, she glanced at her bedroom. It was actually a blind angle. No wonder the cameras didn't catch anything. At this thought, she became more frightened than ever. She wanted to call Jack, but she knew he wasn't at liberty to see her. She couldn't call Justin either, because it was too late, and if the reporters caught them on camera, they would have to explain themselves all over again. In the end, Chloe decided to call Victoria, since Noah was staying at Sarah's apartment, and it would seem troublesome to bother them. Plus, Victoria was pregnant and barely did anything with her husband that would make a guest feel uncomfortable. After some thought, Chloe called Victoria, who immediately sent over a car to pick her up. At Victoria and Breton's mansion, "Chloe, are you hungry? Do you want something to eat?" Chloe shook her head. "Your complexion is awful." "Victoria, I don't think it was a hallucination. I think someone came in. That person avoided security cameras." "Are you sure?" "No, but it's the only plausible explanation. The windows were indeed opened." "Could the wind have unhinged it?" "No, because my mom checked all the windows before leaving. Everything was locked from the inside." "That's weird. How could someone open a window that was locked from the inside?" "Chloe, your mother's place isn't safe. You can't stay there anymore." "What should I do then?" Chloe was also worried. "You can live with us for a while." "No, I can't. It's too much trouble for you." "I can stay at a hotel," Chloe said. "No, you can't live alone. It's too dangerous. No matter where you are, trouble will follow. Right now, you need to live in a pack. Live in a pack." Chloe felt a little awkward. "I knew Jack wouldn't ask for a divorce for no reason. It seems like you guys are both in trouble." Victoria was smart. Like Chloe, she suspected that Andrew had something to do with this incident. "Just stay here. The Blake family is very protective of me and our child. I have a 24-hour security detail. This mansion is like an iron box, haha." "Victoria, let me think about it. Does Justin know about this?" Chloe shook her head. Victoria added, "He would probably worry to death if he knew about it. Don't tell Jack either, or else he's going to feel even more pressured than before. Anyways, don't tell anyone about it," Chloe said slowly. "I won't." The VIP room at the first hospital. "Jack, what's going on? The media has been spreading malicious news." Mrs. Dawson held Jack's hand and asked quietly. "What news?" "News of you and Chloe getting divorced." "It's true. We got divorced." "What did you say?" Mrs. Dawson was dumbstruck. "We got divorced." "Pa!" Enraged, Mrs. Dawson slapped Jack across the face with all her might. "You scoundrel! How could you get a divorce? Why didn't you discuss something this big with us? Did you think we were dead?" Mrs. Dawson was so angry she was about to burst into flames. GK was faced with crisis after crisis, while Peter's health deteriorated fast. Chloe ran back and forth between the company and hospital like she was their own daughter. The old couple was heartbroken to see her so busy. She was the best daughter-in-law they could ask for. She could overlook the fact that Jack didn't tell them when he got married, but how could he not tell them they were getting divorced? No wonder they hadn't seen Chloe around over the last 2 days. When Mrs. Dawson heard the nurses gossip about it, she thought it was just a rumor, but it wasn't. "Mom, this is between the two of us. Don't worry about it." "What the hell are you talking about? How can we not worry about it? You're my son. Why did you get divorced? What do you not like about Chloe?" "Nothing. Things aren't that simple. Let me explain later. Just stop asking for now. Will you?" Then, Jack walked up to his father. "Dad?" Peter looked the other direction and didn't say anything. He seemed to be angry at his son as well. "Dad, get some rest. I'll conduct your surgery next Monday." "No, don't be stubborn. I'll perform the surgery myself. Don't feel pressured. I'll refuse surgery if Chloe doesn't come. Dad. Jack was surprised by how stubborn his father was. Tell Chloe to come. I want to see both of you at the same time, or else I'd rather die than have the surgery, Peter demanded. He didn't think there was anything in the world that could separate a couple like Jack and Chloe. What he said was not just a threat, but also an opportunity for them to talk things out. I have to get back to the company. Now. Exhausted, Jack didn't want to confront his parents anymore. Chloe arrived right after Jack left, but they didn't bump into each other. She would never turn her back against her in-laws just because Jack divorced her. Therefore, she went to the first hospital as soon as she recovered from the initial shock. Mom, Dad. She still addressed them the same way. Chloe, you're finally here. Mrs. Dawson went up in tears, holding tightly onto Chloe's hands. We thought we'd never see you again. Mom, even if Jack and I are divorced, I'll still treat you like my own mother. I will never forget what you've done for me. Chloe smiled as she placed the vegetables and fruits down on the table. I bought some vegetables and was thinking about making Dad some soup. His surgery is next week. He has to eat properly. Chloe, you and Jack. Peter opened his mouth to say something, but Chloe interrupted him and smiled. Dad, he must have a reason for what he did. You shouldn't pressure him. He's probably in an awful mood as well. It's okay. I know this period will pass, and our separation is just temporary. Upon hearing this, Jack's parents felt much better. Chloe chatted with them for a while and made Peter some vegetable soup. Before she left, Mrs. Dawson slowly asked, Chloe, your dad's surgery is next Monday. I'll be there, Chloe said with determination, touching the hearts of the old Dawson couple. Okay, we'll wait for you. After Chloe left, Sarah called her. She and Noah were waiting for her at a hot pot restaurant nearby. Ever since the incident, they haven't even had a chance to talk. Since Chloe was doing good today, she decided to meet up with her friends. To her ultimate surprise, she bumped into Andrew and Emery outside the hospital. Emery had been doing well recently. After signing with the Green Corporation, she became a permanent guest star of a reality show, and was now more popular than ever. Recently, she was the one who tagged along with Andrew to all the events and parties. It seemed like Bella had disappeared or something. When they bumped into each other, Emery's expression filled with animosity. Hey, isn't this Mrs. Dawson? Oh, I'm sorry. You're not anymore. You're the ex now. With a smile, Chloe looked at Emery in the face. Movie Queen Emery, are you here to get an abortion again? Upon hearing this, Emery's expression changed immediately. People shouldn't step on others when they're down. Doing so is just despicable. Moreover, they should remember their past. Then, Chloe purposely walked up to Emery and whispered into her ear, Did you know? I heard stillborn babies turn into spirits and will forever haunt their irresponsible mother. You used your baby as a tool to force Andrew into marrying you. How can you not feel the slightest bit of remorse after you lost it? I have no words to describe you. Then, Chloe walked out of the hospital, while Emery stood unmoving, feeling more terrified than ever. Originally, she wanted to show off her success while mocking the fact that Chloe was abandoned. To her surprise, however, Chloe immediately grabbed her weakness and pulled on it. It seemed like Emery's ridicule didn't have any effects on Chloe. However, the latter's words pricked her heart like poisonous needles. That was the beauty of Chloe. She will either ignore you or make you feel like you were in hell. Suddenly, Emery shouted at her, Chloe, who do you think you are? Stop pretending to be so high and mighty. You have nothing. You're just an abandoned woman. You're wrong. I still have $1 billion in alimony. Oh, and this is a hospital. Please stay quiet, thank you. Chloe smiled nonchalantly as she walked away from them. However, when passing Andrew, he purposely moved his body and blocked Chloe's way. A good dog never blocks the way. Huh, I was never a good dog. Andrew smiled. So you admit that you're a dog? Chloe looked up and glared icily at Andrew. Chloe, you seem to be filled with hate. I am. I pray to God every day for you to die soon and go to hell. Thank you for thinking about me. Andrew continued to smile, But Chloe was more furious than ever. "Did you know? You and I are alike." Andrew almost clapped upon seeing Chloe piss Emery off. The way she smiled and nonchalantly mocked others were something that he often did. "Thank you for your compliment, but I'm not as psychotic," Chloe said, as she shoved Andrew out of the way and walked away from the hospital without turning back. It was sure unappetizing to see him here. Suddenly, Chloe stopped in her tracks and, as if she suddenly remembered something, turned around and glanced at Andrew. "Do you like the curtains at my place?" Andrew didn't respond. He looked at her quietly as Emery stared at him in confusion. "They're beautiful," Andrew replied. "Oh yeah? I'll prepare even prettier ones for you next time." "Sure, I look forward to it." Andrew put a hand in his pocket and smiled. Then, Chloe calmly left. "Andrew, what were you talking about? Chloe bought you a curtain?" Emery was puzzled. "Don't ask questions that you're not supposed to. It's no good for you," Andrew replied icily. Emery was still of use to him right now. That was the only reason she was still around and about. "She's divorced. Shouldn't you do something about it now?" Emery knew how obsessed Andrew was over Chloe. "I'm not in a hurry. There's something else I need to do first." Andrew smiled creepily. That evening, Andrew went back to the Green family mansion. It had been a while since he came back, and the empty house seemed more deserted than ever. Lily was sitting in the living room, wearing a dark green cheapao. "Why did you ask me to come back?" Andrew leaned against the doorway and looked at Lily, who slowly poured herself some tea and asked, "Don't you think you went a little overboard this time? You mean, I don't care if you work with a dozen big land companies to suppress GK, but why are you taking measures like this that hurt you almost as much as the harm you do to your enemy? Do you know how much money the Green Corporation lost? Do you know how much of my money vaporized overnight?" Lily yelled angrily, her eyes red. She was someone that valued profit over everything. Throughout her entire life, she never cared about anything other than money, not even her parents. Andrew had figured this out long ago, and so he replied, without much care, "The money you lost can be earned back. What's the big deal? Earned back? Easy for you to say. That was my money to begin with. Do you really think that you can take my money and do whatever you want to without asking me? Do you think you are all high and mighty now? You still need my help." "Help?" Andrew raised his eyebrows and questioned. "No, I think you've made a mistake. You've never helped me. Were you brought up by a Bakch then?" Lily's expression darkened. Deep down, she noticed something different about this fostered son of hers. For the past 2 years, his actions had become more and more strange, and he wasn't as obedient as he used to be. Initially, she had thought he was simply growing up, and she didn't mind if he just wanted to party it up and have fun. But when she noticed the big commotion against GK that had lost the Green Corporation billions of dollars, she became very alarmed, not to mention extremely furious. She canceled her vacation immediately and flew back from Australia as soon as she heard about what happened. "Raising me all these years was nothing but an excuse for you. An excuse to hide the truth from everyone. Mrs. Lily Green, what do you think others would think and say about you? About someone who looks like a fair, graceful, and beautiful lady, but is secretly a pervert who likes to play with pretty young boys?" Lily's face changed in an instant. Andrew gave a chuckle and continued, "Don't worry. I won't expose you. Rather, I should really thank you. The dark childhood that you've given me stayed with me. Here I am today, living a dark and twisted life. But really, if it weren't for those memories, I wouldn't be able to be so heartless. I wouldn't have had the heart to do what I have done, and I wouldn't have had the chance to take over the Green Corporation. So, I guess all I can say is, thank you for raising a monster. I don't know what the hell you're talking about." Feeling guilty, Lily's eyes flew left and right, but never once did they meet Andrew's eyes. Andrew didn't seem to be too bothered by her denial. With a smirk on his face, he walked over and sat directly across from her. He picked up an apple on the coffee table and began peeling it with a knife. "You were questioning why I never spoke to you about using your money, right?" Lily remained silent, as she had no idea where he was going with that thought. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Lily's face grew darker as Andrew continued. Why should I consult with you? Are you really naive enough to think that you're still the one calling the shots in this house? I have 52% of the shares, Lily corrected him. Oh, that. Sure. You can try to go to the board of directors with your shares. See who will listen to you. Don't be an idiot. You have shares, but you don't have any power. I can bankrupt the Green Corporation in one day, leaving you nothing but billions and billions of dollars in debt. Do you believe me? Lily's eyes widened with shock as she stared at Andrew in disbelief. You can't do that! The Green Corporation is also everything you have. Lily didn't understand. If the Green Corporation went bankrupt, wouldn't Andrew become broke as well? Do you really think the Green Corporation is the only slice of pie I own? What do you mean by that? Lily read between the lines and glared back at Andrew suspiciously. I guess you're old. You're becoming rather stupid. But that's okay. It's okay if you don't understand. Under normal circumstances, those that know the least tend to live the longest. I'm going to the board of directors tomorrow to fire your ass. I will make sure you have nothing, and I will take back everything that was ever given to you. Lily stood up furiously. Andrew simply spread his lips and smiled. There wasn't really a point to keep on pretending anymore, or it would just be a waste of time. Andrew continued to calmly peel the apple. Just go, and by tomorrow night, all the media in the city will announce that our great madam, Ms. Lily Green, currently has 5 sugar babies. Oh, and 2 of them are still in high school. Oh, one of them was actually a smart cookie from second high. It seems like your taste is getting more and pickier these years. You? Lily looked back in surprise. I know quite a bit about each of those 5, even the schools they go to. Oh, and there are also some very exciting videos that are comparable to blockbuster AVs. Do you want to watch them with me? Lily was already speechless and didn't know what to say. Oh, Mom, you look quite ugly in the red maid costume. With that mask you like to wear, you really look like a clown. I suggest that in the future, when you play SM, you should just play as yourself. After all, it's disgusting watching an old lady pretending to be a young girl. Oh, and I have to correct something that you said earlier. Everything I obtained over all these years was earned by myself, not given by you. If I relied on you, then right now I would probably still be a worthless white face that you would torture when you are happy, or beat up when you are angry. I would probably still be obediently serving the old hag that you are. As Andrew said this, he brutally stabbed the knife into the heart of the apple. The blade went right through. Andrew! Lily was furious. She didn't think that one day she would be blackmailed by her foster son. Don't be angry. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't expose these scandals of yours. You can continue to be the aristocrat you are. After all, you didn't kill me all these years, so I really need to thank you. Then, Andrew cut off a small piece of apple and shoved it into Lily's mouth. Mom, remember, we are both wolves. No need to play sheep in front of each other. He coldly smiled and turned to leave, leaving behind the dumbfounded Lily. These years, she raised a demon with a wolf's ambition, and in the end, he was out of her control as well. This was completely unexpected for her. And from what Andrew just said, it seemed like he didn't care about the Green Corporation at all. He should still have other backgrounds. Because Chloe didn't dare to go back to live at Sky Blessing Court, Victoria invited Chloe to live with her. At night, Justin sent over a message. Online? Chloe felt it wasn't convenient always communicating via Weibo, so she directly sent her Snap ID over. Add me on Snap. Okay. In 3 seconds, Justin added Chloe and got accepted. He originally thought that there would be no way he would appear in Chloe's Snap contact list in this life. But little did he know how fast this day came. Did you find anything? Chloe sent over a voice message. I found a bit. Right after Justin sent over that voice message, Chloe immediately sent over a video chat request. She seemed to be in a hurry. After the call connected, Justin saw Chloe in her white long-sleeved shirt sitting on the bay window of the balcony. You are not home? Justin found the background behind Chloe to be quite familiar. That for sure wasn't Chloe's place. I'm at Victoria's house. Justin was a bit surprised. I'm a little scared living by myself, so I came to stay over for a few days. Is it convenient for Victoria and old Blake? Oh, maybe you can come live at my place. Chloe slightly paused. Justin immediately explained, I meant you live at my house, and I will move out. Then I would still be alone. I will still be scared. Chloe laughed. It's not the same. The home security system at my place is very good, and I can ask the bodyguards to patrol 24/7. It's okay. I will stay with Victoria for a couple of days. Once things are resolved, I will return to South Hill Manor. Justin's eyes darkened slightly. He knew that because of Jack, South Hill Manor will forever be Chloe's real home. By the way, what did you find out? Chloe asked. On the day Jack divorced you, he met with Andrew in the afternoon. Chloe didn't reply, but everything was going as to how she had imagined. I tracked his car. He went to the Duo Cove, and so did Andrew. However, the security footage in that area has been tampered with. I couldn't confirm the exact time and place, but I'm sure they met. I knew it. Chloe tightened her fist, fire starting to burn within her. If it wasn't for one of Andrew's stupid tricks, Jack would never suddenly ask for a divorce. So, I'm really curious. What did that bastard Andrew say to Jack? What could it possibly be that would make Jack self-willingly divorce you? Justin asked curiously. He knew exactly how Jack felt about Chloe. Jack loved her so much that he was willing to die for her. Therefore, him asking for divorce meant that the situation was more serious than simply dying. Justin? Yes? Are you able to get the security footage of Snooker Celebrity Night? Yes, but what for? Andrew said something to Jack that night that freaked him out and caused him to lose the match. I'm guessing what he said last time has something to do with what's happening now. But during the match, he spoke so quietly. Even if I were able to get the security footage, you wouldn't be able to hear what he said. Justin was confused, as there was no way Chloe didn't think about that. That's fine. Just get me the footage. Okay, give me a second. I will go get it now. Okay. Chloe hung up the video call and waited anxiously. Half an hour later, Justin sent over a video on Snap. Chloe was pleasantly surprised to see that it was the exact footage she had asked for. She couldn't hear exactly what Andrew said to Jack, as the camera was positioned very far from the scene, but the resolution was extremely clear. Chloe held onto her phone tightly and ran into Victoria's room. Victoria had just showered and was drying her wet hair with a towel. Victoria, can you read lips? Yup. You're amazing. Chloe hugged Victoria tightly and gave her a kiss on the cheek. My gosh, what is this? You scared the crap out of me. Victoria was surprised by the kiss. Come, can you tell me what Andrew said to Jack? Victoria studied the video curiously. After a moment, she said, The shape of the lips are a little off. I have to study it a little bit. Okay, there's no rush. I just need a rough translation, said Chloe. She then picked up the hairdryer and began drying Victoria's hair for her. Victoria studied the video footage over and over again. Finally, she looked up and grabbed Chloe's sleeve. Chloe, I think he's saying the word identity. Yes, it should be identity. Identity. Of course. Andrew indeed knows about my identity. Chloe yelled in shock, but also mixed with a hint of happiness. What identity? Victoria asked, clearly confused. I will explain this to you later. Right now I have to go find Jack. As Chloe finished speaking, she ran out without looking back. Honey, where is Chloe going? She's running really fast. I think she went to find her husband. What? Aren't they divorced? Breton asked in confusion. Chloe was ecstatic all throughout the way to find Jack. She held onto her phone tightly and re-watched the video of the celebrity snooker night over and over again. She actually knew how to read lips, but she was afraid that her emotions would cause her to make a mistake. During a sensitive moment like this, she needed to be 100% sure. Victoria was a bystander, and moreover, she was a professional psychologist. Therefore, to be safe, Chloe asked Victoria to translate before she could be sure Kursai. There was no doubt that Andrew had said the word identity to Jack that night. All this time, The thing that Jack cared the most about was her true identity. Jack could tell Chloe really wanted to find her family, and so he had always been secretly searching. Chloe wanted to give up, but despite the death of the people he had sent, Jack was determined to find the truth. What Andrew said to her during the celebrity snooker night was surprisingly different than what he said to Jack. Andrew knew about her identity all along, but never brought it up. Perhaps he was just waiting for a good opportunity to threaten Jack? Was there something more behind her identity? Why would Jack rather take on the burden himself and ask for a divorce instead of telling her the truth? On her way to GK, the gears in Chloe's brain turned at an amazing speed, and as everything began to click, she couldn't help but blame herself for not noticing the details earlier. If she figured things out sooner, neither she nor Jack would have suffered so much. By the time she got to GK headquarters, Jack wasn't in his office. "Where's my husband?" "Young madam, the president left work already." "I know he left work, but where did he go? Did he go home or—" I don't know." "Mark, how have I treated you in the past?" Chloe said after a moment, clearly taking a different strategy. "Young madam, you've always treated me very well. Both my wife and I see you as our idol. If that's the case, how can you not even tell me where he went?" "No, it's just the president. Mark opened his mouth and closed it again, not sure what to say. "Don't worry. He won't blame you. Trust me." The president went to a hotel that was opened recently in Gao District. "There's a dinner party there tonight." "Okay, thanks." Chloe thanked Mark and immediately took a taxi to the hotel. Much like her, Jack would very rarely attend business dinner parties, but apparently it was owned by the daughter of a provincial official, so all the entrepreneurs in the city needed to show up to pay their respects. It was no surprise that by the time Chloe arrived at the entrance of the hotel, dozens of luxury cars were lined up, waiting to be parked by the valet. Right at that moment, Chloe received a notification on her phone. "Where are you?" The message was from Justin. "Xi'an Hotel." "Why are you there?" "To see Jack." "Chloe, listen. You need to calm down. Now is not the time." Justin tried to comfort and persuade her at the same time. "No, I don't want to wait another day. It's too long." Contrary to what she had just said, Chloe was actually a very patient person. But this time, she found herself not wanting to waste another second. She needed to see Jack immediately. "Chloe, listen to me. I'm listening. Andrew is in there too. If you find Jack now, you'll reveal everything. By then, everything you've done prior to this would be pointless." "You're right." Chloe had been too overjoyed by her findings and completely forgot about the possibility that Andrew might show up too. Actually, correction, he would most definitely show up. "So, do you want to come back first? We'll talk it out and make a plan." Justin really wanted to help Chloe, from the bottom of his heart. Even though he was just like Jack and wanted her all to himself, he would rather see her happy, more than anything. So, between helping Chloe becoming married again and watching Chloe suffer as a divorcee, he chose what would make Chloe happy. "I will be careful. I just really want to see him." Upon finishing her sentence, Chloe put her phone in her bag and walked into the hotel. "Hey, look, isn't that the ex-wife of GK's president?" As soon as she walked in, those that had recognized her began to discuss in a low voice among themselves. Chloe came in a hurry and had no time to change into a cocktail dress. She became the center of attention as soon as she walked in. She wore a black wool coat with jeans and a pair of kitten heels. Simple in dress, but complex in aura, she held her head high and walked in like she owned the place. For the first time, she saw Andrew and Bella together. She wore a gorgeous gold gown with her back revealed. Andrew, for once, wore a normal black tuxedo. Jack, on the other hand, wore a modern-styled black tunic suit, emitting full-blown national-era vibes. Paired with his handsome features, it was no surprise that his name popped up in every low-murmuring conversation amongst the ladies. The news was out that Jack had divorced Chloe and was a bachelor again. Therefore, as soon as he walked in the party, The ladies walked up one after another in the hopes of striking up a conversation. However, after a dozen attempts in exchanging business cards, none succeeded. Jack simply held a glass of red wine and quietly stood by himself in a corner, only engaging in short conversations when he encountered entrepreneurs that he knew. He was going to quietly stand there all night until he saw a familiar shadow passing in the crowd. He didn't think Chloe would show up, nor did he think she would run in without even changing. Perhaps it was too cold outside, but when Chloe walked in, her cheeks were an off-shade red. His heart throbbed, and he wanted to walk forward and embrace her in his arms. But he couldn't. He could only stand there from afar and simply watch. Andrew, on the other hand, walked forward immediately. "Chloe, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I'll have someone get you a gown. What color do you like?" "No thanks. Are you here for your ex-husband then? He's quite popular today. After all, he's a bachelor again, and a lot of girls have been trying to hit on him. Save the BS for yourself." Chloe lifted her head and scanned across Andrew's face coldly. At that moment, in the corner of her eyes, she found the familiar shadow she had been looking for. She walked around Andrew and headed directly towards Jack. Andrew, who had been left behind to bite the dust, felt anger bottling inside. Why does he automatically become the background whenever Jack was around? "Why are you here?" Jack's tone was surprisingly tender, as if he was unable to chill his tone with Chloe. As Chloe began speaking, Jack noticed Andrew walking towards them. His face immediately darkened. "Aren't we divorced? We should probably avoid meeting each other. If you have any objections about asset division, you should contact my legal team directly. I'm not here to ask for money." Chloe's voice was barely higher than a whisper. She bit her lip as if she wanted to say something. "If you're here for a business partnership, you would need to make an appointment. Please excuse me, Miss Green." Jack put down the glass of red wine he was holding onto a nearby stand and was in the midst of turning away when Chloe grabbed his sleeve. His heart skipped a beat as he felt the amount of pain that was arising in his heart. "Jack, I will give you another chance to explain everything to me. Tell me, why do you want a divorce? If you are in love with someone else, just tell me, and I will let you guys be. If you're under a lot of stress because of Dad's health condition, I will bear the reasonability with you. Don't be like this anymore. Don't try to take on everything on your own. It makes me really sad. You're thinking too much. The real reason why I want to have the divorce." Jack paused for a moment, and in the corner of his eye, he saw Andrew standing nearby with a smirk on his face while watching their conversation unfold. Jack clenched his jaw and continued, "It's not because of any of those ridiculous external factors. The real reason is that I'm tired of it all, after all these years. I've used up all of the love and patience I have for you." "Tired?" Chloe shook a little and asked quietly. "Yes. I used to think you were very important to me, and that I couldn't live without you. But then, I realized that putting you in the center of my world all these years has pushed me towards the edge of exhaustion. I'm losing myself because everything must be about you. I'm tired of this kind of life. Chloe, just let me go. I've told you before, we've met peacefully, and now it's time to part merrily. I've given you so many houses and cars, along with $1 billion. You can live without any worries for the rest of your life. We've been together for a year, and let's be honest, you've gotten a lot out of it. So, I don't owe you anything. We're even." Jack swung his arms out harshly and loosened Chloe's grip. He then walked out of the hotel without looking back. Standing behind Jack, Chloe began to cry. Big drops of tears began falling like the last thunderstorm before the end of summer. Andrew, who stood from afar, felt his heartache. Chloe. He wanted to walk up to her, comfort her, and tell her, "Chloe, it's not a pity that you've lost Jack. You still have me." But before he could say anything, Chloe ran out crying. At the exit, she bumped into someone. Out of surprise, She looked up and noticed it was Justin, dressed in all white casual wear. He wore a simple long-sleeve t-shirt with Versace's classic logo and a pair of jeans. Obviously, Mr. Cooper didn't show up to attend the cocktail party. He was here for Chloe. What's wrong? He left. I knew it. That bastard. Wait here, I gotta go beat him up. Before Justin could turn around, Chloe stopped him. No, it's okay. If he doesn't want to see me, we should leave. How are you okay with that? What can I do even if I'm not okay with it? It is what it is. As Chloe finished speaking, she hopped onto Justin's Lamborghini. As soon as Chloe got into the car, she took some Kleenex and wiped away the tears on her face. She then stuck out her tongue and asked Justin, "What did you think of my performance just now?" "What?" Justin asked in confusion. "I was putting on a show for Andrew. You know, the scene where Jack and I had a fight to show that we're completely done?" "Oh, I came too late and missed it. But, seeing how much you're crying, I guess you were pretty into it." "Of course! If I don't do it seriously, that bastard would never believe it. You should go to South Hill Manor and do some explaining to Jack. He doesn't know you were just acting. He's probably feeling terrible right now," Justin guessed. "It's okay. Being the fox that Andrew is, he will probably have Jack and I followed. If I go find him now, we will reveal ourselves." "So, where should we go now?" "Seductive Fox." "Seductive Fox?" Justin repeated with surprise. "Shouldn't I appear to be heartbroken and get drunk or something?" Chloe chuckled. "Oh, okay. Chloe, you win," Justin said as he twirled the steering wheel towards the direction of Seductive Fox. The party at the hotel continued. Bella lied and said that she wasn't feeling well and excused herself. In reality, she just didn't want to stand next to Andrew for another second. "Boss, we are done with the investigation." "And?" Andrew sipped on a glass of champagne and asked slowly. "Jack back to GK headquarters to some extra work, and Chloe, Miss Green went to Seductive Fox with Justin. She looked very upset and was still crying after getting off the car. Justin was holding on to her as she walked. Shit, I've planned for so long, and Justin ends up getting the better end of the deal." Andrew slammed his glass down onto the table and walked out of the hotel as he wiped his hands with a handkerchief. "Justin, let's do a duo." The room gave off a weird vibe as there were only Justin and Chloe. In an attempt to break free of the awkward vibe, Chloe took the initiative and asked Justin to sing a song with her. Justin was surprised for a moment, and then a deep happiness began bubbling from the bottom of his heart. "You can pick the song. You mean? You will sing whatever song I pick?" Chloe smiled and began scrolling for songs. Justin took a seat on the nearby couch and watched Chloe quietly. For a moment, he felt greedy, and wondered how amazing it would be if this woman was his real girlfriend. "Justin, can we sing Little Apple?" Chloe turned to Justin with a smirk on her face. "No way. I have no idea how to sing those weird country songs." Only Chloe could think of something so strange. Justin singing a song like Crossed Lovers? How ridiculous would he look? "Ha ha, I'm only joking. I don't know it either." Chloe laughed out loud. Truthfully speaking, now that she had cleared up the misunderstanding with Jack, Chloe was much more relaxed and no longer depressed. Chloe scrolled through the song menu and picked Without Goodbye. She then handed Justin a mic and said, "Let's sing this song. I love the melody." "Okay." Justin was unusually quiet today, as if he had a lot on his mind. Chloe suddenly stopped singing after the first sentence of the song. "What's wrong?" Justin asked, with the microphone in his hand. "It's too low. I can't reach the notes." Chloe pouted. Justin chuckled at the trap Chloe dug for herself. "Let's change a song then." "No, this is a nice song." "You sing it," Chloe insisted. Justin rarely sang. His visits to the Seductive Fox were mainly get-togethers with his friends for drinks. Last time, at GK's 30th anniversary, he sang Just One Time for Chloe, shocking everyone with his amazing voice. This was his second time holding the microphone since then, and it was still because of Chloe. Okay then, he could never say no to Chloe. Therefore, he sang quietly along with the beautiful melody. As she listened, Chloe took her drink from the table and sipped at it. She couldn't help but admire Justin's voice. It was truly pleasing to the ears. Plus, the fact that the song was an incredibly emotional one made his voice that much more touching. Chloe reveled in the sound of his voice, as if she was enjoying a famous singer's concert. She watched the music video with so much focus that she didn't even notice that Justin's gaze was fixated on her during the second part of the song. There will be a new umbrella to shield you from the weather. Please don't turn off the light you've lit for me. Don't cry for me. Don't let hopelessness bring you down. Although we cannot grow old together, don't fade away with the snow and wind. Tomorrow, in the next life, I'll put a ring on your finger. Forgive me. All I can bring are these flowers. My fancy clothes are only for show. Seeing the white dress pass me by, telling him, I do. I will continue to sweep the road and the stairs in front of the house. When you're tired, don't forget that there's a place to rest. You're so good. Justin, you really have the voice of a god. You. Chloe turned to Justin to say something, only to find his intense gaze on her. It seemed like there were tears in his eyes. Justin, What's the matter? Nothing. I'm just too into the song, Justin said, quickly adjusting himself. He put down his microphone, grabbed a beer from the table, and began sipping slowly. Chloe felt a bit guilty for picking the song. Maybe Justin wouldn't be in such a bad mood if she had picked something different. With Chloe going silent, the atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. After a sip of alcohol, Justin suddenly changed the topic. Where are you going later? I'm going to find Jack, Chloe said with determination. Then what about the tails outside? When Justin was driving, he noticed that he and Chloe were closely followed, all the way to Seductive Fox. The duo only relaxed after they entered the private room. The surveillance footage in the room was only available for the owner of Seductive Fox to see. Andrew was not powerful enough to spy on them in a private room. I have my ways to get rid of them, but I'll need your help, Chloe said slowly. Of course. Justin nodded without thinking. Justin, I owe you a lot. When I get the chance, I don't need you to repay me. I wanted to do all of this for you. If it was for someone I didn't care about, I wouldn't do anything for them. I'm helping you because we're good friends. So, stop thanking me. Justin waved his hand, signaling Chloe to stop thanking him. All right then. Chloe smiled. They chatted in the private room for a little while longer and left when the time was right. As he exited Seductive Fox, Justin helped a drunk woman up into his Lamborghini. Boss, hurry, follow them. They're leaving. A black Ford left the parking lot behind the Lamborghini. At the same time, a small figure dressed in men's clothing left Seductive Fox in a black Land Rover without anyone's notice. Monitoring the surveillance camera by the club's entrance, Rick flashed a tiny smile. Chloe really has a lot of tricks up her sleeve. Andrew's going to get played this time. Rick was the only reason why the duo even came to Seductive Fox in the first place. He was, after all, someone they trusted. Everything was easier this way. Rick provided Chloe with a set of small-sized men's clothing. The black leather jacket and denim jeans fit her perfectly, while the black baseball covered her long hair. Rick even provided the black Land Rover she drove off in. The woman who pretended to be Chloe was a rookie artist from Justin's company. She had a similar figure to Chloe. With Chloe's clothing and the extra scarf, it was almost impossible to tell that she was a fake. Andrew's men couldn't tell the difference. They thought that the man and the woman who came out of Seductive Fox were the real deal. So, they immediately began to follow them, not forgetting to report everything to Andrew on the way. Sir, Miss Green went to a hotel with Justin. A hotel? Andrew furrowed his brows. Yes, they're at the Ritz-Carlton in the presidential suite. Andrew's face darkened. That's not likely. Chloe's not that easy. Why would she get a hotel room with Justin? Unless he drugged her? Andrew thought to himself as he completely lost his cool, his face as dark as could be. Boss, what should we do now? Should we go in? Dumbass, he's Justin. If you go in, you won't come out alive. Andrew couldn't help but berate his men. He then took out his phone and dialed Justin's number. Inside the presidential suite. Justin glanced at the incoming number and picked up with a laugh. "What's up, President Green? Young Master Cooper, are you free? Come out for a drink. I don't have time right now. I'm very busy." "Haha, really? What's keeping you so busy?" Andrew laughed as well. "Well, it's a secret. All right, I have to go. I'm hanging up now." Justin then hung up the phone before Andrew could reply, leaving the latter more worried than ever. If Justin really did something to Chloe, Andrew would really kick himself for letting Justin take advantage of what was originally his. Andrew thought about it left and right, unable to calm himself. Therefore, he grabbed his coat, went downstairs, and got into his car, driving off towards downtown. Far away from them, Chloe was in her Land Rover. She had finally gotten rid of her tail. Because she had the keys, the right fingerprints, and the security codes to South Hill Manor, Chloe arrived home in no time. After she parked her car, Chloe got off anxiously. When she opened the front door, she saw Uncle George instructing the maids to clean the living room. "Young madam?" Everyone was shocked by the sight of Chloe. "Uncle George, where's Jack? Young master is in the wine cellar." Jack left the dinner party in a very bad mood. After the event, he immediately returned home, went into the wine cellar, and never came out. At the sound of this, Chloe immediately turned and ran to the wine cellar. Sure enough, as Chloe entered the cellar, she saw Jack sitting on the ground, leaning against a rack in the middle of the room, his hands holding a bottle of strong whiskey. "Honey," her voice faltered. Jack looked up immediately, his gaze filled with surprise, happiness, and longing. "Chloe, you're back?" Jack's voice carried a special timbre. It was soothing to the core. In a situation like this, where there were no outsiders, there was no need for him to pretend to be cruel. As soon as Chloe heard him say, "Chloe, you're back," her face was already filled with tears. She rushed towards him from the basement entrance and embraced his neck tightly. Jack hugged her tightly too. They stayed like that in silence. No words were needed, but thousands of words were spoken. After a long time, Jack finally let go of Chloe and asked, "What are you wearing?" "Rick gave me some men's clothing," Chloe said, as she took off her baseball cap, revealing her shoulder-length hair. "Why are suddenly wearing men's clothing?" "To evade Andrew's men. They were following me." Jack's eyes darkened at the mention of Andrew's name. Understanding what Jack was feeling, Chloe cupped his face with her hands. "Honey, I know why you wanted a divorce." "You do?" Jack looked up, surprised. "Yes. Andrew used my family background to threaten you, didn't he?" "Chloe, you—" Jack couldn't believe how easily Chloe found out something he tried so hard to hide. Could it be that Andrew went back on his words and told Chloe everything? At the sight of a shocked Jack, Chloe explained, "I got the information by myself. Justin found out for me that you saw Andrew the day you asked me for a divorce. I knew then that he probably threatened you with something, and his threat definitely had something to do with me." It made me think back to the snooker nights footage. You rarely miss, but you made a mistake when he whispered into your ear that night. After I asked Justin for the surveillance, Victoria and I read Andrew's lips and realized that he was talking about my background. "So, Andrew threatened you with my true identity, didn't he?" "Chloe, you really are clever." Jack had to admit that it was impressive for Chloe to find out so much from so little. "Just say yes or no. Don't lie to me this time." "Yes, it's true." Jack finally nodded in admission. Upon hearing this, Chloe got on top of Jack and straddled him, her hands pinching his cheeks. "Idiot, why didn't you tell me sooner?" "Because your identity is special. If you found out, you would be in danger. Then I don't have to know. If you told me, I'll just stop asking questions about my identity. Don't you want to find your family?" Jack raised his head and gazed at Chloe lovingly. "Compared to you, they're not as important. If finding them means I have to lose you, I'd rather never find them." "Chloe?" Chloe's words truly shook Jack to his core. "I don't care what other people think of me. It's okay if they think I'm selfish. It's honestly what I think. You are too important to me. If I have to lose you in order to find my family, I'd rather give up looking for them." Then, she cupped Jack's face with her hands and went in with a kiss. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes slightly curled up against his face. When her pair of slightly cold lips touched his, Jack felt his heart melt. What threat? What plan? None of them mattered anymore. At this moment, his only wish was to love Chloe and be with her the way she deserved. The pair continued to kiss, both lost in the love and passion for one another. It was Chloe's first time aggressively pushing Jack onto the floor of the wine cellar. Maybe it was the fear of losing him that made her so aggressive and possessive. Their clothes fell inch by inch, revealing their most primitive desires. As far as Jack was concerned, he was willing to spend the next life in hell if it meant that he could spend this one with Chloe like this. It was the same for Chloe. As long as she could spend this lifetime next to Jack, she wouldn't mind going through hell and back, experiencing every pain in this world, because it would all be worth it. A temporary memory wasn't going to satisfy her. What she wanted was a lifetime of passion. After they finished, Chloe lied down in Jack's arms, her face ruddied. "Honey, let's not part anymore. I hate being apart from you," Chloe said. Before Jack could answer, she continued, "I can deal with that lowlife Andrew. You don't have to worry about him." After a long time, Jack gently combed through Chloe's hair and asked, "Chloe, do you want to know where your father and little sister are?" "Father? Little sister?" Chloe's eyes shot wide open at the sound of those words. Jack nodded. "Mm-hmm. Although Andrew has a lot of evil tricks up his sleeves, it's undeniable that he found out about your real identity a long time ago." How and when did Andrew find out about Chloe's real family? Jack didn't know. Andrew was a mysterious man with a 6-year gap in his life that even a powerful family like Rick's couldn't figure out. Therefore, things felt fishier than ever. How did he find out? Chloe frowned. She and Jack had been investigating her family for a long time, but got nowhere. So, how did Andrew find out such a dangerous fact? That's not important, but what he said was true, and Rick and I have been confirming the facts over the past few days. We began connecting the dots. Do you remember the sky-priced white jade calabash you received during New Year? I do, Chloe said as she took the white calabash off her neck. She had been wearing it ever since she got it. For some reason, she felt comforted with this calabash around her neck. Your little sister gave this to you. She bought it at some international auction and kept the other one. This was information that Jack and Rick dug up a few days ago. My little sister? I have a little sister? Chloe burst out in happy tears, as emotional as could be. Jack nodded. According to Andrew, she went to see you at Southside some time ago. She came to see me? Chloe was in disbelief. At Southside. She probably pretended to be a patient. Anyways, she saw you, but I don't think you noticed her. There are too many patients at Southside. I really don't remember. Chloe didn't recall seeing a strange girl at the hospital. It's okay. You'll meet sooner or later. Jack consoled her. Chloe felt her heart beating faster than ever. She never thought that one day she would get so close to the truth. Honey, are you saying that she knows about me too? Yes. Then after all these years, why haven't they come looking for me? Chloe didn't understand why her father and sister did not come if they had known she was here for years. The situation's complicated. Let me slowly explain it to you. Then, Jack told Chloe all the clues Andrew told him, including the fact that James was a bad guy, who almost sold Chloe to some Holland gangster. Jack also told her how her birth father killed James and framed Jack's dad for it. Chloe was dumbstruck. She never expected that she and Jack's 7-year separation was due to her birth father's meddling. Of course, her father was trying to protect her. If James sold her to that Holland gangster, she would have died a long time ago. Then, Jack told Chloe how Andrew's people were stationed at Towtown, stopping outsiders from looking into Chloe's true identity. The truth is, on some level, Andrew has been protecting you. Your father has been abroad all this time, and therefore can't control everything going on here. Andrew's been meticulous. Even Rick's men failed to obtain information about your identity in Towtown. I know. Chloe nodded. Do you know why he did all this for you? Jack asked. And after 3 seconds of silence, Chloe bit down on her lips. Because he's in love with me. You knew about it? Jack didn't think Chloe knew how Andrew felt towards her. However, she had known for a while now, but was in denial all this time. I knew about it a long time ago. But the way he loves me isn't love. It's mutated. All he wants is to dominate, to possess, and to incarcerate me. Chloe analyzed Andrew's feelings towards her. Indeed, Andrew is a crazy person. His methods cannot be comprehended by normal people. Jack agreed with Chloe's analysis. Then, she sighed. What's wrong? Jack reached out and gently caressed her cheeks. I was just thinking, sometimes human hearts are horrible. My mom and I trusted Uncle James so much, and I always thought he loved me. But he was willing to betray you and your mother? It's not just that. Back then, Timothy gave James some money to give to my mom, but he never did. I suspect he gave that money to the doctor who delivered me, so the doctor would hide the fact that I was switched at birth. Perhaps he switched you because he loved your mother and didn't want her to be sad over her dead child. Maybe, but it seems like Uncle James was a shrewd and manipulative man, so who knows if he really did it for my mom. But never mind. He's already dead, and I don't want to blame him anymore. Chloe looked down, feeling depressed. No matter what immoral things James did to her, her love for Thomas would never change. Now, the last part is for me to tell you about your father and sister's identity. I'm guessing they're not ordinary people, right? Or else they wouldn't cause so much trouble and refuse to see me all these years. Chloe smiled. You're right. I was shocked when I first found out about your true identity as well. Jack smiled back at her. He didn't want to tell her because he was afraid she would act rashly, but right now, she seemed so calm and sensible, even more so than himself. Perhaps Andrew's threat wouldn't have made a difference, because with what was going on right now, Chloe wouldn't go looking for her family even if she found out. Your dad is... Jack was just about to tell her when his phone began to ring. It was from a number he didn't recognize. Hello? Jack? Bella? Jack frowned upon hearing her voice. It's me. He blocked Bella's number a while ago, so she couldn't get through to him, and therefore got a new number. Jack hadn't heard from her ever since she came looking for him and asked him to kill Andrew. Afterward, Andrew got into a car accident but didn't die. Bella, on the other hand, seemed to have disappeared from the public eye. Tonight, at the dinner party, she stood beside Andrew with a fake smile on her face the entire time, looking like a puppet. Truth be told, if she hadn't called Jack, he and Chloe would have forgotten that she existed. What do you want? Jack asked in an unfriendly manner. Can you come to my private mansion? I can't. I'm busy. Jack, please come save me. I'm dying. I'm really dying. Then, before Jack could respond, she hung up. He was just about to hang up the phone and turn his attention back to Chloe when he received a text message from Bella's new number. The text contained a single sentence and a photo. Come to 39 Road right now. Come alone. There's something important I have to talk to you about. As Jack scrolled down, the photo he saw shocked every bone in his body. It was a photo of Bella's back. Her back was completely exposed, but it was no longer the smooth, pearly back of a woman. There were hundreds of cuts on it, some still seeping blood. It was horrific. What's wrong? Chloe asked. Bella is a little weird, Jack said, as he passed his phone over to Chloe and warned, the photo's a little scary. Brace yourself. Because Chloe was mentally prepared, the photo didn't scare her. However, it did shock her. These are all knife wounds. She has so many knife wounds. Does she like to self-mutilate? Chloe asked. It's impossible. She can't touch every single part of her back. Someone must have done this to her. Do you think she's in danger? Maybe we should go see her. I'll go by myself. You should go to bed. It's late. No, I want to come with you. I'll go by myself. She asked me to come alone. I think she wants to say something to me. The truth was, Jack could have ignored Bella. However, upon seeing that photo, he had a feeling that she was really in trouble. Jack didn't have to care about Bella, but he had to consider his family's relationship with the Hall family. Mayor Hall had been taking care of GK for years, and Jack wasn't one to be ungrateful. Therefore, he decided to go and see what happened. "Honey, I want to come with you. Good girl, okay? Go to bed. I'll be back soon and tell you everything I know about your father and sister." Jack kissed Chloe's eyelashes before gently saying goodbye. Then, he drove off. Chloe went upstairs to the second-floor bedroom, took a hot shower, and lied down on their bed, waiting for Jack to come home. For some weird reason, she began to feel restless, as if something bad was about to happen. Her heart was beating incredibly fast. Just then, Chloe's phone rang. She thought it was Jack, so she immediately picked up. "Chloe, are you still at South Hill Manor?" "Mm-hmm." The call was from Justin. "Something's off." "What?" Chloe asked. "According to our plans, if Andrew thought that the two of us went to a hotel together, he would do something about it. But aside from that phone call, he didn't do anything else." "You're saying that he doesn't believe that we went to the hotel together?" "Maybe. Perhaps he found out that you went back to South Hill Manor." "I don't care even if he knows. Jack and I talked things through already, and I don't care about the matter he threatened Jack with. I won't let him hurt Jack again." "Mm-hmm. Good. I'm glad you guys are okay." Justin's voice carried a hint of loneliness. After hanging up, Justin leaned back on the hotel couch, smoking a cigarette, with a grim expression on his face. "President Cooper, when can we leave?" the female artist asked fearfully. "After dawn." Justin didn't know whether Andrew found out about their plan, so he didn't dare leave the hotel in fear that it would get Chloe into trouble. It was already 3 a.m. when Jack arrived at 39 Road. This area was a well-known historical district of the city, filled with Western-style mansions preserved from World War II during the invasion. Mayor Hall loved retro buildings, so he bought a mansion here, but later gifted it to Bella for her birthday, because she liked it too. However, she rarely lived here. The old Western mansion was dimly lit. Jack frowned as he pressed the doorbell. Like Chloe, for some reason, he felt restless as well, as if something bad was about to happen. He pressed the doorbell a couple of times, but no one opened the door. Just as he was about to leave, the door opened slowly, with a creak. Jack then saw Bella, who was wearing a navy blue nightrobe and wearing delicate makeup on her face. "Come in." Bella's expression was lifeless, and Jack followed her in after a moment's hesitation. The lights in the living room were dimly lit, and a decanter full of Lafite sat on the coffee table. There were 2 glasses, one with wine and one without. After sitting down, Bella poured Jack a glass. "I'm not here to drink." Jack's voice was icy. "I know. Just say what you want to say." "Haha, what's the hurry?" Bella smiled bitterly. "The photo you sent me. Scary, right? Andrew did it to you?" Jack frowned. He hated men who hit women. It was a sign of incompetence and worthlessness. If Andrew was really the one who cut Bella's back in such a heartless manner, he wasn't fit to be called a man. Bella bit on her lips and didn't say anything. Rather, she picked up her wineglass and drank everything in it. "Jack, I miss being a child. Back then, although my parents weren't with me, I didn't have much to worry about. The more a person grows up, the more they lose, and the unhappier they become. Humans are so greedy, yearning for things that they can't have and going over the top to obtain them." "Mm-hmm." Jack nodded, not disagreeing with what Bella said. She then poured herself another glass of wine. After taking a sip, she continued, "Back then, my life in Italy was good. I thought I would live there for the rest of my life and ask my parents to move to Italy with me after they retire in 5 years. But you know how stubborn my dad is. He doesn't like the culture of anywhere but our country. I went to the States a couple of times and watched you from far away. I often wonder if I was brave enough to go up to you and tell you how I feel about you. Even so, I wouldn't accept you. Chloe is the only woman I'll ever love." Jack interrupted her. Indeed, back then, the only woman on his mind was Chloe. All he wanted was to win his 7-year deal with his father, go back to the country, and marry her. Therefore, even if Bella chased fervently after him back then, he still wouldn't have agreed to date her. I know, but at least I won't have any regrets. Once you do something, you won't have any regrets, even if you fail. Then, Bella picked up her wine glass again. Jack, on the other hand, was losing his patience. If you don't like your life right now, just get divorced and leave him. Leave him? Haha, I wish it were that simple. Bella smiled bitterly. He threatened you? Jack guessed, and Bella quickly changed his subject. How is Mr. Dawson doing? Not well. I heard he has a brain tumor. Are the chances of surviving surgery high? No, Jack said truthfully. I hope Mr. Dawson can survive this. He's such a great person. Bella looked down. Jack noticed that her eyes drifted around and her words seemed somewhat incoherent. What did you want to say to me? Jack asked icily. He didn't want to waste any more time with her anymore. If she didn't send him that gross photo, and if it weren't for Mayor Hall, he wouldn't have even come. He never cared about whether Bella was doing well and whether she was alive or dead. After some silence, Bella said, Jack, stop fighting Andrew. You can't win. You're funny. I never wanted to fight anyone, but he's the one who stirred up all this trouble, giving me no chance to counterattack, and you're asking me to stop fighting him? I think you're talking to the wrong person. Jack was speechless. No, what I mean is, just give him whatever he wants. Don't go against his wishes. He has no bottom line. None of us can defeat him, because he's a demon with no heart. Impossible. I'd rather die than give him Chloe. Not in this life, nor in the next life, Jack said, with determination. Bella picked up her wine glass. Drink this wine. I won't try to persuade you out of anything again. Jack picked up the wine glass and looked at it quietly before asking, Did you put something in the wine? Bella had been offering him wine ever since he entered her mansion, so there must be something wrong with the wine. A cautious person like Jack would never fall for something as childish as this. As expected, Bella immediately panicked upon hearing what he said. No, there's nothing in there. I can take a sip first to prove it to you. You can take a sip, because you have the antidote. Bella, don't play tricks on me. It's useless, Jack said as he got up to leave. Bella, however, suddenly ran up to him and tightly grabbed his waist. What are you doing? Let go of me. Jack, can you stay here with me tonight? I promise it's the last time. I'll never follow you around again, Bella begged him, as tears streamed down her face. Forget it. I would never do that. Jack tried to pry Bella's hands away from him, but she refused to let go. She used all the strength in her body and latched onto him like glue. Please, Jack, you're the only man I've ever truly liked. Please don't leave me with any regrets, okay? Bella struggled hard, leaving her nightrobe in such a mess as if she had been molested or something. Jack was speechless by what she was doing. If he had known, he wouldn't have shown mercy and come looking for her. Chloe was still waiting for him at home. He really didn't want to stay a moment longer. However, no matter how hard he tried to leave, Bella refused to let go. In the end, Jack got so angry that he threw her hands off of him with one hand and slapped her with the other. Pa! This was the first time Jack had ever hit a woman. Bella, wake up and take a look at yourself. Your dad will be disappointed to see you like this, he said. After adjusting his shirt collar, he left Bella's mansion with an angry expression on his face. Bella covered her cheek and fell onto the ground, her expression filled with despair. She wondered how things with Jack ended up like this. She was supposed to act like a proud goddess in front of him, not embarrass herself to this degree. Bella secretly wanted to be Chloe, a woman liked by all men. But the reality was harsh. The living room fell dead silent after Jack left. 3 minutes later, a long shadow appeared in the dim mansion. Tsk, tsk. Jack is sure devoid of compassion. I'm sorry. I did what you asked me to do, but he's smart and figured it out. He didn't drink the wine and didn't touch me. I'm sorry. I tried my best. Shivering from terror, Bella apologized non-stop. The man slowly walked up to her, Then, he held up his hand to help her up. "Bella, look how scared you are. How could I ever blame you? Come on, it's cold on the floor. Get up." Bella wasn't used to this man's gentle tone. Shaking, she got up. Seeing the smile on the man's face only made her more terrified. "I'm sorry that I failed you," Bella apologized again out of fear. "It's okay. What you did was good enough." The man smiled as he gently caressed Bella's cheeks. On the way back, Jack drove very slowly. He kept on thinking about Bella's exact purpose for calling him over tonight, as drugging him shouldn't be her end goal. When he returned to South Hill Manor, Chloe was asleep from exhaustion. Jack carefully laid down beside her and hugged her tightly from behind. When she woke up, he was going to tell her all the secrets of her identity. If Chloe wanted to go find her family, he would follow her to the ends of the earth. If Chloe didn't want to, he would respect her decision. At 6 a.m, there was chaos downstairs. "Young master, someone is here." Uncle George knocked and shouted. "Okay, I got it." After Jack responded, Chloe woke up with a start. "Sweetie, what's going on? What happened?" Chloe woke up and groggily asked, "I'm not sure either. I'll go find out." "No, I'm coming with you." Chloe immediately lost her sleepiness. She sat up, went to wash, and headed downstairs with Jack. When they arrived downstairs, they saw the lobby full of police officers. "What's going on?" Seeing so many cops here early in the morning meant that something bad had happened. "Mr. Dawson, I'm captain of the Major Crimes Unit." "Major Crimes Unit?" Jack's eyebrows rose, as it was the first time he saw a police officer from that department. It was more mysterious than Noah's department. He heard that this department was under the direct jurisdiction of the provincial government and only appeared for big cases. Why did they come at this point in time? "Mr. Dawson, we have reason to suspect that you're related to a murder case that took place last night. Please come with us." "I think you guys make a mistake. How could my husband kill somebody?" Chloe was confused. "Mrs. Dawson, your husband was the only one who saw Mayor Hall's daughter last night, so we have reason to suspect." "Wait, do you mean Bella is dead?" Hearing this made Chloe's expression change. "That is correct." "What? Bella died?" Jack was beyond surprised as well. "Yes. How could that be?" Chloe couldn't believe the sudden news. The leading police scanned Jack and Chloe's faces and coldly said, "Ms. Hall died around 3 a.m. this morning. After investigation, we found that Mr. Dawson's car was the only one that stopped by her mansion. There were no other suspects." "How did she die?" Jack said, thinking back to Bella's abnormal behavior last night. He did find it a bit strange, but he didn't think that a living, breathing human being would die just a few hours after he saw her. "Her death was brutal. We have to keep the details confidential for now. Mr. Dawson, please come with us. We have some questions we need to ask you." Okay, Jack didn't kill anybody, so he feared nothing. Honey, Chloe, on the other hand, didn't want to let Jack's hand go. "It's fine. I'm only there for questioning. I'll be back soon. I believe that the law is just." Jack turned around and comforted Chloe. Then he got onto the police vehicle and left. Seeing Jack leave made Chloe feel extremely uneasy. She had no idea that Jack's departure would hurt her forever. At 8 a.m, every media outlet in the city covered the giant murder case. The horror of this case shocked the entire country. An article named "The Mayor's Daughter Tragically Dies in Her Home, GK's President Seems to Be the Murderer" was reposted on the internet many times. The article briefly described Bella's time of death and the news of Jack's detainment by the police. Bella's exact way of death, however, was not disclosed. Apparently, it was confidential information for now. Mayor Hall was at a conference out of the city, but he came back to the city and went straight to the morgue with his wife. When he heard the news that his daughter was dead. "Honey, I don't believe it. This can't be true. Bella can't be dead. That's not our daughter." Mrs. Hall kept on crying as if she couldn't accept this cruel truth. She held Mayor Hall's hand and was hesitant to enter. "Mayor Hall, you should go in. Identifying the body is very important to the police department." The director of the city bureau cautiously followed behind Mayor Hall. Mayor Hall's face was filled with sorrow, as he knew his daughter was gone as soon as he got the news. He couldn't get through to Bella's phone, and his wife told him that their daughter had not been home for 2 days, nor did she contact her. He asked Andrew, but the latter said that he had no idea. That man only knew how to have fun, and he cared very little about Bella's well-being. With unbearable sorrow, Mayor Hall walked in with his wife's hand in his own. Bella's body quietly laid beneath the white bedsheet. "Mayor Hall, can you take a look?" "Okay." Mayor Hall nodded as he shakily said a single word. He slowly walked towards the covered corpse. "Mayor, just to let you know, it might be unbearable. You should be mentally prepared." The director of the city bureau reminded him, but what Mayor Hall saw as soon as he lifted the sheet scared his soul was out of his body. Mrs. Hall screamed in horror. Their assistants gagged as well as the sight was unacceptable. The director of the city bureau turned his head off to the side and didn't want to look straight at the corpse. How could this be? At this moment, Mayor Hall's face was completely drained of blood. The murderer's method was extremely cruel. When we found the body, the scene was extremely bloody. We didn't disclose it to the public due to you and your late daughter's reputation. Mayor Hall turned his head as well, as he had no more strength to look at the remains of Bella. He couldn't believe that the dead body parts on the bed belonged to his beloved daughter, that classy, elegant, and graceful girl. Bella's face didn't change significantly. She was easily identifiable, except for the fact that it was pale and drained of blood. As for beneath her head, everything else was separated. Her limbs and torso were all mutilated. The director of the city bureau stiffly explained, "Our forensics team ran strict tests on her. We found out that Ms. Hall's murderer was somebody who excels in the medical sciences and an expert in the field of human anatomy. Otherwise, they would not be able to use such an advanced method of disembodiment. Not only did this person kill her, they even chopped her up. It was unacceptable, especially to her loved ones." When Mrs. Hall heard this, she couldn't take it anymore. She knelt down on the ground and cried, "Bella, my poor daughter, how could you leave Daddy and Mommy? Don't you know you're our one and only baby? You're the light of our lives." "Mommy, sorry. I shouldn't have forced you into doing what you didn't like. My daughter, come back. It's my fault. I failed you." Mrs. Hall howled and struck sorrow into everybody's hearts. The police covered Bella's broken body with the white sheet. Mayor Hall could not hold his tears anymore and let them fall freely. Unlike Mrs. Hall's heart-wrenching crying, he lightly wiped away tears with the sleeve of his shirt. However, anybody could see that his heart was ripped in two. Who found her, and when did they find her? Mayor Hall suppressed his sadness and asked, "Her neighbors found her. Apparently her blood seeped through the floor and created a sanguinary smell. The homeowner woke up early to walk her dog. It was her golden retriever that smelt it and kept on barking. She found it weird and called the police. When we got there and broke in, we found Ms. Hall's body was in the bathroom, and she had been gone for a while already. She had no clothes on, and her body parts were severed. Her blood flowed out of the bathtub and onto the ground. Her head and body were found in the bathroom, and her limbs were in the living room." Stop talking. Mayor Hall might have been mentally strong, but he ran out of the strength to keep listening. "Did you catch the murderer? We found a suspect. But..." The city bureau chief paused. "Tell me," Mayor Hall demanded. "According to our investigations, Ms. Hall passed around 3 a.m. The only person who went to her place around that time was the president of GK, Mr. Jack Dawson. That's it. We also found texts between them on Ms. Hall's phone. We have Mr. Dawson in custody for questioning right now. We believe that we'll have an answer very soon." It was Jack? Mayor Hall couldn't believe his ears. "Impossible. How could Jack do something like this?" Mrs. Hall said through her tears. They both couldn't believe that Jack would be the person to kill their precious daughter. "We don't believe it either, but the evidence shows that he's the main suspect. We'll investigate further. After a moment of silence, Mayor Hall said slowly as he clenched his fists, "I don't care who the murderer is. I want them dead. Their life for my daughter's life." Mayor Hall only had one daughter, and due to work, he rarely spent time by her side when she was young. Even so, he still treated Bella the best he could, and always hoped that after retiring in a few years, he could care for his grandchildren with his wife. He didn't think that this would happen. What about Andrew? Mr. Green is mourning too. He already came and identified the body. No, where was he to the time of the murder? Obviously, Mayor Hall didn't trust his son-in-law. Oh, we've investigated into that. Last night at 12, Mr. Green left Seductive Fox with the famous movie star, Miss Emery, and they went to her apartment. He never left either. He found out that Miss Hall was dead this morning. Bastard! Hooking up with women even when Bella's dead? Mrs. Hall spat angrily. Mayor, about this incident. Go on with the investigation and find sufficient evidence. As I've said, no matter who killed my daughter, they're going to be buried with her. After saying this, Mayor Hall deeply sighed and walked away. The feeling of saying goodbye to one's child was unimaginable and unbearably painful. Mayor Hall seemed to have aged a decade within the span of a moment. As for Mrs. Hall, she fainted before she could even leave the city bureau. The incident was named Major Homicide 327 by the Provincial Major Crimes Unit. It was considered major because the murder's method was extremely cruel. They did not only kill the victim, they even systematically dismembered her body and made the apartment overflow with blood. Inside the city bureau, Jack was brought back as a suspect and found it quite odd. He sat in the enclosed interrogation room as the supervisor of the Major Crimes Unit sat opposite to him. You are Mr. Jack Dawson, correct? Yes. Jack nodded. Where were you at 3 this morning? The police looked sternly at Jack and demanded. At Bella's apartment. Jack was honest. What were you doing there? She texted me, asking me to meet her there. She said that she had something important to tell me. What happened then? The police officer asked. I went and talked to her. We had a small argument. She wanted me to drink, but I sensed that there was something in the wine. So, I didn't drink it. When I tried to leave, she stopped me and I slapped her. What happened after? After that, I left. Where did you go? Home. The security camera at your house showed that you arrived home at 3:45, the police officer said. Normally, with the speed of your car, it shouldn't have taken more than 20 minutes for you to arrive home from Bella's place. What do you mean by that? Jack unpleasantly looked at the policeman sitting across from him. What I meant was, what did you do in those 20 minutes? I didn't do anything. I drove slowly because I was in a bad mood. I drank a bit beforehand too, so I obviously drove slowly because I was under the influence. Okay, say that you really left Bella's house. The footage showed that you were the only one who stopped by her place, and she was found dead a few hours later. She might have committed suicide. Jack thought back to Bella's behavior last night. She was acting crazy, speaking incoherently and without logic. Committing suicide wasn't out of the question. Haha. Do you think that somebody would dismember themselves? I bet even God himself can't do something like that. What did you say? The murderer dismembered her? Jack caught onto the keyword. Bella died a horrible death. The forensics team ran tests and determined that she was choked to death with a rope and then dismembered. The sight was ungodly. The murderer's technique was so precise that they must be a medical practitioner. Normal people would never be able to dismember somebody with such precision. Dismemberment. Jack's eyes opened wide in shock. We're curious too. I wonder what type of animosity existed between you two that would lead you to not only kill her, but to chop her up into pieces. I didn't kill her. Jack calmly defended himself. Murderers don't admit to their crimes, the police officer sneered. I'm not a murderer. The police have to go about the case. According to the evidence. Sir, please watch your language. Jack was infuriated. The police officer seemed very hostile towards him and was already sure that he was the murderer. The captain lowered his head and slammed a thick file in front of Jack. You want evidence? I have it. We checked your texts and calls. You're the only person Bella contacted on the day of her death. That can't prove anything, Jack calmly replied. You're the only one who appeared at the time of her death. Anything else? We looked at the coroner's report. There were your skin sheds inside the cuts of Bella's body. I told you, I had an argument with her, and we had physical contact. It's not abnormal for her to have my skin sheds on her body. Yes, and the most interesting thing is that you studied medicine for 7 years in the United States? So what? Jack coldly replied. We have reason to believe that you are not only an excellent president of a conglomerate, but you're also an excellent doctor. You are capable of the dismemberment of this high level. That's funny. What motivation do I have? Jack snickered in disdain. We have reason to suspect that had an affair with Bella. She threatened you and forced you to divorce your wife, whom you love very much. You were unhappy with that, so you confronted her when you two didn't reach an agreement, and you might have killed her by accident. Perhaps you regret cheating on your wife with her and felt sorry for your wife. You hated her too, so after killing her, you chopped her up to release your anger. Are you accusing me of having an affair with Bella? What a bunch of nonsense. Jack thought that the cop had a talent for story-making. It was too far from reality. What is this then? Dominic, the captain, asked as he handed Jack a red diary. Jack took it and slowly opened it. Dominic continued, We found Bella's diary in her house. She recorded her affair with you in detail. You didn't want anyone to find out and were very secretive. She loved you so much and used it against you, making you divorce your wife. That did not please you at all. We ran tests. It was her own handwriting. Seeing the diary made Jack's blood turn cold. He finally understood that he fell right into the very trap Andrew laid for him. Andrew already began spreading his web when he first threatened Jack. Forcing him to divorce Chloe was only a cover-up. Andrew's real intention was to put him to death. Murder was punishable by death, and the method of killing was so cruel as to dismember her after the fact. Who was Bella? She was the daughter of Mayor Hall. It seemed like Jack wouldn't be able to ever prove his innocence, since all the evidence pointed to him being the biggest and only suspect. They could go straight to court and prosecute him with all the evidence at hand. What? You can't defend yourself anymore? Dominic stared at Jack and coldly asked, No, I just think that given everything, I surrender. What do you mean by surrender? I was set up. If I said someone set me up, would you believe me? Jack asked as he smiled helplessly. He once wondered if Andrew would hire a hitman and assassinate him, but he never thought that Andrew would commit such a heinous crime just to get to him. No matter how much Jack hated Bella, he would never go so far as to dismember her. She was a living, breathing person. He wouldn't kill her like livestock. Thinking about how Bella passed away so tragically made Jack's heart ache. Who set you up? Dominic took an interest in that subject. Even if I said it, you wouldn't believe it. How would I know if you don't say it? I guess that when Bella died, Andrew had an alibi, right? Andrew? Bella's husband? Dominic was taken back by surprise. Jack remained silent. Dominic continued to say, You're right. Andrew failed as a husband. He was having an affair with a superstar, Emery. Somebody saw them drink at Seductive Fox until 12, and then he drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom to Emery's apartment. He never left. There was security footage, and Emery can testify. They only found out this morning when we informed them. They were quite surprised too. I knew it. Ha ha. Jack laughed bitterly. Andrew had high stakes this time and paid with a human life, giving Jack no room to breathe. You think Andrew did it? Officer, he asked. Isn't it your job to find the murderer? Is it any use asking me? You wouldn't believe me, even if I told you it was him. Actually, Mr. Dawson, I am a bit curious. How could you do something like this? You had it all. A high status, a lovely wife, friends, family. What drove you to commit murder? Our psychological analysts analyzed your behavior lately. You were stressed due to financial fluctuations in your family, and you had no way to take it out. At that time, Ms. Hall, who had been crushing on you for a long time, came to you, and the two of you had an affair. You regretted it and didn't want your wife to know, so you didn't want Ms. Hall to expose you. You were wavering between the two women. Some of your company's employees saw Ms. Hall argue with you in the front foyer. It's because of this, no? When under stress, people lose the ability to think and analyze. It's not entirely impossible for you to commit murder under that state of mind. It's only cruel for you to dismember her. After all, you had a physical relationship with that woman. Dominic was subjective and opinionated, and he often thought he was right. So, he speculated the above using the evidence he obtained. Jack indifferently scanned him. As I've said, I didn't kill or dismember anyone. You can't just say that you didn't do it. The evidence is right in front of you. We are taking you into custody. We will officially press charges in a week. Upon hearing this, Jack remained silent. I heard that your lawyers are very good at their jobs. I look forward to speaking with them. I want to see how they can free a murderer. Haha, you're making it sound as if I'm the murderer for sure. If I'm not, you'll be so ashamed of yourself. Jack sneered. Really? I look forward to that day then. I want to see my wife. Jack suddenly really wanted to see Chloe. When he left, he had told her not to worry and that he would be right back. It looked like he wouldn't be able to go back for a while. With all the evidence at hand, he was marked as a murderer. He would be detained at the bureau until his trial date. Sorry, other than your lawyers, you're not allowed to see anyone, including your family. Jack fell silent once again. Take him away, Dominic ordered, and 2 cops brought Jack away from the interrogation room. When Noah arrived at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Jack was already brought into the interrogation room. He didn't see Jack until he walked out. Jack, what the hell happened? Noah charged towards him. I didn't kill her, that bastard set me up. Jack said bastard instead of Andrew, but Noah caught on immediately. Sir, he's my best friend. I grew up with him. I know what he's like. He would never kill anyone. Noah, the law's absolute. There are no friends or family in the face of the law. The evidence is right there in front of us. What you're saying right now does not matter at all. Take him away. Dominic coldly instructed, and the 2 officers brought Jack away key. That made Noah extremely anxious. Mr. Dominic, can I join the investigation? I need to find faults in this case. Sorry, I can't allow that due to your special relationship with the suspect. You would be going into the case with personal emotions attached. Noah, you've only been in the criminal police squad for a few years, and I've spent decades in the major crimes unit. Don't doubt my judgment, okay? After speaking, Dominic turned and left. Noah scratched his head out of anxiety, as he'd no idea how to handle the situation. At last, he charged into the office of the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Noah, I want to help, but we have no say in it anymore. The mayor is enraged. He lost his daughter. Nobody else knows his pain. You saw the people from the provincial government. The major crimes unit took complete control of the case. Let it go. Can't you give me some wiggle room? Do you really need me to go to my father? It's useless, even if you do. Your father isn't brave enough to talk to the mayor about this incident. Let it go. The director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau waved and chased Noah out of his office. Bringing out his father, an officer in the Provincial Public Security Bureau, was useless. It looked like Mayor Hall had given absolute orders. Right when Noah left the bureau, Chloe called. He hesitantly picked up. Noah, what's going on now? How's Jack? Chloe anxiously asked. Noah hesitated. He didn't want to tell Chloe because she might be sad. Noah, where are you right now? I'm outside the municipal bureau. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Before Noah could finish his sentence, Chloe interrupted him and hung up. 18 minutes later, Chloe arrived outside the bureau in her Audi R8. Chloe, the truth is, Chloe immediately cut him off. Noah, let's talk later. Take me inside first. I need to see Jack. Then, she tried to pull Noah inside, but he didn't budge. What's wrong? Confused, Chloe looked at Noah, who was wearing a dejected look on his face. Chloe, you can't see him. What do you mean? She froze. You can't see Jack. Why not? Chloe asked as her heart sank. He's detained. Detained? What do you mean? Wasn't it just an interrogation? Chloe was dumbstruck. Noah explained slowly. After her death, Bella left a lot of evidence that pointed to Jack. Mayor Hall takes this case very seriously and already asked the Provincial Major Crimes Unit to intervene. They're a resolute bunch and decided to detain him first and put him on trial next week. For what? Chloe asked with a trembling voice, and Noah replied, They've accused him of murder. What if he's convicted? Chloe's heart was in her throat when she asked this. After struggling for a few seconds, Noah looked down and replied quietly, You should know about our country's laws. People convicted of murder will face a death sentence. Moreover, this is more than just a murder. The corpse was dismembered. The Provincial Bureau placed this case as a priority, naming it Major Homicide 317. Upon hearing this, Chloe stumbled back a few steps, almost falling off the steps outside the bureau. Noah caught her just in time and tried to console her. Chloe, don't think too much about it. Jax has GK's legal team helping him. Plus, there's no way he committed murder. If we can find more proof, we would be able to clear his name. Of course, he would never murder Bella. We were together this entire time. He only went to her house for a little while. Where would he have the time to kill anyone? You were with him? Then why? Noah paused abruptly. Chloe looked at him with teary eyes. I know Jack's immediate family cannot be his time witness. Indeed. So what if Chloe could prove that she was with Jack at the time? She was his wife. Even if they were divorced, her testimony would still be invalid. That a-hole Andrew. How long did he plan this out? Where did he get so much proof? Every cell in Noah's body lit up in fury as he thought about what Jack said just now. Chloe wiped away her tears. She blamed herself. Yeah, I wonder how long that scumbag planned this out for. I shouldn't have let Jack go last night. It's all my fault. It's not your fault. Even if you didn't let Jack go, Andrew would have thought of something else. Andrew, you psycho. Chloe clenched her fists hatefully. Chloe, you should go home and wait for my phone call. I'm going to ask my dad for help. See if he can arrange for you to see Jack. That'd be best. Chloe looked at Noah with teary eyes. She really wanted to see Jack right now. Noah, do you know any details of Bella's death? Do you know what kind of proof they have? I don't. I'm not qualified to participate in this case. And the evidence is completely sealed off. Aside from the Bureau and Bella's parents, no one even knows how she died, let alone details. Okay, I understand. Chloe nodded. Chloe, go home and get some rest. You look awful. Okay. After saying goodbye to Noah, Chloe got into her Audi. Rather than going back to South Hill Manor, however, she drove straight to the Green Corporation. When Chloe arrived outside the Green Corporation, Andrew was just getting on his Rolls-Royce to meet with a client. To his surprise, he saw Chloe's Audi R8 speed towards his car from his rearview mirror. With a bang, Chloe smashed her car into Andrew's with all her might. The good thing was, their cars were sturdy. If either of them were driving a small Japanese or Korean sedan, they would have been squished into human patties. My little sister Chloe is really angry this time. Andrew didn't show any hint of nervousness. Rather, he smiled. Upon seeing that he was fine, Chloe immediately backed her car up before stepping on her gas pedal again. The deafening sound of two cars colliding shocked the pedestrians in their steps. They thought Chloe and Andrew were filming some kind of disaster film. Chloe really went all out this time. She was determined to crush Andrew into pieces. The second time around, Chloe slammed Andrew's car right onto the walls of the Green Corporation. Then, she backed up, and for the third time, drove right into Andrew's Rolls-Royce. If she crashed into his again, Andrew in his Rolls-Royce would probably. He quickly opened his car door and rolled out, right before Chloe crashed into his car. With a bang, the Rolls-Royce was immediately disfigured, and the impact caused the airbags in Chloe's car to spring out. It seemed like she sustained internal injuries as well. Chloe raised her arm to wipe off the blood on the corner of her lips. Then, she ignoring the sharp pain in her body, and got out of the car. She walked straight up to Andrew, grabbed his collar, and slapped him on the face with all the strength she had in her. Her palm turned red from the searing pain. "Little sister Chloe, you sure seem angry." Andrew covered his face and smiled. Chloe was probably the only one in this world he would never be angered by, even if she hit him. Truth be told, Andrew indulged Chloe even more than Jack did. He was willing to let her commit murder and arson, as long as she wanted to. He was willing to destroy the world with her. Therefore, in his eyes, Chloe's anger was naive and cute. "Andrew, I always thought you were despicable, but recently, I realized that you're unsalvageable and out of your mind. I never thought you would kill Bella so ruthlessly, and never thought you would force Jack out with my identity. The only thing you want to do is destroy him. In the past, I thought you weren't a good man, but at least you had morals. But, boy, was I wrong. You have no morals. You can't even be considered as a human." For a brief second in the past, Chloe thought Andrew was a nice guy. He bought her medicine when her stomach hurt and brought her breakfast, midnight, snacks, and all sorts of skincare products. She even took his considerate actions as a sign that he was a good person. He gave her presents and sometimes teased her on Snap. Chloe was about to change his view towards him and stop treating him with animosity. But, after Timothy's death, Andrew assumed power at the Green Corporation and became more unscrupulous than ever. All his actions were targeting Jack. Chloe knew it was because of her. That was what made her even angrier. If Andrew's feelings towards her killed Jack, she would feel more than guilty. How would she be able to face Mr. and Mrs. Dawson, who treated her like their own daughter? "Chloe, have I ever told you how much I love you?" Andrew touched the bruise on her face and smiled gently at Chloe. He was probably the only person capable of professing his love at a time like this. "Love? Haha. Do you know what love is?" Chloe smiled sarcastically. It was ironic and amusing to hear the word love come out of a person like Andrew's. "Of course I do. Love is giving the best to her and making her stay with me for the rest of our lives." Andrew's definition of love was unique and domineering. To him, love was possession. Love was two people being together for the rest of their lives. It wasn't about understanding, forgiving, compromising, putting himself in the other person's shoes, or not letting anything bad happen to the other person. Haha, forget it. A person like you shouldn't be in a relationship. Your love is too heavy. I can't withstand it. Yes, you can. You're the only person on this earth who can deserve my love. Chloe, leave Jack. He and Justin don't really love you. Jack likes you because he's proud of your talent, and Justin wants you because he can't have you. I'm the only person who truly loves you. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for this day. I finally empowered myself and climbed to the top, just so I can have the right to tell you that I love you. The truth is, I can give up all my wealth and status, really. If you let me, I can give you everything I have, as long as you're willing to be with me. I have everything Jack has, and everything that he doesn't. I can also help you find your family. Isn't that for the best? Andrew's expression was filled with sincerity. Chloe had never seen his eyes so clear and pure. They weren't tainted, nor filled with an objective. He looked like a young teenager professing his feelings to his longtime crush. Forget it, Andrew. I am only capable of loving Jack in this life. I will never leave him. What if he dies? So will I, Chloe answered without thinking. Haha, you won't die. You'll live on, even without Jack. Cut the crap, Andrew. I'll never forgive you for everything you've done. I don't need you to forgive me, and I don't need you to understand me. All I'm doing is taking you back." Then, Andrew walked up to her and reached out to move Chloe's messy bangs out of the way. However, she was incredibly cautious and reached out to scratch Andrew's face. The security guard immediately ran up and held her back. "Let go of her." "President Green, this crazy woman is really dangerous. She almost—" "Are you deaf? I told you to let go of her!" Andrew angrily glared at the security guard, who immediately let go of Chloe. Chloe stared quietly at Andrew's face for a long time. Then, she said, "You want to keep playing?" "Sure, let's keep playing. Do you think you can control everything?" "Fine, I'll turn it around. No one in the world can hurt Jack, because he's my man. Just you wait, let's see who wins this round." After her domineering threats, Chloe turned around and walked away, leaving her broken Audi R8 where it was. Andrew watched as Chloe's small figure disappeared. With a smile, he muttered to himself, "You're so cute when you're being stubborn." On her way home, Victoria called her, "Chloe." "Victoria, what's going on?" "I can't explain it in a few words. Let me head over to your place." Then, Chloe asked the taxi driver to take her to Victoria's home. To her surprise, however, Justin and Brenton were also there. "You're hurt?" Justin jumped up nervously upon seeing Chloe. "I'm fine." Chloe coughed a couple of times, feeling waves of pain from her chest. Just now, she really gave it all she had. But it wasn't out of impulsivity. If she could really kill him, then everything would be over. However, Chloe lowered her head and sat down on the couch in Victoria's and Brenton's living room. "Chloe, what's going on? Were you just in a fight?" she asked worriedly upon seeing how haggard Chloe looked. "I was just in a tiny accident." "A tiny accident?" Victoria repeated in confusion. "I went to the Green Corporation and slammed my car into Andrew's. My Audi R8 is scrap metal now." "Are you crazy?" Justin was the first one to shout angrily. "I really wanted him to die. If he doesn't die, Jack will," Chloe said slowly. This was the truth. Andrew was completely crazy. He had no bottom line, so as long as he was alive, he would think of 1,000 other ways to deal with Jack. "There are other ways to kill him. You didn't have to do it yourself. I thought you were a F-King genius, but now it seems like you're no more than a stupid head," Justin said as he angrily walked up to Chloe. He grabbed her by the arm and began dragging her towards the door. "Where are you taking me?" "The hospital." "No, you have to. I'm fine." Still. Just like that, Justin forcibly dragged Chloe into his Lamborghini and drove her to the hospital. Department of Cardiothoracic Surgery, the first hospital. The doctor looked at Chloe's chest x-ray and said slowly, "Dr. Green, it's a good thing that you didn't injure your organs. You sustained minor injuries in your chest. Be careful in the future and drive safely." "I got it. Thank you, doctor." "You're welcome. I'll prescribe you with some anti-inflammatories. Go home and get some rest. If you're still in pain, set up an anti-inflammatory drip and you'll feel better." Okay. Although Chloe only sustained minor internal injuries, Justin's heart broke into pieces. He even wished that he was the one who had gotten hurt instead. The atmosphere between them was grim when they walked out of the cardiac department. Justin was furious. Furious that Chloe would disregard her own life to kill Andrew. "Justin, are you mad at me?" "Forget it. No one can stop you if you're trying to die. Don't be mad at me. I was just too angry." "Still, you shouldn't have tried to die with him, idiot." Justin stared angrily at Chloe. He really wanted to pinch her face for being so hell-bent on. "Jack is really in trouble this time," Chloe said after biting her lips. "He didn't commit murder. The truth will come out soon, right?" "No. The evidence is damning." Andrew planned everything. He killed Bella and perfectly framed Jack for it. His plans were foolproof. "Then why didn't the police arrest Andrew?" Justin asked. "He has a time witness." "Don't worry, I'm sure the law will prove him innocent." "No, the law will kill him." "If they really go by legal procedures, Jack's going to die," Chloe said dejectedly. "Then what do you want to do?" Justin frowned as he glanced at Chloe, worried that she might do something stupid again. I'm not sure yet. Let's talk about this. We still have time. Don't panic and don't do anything stupid. Andrew's not that easy to kill. I know, Chloe replied with her head down. She felt like she had been completely stripped of all energy. Chloe, buck up. You need to hold on. Chloe nodded. Tell me if you need me. I will. Outside the Green Corporation, security guard went up to carefully help Andrew up, but the latter kicked him to the ground, leaving him dumbstruck. President Green? If you ever touch her again, I'm going to chop you up into pieces. Andrew's icy gaze swept past the guard's innocent expression. After speaking, Andrew coughed and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. President Green, the security guard jumped up to help him. Leave. Andrew spat icily, closing himself up to the rest of the world. He raised his hand and gently pressed on his chest as a helpless smile appeared on his face. This girl was sure merciless. Ouch. Chloe disregarded her own life, smashing both of their expensive cars into putty and leaving him and herself with internal injuries. Although Andrew avoided death by jumping out of his car, the first two crashes were really hard. If Chloe wasn't the one who smashed into him, he would have returned the favor and cut that person up into pieces. However, he was willing to tolerate everything she did. He was even willing to one day die in her hands. Before Chloe came into his life, Andrew used to think he was born to endure all the pain in this world. No one knew that Chloe was the only ray of sunshine in his dark world. He was even willing to become a good man for her. But would he ever get a chance to turn into a good person? Andrew covered his chest and quietly went up to his office. Chloe, I'll never blame you, no matter what you do, he muttered ever so gently. His voice was as soft as a feather, as if he was the only one in the world who could hear how much he loved her. After Chloe left the hospital, she said goodbye to Justin and took a cab to Emery's mansion. To her surprise, Zion was the one who came to the door, wearing nothing but a bathrobe. It seemed like the rumors of Emery's going back and forth between Andrew and Zion was true. More accurately, she loved Andrew, but she slept with Zion when she felt lonely. Zion was a bit surprised to see Chloe, but the latter said calmly, "I'm here to see Emery. Come in first." Zion opened the door and let Chloe in. Today, she was wearing a black leather jacket, jeans, and short booties. She still looked like a teenager, but her outfit today proved that she was in a bad mood. "Emery, someone's here for you," Zion yelled towards the top of the stairs, and Emery walked downstairs wearing a white bathrobe. Her hair was dripping wet. It seemed like she just had a shower. Upon seeing Chloe, Emery snickered. "Well, if it isn't Mrs. Dawson—" "Oh, wait, I can't call you that anymore. President Dawson announced to the world that you're divorced. Let's talk." Chloe's gaze calmly grazed Emery's face, but the latter replied arrogantly, "What's there to talk about? Isn't our relationship clear? I thought we were enemies." She no longer needed to suck up to Chloe like she used to, and showed all her hatred towards this woman on her face. "I think you might be interested in what's in my hand," Chloe said, as she threw a file pouch onto her coffee table. Emery glanced at her, and then at Zion. "Sweetie, go upstairs. I'm going to talk to her." "Sure, take your time," Zion said, as he turned around. When he passed Chloe, he smiled. "Baby, would you like some tea?" "No," Chloe replied. She didn't like him very much and thought he played around with his words too much. "Okay then, I'll be leaving." Then, Zion went upstairs. Emery walked up to Chloe and sat down on her couch, subsequently lighting up a cigarette. "What do you want? You should take a look at this." Chloe pointed at the file pouch. Emery held a cigarette in her mouth, picked up the file pouch with one hand and opening it with the other. After looking through the various documents and photos inside, she froze for a second before showing a smile. "What do you mean by this? You only have one younger brother, and you love him very much, don't you?" Chloe asked, and Emery nodded in admission. "I do. I have a younger brother whom I love very much as well, so I get how you're feeling. but it seems like your brother is in a hurry to make money. His business is booming, but he sacrificed countless lives during that process, cutting corners with construction, orchestrating car accidents to defeat his opponent, and even bribing high-level customs officers with large sums of money. What do you think will happen if I submit these files to the police station? Emery's expression dimmed as she glared at Chloe. Are you threatening me? Sure, you can think of it that way. Chloe smiled. A long time ago, her high school classmate David told her that Emery's brother worked in construction. Her family was well known in the construction industry, and her brother was a successful young entrepreneur. However, no one knew how many secrets laid behind his success. Chloe investigated her brother a long time ago, back when Emery betrayed her. She had a feeling that this woman was bound to go head-on with her one day. Chloe just didn't expect that day would come so soon. Haha, what do you want me to do? Emery finished her cigarette and smeared it into the ashtray in front of her. Simple, just tell me the truth. What do you mean? Emery smiled at Chloe, who said, Stop playing dumb with me. When Bella died at 3 a.m., Andrew was definitely not with you. Your alibi may be able to deceive others, but you can't deceive me. I know you love him very much, so you're willing to do anything for him. The same goes for me. I love Jack very much, and I'm willing to do anything for him. So why don't we make a deal? You change your testimony at the bureau, and I'll give you all this evidence and never talk about it again. Why should I believe you? Emery sneered. Because you have no other choice. If you don't do this, I'm going to put your brother in prison. There's so much evidence here, he'll be in jail the rest of his life. Is that really what you want? Chloe, I realized that you're a ruthless woman. You're right. I've never been meek and gentle. Chloe smiled. They all say that President Dawson's wife is gentle and friendly, but I knew it was all an act. We're one and the same, willing to do anything to achieve our goals. However, you're better at hiding your true self and making everyone believe you're someone you're not. Did you know that these women are usually called manipulative bakchas? Chloe didn't get angry at her remarks and only replied faintly, As long as I can save Jack, I don't care what others say about me. Upon hearing this, Emery fell silent. She knew what her brother had been doing all these years, and the reason she didn't do anything about it was she thought she was powerful enough to keep him safe. If her brother was caught, she would be able to deal with it. If she couldn't, Andrew would still help her. But now, if Chloe's evidence really sent her brother to jail, Andrew was probably not going to do anything about it. He loved Chloe in a sick manner. Even if she killed someone, he would probably praise her. Therefore, Emery struggled. Chloe looked at her watch. I'll give you 3 minutes to make a decision. However, Emery immediately said, I don't have to think about it. I won't do it. Don't you care about your brother's future? You'd really rather provide a fake alibi for Andrew? Chloe asked with surprise. Haha, I think you've mistaken me. I have no idea what you mean by fake alibi. When Bella died, I was with Andrew the entire night. That's the truth. I didn't lie about anything. I would feel guilty if I slandered Andrew just to save my brother. Emery, do you really love him that much? Chloe looked at her with disappointment, and she replied, This has nothing to do with love. It's the truth. He was with me the night of the murder. Emery, I can't believe you would protect that devil. One day, you'll end up like Bella. Chloe gave Emery one last warning, but the latter only smiled. Thank you for your reminder, but I won't. I'm not as stupid as Bella. Great. If that's the case, then goodbye. Chloe picked up the documents and left. Before she came, Chloe thought even if Emery didn't agree to go to the police station with her, she would at least struggle or accidentally reveal information out of love for her brother. However, she didn't say anything that she wasn't supposed to. No matter what Chloe said, she still refused to admit that her alibi was fake, and insisted that she was with Andrew that night. A woman this stubborn was surely beyond help. After getting on a cab, Chloe put on her headphones and listened to the recording of their conversation just now. There weren't any loopholes at all. It seemed like the recorder and documents were prepared in vain. It was already dark outside when she arrived back at Sky Blessing Court. Chloe sat down in the empty living room and brainstormed ways she could save Jack. Just then, her phone rang. It was a video call. "Sis? Thomas? Sis, why didn't you tell me something as big as this happened at home? You even tricked Mom into coming to New Zealand. If she knew how to read English, she'll probably go crazy." Sis, are you all right? How's my brother-in-law? I saw on Global Times that he committed murder. Did he really? No, he didn't kill anyone. He was framed. How did this happen? Thomas exclaimed nervously. It's complicated, I can't explain it to you over the phone. Sis, let me come back and help you. Don't, Thomas, you can't help me. If you come back, I'll have one more weakness. What Chloe said silenced Thomas. He could feel the helplessness and despair in his sister's voice. Sis, I'm sorry for making you carry so much pressure on your shoulders for all these years, he said, filled with guilt. Don't say that. I'm your big sister. It's normal for me to protect you. Thomas, take care of Mom. Once this passes, Jack and I will go to New Zealand to visit you guys. Okay? Thomas nodded. Sis. You can do it. I believe in you. Truth be told, Chloe was happy to hear Thomas's voice at a time like this. After hanging up the video call, Chloe pulled herself back to reality. If Emery refused to admit that her alibi was fake, she would have to look for a breakthrough elsewhere. How else could she prove that Jack didn't kill Bella? After Jack's incident, everyone bustled around to help clear his name, except one calm individual. Rick stood up from his desk on the top floor of Seductive Fox and put on black leather gloves. Sir, do you really need to go yourself? His guard asked worriedly. If I go, the chances of success will be higher, Rick said, as he turned around and headed out the door. The midnight air was so quiet that it felt creepy. According to Rick's investigations, Andrew has been living alone at the Green family mansion. The private mansion that Bella used to live in had been sold for a very low price, and although Andrew had numerous estates, his favorite seemed to be the Green family mansion. After what happened between Andrew and Lily, the latter, in her fury, packed up all her things and moved out. She also stopped interfering with the Green Corporation. In less than a year, the only person left in the Green family was Andrew. He even fired all the maids. He also rarely spent any time with bed buddies, Joyce and Emery. Even if he did, he would never stay overnight. To outsiders, Andrew was becoming harder and harder to understand. The mansion was dead silent when Rick arrived. He thought a person like Andrew would have a 24-hour security detail, but he didn't. Rick suddenly remembered what Jack said before he was detained, that Andrew had two identities. A lot of things probably happened during his 6 years in Germany. Rick had followed Andrew for a long time, but he never saw him fight. Even when Jack pointed his gun at him, all he did was to smile. Andrew was an extremely shrewd and secretive man, so much so that no one could see through his heart and predict his next actions. That was what made him more horrifying than most. Rick took out a high-tech signal jammer, which blocked all the surveillance cameras around and inside the mansion. The originally clear security footages immediately turned black. Then, Rick swiftly flipped over the wall. He decided to come by himself, because sending more of his people here was the same as sending them to die. This time, he had to handle things himself, for his good friend Jack. The mansion was pitch black, and Rick carefully and quietly made his way into the yard. With an infrared scanner, he saw something moving at the end of the second-floor corridor. Therefore, he immediately climbed up without a sound. A gust of icy air blew through the windows, and Rick quickly walked up to the bed, lifted the covers, and pointed his gun at whatever was under it. Purr, purr. A fat cat tied with rope cried aloud inside the comforters, and Rick noticed that he fell into a trap. The moment he turned around, all the lights in the bedroom turned on. "My friend, I've been waiting for you," Andrew said as he played with a lighter. Rick instantly picked up his gun and aimed it at Andrew's head. My aim is very accurate. I know. Andrew smiled. Release Jack. My friend, I didn't arrest him. How am I supposed to release him? Andrew continued to smile. You're the one behind this whole thing. If you can frame him, you can also save him. What if I refuse? Andrew looked up into Rick's eyes, ever so provocatively. Then today is also the day of your death, Rick said icily. Andrew glanced at Rick's golden handgun and smiled faintly. A P226 semi-automatic handgun from Sweden. The U.S. Army officially began using it in 2010 and changed the name to MK-25. It is currently the standard gun for the U.S. Marine Corps. What a weapon, my friend. It's more than enough to kill you, Rick replied, his expression icier than ever. He didn't want to talk BS with Andrew. All he wanted was to deal with him as quickly as possible and save Jack. Rick came with two plans. 1, to threaten Andrew into releasing Jack. 2, if the first plan fails, he was going to kill Andrew and rid themselves of any future trouble. That would make saving Jack all the easier. Or else, Andrew would interfere with whoever tried to save him. You're wrong. You don't have to use such a powerful weapon to kill me. All you need is an ordinary .54 handgun. If you don't want to die, release Jack right now. I'm sorry. That seems impossible. It took me a long time to draw up such a perfect plan. Did you think capturing Jack was easy? How can I give up just like that? Yeah? If so, I have no other choice but to kill you, Rick said, as his fingers began slowly pulling the trigger. Before he could pull the trigger, however, Andrew took out his phone. Would you like to watch a video first? Sensing that something was off, Rick immediately stopped what he was doing. What are you trying to do now? I heard you're in a relationship. Your girlfriend's got a nice body. A bad feeling crept up Rick's spine as he asked, What do you want? This morning, Cece texted him saying that she was going mountain climbing with some of her friends from university. He didn't think too much about it, but could it be? Come here, let me show you a fun video. I'm sure you'll like it. Then, Andrew clicked on something and handed the phone to Rick. In the video was Cece, who was wearing a long black down jacket. Her hands and feet were tied, and her mouth was taped up. Tears were streaming down her face. She couldn't talk, so all she could do was sob loudly as someone pulled tightly onto her hair. Rick's heart ached upon watching this video, and Andrew smiled. Are you heartbroken? I heard you love her very much. Andrew, what do you want? Rick's expression was icier than ever. What do I want? What kind of question is that? You're the one who came to kill me. I don't remember offending you in the past. Rick, you're a smart man. You probably know what a minding your own business means. This is between Jack, Chloe, and I. I don't want anyone else to interfere. If you're not going to mind your own business, then I'll have to use extreme measures to make you. Let go of Cece. Family should not be implicated in our matters. Rick thought Andrew would at least play by the rules of the Black society and not drag families into issues. But to his surprise, the latter chuckled. Do you really think I'm someone who plays by the rules? Family shouldn't be inflicted. She's not your family right now. At most, she's your girlfriend. You sure care about her. Let her go, or else I'm going to kill you right now. Sure, go ahead. Then, Andrew opened the cap of his lighter and said, I recently came across an interesting item called a mini-sized bomb. It's really small and can be tied to a person's head. If I press the button in my hand, and, with a bang, anything, even an elephant, will be blown into 1,000,000 pieces, leaving nothing but their brains. Tusk, tusk, how exciting. What are you planning to do? Rick sounded calm, but his mind was tossing and turning as if he had been hit by a tornado. Your girlfriend sure is lucky. She's the first person to enjoy my new advanced weapon. If you want to kill me, go ahead. We'll see if I have the time to press the button first. F you, Andrew. Rick, who never swore, spat angrily at Andrew. But Andrew didn't care at all. If you really kill me before I press the button, then my people will have to press it with me. Haha, I'm excited to see such a beautiful female university student blow up. Let go, Cece. Rick couldn't help but howl at Andrew, who said, Sure, but you have to back off and never interfere with my matters again. Or else. Rick remained silent, but his gun was still pointed at Andrew. You have 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, I will activate the bomb. Aren't you afraid of dying? Rick asked angrily. I am, but I think it's great if a pretty girl can die with me. The truth was, Andrew was certain Rick wasn't going to shoot. Finally, Rick admitted defeat. He slowly put his gun down and repeated, for the third time, Let go of Cece. He was willing to die to save Jack, but he couldn't bear to see Cece die in front of him in such a brutal manner. Therefore, for the first time in his life, Rick admitted defeat. He felt sorry towards his friend and Chloe. When he picked Cece up from an abandoned factory, Rick finally understood why Jack was willing to risk his own life to save Chloe. Because Chloe occupied every fiber in Jack's body, and he loved her more than his own life. That was how Rick felt towards Cece. At Emery's private mansion, Zion kissed Emery's neck as he intimately asked, Emery, did you really reject Chloe's proposal? Why? You feel bad for her? Emery asked back, with slight jealousy in her tone. No, I just think, do you think it's worth it to help Andrew like this? He's a devil who doesn't care about anyone and can do anything. I think probably only Jesus is capable of punishing a man like him. I'm not helping him. He was with me last night. I'm telling the truth. Stop asking me about it. I don't want to repeat myself again. Emery's expression turned grim as she pushed away Zion's hand and rolled out of bed. That evening, Chloe found it hard to go to sleep at Sky Blessing Court. She took out her phone and browsed through news and Weibo. A lot of people cursed at her and Jack. Some of Chloe's loyal fans even commented under her Weibo, Jack is such a coward. I can't believe he's a murderer. GK's president is no better than a demon. Yeah, Chloe has to take care of Jack every time he gets in trouble. He's such a sissy, I hate him. You're right, Jack is so weak. He lost to Andrew and killed his wife as revenge. What an ass. Yeah, aren't he and his wife supposed to be geniuses? I really can't tell. Upon reading these comments, Chloe almost exploded with fury. Clicking reply all, she wrote, I never thought Mr. Dawson was weak and easy to bully. He just has a moral bottom line. If he didn't, he'd be no different from scumbags on this earth. And none of this would have happened to him. Don't be so shallow. Take some time to analyze the situation. Nothing's ever as it seems. Plus, you only ever heard of me taking care of Mr. Dawson's matters, but you've never seen him risk his life for me. Humans can only see the benefits and losses in front of them, and always disregard the truth. Stop being so unfair to us. Moreover, this is between the two of us. Outsiders do not have the right to comment. Please shut up and go to bed. We'll deal with our own family matters in private. Our IQ actually has nothing to do with you. Chloe took a deep breath in. Jack had done so much for her. When Thomas got into a car accident, he performed a high-risk surgery for him. When she was buried in negative news after performing surgery on the pregnant patient, he helped clear her name. When she and Sarah got into a fight at the nightclub and were sued, Jack provided a lawyer. When she got drunk and caused trouble, Jack was mad, but indulged her. When he was kidnapped, Jack risked his life for her. Everything that happened in the past year crossed her mind so clearly, as if everything had just happened yesterday. Victoria saw Chloe's angry post and immediately shared with a comment of her own. Chloe, you go, girl. Anti-fans are such idiots. Stop talking nonsense. If Jack is weak, then no one in this world is strong. Victoria still remembered when Jack rescued Chloe. He was shot in the heart and almost died. If a man was willing to risk his life to save a woman, he must love her to death. Every person only had one life, and only a few would risk theirs for other people. Feeling dejected, Chloe was just about to exit Weibo when Justin sent her a private message. "You sure sound angry. Do you want to come out for a drink?" "Sure." It was a first for Chloe to accept Justin's invitation. Justin wanted to console her because she was in a bad mood. But to his surprise, Chloe really agreed to come out and drink with him. It was a sensitive time, and Chloe's actions were being watched by everyone. Therefore, after some brainstorming, they decided it would be best that they met in private, and Justin's private mansion seemed like the best place to go. After Chloe crashed her Audi R8, she didn't drive any of the other cars at home because their license plates were too flashy, and she would be stalked by the paparazzi as soon as she left the house. Therefore, after changing into a low-key black sweater and placing a black baseball cap onto her head, Chloe took a cab to Justin's mansion. In the beginning, Justin felt like they shouldn't meet up alone and wanted to call Max, Brenton, and Victoria. However, to his surprise, Chloe said it was fine, and that she wanted to talk to him alone. It was already 10 p.m. when she arrived at Justin's home. Countless bottles of beer and all sorts of snacks were placed on the coffee table on his living room. Justin felt a little nervous and kept looking down at his watch, as if he were a child waiting to meet someone important. He also sent countless messages to Chloe, worried that something might happen. If it weren't for those damned paparazzi, he would have driven his Lamborghini and picked her up from Sky Blessing Court. He didn't enjoy sneaking around like a thief. Ding dong. When the doorbell rang, Justin immediately got up to open the door, and Chloe walked in holding a giant plastic bag. "What's all that?" Justin wondered, and Chloe replied, "Fruit." "Justin, I'm not a patient. Why did you buy me fruit?" "It's my first time here. Wouldn't it be awkward if I came empty-handed?" Chloe came in and casually placed the bag of fruit on the cabinet by the door. Then, she changed into slippers. Justin really didn't have any girls over. The dozen or so slippers on the shoe rack were all for men, either black, gray, or dark blue. Chloe didn't treat herself as an outsider and put on a pair of gray Totoro slippers. She smiled. "These slippers are cute. I bet they're not yours." Justin rolled his eyes at her. "I'm not that childish, all right? They're Max's, aren't they?" Chloe laughed. "Stop showing off your IQ to me. I feel like an idiot in front of you." In Justin's opinion, Chloe was sometimes so smart that he couldn't even keep any secrets from her nor prank her. How boring. "Do you have the booze ready?" Justin froze. "Didn't you ask me out to drink? Here's beer, red wine, liquor, whatever you want." The wine cellar at Justin's mansion wasn't as big as the one at South Hill Manor, but it had everything. "Something strong," Chloe said, and Justin smiled. "What do you think about vodka?" "Sure then." Justin got them 2 bottles of quality vodka. Chloe must be in a bad mood to ask for vodka. "Let's split this 500-milliliter bottle," Justin said as he poured them each a glass. Chloe sat down on the couch and took off her sweater jacket to reveal a round-collared t-shirt. It was simple, but comfortable looking. In Justin's mind, wearing simple clothes were much more attractive than random trends. He liked white clothes as well. Today, he was wearing a limited edition white Versace t-shirt with some patterns on it. Chloe glanced at the snacks on the coffee table, and then at Justin. Helpless, she said, "Bro, don't you have anything hot to eat? It's so cold outside. Is this how a super rich man like you are supposed to treat guests?" I'll order some delivery." Justin picked up his phone and was just about to dial when Chloe interrupted him. "Forget it. It's too late. We'll fill ourselves up with snacks by the time the food arrives." "What should we do then?" Justin was confused. He rarely had any guests, and therefore rarely had food at home. The snacks he prepared today were from the last time Max and Brenton came to play card games at his place. Most importantly, he never thought Chloe would ever come to his house. So, he was utterly unprepared. "Do you have any ingredients at home?" Justin wasn't sure what to say. Chloe glanced at him. Then, she got up and walked right up to the fridge. There were quite a lot of things in there, including beer and popsicles, along with some non-perishable foods. After fumbling around the fridge, she finally gathered a bunch of stuff and placed them onto the kitchen counter. What's going on? Dumbfounded, Justin asked from the kitchen door, and Chloe responded, I'm making a few dishes, or else our stomachs will hurt from the brink. Chloe was a doctor, so naturally, she was a health nut. In Justin's days, Chloe finished preparing the first dish. She turned around and handed it to him. Take this to the living room. I'll make another. Justin felt like he was dreaming as he brought the plate of green pepper and egg stir-fry out. Was Chloe, the woman he was crazily in love with, in his kitchen cooking for him? This was something he never thought would happen. What a luxury. Before Justin left the kitchen, he snuck a glance at Chloe, whose skinny figure busied about in the kitchen. Then, he felt his heart flutter. 10 minutes later, Chloe brought out another dish, broccoli and pork stir-fry. Then, she went back into the kitchen and came out with a bowl of soup. There's not a lot of condiments at your place. This was all I could make. Justin glanced down at the winter melon and vermicelli soup, feeling warmth well up in his chest. Go on, eat then. We'll start drinking. Without disguising herself, Chloe casually began digging in, as if she were all friends with Justin. The two of them didn't speak as they gobbled up the food. The truth was, Justin had tasted delicacies of every kind, so in comparison, Chloe food was only okay. However, because she was the one who made the food, Justin felt surges of happiness with each bite he took. Is the food okay? Chloe asked nonchalantly, and Justin replied with arrogance, It's meh. You should be glad that there's food to eat. Stop being so picky. Chloe smiled. Do you cook a lot at home? Justin held a bowl of rice in his hands and asked her, Not really. Ever since I married Jack, I rarely cook, because his cooking is better than mine, Chloe said. Her expression became gentler than ever at the thought of Jack. Upon seeing her like this, Justin felt a pang of jealousy. Although Jack wasn't with Chloe right now, she still felt different at the mentioning of him. She must love him very much. I saw the comments on your Weibo. You shouldn't think too much about it. Let them say what they want, and you do what you want. Justin consoled Chloe, but she shook her head. I don't care what they say about me. No matter how harsh their words are, I can just ignore them. But them saying that Jack is useless and weak really pushed my buttons. I know Jack better than anyone. We've known each other since we were teenagers, and although we weren't together all these years, we know each other better than anyone. Jack's been doing so much for me. He's willing to suffer 1,000,000 grievances just to protect me from getting hurt. Andrew's smart enough to figure out Jack's weakness, and that's why he's been pressuring him and setting him up like that. If Jack was willing to kill to get what he wants, Andrew would have died a long time ago. Upon hearing this, Justin nodded. I know, Jack is a respectable opponent. When our companies were competing against each other, he never used any despicable methods against me. I like people who are open and straightforward. Winning and losing isn't as important as a person's character. Humans are different from animals because we can feel the 7 emotions and 6 desires. We have hearts of mercy and compassion. Animals, on the other hand, act unscrupulously just to achieve their goal. I'm Jack's only weakness. A weakness he might die from. Therefore, if I don't help him at a time like this, then no one will. I can endure 100 curses about me, but 0 about him, Chloe said, as she raised her glass and smiled. I'm going to chug everything in my glass now, but you don't have to. Then, Chloe drank the entire glass of bottle, sending goosebumps up Justin's spine. Don't drink so fast, you'll get drunk. It's okay, I didn't come tonight to stay sober. Huh, aren't you afraid that I'll take advantage of you when you're drunk? Justin asked jokingly, and she looked at him with a calm expression on her face. Are you going to, though? Upon hearing this question, Justin froze for a second. Would he take advantage of her? No, he wouldn't. If he wanted to use such despicable means to get Chloe, he wouldn't have waited until this day. Chloe knew Justin well. That was why she trusted him so much. This thought touched him and made him feel despair at the same time. He was touched because Chloe trusted him, and he felt despair because it seemed like there would always be an uncrossable trench between them. And that trench was Jack. Chloe, Justin said quietly. Mm-hmm. If, and I'm saying if here, Jack doesn't make it back. What do you plan on doing? Upon hearing this, Chloe's expression turned grim and she fell silent. Are you going to die with him like last time? He asked with a heavy heart. I won't let anything happen to Jack. Andrew pushed us into such a tight corner, but I'm not going to just sit around, waiting to be chopped up into pieces. You have an idea? Justin immediately asked, and Chloe smiled. I do, but it's still in the works. I'll tell you about it later. Then, she glanced around Justin's living room. Your mansion is so luxurious. This isn't a house. It's more like an aquarium. That was exactly how she felt when looking up at all the fish swimming around. I like marine life, especially fish. Why? Chloe asked Justin with a smile, and he replied, because fish only remember things for 7 seconds before forgetting about all their troubles. I envy them. Upon hearing this, however, Chloe shook her head. I don't like that. Why not? Justin looked confusedly at Chloe. We can just ignore the bad memories, but I would never want to forget them. What if you encounter someone who means a lot to you? If you forget about them, you won't think about them. What's the fun in life then? Then, she called his name. Justin. If I die one day, will you forget me? Chloe remembered asking him this. To Justin, this question may be cruel, but it was also a possible reality. No, Justin replied faintly before adding, not until I die. Upon hearing this, Chloe fell silent. Chloe, don't ask me to forget you. I don't want to do that. I don't want to forget you, no matter what happens. Your appearance in my life is a gift from God, so please, don't strip that away from me. Last time, when Chloe took Jack's bullet out of his chest, she went into the operating room prepared to die. Before she did that, she asked Justin to forget about her with the bullet shell he gave her. It may be a liberation to Chloe, but to Justin, it was a cruel request. Even now, his heart ached from thinking about what happened back then. I won't. If you want to remember me, just remember me. Chloe didn't act selfish anymore, because she now understood the emotions Justin had towards her. Come on, finish your food. It's getting cold. Justin changed the topic. Then, he smiled and went back to eating. Chloe wasn't in a good mood, so she drank more than half a bottle. She held the glass in her hand and sighed quietly. Justin, did you know that at one time, I thought Jack and I would never be together? Back then, I thought perhaps I should settle and just be an ordinary person. I was determined to forget the past and marry Simon. But he suddenly came back into my life and changed everything. In the beginning, I was mad at him. I still liked him, but thought he was too selfish, coming and going as he wished. Who did he think he was? After I found out the truth, I realized that there wasn't a lot I could do for Jack. Rather, he's done so much for the two of us. Justin didn't say anything as he looked at Chloe silently. Her eyes twinkled like stars, and they emitted an irresistible charm when she spoke. Justin treasured these alone times with Chloe, because each time could be the last. Therefore, he chose to not interrupt her and just quietly listen to her talk. Chloe wasn't usually talkative, but her current mood and the alcohol allowed her to open her heart up to Justin and talk to him. I broke up with him 7 years ago, Chloe laughed. Now thinking back, she sure was stubborn. So you dumped him? Justin smiled. Yeah, back then, I thought his parents orchestrated the death of Uncle James, and my mother hated me. I also despised myself and ended up directing that hatred towards Jack. During the graduation ceremony, we were going to announce to the school that we would be going to the States for university, but that evening I broke up with him in front of all the teachers and students. He must have been shocked. Justin felt bad for Jack. He must have been devastated. After all, young people were more impulsive and emotional. He was, moreover, I said a lot of mean things to him. I wanted to break things off with him, because no matter how great our love was, there was a bloody human life stuck between us. This incident haunted me for 7 years, and I constantly felt out of breath from all the guilt. Jack, on the other hand, was forced to go to the States alone for 7 years. I only found out later that he left because he made a bet with his dad. He was willing to leave the country for 7 years just to come back and spend the rest of his life with me. So Jack's dream back then was? Justin felt touched by what he heard. Jack's dream back then was to marry Chloe, she said as she smiled happily, while Justin said sourly, I've got to congratulate him for achieving his goal then. The truth is, he's actually a very stubborn man. He always expresses himself through actions rather than words. In comparison, I'm not good enough for him. Jack lived alone in the States for 7 years, but I dated someone else. I think he loves me more than I love him. That was then. Right now, you don't love him any less than he loves you. Justin sought justice for Chloe, and she nodded. You're right. Love is a two-way street. After I found out how much Jack went through to be with me, I tried to make things up to him. I wanted to treat him well and protect him. But as you know, I'm useless. I'm always the one getting in trouble, and he's always the one cleaning up my messes. The few times I was able to help was because he gave me the chance to. Other than that, I really can't bring anything into our marriage. You seem to know him well. After all these years, we know each other like we know ourselves. Sometimes I can be a little impulsive, but once I calm down and analyze the situation, I would understand the reasons behind his actions. In the beginning, I was furious by Jack's request for a divorce and even cursed at him. Later, I realized that he must have had his difficulties. What difficulties? Justin asked. It's something important. I'll tell you about it in the future. So, is this your way of telling me today that you love Jack very much, and that no matter how much I like you, you still won't accept me? Justin smiled bitterly. No, I just wanted to say that a person encounters countless people throughout their lifetime and get to experience all emotions. Whether it's family, friendship, or love, we should treasure those who treat us with generosity and attentiveness. Perhaps outsiders might think that your feelings toward me are childish and that you want me because you can't have me, but I know that's not the case. The truth is, you and Jack are alike. You're both set in your ways. Once you fall in love with someone, you won't be able to fall out of it. That's why I've given up on the idea of you forgetting about me. You're right. You have authority over your own feelings, and it's rare to meet someone whom you're willing to do anything for. It's even rarer for those feelings to be reciprocated. That's why I treasure my relationship with Jack more than anything. Chloe was a chatterbox today, and often spurted her views about life and chicken soup for the soul. Justin, on the other hand, was obviously smart enough to understand what she wanted to express. Chloe's love towards Jack was undying and stood the test of time. However, even so, Justin was still unwilling to let her go. Chloe was right. There were so many people in the world with such complicated emotions. How many of those emotions were really from the heart? If it were from the heart, how long would they last? Why did the 7-year itch exist? Because people were so bored and confused that some even forgot how much they used to treasure their other half. In this messy society, how many people were really capable of spending their entire lives together? Justin, Chloe said gently, prompting him to look at her lovingly. I will forever protect Mr. Dawson. He shouldn't be the only one working for our relationship. I don't want him to one day become exhausted. He's still young, but he endured the pain that a man his age isn't supposed to endure. My heart aches for him, so I'm going to defend him until the day I die, Chloe said with determination. Okay, Justin replied with one word, but his mind was tumbling with emotions. Then, she raised her glass. I'd like to make a toast to you. Thank you for not hitting Jack when he's down. Even though you guys are love rivals, thank you for quietly solving my problems when I'm in need. Thank you for letting yourself be suspected for murder just to protect my reputation. Thank you for singing that song for me during the company's anniversary event. Thank you for all the fireworks during my birthday. Justin, you're a great guy, and you're a true gentleman. I'm not Saint Mary, nor am I a philanthropist, but the man I choose must be broad-minded and magnanimous. I despise men who use despicable means to achieve their goals. If I never met Jack, I think I would choose you to be my boyfriend because I respect so many things about you. Are you complimenting me? Justin smiled and Chloe shook her head. I was just telling the truth. You make me sound so perfect. Gosh. He raised his glass as well. Their glasses clinked before they each drank a shot. After this drink, Chloe's face began reddening. Your face is so red. Justin tilted his head and glanced at Chloe, who covered her cheeks with her hands and leaned back on the couch behind her. It's a saying that people whose faces turn red after drinking make good friends. BS. I thought you were a doctor. Why are you so superstitious? It means your liver is being overworked and can't decompose the alcohol in your body, and that's why it shows on your face. Wow, look at you. I didn't know you knew stuff like this. Amused, Chloe looked at Justin, who replied arrogantly, Who do you think I am? I was top of my class at the military academy, all right? After they finished 2 bottles, Justin stood up and was just about to go get some more when Chloe shook her hands. We should call it a night. We'll both throw up if we keep drinking. Sure, should I make you some tea? It's okay, I should go. Chloe slowly got up after looking down at her watch. So soon? Justin was a little unwilling, but Chloe said, It's been more than 3 hours. Upon hearing this, Justin looked down at his watch. She arrived at 10 p.m., and it was almost 1:30 a.m. I'll drive you home. No, it's okay. I'm not going home. I'm going to Seductive Fox. For what? Confused, Justin asked. I'm meeting Rick. We talked over Snap a while ago, and since he's good friends with Jack, I thought he might help us think of a way. I'll drive you to Seductive Fox then. No, it's okay. Rick already sent his people to pick me up. You've had a lot to drink as well. You should get some rest. Okay then, Justin said, with hints of disappointment in his tone. He then walked Chloe to the gates and didn't go back in after she got into a black Mercedes business class. After returning back to his mansion, he carefully placed the food Chloe cooked into the fridge. The next morning, he was eating the leftovers when Max walked into his house, leaving the latter in utter shock. Justin had never eaten leftovers, not once in his life. So why was he eating leftovers that didn't even look that appetizing? Max was speechless. Of course, he had no idea that Chloe made those dishes, inside a secret room on the top floor of Seductive Fox. When Chloe walked in, Rick was speaking in English with his family's headquarters in the United States. Rick, you wanted to see me? Chloe asked quietly. Chloe, sit. Rick waved his hands and gestured at Chloe. Then, he talked on the phone for a couple more minutes before hanging up and asking her, Chloe, did you figure out a way to save Jack? I did, but now's not the time to implement it, Chloe replied nervously. I'm guessing your plan isn't a great one, is it? Rick speculated and Chloe nodded. You're right. It's my last resort. Chloe, I went to assassinate Andrew. Upon hearing this, Chloe froze. However, Andrew was still alive and about, which meant that Rick failed. I thought I would definitely be able to kill him, but he kidnapped Cece. Upon hearing this, Chloe's expression darkened. He's an expert at doing stuff like that. He is. I always thought people we loved shouldn't be involved in our own disputes. You're wrong. Andrew doesn't care about any of that. All he cares about is the result. He doesn't have a bottom line. I overestimated his morality, so my assassination failed. I feel really guilty that I couldn't do this for Jack. Rick really did feel guilty. Don't say that. You did your best. So I called my family. My older brother is the head of the family right now. Chloe heard Jack mention Rick's older brother before. Lino was the boss of one of America's most dangerous gangs and an immensely influential figure. Jack saved my brother's life, and we always treated him like family, so we can't just sit there and do nothing. What do you plan on doing?" Chloe detected from Rick's tone that they were going to do something reckless. "After the first hearing, we plan on blowing up the escort vehicle and saving Jack." "You're going to extract him from jail?" Chloe asked, and Rick nodded. "Yes." After a few seconds of silence, Chloe said, "But if he runs away, he'll always be remembered as a murderer." "That's not a problem. It's a big world. He doesn't have to live in the country. You and your family can all go to the States. Jack's uncle is a successful businessman as well. I don't think it's a big problem." "I don't think he'd agree, though." Chloe expressed her worry. "Why not?" She replied slowly. "Jack's not going to give up on defeating Andrew, for non-personal and personal reasons. Andrew framed Jack, and the latter had to retaliate. That was the non-personal reason. Bella was Mayor Hall's daughter, and the Hall family was very close with his own. He had to thoroughly investigate into her death. That was the personal reason. Therefore, it seemed highly unlikely that Jack would hide away to save himself." Rick didn't seem to have considered this beforehand and fell back into a whirlpool of struggling upon hearing what Chloe said. "How's this? Let's see if we can turn the situation around. If we really can't do anything else about it, let's break him out." "Sounds good." Chloe nodded. "That's it then. I just wanted to talk to you about possible ways to save Jack. How's Cece doing?" "She's in shock and currently under my protection." "Console her if you can. After all, she's never seen the evil in life." "I know." "I'll be going then," Chloe said as she got up to leave. Right before she reached the door, Rick suddenly called her name, "Chloe." "You have to hang on. Jack will be fine." "I know. I'll keep protecting Mr. Dawson so no one can hurt him again." "Actually, Jack told me about your true identity. Do you want to?" "I don't." Chloe immediately refused. She didn't want to hear about her identity from Rick. She added, "I want to hear it from Jack once he comes back. He promised me he'll tell me about it." "Okay then," Rick said. He suddenly felt respect towards Chloe. Unlike most women, she didn't cry and panic whenever something bad happened. Nor did she run around asking for help. She also wasn't someone who threw away honor and integrity in front of things that benefited her. She didn't cast Jack aside and run away for herself. Rick suddenly remembered the wedding invitation, "Together through thick and thin." It seemed like Chloe was a woman of her words, no matter what happens. In the dark detention room, a long shadow stood quietly before the metal doors, his eyes as deep as the ocean. Jack wasn't surprised by what Andrew did to him, nor was he worried about his current situation, since he knew about the latter's ambitions from the very beginning. The only thing he felt was regret. Why didn't he hug Chloe more that evening? Why did he say goodbye so casually when she left? After arriving at the municipal bureau, he didn't think he would be immediately detained. It had been 3 days and 3 nights since he last saw Chloe. Back when he went on business trips, he could at least send snap messages or video call her. However, right now, he couldn't even get in touch with her. He really missed her. "Chloe, are you all right? Are you worried about me?" Jack couldn't sleep and felt restless because Chloe was enduring all the pain and pressure alone. He regretted walking into Andrew's trap so easily. Truth be told, it wasn't completely Jack's fault. Andrew was just too ruthless. Neither Jack nor Chloe would ever have thought that Andrew would kill Bella, let alone dismember her corpse. Bella wasn't any other socialite. She was Mayor Hall's daughter. However, Andrew was more than beyond help. Jack remembered Bella complaining to him how Andrew was a psycho who wouldn't agree to divorce. Therefore, she had no choice but to play along and drag this out. In the beginning, Jack and Chloe thought Andrew wanted to use Mayor Hall's reputation to expand his empire. However, he finally realized that it was just all a game of chess. Bella was no more than a chess piece that he placed a long time ago but waited until now to sacrifice. That was why Andrew said Bella had value. Perhaps they didn't know that Andrew began plotting everything the moment he met Bella. She was the mayor's daughter, so if she died, the entire city would erupt. His attack was so sudden that even people as smart as Jack and Chloe failed to anticipate or counter it. Andrew wasn't that smart, but he was good at calculating and manipulating. Perhaps it had a lot to do with growing up in the Green family. Every single person in that family only thought about benefiting themselves. They may look like one big, happy family on the outside, but on the inside, they were all secretly sharpening their blades and preparing for battle. After all these years, Andrew has gotten used to calculating his every step. He had to play his each move carefully and just right before abandoning his chess pieces. Jack's first trial was a few days away. On that day, Chloe would come, right? He would be able to see her, right? He wondered if she was eating and sleeping well. Did she gain or lose weight? Just like that, Jack sat quietly in his dark room, hanging on to his thoughts about Chloe as he spent night after night inside detention. He felt like it was 7 years ago, when he lived alone in the U.S. Whenever he thought about how he could marry Chloe and be with her for the rest of his life, his heart filled with happiness. That was the faith that he hung on to for all those years. The next morning, Chloe received a phone call from Mark at 7 a.m. "Young madam, can you come to the company? What's going on? A bunch of executives are job hopping. We can't control the situation anymore. Wait for me. I'll be right there," Chloe said, as she jumped out of her bed. She drove Thomas's Chevrolet right to GK. The company was in shambles by the time she arrived. Over the past few days, she had only been thinking about Jack's arrest and rarely asked about GK. However, chaos erupted. Young madam, Stella and Mark already arrived at the company bright and early. "What's going on right now?" Out of the 21 department heads at GK, 16 of them submitted letters of resignation. They said they don't even want their unpaid salaries or bonuses. "They went to the Green Corporation?" Chloe asked, and Mark and Stella nodded silently. She took a deep breath in. That a-hole Andrew always knew to kick them when they were down. He was taking full advantage of Jack's absence and throwing gas on the flame, poaching all of GK's executives. What departments are the job hoppers from? The major departments. We only have the heads of advertising, public relations, finance, security, sanitation, and storage left. Everyone else is gone. The company is in a complete mess right now. Did all the employees leave as well? No, just the department heads. But they took a bunch of elite employees with them, Stella said. "What about the deputy heads?" Chloe asked. "They're all still there, but their capabilities. Forget that. Let everyone know that I said to promote the deputy heads of each department and those who have worked at the company for 5 or more years to deputy heads. If no one's worked here for more than 5 years, then make it 3 years. But Mark hesitated, and Chloe ordered, "Go. It's the only remedy I've got right now. The company can't stop operating." "Okay, we'll get on it right now." "Wait. Yes, young madam? Make a company-wide announcement. Let everyone know that I'll be distributing the remaining salaries of the employees who left to everyone that is still here, and thank them for not leaving during GK's time of need. Oh, and also tell them that President Dawson is fine, and that everything is just temporary." "I will." After Chloe delegated a bunch of tasks, she felt a little dizzy. Perhaps it was because she hadn't been eating or sleeping well recently, but she was constantly exhausted. Just then, someone knocked on her office door. "Come in." Chloe massaged her temples and said tiredly, "Sister Chloe, why are you back? I thought you were filming out of town." Chloe was surprised to see Cody, who walked up to her. "How can I be in the mood to film when something as big as this happened at the company?" He felt bad for Chloe upon seeing her dark circles, and he quickly poured her a cup of hot tea. "Sis, President Dawson is detained and the company's in chaos. You must have been put through a lot." "It's okay. They're just experiences. No one can live without worry throughout their entire lives. It's just not realistic. Choosing to soar into the sky means you'll have to expect wind and rain, and choosing to swim in the ocean means you'll have to expect waves and crashes." "What a great chicken soup for the soul. You little brat." Chloe laughed as she glanced at Cody. "Sis, is there anything I can help you with?" "Nope, just act and sing as you usually do. But I really want to help you." Cody was a grateful man. Without Chloe, he wouldn't have reconciled with his mother, nor would he have a warm family and a cute, playful little brother. Chloe even helped him regain his health. No, really, it's okay. Things aren't so simple. I'll deal with it, trust me. You're such a tiger woman. Cody looked heartbrokenly at Chloe. He admired her courage. How are things with you and Violet? Pretty good. After she went back to the hospital, things got busy again, so we don't get to see each other very often, but my mom calls her home for dinner a couple of times a week. That's great. Be good to her, okay? I will. Chloe looked down at her watch and quickly stood up. You need to be somewhere? Cody asked. Mm-hmm. I'll give you a ride, sis. No, it's okay. I'm going to see someone really important, Chloe said, as she picked up her bag and left GK headquarters. Outside City Hall, Chloe ran up to Mayor Hall as soon as he walked out, and his assistant and bodyguard immediately ran up to stop her. Hey! What do you think you're doing? Mayor Hall, can you spare me some time? I'd like to talk to you, she begged Bella's father. I have nothing to say to you, Mayor Hall said with a dark expression on his face, treating Chloe with animosity. He was positive that Jack hurt his daughter because of his feelings for Chloe. The only thing Bella wanted all her life was to be with Jack, but all he wanted was Chloe, which resulted in Bella's tragic death. Mayor Hall was filled with anger at the very thought that his daughter's death had something to do with Jack and Chloe. He no longer liked Jack, nor appreciated Chloe's intelligence. Mayor Hall, things aren't as simple as they seem. My daughter's already dead because of the two of you. What else do you want? Mayor Hall glared at Chloe with bloodshot eyes. Bella's death was a giant blow to the Hall family. Mrs. Hall fell sick and was still hospitalized. Mayor Hall, on the other hand, had no choice but to busy about every day, because after all, he was the mayor. However, he still hadn't gotten over it at all. Bella was his only daughter, but she died so brutally. Mayor Hall, Jack didn't kill your daughter. He didn't, Chloe explained anxiously. The evidence is damning. What's the point of saying this? Coming to me isn't going to make a difference. Tell that to the police. Anyways, I won't let my daughter die in vain. I will make sure you pay. A life for a life. Then, Mayor Hall walked right past her. When Chloe tried to run up to him, she was stopped by his bodyguards. It seemed like Mayor Hall was certain that Jack killed Bella and hated his guts. Noah said that Mayor Hall had already commanded the Justice Department to sentence the murderer to death. Chloe originally wanted to explain everything to Mayor Hall and see if there was a chance that he would change his mind, but he never gave her a chance to talk. Andrew really did a good job. He did it so well that Mayor Hall really believed that Jack was the murderer. Out of all the evidence, the most damning one was Bella's handwritten diary. Chloe knew Bella wrote that diary, but the content was completely falsified. She would never write a diary like that just to frame Jack. Bella probably wrote the diary under Andrew's threats. It was not surprising that Bella was controlled by Andrew before her death. Sadly, those who were unaware of the truth insistently accused Jack of being the murderer. Chloe was filled with grievance and fury. When she drove back to GK headquarters, she saw a bunch of people outside causing a scene. A bunch of shareholders was gathered outside the company. Why? Because after news of Jack being the suspect of murder, GK's stocks fell again. The investors could no longer stand GK's constant ups and downs, so they blamed the company for everything that had happened. Look, I think Mrs. Dawson is in that car. Come on, let's go find justice, someone shouted. Then a group of 40-year-old women ran towards Chloe's car, forcing her to step on the brakes. Get off, you money-sucking vampire who only knows to defraud little citizens like us. Yeah, you evil businesswoman. Get out of the car. Since your husband's in jail, you're in charge, right? Give us back our money. Chloe, get off the car. Don't be such a coward. Yeah, Mrs. Dawson. At least provide us with an explanation. I bought so many GK stocks. My entire life savings is about to disappear. Yeah, if GK stocks don't come back up, we'll be forced to jump off a building. You have to provide us with an explanation today. Evil business people like you are the worst, playing innocent civilians like a fiddle. You all get to eat all kinds of expensive food and live in expensive mansions. but we are forced to tighten up our belts and live hard lives. Why should you get to do that? You're all just money-sucking vampires. Come out and provide us with an explanation." A bunch of reporters came alongside the investors, hoping to capture something valuable. Some of them even added insult to injury and were in total disregard of the potential consequences. They blew everything out of proportion and provoked further unrest, causing more and more people to surround Chloe's car and curse at her. Just then, Chloe opened her car door and slowly got off, while for some reason, the group of people retreated a couple steps back. Her expression was calm, and she didn't know any anger nor fright. After scanning the crowd, she asked, "You just asked me to provide you with an explanation." "What explanation?" Upon hearing this, a middle-aged woman shot up to her. Pointing at Chloe's nose, the woman spat. "Stop playing dumb. Everyone knows how evil GK is. We all thought the crash last time would be the last, and after your stocks rose again, we all bought more. But because of the murder, our stocks have once again been trapped in the market. We lost everything. You have to compensate us." "Yeah, shut up and pay us back," the other middle-aged women shouted in unison. Chloe, however, laughed. She glanced at that middle-aged woman. "You're not new to the stock market, are you? Don't you know that it's the same as gambling? Wins and losses are inevitable. How can you expect to only earn money? How can you expect us to pay you back because you incurred losses for your investment? What about when you were making money? When you make money on your investment, have you ever thanked us or bought us a candy? Did you? Did you? Did any of you?" Chloe demanded angrily. "We invested our own money. It's our own luck to have earned more. Why should we thank you for it?" The middle-aged woman continued to argue, and Chloe nodded. "You're right. If that's the case, you should blame your own bad luck for losing money, shouldn't you? Why are you asking me to pay you back?" "Because we bought GK's stocks. Does the country have a law that says shareholders can come asking the company for money if they sustain losses?" The middle-aged woman was immediately at a loss for words, and Chloe continued, "Don't be so unreasonable. I know a lot of people are kicking us when we're down, and I know GK hasn't been doing well recently, but it's not your place to come here and cause trouble. Your husband is a murderer. You must be evil, was well." Someone else suddenly cursed at Chloe, and the crowd chimed in. "Yeah, they're the same. They're both evil business people. You don't get to call my husband a murderer. I believe in justice. There's an old saying, 'The heavens watch what humans do. Kindness will be rewarded, and evil will pay its consequences.' You want money? Sorry, you're not going to get any, because you losing money has nothing to do with the company. I'm not Saint Mary, and I don't have a heart of the Savior, so I can't help you there. Stop trying to push me into a corner. I'm not that easy to bully. You batch, stop looking for excuses. We all lost so much because of your company. I'm going to beat you up into a pulp." One middle-aged woman suddenly threw an unopened bottle of water towards Chloe. The water was aimed right at her head, and she would probably be injured if it hit. Chloe's fast reflexes allowed her to quickly catch the bottle of water. Then, she unscrewed it and took a sip. With a smile, she said, "Thanks for the water. I was thirsty. You batch. I'm going to teach you a lesson." The middle-aged woman charged angrily towards Chloe, and the latter immediately spat out the water in her mouth right onto the middle-aged woman's face and clothes, drenching her in a split second. "Did you just spit water at me? I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose." Chloe smiled. "What are you all standing there for? Kill this batch!" The middle-aged woman provoked the people around them, but before they could react, Chloe slowly opened her mouth to say, "Do whatever you want, but there are HD cameras all around, so if you touch me, I won't let you get away with it. Oh, I should probably tell you that a year ago, my husband heavily insured every part of my body. My head is worth $50 million, so you should probably avoid that area. The other parts of my body are cheaper, about $20 or $30 million at most. It's okay if you can't compensate me for any injuries. Worst comes to worst, you can just go to jail for 20 or 30 years instead. Come on, hit me. I promise I won't fight back." After saying all this, Chloe extended her arms and smiled at the crowd. But no one dared to move, not even an inch. Chloe was the young madam of GK. She might be divorced, but she had dozens of billions in the bank. So why would she lie about the heavy insurance? At this moment, no one was stupid enough to hit her, nor could they afford to. Anyone want to beat me up? Chloe glanced around, but no one moved nor said anything. If you're not going to beat me up, I need to go to the company now. Can you move? Then, she made her way out of the crowd. No one stopped her, and some even made way for her in fear that she would get hurt. A small and weak woman used a few words to shut hundreds of shareholders up. When the media outlets reported this incident, Chloe once again became the center of attention. The video of her talking to the middle-aged women made it onto various websites, and over the span of a few hours, countless fans showed their support for Chloe. Naturally, the slander and defamation died down. Most of the comments were positive. Chloe, you're so brave. If I were you, I would have admitted defeat a long time ago. Dr. Green, you're amazing. I love your personality. Chloe, you're still awesome and domineering as ever, haha. Did you scare the unreasonable and greedy opportunists shitless? Chloe, hold on. Everything will be better soon. I know Mr. Dawson didn't commit murder. You can do it, Iron Lady. I'll always support you. Dr. Green, we're fans of Dr. Victoria, and will always stand on your side. Chloe didn't feel happy after reading all the comments on Weibo. Truth be told, she didn't care about the netizens' attitudes towards her because it made no difference, no matter what they said. She'd rather if Mayor Hall believed her, or even gave her a chance to talk to him. That way, she would have a chance to rip off Andrew's mask. Young madam, it's time for lunch. I'm not hungry. You guys go ahead. Chloe had her head down as she went through the pile of documents on her office desk. Stella and Mark felt bad for Chloe. President Dawson would be heartbroken if he knew how much work Chloe was doing. Suddenly, Mark missed Jack more than ever, and he couldn't help but burst into tears, leaving Stella speechless. Hey, come on, you're a man. Why are you crying? I miss President Dawson, Mark said, as he wiped off his tears. If it weren't for Jack, he would still be a little employee at a small company. Although President Dawson was strict and seemed indifferent, he treated Mark very well. He gave him vacation days and a lot of bonuses, and Mark felt fulfilled working for a boss like him. He even wanted to work at GK until he retired. What a great life that would be. However, now that President Dawson was in trouble, people were losing hope, and some even left the company at a sensitive time like this. Perhaps Mark felt too much pressure recently. He could no longer control his emotions. Chloe looked up at the two assistants and slightly sighed. Then she asked, "Do you guys trust me?" "I do," Stella said. "I do too," Mark said slowly as he wiped the tears off his face. "If you trust me, then don't think too much. Jack will be fine. He'll be back." We know President Dawson didn't commit the murder. Stella nodded optimistically, and Chloe smiled. Then hurry up and go to lunch. What about you, young madam? I'm not hungry. After Stella and Mark left, Chloe went back to work for a while. Then, she leaned back in her chair and rested her eyes. She had been so sleepy recently. Was it because it was almost spring? Soon, she fell asleep. The Cooper family mansion. Justin, you lost again. Grandpa Cooper put down the chess piece in his hand and looked at his grandson, who was sitting across from him. Your chess skills improved, Grandpa. Justin smiled. Stop with the BS. Something's on your mind, isn't it? How can you beat me half-heartedly? Haha, you saw right through me. Embarrassed, Justin scratched his head. He really couldn't hide anything from his grandpa. Tell me what's on your mind. Can I help? Yes, you definitely can, Justin immediately answered. Tell me about it. Can you promise me you'll help me first? I never act without advisement. Tell me about it first, and I'll make a decision. Grandpa Cooper rolled up his sleeves and sipped on his cup of tea. Grandpa, Have you heard about Major Homicide 327? The case about Mayor Hall's daughter? Grandpa Cooper asked nonchalantly, and Justin nodded nonstop. Yeah, that case. Then he moved up to his grandpa, who took another sip of tea. Continue. My friend's husband is the suspect of that case. So I was wondering if you can help get my friend an opportunity to see him. No, Grandpa Cooper immediately refused. Why not? Justin asked, unwilling to give up. Because I said so. Justin, no matter who this friend of yours is, you can't interfere. Mayor Hall's daughter died a brutal death, and the provincial government is paying close attention to this incident. Don't look for trouble during a sensitive time like this. Grandpa, that's enough. Grandpa Cooper placed his teacup down and left the room, leaving Justin alone and filled with disappointment. Last night when he was drinking with Chloe, he felt how much she loved Jack and how much she missed him. Jack was in custody right now, and even someone with Justin's connections couldn't see him. In the end, he asked his grandpa to help Chloe see Jack, but to his utter surprise, his grandpa refused so quickly. Grandpa Cooper had a point, though. This wasn't just a normal case. The victim was Mayor Hall's daughter. Therefore, as a military commander, Justin's grandfather would never get himself involved in this mess. Justin sighed. He felt bad that he couldn't help Chloe. At the same time, at the Green Corporation, Andrew's female assistant carefully knocked on his office door. President Green, someone's here to see you. She said she's your girlfriend. My girlfriend? Andrew froze for a second. It couldn't be Emery, since she came and left as she wished and never told his assistant that she was his girlfriend. Tell her to come in. Joyce came in wearing a floor-length dress and delicate makeup. She said in an almost whining tone, Andrew, why are you here? Andrew icily scanned her face. He seemed displeased to see her. Joyce didn't say anything. She slowly walked up to him, took out a lab report, and placed it on Andrew's desk. What is this? Andrew glanced at it and asked icily, to which she answered, You'll know when you take a look at it. Andrew picked it up and scanned the piece of paper before looking up at Joyce. You're pregnant? Mm-hmm. She looked down and smiled shyly. Whose is it? Upon hearing this, Joyce's expression changed drastically. Andrew, how can you ask something like that? Of course it's yours. Mine? Ha. But I don't remember sleeping with you, Andrew sneered. To his recollection, ever since he met Joyce and confined her, he had only ever tortured her or played S&M that only required toys. He had never entered her, not even once. So, how did she get pregnant? Andrew, you came to the condo about a month ago. Enough. Stop lying. There's no way the child is mine. I'm not interested in women who betrayed me. Gather your stuff and leave. Andrew, the baby's really yours, I swear. I'd rather die than lie to you. I don't have anyone else. Ever since we got together, I rarely left the condo. If you don't believe me, look through my phone. I'm not interested, Andrew said differently. If you don't believe me, do a DNA test. I've been spending time with Emery recently, and would sleep with her when I'm drunk. Not you. Don't threaten me with your child. If you want money, I can give you money. But don't ask for something that's not yours. I'm not. I'm really not. Joyce tried to explain herself as tears streamed down her eyes. She thought Andrew would be happy that she was pregnant. After all, he was in his 30s, but didn't have any children. Joyce thought that she would rise to the top if she gave birth to this child. The fact that Andrew didn't even acknowledge this child left her in despair. Andrew, you really don't remember? You came looking for me that night. Enough. Get out of my face. Right now. Get an abortion and pack up your stuff. Andrew, don't worry. I'll give you money. Consider it as your salary for letting me play with you. His words were vicious. No matter how much Joyce wanted to explain herself, Andrew didn't give her the chance to. Therefore, she had no choice but to leave his office, sobbing as she walked away. Before she left, Andrew mocked her. Where did this child come from? Did you get pregnant on your own? Hilarious. Joyce felt bewildered. It happened on a cold, snowy night about a month ago. She was about to fall asleep when she heard the doorbell ring. She ran up to the door, and after confirming it was Andrew, she immediately opened it. Andrew didn't say anything. He went inside and pounced on her, stripping away all her clothes. And then, after sex, he got dressed and left without showering, leaving Joyce hiding under the covers, too scared to even move. After that incident, Andrew rarely went to see her. Even when he did, he never talked about what happened that night. Joyce never expected that she would become pregnant because aside from that night, Andrew never touched her, and she didn't even take any birth control pills. She was initially shocked to find out that she was pregnant, but that shock quickly turned into happiness. She really thought he would be happy with her. To her surprise, a man of his status wasn't even willing to admit that something happened between them, leaving her feeling more cheated than ever. After Joyce returned to the condo, she began packing up her belongings. She wanted to go back to her hometown for a while and decide what to do after her belly became bigger. However, a bunch of men in black suits suddenly barged into her place. "What are you doing? Who are you?" Joyce asked in panic. "Our boss said you can't leave until you get an abortion." Then, they pushed Joyce out the door as she cried out for help. "Help! Let go of me!" When Joyce woke up, the procedure was already over. She touched her flat stomach. "Miss, you just had an abortion. Get some rest and stay warm." Joyce's heart sank upon hearing what the nurse said. She knew that Andrew did this and therefore blamed his ruthlessness. Green Corporation. "Sir, we're done." "Okay, you can leave now." "Yes, sir." "Batch, how dare you threaten me with someone else's child? Do you take me for an idiot? This is just a little lesson for you." The first hospital. Chloe drove to the first hospital after working that afternoon. Mr. and Mrs. Dawson haven't been doing well over the past few days. Jack's scandal spread like wildfire, so they quickly found out. After Chloe arrived, Mrs. Dawson immediately ran up and grabbed her hands. "Chloe, how's Jax doing?" "Mom, I don't know either. They won't let me see him. God, what should we do? Will something happen to my son? How can he be framed for murder? This is awful. What should we do?" "Mom, don't panic. Jack wasn't the murderer, so I'm sure he'll be fine." "Chloe, come here." "Dad." Chloe immediately walked up to Peter, who was gesturing at her. "Thanks for taking care of the company over the past few days." "It's okay. Do you have any news about Jack?" "The trial is starting in 3 days." "The first trial?" "Yes." Chloe nodded. "I heard they found a lot of evidence against Jack." Upon hearing this, Chloe fell silent. Her father-in-law was a wise man, so she didn't want to lie to him. Jack didn't do it, so he'll be treated fairly. Even if they wrongly sentence him, we'll think of a way to save him. Don't worry, Dad, and take good care of your body. The company's stocks plummeted again, right? Chloe didn't respond. How much longer can you hold on to? I don't know yet. I'm still thinking of countermeasures. Chloe, If it's necessary, it's okay to give up the company. We can make more money later on. All I want is our family to be together. Dad, I won't give up on the company. You dedicated your whole life for GK, and Jack had been working hard to manage it. That was then, and this is now. I know you're strong and try to carry everything on your shoulders. But you're human, too. A girl who can still at times feel exhausted. You don't always have to bite the bullet. It's okay if the company fails, as long as we're together. I'll remember that, Dad. After consoling her in-laws for a while, Chloe walked out of the patient room. Suddenly, her eyes went dark, and she almost fainted. The good news was that she was against a wall, and therefore quickly leaned back onto it. Are you okay? An elderly woman passing by saw Chloe leaning against the wall and helped her up. I'm okay, thank you. Do you need to go to the emergency room? No, it's okay. I've been overworking myself. I just need some sleep. Chloe smiled. Young people these days disregard their health like it's not theirs. Sometimes, They stay up night after night, working overtime. That's not okay. You're drafting your life, child. I know, thank you. After thanking the elderly woman once again, Chloe slowly made her way out of the hospital. But who knew Mark would call as soon as she walked out of the hospital? Young madam, someone is maliciously purchasing our shares in large amounts. Let me guess, it's the Green Corporation, right? It's a subsidiary of the Green Corporation. Okay, I got it. Chloe hung up the phone listlessly. Andrew was at it again. He was a despicable man. The series of conspiracies left Chloe and Jack like ants on a stove. Jack was powerless in front of Andrew, since the latter spent so much time planning everything out. This wasn't a battle of wits. Andrew was an ambitious man who had been after his prey for a long time, and was willing to spend a decade plotting on one single conspiracy. Therefore, the victims couldn't help but panic, because they didn't have the time to even react, let alone think things through. Chloe took out her phone and dialed a number. Chloe. He called out her name, gentler than ever. Andrew, let's meet up, Chloe said. Sure, when? Right now. Should I pick you up? He asked. No, I'll go to the Green family mansion. Sure, I'll be waiting for you. Andrew smiled with a devious charm. Before she went to see Andrew, Chloe made a trip to Sky Blessing Court. She put on something different. Because of her depressed state, she had been wearing darker colors recently. Most of her clothes were at South Hill Manor. She didn't have the heart to remove all of her clothes, even during her divorce with Jack. After some fumbling, she was finally able to find a pure white sweater. She changed into a pair of navy pencil pants and put on a pair of flat boots. She then threw on a wine-colored cashmere coat. She looked both poised and elegant. She stood in front of the mirror and realized that she looked a little pale. Before she left, Chloe carefully placed a small light blue bottle inside her purse. On the Green mansion, It had been a long time since Chloe was here. The sight of the mansion reminded her of many memories, like the turbulent relationship between her mother and Timothy, and the resentment between her, Liam, and Brenny. There was also her grandma's funeral, Evelyn's begging, and Lily's threats. It was as if everything had just happened yesterday. The sight in front of her was completely different from what she remembered. Truthfully speaking, the Green family mansion wasn't the grandest or the most luxurious structure. It was simply valuable due to its close proximity to downtown. It was one of the earliest developed rich neighborhoods. Now, it looked like nothing more than an old house. The empty mansion was no longer as glorious and lively as it used to be. Ever since Lily moved out, Andrew was the only one left. He even learned to cook for himself. Expecting Chloe, he made sure to buy many fresh ingredients from the local grocery store. Standing before the Green family's mansion, Chloe hesitated for a moment before slowly ringing the doorbell. When Andrew opened the door and saw Chloe, he smiled. "Chloe, come on in." He had a warm smile on his face. Chloe walked in without a word. She looked around the living room. Everything still looked the same. "Take a seat first. There are still a few things I need to get. I'll write back." Upon hearing what he said, Chloe gave no response. With her purse in her hand, she took a seat on the sofa. Andrew put down a plate of fruits in front of Chloe. "Chloe, have some fruits first. Are you hungry?" "Andrew, I'm not here to eat. Before she could finish, Andrew cut her off. "Shh, I'm in charge today. Wait for me. The food will be ready right away." With that, Andrew walked toward the kitchen. Chloe remained silent. Her expression was heavy, and she showed no hint of a smile. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Andrew brought over to the dinner table plate after plate of food. He then called out to Chloe, "Chloe, the food's ready. Come." Chloe stood up slowly and walked over to the dinner table. Glancing at the table, a dazzling array of seafood, vegetables, and fruit salads entered her sight. It was more than a feast. It was impossible for the two of them to finish all of it. Actually, it was probably impossible for 8 people to finish all that food. The dishes were filled with Chloe's favorite, seafood. There were king crabs, Australian lobsters, bamboo shrimps, mantis shrimps, large conchs. Chloe, come, sit. Chloe sat down quietly. Andrew placed another bowl of something down in front of Chloe. This is brown sugar ginger water. Drink this first, and your stomach won't hurt when you eat seafood later. I'm not here to eat. I know. I'm just happy that you're here, even if you don't eat anything, he said. Andrew then sat down across from Chloe and began to chow down on a crab. The weather is still cold. The crabs are not that fat, but they are very fresh. They were all caught by the fishermen yesterday. You should have some. I don't want to eat anything, Chloe said sternly. If I remember correctly, seafood is your favorite. I was thinking, if you come home to eat, I'll make you all kinds of delicious seafood, and you can eat them all until you are full. Andrew laughed as he continued to speak. He was surprisingly chatty today, rambling on and on as if he couldn't stop. Chloe, on the other hand, just sat there and quietly watched him. Are you done eating? If you are, can we talk? Chloe asked. Go ahead, I'm listening. Andrew continued eating his shrimp, looking very content. Andrew, what will it take for you to let us go? Andrew's hands paused for a moment. Why are you asking me this? Stop pretending. Just tell me. If it's money that you want, I can give you all of our money. I can even give you GK. Just don't hurt Jack. Chloe was now pleading. She knew of Andrew's sick ways. He was a psychopath and was capable of anything. This time, she was truly begging him to let Jack go. Chloe, I don't want money, Andrew said as he lifted his head and stared at Chloe. Then, what do you want? Chloe furrowed her brows. You should know. Andrew's gaze turned gentle. Chloe hated looking into his eyes. It brought her a great deal of discomfort and freaked her out. Seeing Chloe become silent, Andrew smiled and said, The only thing I've ever wanted was you. Is it my body? All you want is my body, right? No. I want all of you. I want a lifetime with you. Chloe laughed at his answer. Andrew, you're asking for something I cannot possibly give you. It was the truth. She had already promised her life to Jack. It was impossible for her to give herself to anyone else. Even if Jack didn't exist, Chloe still wouldn't choose Andrew as her lover. After all, she hated low lives with no morals. You can. As long as you're willing, I'll spoil and love you for the rest of your life. I'll never look at another woman. I'll never blame you for anything. What Jack can give you, I'll give you tenfold. If Justin spoils you 100%, I'll spoil you 1,000,000%. Chloe, give me a chance. I'm finally powerful enough to love you now. Andrew, are you done playing around? Chloe looked at him coldly. You don't believe me? Andrew's eyes were glazed with disappointment. Why should I trust you? You don't deserve to be trusted. A psycho that squashes human beings like ants. Why the hell should I trust someone like that? Ha ha ha, so that's how you see me. Andrew's laugh sounded desolate. How else am I supposed to see you? Don't you think you've done enough? Haven't you realized how many heinous things you've done? They say that people are born kind, but in all of the years I've known you, you've never proved to me that you have an inkling of kindness. Are you sure you didn't end up on Earth by accident? You should have gone to the demon's world. A monster like you belong there. Chloe was famous for her sharp tongue. She was willing to say what others were afraid to say out loud. Chloe thought that her speech was enough to pique a fit from Andrew, but boy was she wrong. Upon hearing what Chloe said, he merely laughed. What are you laughing about? Chloe hated how unpredictable Andrew was. I'm smiling, because like you really do see right through me. You're right, I am a monster. But Chloe, even monsters have people they want to protect. You probably don't know what you mean to me. You probably don't believe a lot of the words I'm saying, but I can spend the rest of my life proving myself to you. Really, I can be better to you than Jack can. I won't accept anyone else but Jack. What if he dies? Then I'll die too, Chloe replied firmly. What a stubborn girl. Andrew, are you really not going to Jack go? Chloe asked one final time. If you're willing to be with me, I'll let him go. If you love him, make that sacrifice for him. You would want a body with no soul? Chloe scoffed. Yes, why wouldn't I? If it's you, I'm even willing to accept a gork or even a corpse. Andrew uttered these words with a smile. If he had said these things to anyone else, they would think that he was joking. What Andrew said made Chloe want to throw up. Fine, if that's the case, I have nothing more to say to you. With that, Chloe got up to leave. Chloe, do you really think you can leave here today? Andrew's voice rang so softly that it was almost inaudible. Haha. What? Are you threatening me? It's not a threat. I'm just saying, do you really think you're going to walk out of here so easily? Chloe looked back. Did you really expect me to come here without any preparations? I can tell you now that nothing you brought will work in this room, no matter how incredible the technology. Also, no matter how many people you brought with you, my men will finish them all. So, don't expect to get any backup. So, that's how stupid I am to you. Do you really think I need a phone and reinforcements? Unless you prepared something better? Want to try it out? Chloe's smile was dazzling. Andrew stared at her for a couple of seconds. They stood there, looking at each other in silence, both with smiles on their faces. In the end, it was Andrew who opened his mouth first. Chloe, I don't want you to leave. Can you stay with me? In your dreams. She was never going to spend another night in this God-forsaken place. Really, never again. I won't do anything to you. I just want it to be like the last time. Just sleep here for a night. I promise. That's impossible too. Chloe immediately rejected his thought. What a stubborn girl. Fine, I'll just have to deal with Jack first. Say, if he died mysteriously in the holding cell, would the police just get rid of his body? Andrew showed a strange smile. Don't touch Jack. Otherwise, I'll kill your entire family. Chloe was truly pissed. Stupid girl. I don't have any family left. We're the only ones left in the Green family. So, stop being stupid. You'll never touch my Jack ever again, even if it means we both go to hell. Your Jack? Stupid girl. You really do know how to make me jealous. Seeing Chloe so protective of Jack made Andrew seriously jealous. Aren't you capable of anything? Aren't you without morals? You want to play dirty? I can play with you. You're ruthless? I can be more ruthless. Oh? You're going to compete with me on how ruthless we can be? Now I'm really entertained. Andrew unleashed a fit of laughter. Don't laugh so disgustingly. One day, I'll make sure you never laugh again. Why don't you think about how you're getting out of here first? Andrew asked rhetorically, as he headed towards Chloe, and the latter retreated, step by step. We are the only ones here. This place is surrounded by my people. Tell me, where will you run? Andrew moved closer to Chloe with a smile. Andrew, you really are disgusting. This reminds me of last time when you breached GK's security system. You stopped the elevators and trapped me inside the building. Then you started a game of cat and mouse. Chloe, what are you talking about? Andrew looked startled. Don't tell me you've forgotten all that you've done so soon. Chloe bit down on her lips. She despised the man standing in front of her. I seriously have no idea what you're talking about. What building? What security system? What game of cat and mouse? Are you sure you got the right person? Of course I'm sure. I can recognize your face anywhere, Chloe replied, with certainty. Could there be someone that looks exactly like me? Andrew asked. Stop pretending. It was definitely you. Only you could do something so disgusting. With that, Chloe turned to walk away. Chloe, why are you stubborn? I told you, you're not getting out of here. Oh yeah? Then let's try. Then, Chloe reached into her bag and took out a light blue bottle. What is that? Andrew stilled. Something that can instantly send us both to hell. For the first time ever, Chloe showed a sinister smile. Andrew suddenly withdrew his smile and turned serious. In all the years he had known her, This was his first time seeing such a dangerous expression on Chloe. "Chloe, are you being serious?" Andrew laughed. "What do you think?" Chloe provoked him back. After 5 seconds of staring, Andrew sighed. "Stupid girl. Why is keeping you for one night so hard?" Chloe remained silent. "All right. Stop glaring at me like that. Go ahead and leave. I won't keep you." Jeez. Hearing him say this, Chloe turned and walked away. The small blue bottle was still firmly gripped in her hands. Andrew did not speak a word until Chloe walked out of the mansion. He simply watched as her silhouette faded. "Boss, are we really letting Miss Green leave so easily?" Andrew's men seemed to be disappointed by the result. Having followed Andrew for so many years, they were too familiar with his feelings toward Chloe. "What else could I do?" "I think maybe Miss Green was bluffing. How dangerous could a small bottle be?" Andrew's men thought that he was overly cautious. Chloe only had a tiny bottle on her. How could he trust her words so easily? Andrew's gaze coldly brushed against the man's face. "You know nothing. No one understands Chloe as much as I do. She never goes into a situation without being absolutely certain that she's going to win. That girl is similar to me in one way and one way only. We're both ruthless. In this world, no one else can compare to our level of ruthlessness." With that, Andrew yawned and headed upstairs. Nothing to see anymore. It's bedtime. Andrew's men didn't dare say more. Their boss was always strange. Normal people couldn't understand him. Chloe left the Green Mansion with a heavy heart. Heavy snow blew from the south, signaling the beginning of spring. The snowflakes completely whited out the entire city. Out of the ordinary, Chloe parked her car in front of a mall and went on foot from there, walking aimlessly and endlessly. After a long time, she was so cold that she couldn't feel her fingers anymore. Suddenly, a black cashmere coat covered her body. She turned her head and the sight of Justin didn't surprise her. Not even a little bit. Without Jack by her side, the only person who cared about her this much was Justin. Before Chloe could say anything, Justin said, "Max was driving past the Rainbow Bridge. He saw you walking on the road alone, so he told me." "Oh," Chloe replied quietly. "It's so cold outside. Are you trying to freeze to death?" "No." Chloe looked quite sad. "Feeling down?" Chloe nodded. Not only did her meeting with Andrew give her nothing, it left her feeling even more pressured. Andrew's inadvertent mention of doing something to Jack in the holding cell left her feeling like she was going to find her lover dead. It was a rock that weighed down on her heart so heavily that she could hardly breathe. "You can't take it out on your body, idiot." Justin's cashmere coat was truly warm, so much so that it instantly comforted Chloe's heart. "Are you going to keep walking? I'll keep you company." "No, come with me to the Sunset Cliff." "Why are you going there?" Justin hesitated. The Sunset Cliff was a very remote cliff. Due to its proximity to the sea, its terrain was incredibly steep. Other than the odd mountaineering enthusiast, barely anyone frequented the area. "I need to handle some things there," Chloe said as she got into Justin's Lamborghini immediately. After sunset, the mountain roads felt especially steep. Because it was nighttime, even a race car couldn't handle the climb. Therefore, the duo opted to walk up the mountain. With his background as a soldier, Justin was as energetic as ever. Chloe, on the other hand, was clearly frailer. Her steps quickly began to slow. "Are you tired? Do you want to rest for a bit?" Justin asked. "No, it's okay. Why are you always so stubborn? I should just leave you here." With that, Justin got down, picked Chloe with his arms, lifted her onto his back, and began walking. She really had no say in the matter. "Hey, Justin!" Chloe began to protest loudly. "Shut up. You're so annoying." Justin didn't give Chloe a chance to keep talking and carried her up the hill. At first, Chloe asked to be let down. However, no matter what she said, Justin didn't budge, so Chloe gave up. Finally, the pair arrived at the top of the hill. Justin was sweating as he put Chloe down. Chloe remembered everything Justin did for her. "I'm heavy, no?" she asked. You're fine. Only a little heavier than my golden retriever. Screw you. How could you compare me to your dog? Chloe laughed. Be happy about that. My golden retriever is smarter than you. At least he's not stupid enough to go see his enemy alone. How did you know? You can't hide anything from me. Justin's gaze swept past Chloe. I just wanted to see if he'd let Jack go if I gave him all of our money. He didn't want money to start with. You're stupid to have even tried, Justin cursed Chloe ruthlessly. I did it as a last resort. At this point in time, I'm willing to try anything in order to save Jack. Really? So if I can save Jack, would you marry me? Justin calmly asked. Shocked, Chloe raised her head and looked at him. Maybe she never thought Justin would say something like this. Justin, you. Haha, I was just kidding. Did you think I was serious? Laughing, Justin scratched his head, but Chloe fell silent. She reckoned that all jokes had some aspects of seriousness behind it. Maybe Justin really did consider this. The Cooper family was capable, but still, the process would be a difficult one. The victim, Bella, was the mayor's daughter. That made the situation a lot trickier. Nobody wanted to be involved in this mess. Idiot, don't look at me like that. I was just joking. Okay, let's talk about something else. Hurry up, I'm freezing. When Justin got the call from Max, he was at a business dinner with a client. He immediately excused himself and left without taking extra clothes. So, after giving his cashmere coat to Chloe, he only had a knit shirt on the inside and was turning into a popsicle. Chloe nodded and carefully took out a sky blue bottle from her bag. Eh? What's this? Justin curiously asked and wanted to touch it. His hand was batted away by Chloe, who said, Don't touch it. What? Why so mean? Justin was scared by Chloe's sudden outburst. Get back. Haha, you're being too serious. Dr. Green, don't scare me. I have a heart condition. Justin kept on joking. He thought that Chloe was going to get rid of something in secret, like an illegal item. Now that she took out a bottle, he guessed that it was some next-level poison. It might be something that she mixed herself in order to kill Andrew. However, the bottle in Chloe's hand was way out of his expectations. After Chloe's persistence, Justin backed up 10 meters. Chloe handed her bag to Justin and walked towards the cliff. She looked down at the deep, dark seawater. Hey, idiot, say, you're not going to jump, right? Seeing her do this freaked Justin out. Chloe didn't say anything. Holding the light blue bottle in her right hand, she took out a sticky thing from God knows where, with her left hand. Putting the sticky thing onto the blue bottle, Chloe immediately threw it off the cliff. That simple? That's all? Justin paused for a moment, and just when he was about to go forward, he heard a loud bang coming from below. It shocked him so much that his legs almost gave in. The huge impact caused the ocean below the cliff to explode up, creating a huge water pillar. In the dark night, it resembled a black dragon. Holy F, what was that? It was Justin's first time using a bad word in front of Chloe. The thing was, it truly shocked him, and holy crap was it scary. The deafening sound left his brain no time to think. S1 sticky mix-type liquid explosive. Chloe inserted her hands into the pockets of her coat and said as she calmly looked at the giant water pillar, How come I haven't heard of it? Born into a military family, Justin had been exposed to many weapons and gadgets since childhood, including miniature bombs. However, why hadn't he heard of the thing Chloe was talking about? Chloe turned around, smiled. Of course you haven't heard of it, because it was something invented and named by me. At this moment, it felt like there were thousands of alpacas running through his heart. Such a powerful explosive was actually developed by Chloe herself? Could she be even more unbelievable? That explosive impact, by the looks of it, seemed to be enough to take out helicopters and tanks, right? The military power of this was just too overwhelming. Liquid explosives were high-end explosives, and because it was too dangerous, there were a lot fewer people that used it. Right now, it seemed like most terrorists would use this type of explosive to carry out attacks, sacrificing themselves as a part of the explosion to take down their targets with them. In the past, passengers taking flights were allowed to bring liquids on board, like water, drinks, or makeup. But then, later on, a case of security negligence led to a terrorist carrying explosive onto a plane and hijacking it. Therefore, since then, people are only allowed to bring less than a certain amount of liquid onto their flights. Liquid explosives have a short shelf life, and it's also very dangerous to carry them around as they might explode at any time. So, it wasn't common to see them, especially in the country. However, Chloe could actually develop this herself, and the explosive force was also so powerful. One had to say, she was indeed talented. If Andrew insisted on not letting her go, then she would have had considered detonating the bomb. The giant mansion would instantly have blown up into pieces, and everyone near the house would have died. Andrew was smart, as he didn't dare to bet. So despite being unwilling, he still let go of Chloe. And then, since Chloe didn't want to carry this any longer than she needed to, she could only find a place to dispose of it. Justin didn't think he would be the witness and watch firsthand as Chloe threw it away. And frankly, Justin was shocked. In the past, Justin often heard people calling Chloe a genius, and at that time, Justin thought she was at most very witty, having fast reflexes and being able to come up with a lot of smart ideas. Later on, when Chloe consecutively won 2 renowned medical-related awards, he admired her even more. He felt that Chloe could learn very fast and was indeed very talented in the medical field. But today, after he witnessed the power of Chloe's homemade explosive, Justin truly understood the meaning of genius. Who would have thought that elegant beauty like Gentle Water, an ordinary neurologist, could easily create such a powerful bomb? If this was in the military, she would be the genius everyone tried to fight for. "All done, let's go," Chloe said, as she turned around and walked down the mountain. "Hey, Chloe, wait for me. I have something to ask you." Justin hurriedly chased after Chloe as he said, "Just say what you want to. Did you really invent that?" "Of course. Did you think I bought it from the supermarket?" Chloe smiled. It was true that the country had strict laws. Purchasing explosives was impossible, and firearms were hard to come by. So, how did you do it? The principle is simple. It was made from multiple chemical compounds, but I can't tell you. I didn't want the formula. I just find it really dangerous to bring liquid explosives around. Usually, you need a catalyst like fire, but I saw you use something sticky. That was the catalyst. You developed that yourself too? Justin was shocked. Yep, that would be safer. Otherwise, I might have gotten blown up any second. You were going to use it against Andrew. No, you wanted to go down with him? Justin asked. If he wanted to harm me, I would have. He won't, though. He's scared of dying. Chloe got straight to the point. It was true that Andrew was afraid of dying, so he didn't want to gamble with Chloe. Damn, Chloe. You're so cool. Seriously. Chloe was made speechless by what he said. You kind of wasted it, though. I wanted to see it and you didn't let me. What a pity for Chloe to get rid of it before he even got a glance. I was scared that you would be in danger, Chloe said. No, I saw you set it off with clay. I don't have a catalyst on me, so it won't go off. No, other than setting it off with clay, pressure can set it off too. Say, if you squeeze the bottle, it'll explode on the spot. Justin was speechless. I invented it to defend myself. If the situation was at hand and I didn't have access to clay, I would need a backup plan. But if you squeezed it, then you. Justin couldn't finish the sentence, but his heart felt ice cold. Yep, I would be going down with him. Then, you still kept it on you. But what if you fall by accident and squeeze it? It would explode too. Any external pressure would set it off. Damn, Justin was scared now. Chloe was too brave, bringing around an item that might explode at any moment. She was even brave enough to walk for so long in the snow. This woman was one of a kind. You scared? Seeing Justin's expression entertained Chloe. Everyone would be scared. What you invented is something that can blow people to bits. Justin sweated. I handled it. It's fine. I never thought that you would have such a cool skill. Looks like I don't need to buy fireworks every year anymore. You can just make me some. Haha. Justin had a great imagination. Chloe couldn't find a response. Justin was the only one who would think of using explosives to replace fireworks. Are you hungry? Shall we go eat? Justin happily followed behind Chloe. He was like a giddy sidekick. The truth was, he admired Chloe a lot. I'm not hungry. My stomach has been hurting a lot lately. I can't eat anything. You're just too stressed. I know a restaurant. Their soups are nice. Let's go there. You can tell me your thought process of making a bomb on the way there. Chloe was speechless. Justin was truly obsessed with the explosive and admiringly looked at Chloe. Who thought that a cute girl like Chloe could make such a strong weapon? Justin thought that he could talk to his grandfather about recruiting Chloe into his squad. I really don't feel like eating. Chloe politely refused. Just think of it as accompanying me while I eat, okay? Carrying a piggy like you up the hill completely exhausted me. Justin rarely coaxed Chloe, but today he put on a puppy face, making the latter feel bad for refusing. Okay then. Seeing Chloe finally agree made Justin beam as his mood rose. Inside the restaurant, Justin ordered a table full of food, but Chloe had no appetite and touched very little. Justin ordered the server to stew her some bird's nest. You don't look well. You really need to get some sleep. Justin ate while looking at Chloe. Chloe rubbed her face and forced a smile. I can't sleep. Say, did your mom name you Chloe back then because she wanted you to sleep more? Justin smiled. Chloe was speechless. You're joking. You're supposed to be the president of Imperial Star. You're not mature at all. Haha. I'm trying to make you laugh, no? Smiling, Justin put a shrimp dumpling on her plate. Try this. It's not half bad. It's really fresh. Chloe didn't want to refuse him, so she picked it up and took a bite. Suddenly, she felt stomach acid coming up, becoming very uncomfortable. Seeing Chloe's expression change made Justin panic. What's wrong? Are you okay? Chloe nodded, but Justin probed on. But your face. I'm fine. I just don't have much of an appetite. I can't eat, but you should. Then, Chloe stopped eating and drank some water. Justin felt bad seeing her like this. He wanted to treat Chloe and make her eat more. However, she barely even touched the dishes in front of her. After dinner, the two walked out of the restaurant. I'll take you to Brenton's place. You will be safer with Victoria, Justin worryingly said. No, Andrew isn't an idiot. He's not going to harass me for the next few days. I'm still worried. Trust me, no one knows him better than I do. Okay, remember, the trial is 2 days from now. Okay. Chloe nodded. Stay strong. I will. Chloe raised her head and smiled, and that smile made Justin's heart ache. He felt bad for Chloe, who was forced to deal with everything alone. Then I'll take you back to Sky Blessing Court. My car's by Third Ring Road. It's fine. I'll drive you to your front door. Justin nodded. Okay, thank you so much, young Master Cooper, Chloe joked. Don't drag on. Get on the car. Justin treated Chloe as a really important person. Even though she didn't accept his feelings, he still wanted to treat her the best he could. He wanted to protect her. He saw a movie on television a few days ago named Sweet 16. One line touched him a lot. The main character said that there were 2 types of happiness in the world. One was being with your loved one. The other was, if you couldn't achieve the first type of happiness, you could still make the person you love happy forever. Justin thought that it was impossible for him to be with Chloe at this point, so he was content watching Chloe be happy. If Chloe was happy, he would be happy. When they arrived at Sky Blessing Court, it was already 1 in the morning. Surprisingly, there were a lot of people at their house. Victoria, Brenton, Noah, and Sarah were all there. What are you doing here? Having a conference? Chloe smiled. Girl, where were you at? You weren't picking up your phone, nor responding to our Snap messages. Sarah looked at Chloe, her expression filled with worry. My phone died and I was out running errands. Chloe lowered her head, checked her phone, and found it out of battery. Ah, that was scary. Victoria and I called so many times and you didn't pick up. We were scared that you were in trouble and looked for you everywhere. In the end, we decided to wait for you here. Sarah spoke at a quickened pace. I'm fine. I went to get food with Justin. Chloe smiled. Dude, how could you not tell us that you were dining with the beauty? You made my wife so worried for nothing, Brenton jokingly said Justin. I'd have no appetite if I told animals like you, Justin replied. Chloe held Victoria's hand and said, Victoria, I'm sorry for making you guys worried. You should go home. It's too late. You're having a baby soon, too. Chloe, sleep at my place tonight. Victoria was still worried. It's okay. It's safe here. I can't sleep on strangers' beds. I always lose sleep at your place. Ha. Chloe insisted a few times before everyone agreed to let her stay at Sky Blessing Court alone. Chloe, the court hearing is in 2 days. Noah's voice was hoarse. He had been working day and night in order to free Jack. However, his efforts were in vain. Even his father couldn't amend the situation, which fueled his anxiety. He even had an IV needle on the back of his hand. It seemed like Noah was sick. Chloe didn't want to cause anyone any more trouble. I'm a bit tired now. I'll go rest. I have a lot of stuff to take care of tomorrow at the company. You guys should go get some sleep too. We'll meet in front of the courthouse in 2 days. Okay, rest well. Sarah nodded. Chloe, if you feel unsafe, call me immediately. I'll get a chauffeur to pick you up, Victoria worriedly reminded Chloe. Okay. Justin was the last one to leave after everyone else left. Will you really be okay? He asked her once again. I will. I'll be going then. Right. Wait up. Chloe called Justin. He turned around. About the liquid explosive. Before Chloe could finish her sentence, Justin finished it for her. I won't tell anyone. Smart boy. Good night. Chloe smiled. Night. When he left Sky Blessing Court, Justin was feeling depressed and ended up driving to one of the nightclubs to drink with Max. What? Weren't you with Chloe the entire evening? What's with the face? Max smiled. I'm depressed. Depressed my ass. Say, why don't you make Chloe yours using this opportunity? Jack's behind bars. This is your chance. Go away. Don't talk about this with me. Oh, you're such a coward. In my opinion, you'll never get Chloe. Max disagreed with Justin's way of pursuing Chloe at times. He much preferred the old Justin. The old Justin was arrogant, domineering, and would go after whatever he wanted. If he couldn't have it, he would rip it out of the other's hands. He had the personality of a pirate. However, facing Chloe, Justin was as timid as a kitten. He couldn't do anything other than mourn to himself. Upon hearing Max's rant, Justin remained silent and drank. He felt sorry for Chloe, who carried the burden on her own. The situation was so terrible, but she still forced out smiles and persisted. Sometimes, he selfishly wished that Chloe would break down, so he would have a reason to share her burden. The next morning, Justin had her car delivered, and Chloe drove straight to GK headquarters. Andrew's malicious purchase of GK's stocks had struck fear in every employee's heart. Some investors took the chance to betray the company, selling their shares to Andrew at a high price. Chloe was turning pale from the anger. Young madam, what should we do now? The company can't hold on much longer. Mark hesitantly asked. Young madam, should we look to finance our company like the other ones are doing? Stella tentatively suggested. At this time, a knock sounded from the door. Come in, looking at the door, Chloe said. Beth strode in, clanking the ground with her high heels. She put a stack of contracts in front of Chloe. Young madam, I would like to terminate our contract. Stunned, Chloe raised her head and looked at the woman in front of her. Terminate what contract? Stella was thoroughly confused. Young madam, don't blame us for this. Cody treats you like his own sister, and that's why he couldn't tell you himself. But, as his agent, I have to say it. This concerns the future of our studio. Cody is hot right now, and a lot of entertainment companies are offering us really high prices. Imperial Star and Green Entertainment are both good companies. Smart people know that this company is almost over. If we stay here, Cody's reputation will be ruined. Then, You won't be able to pay as high of a salary. If you're really thinking in his best interest, let him go. Dying alone is better than dying together." "What the hell did you say?" Stella was infuriated by Beth's speech. "Beth, are you ditching us in our time of need?" Mark couldn't remain calm any longer as well. GK Film and Television gave their best resources to Cody and made multiple movies and television shows with him. Now, they acquired a famous producer to produce a new album for him. Cody was at his peak, but Beth wanted to terminate his contract. You can't blame us for that. Let's be real here. It's every man for himself. Young madam, you should understand where we are coming from. As for the default penalty, I think you should just let it go. After all, Cody worked very hard for you here for a while." "Worked hard for me? Haha, if I recall correctly, Cody's life was saved by me." Chloe snickered. Upon hearing this, Beth's face dropped slightly. "Cody doesn't know about your decision for him, right?" Chloe asked. "Yes, that kid's too naive and emotional. He won't agree to the termination. So, I took over. So, why do you think I won't ask for double the default penalty?" Chloe continued to smile. Don't you treat Cody like your little brother? Would you really scam money out of your brother?" Beth began to panic a little. Haha, a brother would never treat his sister like this. He would never leave his sister in her time of need. Stella mocked on the side. "I'm at the end of my rope here. President Dawson is caught up in a murder case, and the company is on the edge of dying out. You can't let us go down with you. I have my own employees too. Love is love, but even blood siblings have to settle accounts fair and square. Okay, I'll terminate your contract if you can give me double the default penalty." Chloe was quick and to the point. Double the default penalty was a great sum of money, and Beth would never agree to hand that over. "Cody is so good to you. How could you do this to him?" "This is not related to Cody anymore. It's related to your studio. If I felt like spoiling my brother, I can slip him money in private. At work, a dollar is a dollar. You said it yourself, even blood siblings have to settle accounts fair and square. But ever since joining GK, Cody had always been bringing in a lot of profit for the company," Beth argued. "We never cut back on resources to bring him to this height," Chloe replied. Haha, be like this. At this point, don't blame us for turning on you. I've made appointments with many reporters. We're going to publicly announce the difficulties you're giving us about terminating the contract. We'll make everyone see how fake you really are. They'll see the so-called love you have for your Cody, your so-called brother." Beth threatened Chloe. Do you know that the thing I hate the most is being threatened? So? Beth looked proud of herself, thinking that she was about to come out on top of this argument. "So, you remember the last time when you sold out news about our company, leaked Cody's new album, and framed Violet, right?" Chloe stared at Beth and smiled meaningfully. Beth's face immediately changed. "I don't know what you're going on about. Beth, don't overstep your boundaries. I respect you for finding Cody and saving him from a life of tragedy, but don't treat him like an ATM and a money-making machine. I really hope that you consider his well-being over money." "What do you mean? Didn't I treat Cody well enough? If you did, you wouldn't have leaked his album for money and blamed it on Violet. If you really treated him well, you wouldn't have prevented him from dating in fear of him earning less money. You wouldn't have prevented him from reuniting with his mother by encouraging him to hate his mother and brother. You, shocked?" Beth looked at Chloe. Chloe slowly stood up from her chair. "Surprised? I investigated you a long time ago. Do you know why I didn't blow your cover the last time you betrayed the company?" Chloe continued to ask. Beth remained silent. "That was because I didn't want to hurt Cody's heart by showing him how you really are. After all, during these years, you've become a savior-esque figure in his heart. He always thought that you saved him and considered him a family member, not a profit-making machine." "What proof do you have?" Beth pointed at Chloe and spat angrily. "I'm not one for lying. Do you want proof? I have it. Look at this yourself," Chloe said, as she pulled out a file of documents on her desk and slung it on her. The pictures all fell onto the ground. They were records of Beth contacting the media to expose Cody's new album and some other exchanges she did behind Cody's back. They were all profit-related. I didn't think that you were this kind of person. I really thought that you wholeheartedly wanted the best for Cody and our company. Stella looked at Beth with disgust. So, don't start anything at this time. I don't want to expose you either. But you should know your place, Chloe said as she looked at Beth meaningfully. In the end, Beth didn't say anything and left with her tail between her legs. Young madam, you're so close to Cody. You should tell him the truth and switch his agent, Stella suggested. It's not that easy. It might be fine for the others, but Cody is different. He treats her like family. I'm scared that he can't handle it. Sure, Beth did treat him like a money-making machine, but she didn't do anything too horrible. Plus, I don't have time to deal with this right now. If she didn't initiate the whole contract termination business, I wouldn't even have exposed her like this. It's usually best to leave people a way out. Young madam, you're indeed kind-hearted, Mark complimented. It's no use being kind. I can't save my Mr. Dawson. I'd rather be cruel and ruthless than kind and compassionate. Chloe bitterly smiled. Young madam, the company might not last more than 3 days. You should think of a plan or give us an idea. The president is gone, the chairman is hospitalized, and you're the only one we have to support us now. Hopefully the company can survive through the hardship. We don't want to leave GK, Stella tearfully said. I'll try my best, rest assured. GK is my life too. Stella, Mark, you're free to go. I have something else I need to take care of. Okay? Stella, Mark, wait, I have something else. Chloe stopped them. Yes, young madam? Young madam, go on. Let everyone know that at this time, I will be accepting all resignations. But there is only one rule. Whoever quits now will be put on GK's blacklist, never to be rehired. Let those who choose to stay know that once this crisis is over, their salaries will be doubled. Okay, I will send out a notice right now. Stella nodded as she walked out of the office with Mark, leaving Chloe sitting alone in the president's office. She let out a deep sigh and pressed her temples with her hands, looking exhausted. Recently, she was tired easily and always felt dizzy and sleepy. Chloe thought she was being overworked. She opened her bag and put a piece of chocolate in her mouth to gain some energy. Then, she closed her eyes, hoping to rest her eyes for a couple of minutes. Ever since Jack was arrested for murder, even Director Richard called his connections and tried to help him, but unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. It was also Violet's day off. She came over to visit Chloe and brought her some dishes that she had made. However, Chloe didn't have much of an appetite for it. Justin was right. This was such a tough situation that many people failed and gave up on, but only Chloe kept trying. Chloe knew that if she gave up, no one could save Jack. He was entangled in Andrew's perfect trap, which was planned carefully and was basically inescapable. No one could see any weakness in that trap. They couldn't figure it out at all. Chloe thought about it for a few nights. The truth was, she didn't want to use her last resort. Unless it was approaching the end of the world, she didn't want to go down that road. But with the date of the first trial approaching, there was no other way out except that one. Some island in the Pacific Ocean, a bright and beautiful young girl, wearing a long sky-blue bohemian dress, stood on the cruise ship with a glass of champagne in her hand. Boss, here is the latest information I found. The young girl put her wine glass down, picked up the document, started reading carefully without missing a single word. The situation is already so complicated. It is, boss. Do we need to step in? The young girl remained silent. Your brother-in-law is in jail now. His company's stocks are being purchased maliciously. Their situation is quite dire. The young girl still remained silent. Boss, are you worried about what the professor said? The man next to the girl asked hesitantly. Yes, she nodded. Dad said that if I went back to help her right now, it will blow her cover. If her true identity gets involved, the situation will be 100 times more dangerous than it is now. Right now, she's going through some hard times, but at least she's not in life-threatening danger. Also, rumor has it that my sister's husband is friends with an American mafia group. The Rick and Lino brothers won't sit on the side and do nothing. But even if what he said is all true, boss, don't you also worry about her safety? The young girl seemed to be affected by what her lackey said. She bit her lip and fell silent. After a bit, she started slowly. Dad has lived longer than me. I know he has his reasons behind the words he says and the decisions he makes. Plus, his love for my sister is not much less than mine. Maybe this is really not the best time to find my sister. Maybe we should keep waiting and see. Afterward, the young girl picked up the champagne glass and finished it in one sip. Then, she walked into the cabin with a heavy heart. Over the last few years, she had visited almost the entire world. It seemed like there was nowhere that she had never been. The highest she had been was the Himalayas. The lowest she had been was the deep sea of Alaska, Europe, Australia, Asia, the 7 continents and 4 oceans. There wasn't a place that she had never been to. The life she experienced was also under the fire of guns and bullets. The whole world knew that she was the professor's daughter, so she had to live a cautious life filled with anxiety. She had to try to make sure she didn't get caught, that she didn't get captured as a hostage to be used against her dad, and that she tried to stay safe and not make her dad worry. So what her dad said was not wrong. Over the last 20 or so years, her sister's peaceful life was much happier than hers. Although she had a lot of money and a lot of followers, her life was in a struggle between life and death. To her, just being able to see tomorrow's sunrise was a luxury. Ever since she was born, she only had 2 wishes. One was that she could survive and leave behind her life of guns and bullets. The other one was to meet her sister Chloe and reunite as a family. 2 days later, the High People's Court held the first hearing for Major Homicide 327. Wearing a black suit and with her hair tied in a bun, Chloe appeared before the court, looking smart and professional. While waiting for friends, Chloe was stopped by a massive group of reporters. "Mrs. Dawson, can you share how you're feeling right now?" "I'm feeling good. I have faith that my husband will be fine." "Mrs. Dawson, haven't you two already divorced? Do you mind people calling you Mrs. Dawson still?" "I will always be Mrs. Dawson. A divorce is just a piece of paper. It won't have much impact," replied Chloe with a smile. "It's said that GK's stocks are crashing and GK won't survive long. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to sell it or finance it?" "That is confidential. I can't answer that." "Thanks. What will today's result of President Dawson's murder case be?" "What are you expecting?" "My husband didn't murder anyone. I trust in the law to prove his innocence." "Rumor says that President Dawson killed for love. He had an affair with Miss Hall. So, please don't accept speculation so easily, especially on such a major case. Even the police don't dare to talk about it. How dare you talk about it so openly? Although sometimes being brave is a good thing, please make sure you can distinguish between black and white," Chloe said, as she stared at the reporter with such a cold and mocking smile that the latter backed off a couple of steps. "Other than you, will any other people come to today's hearing?" "Yes, my husband's friends will all be here. Mrs. Dawson, someone claimed to see you get into President Cooper car last night. You two have an ambiguous relationship. So," without even letting the reporter finish, Chloe laughed. "So last night, I also went to President Green's home for dinner. Does that mean I have an ambiguous relationship with President Green as well?" Upon hearing this, the reporter was instantly silenced. Chloe calmly answered all the questions. Her quick thinking while being put on the spot, and her well-organized answers made everyone look at her with a fresh perspective. No one would look down on her again, even though she was only a 25-year-old young girl. That's the end of today's Q&A session. My friends are here. Thank you all. Afterward, Chloe walked into the courthouse. The police maintaining order blocked the large number of reporters from entering. Brenton drove there with Victoria in his Mercedes 600. Sarah came with Noah's Jaguar. In Rick's Ferrari was him and Cece. Justin drove his black Lamborghini. Max came in his white Porsche 918. It looked like a luxury car exhibition in front of the courthouse. "Let's go in." Chloe nodded to everyone. As Chloe was turning around, Sarah shouted, "Look, who's that?" Everyone turned around and saw a Range Rover parked at the front. Andrew was wearing a red suit as if he were a groom, annoying everyone present. "President Green, is there something to celebrate today? Why are you wearing red?" A nosy reporter stepped forward and asked, "If I don't wear red, should I wear black then?" "I'm not going to a funeral," answered Andrew casually while adjusting his collar. "Ha ha ha, President Green. You have such a good sense of humor." Andrew's answer made the reporter smile awkwardly. Andrew walked up the stairs one by one and was soon only 10 steps away from Chloe. "Why are you here?" Noah asked with an angry face. If they weren't in public, he would have beaten Andrew up. Rick also stared at him, his expression filled with hatred. Chloe was very calm, and she just glanced at his face, casually. "I'm here for the hearing. I care about this case a lot. Did you guys forget? The victim was my wife. Mayor Hall is my father-in-law." "Bastard!" Sarah wanted to run up and scratch Andrew's face but was stopped by Chloe. "Sarah, don't act impulsively." Andrew looked Chloe up and down and laughed. "Chloe, what you are wearing today is not a lucky color. Only people going to funerals wear black." Upon hearing this, everyone's face changed drastically. After hearing what Andrew said, everyone was furious. Just as Victoria and Sarah were about to run up to him, they heard Chloe say to Andrew with a smile, "When it's your funeral, I will wear even more black than this. Thank you, but I won't live a short life. I will live really long because I will accompany you. Andrew, pay attention to what you say." Noah was angry. "Don't spend time arguing here. It's meaningless. Let's go." Chloe was calm, although in her heart she also hated Andrew to death. But she wanted to see Jack more. The group entered the court. Mayor Hall arrived very late, with police cars leading the way and blocking the reporters on the sides. He was wearing a black suit and appeared in court with a low profile. He sat down in the first row on the right, next to Andrew. "Dad, relax. Jack will pay for his crime," Andrew whispered to Mayor Hall. Mayor Hall remained silent with a grave face. Chloe's group of friends sat off to the left. "I wonder what slanderous words that a-hole Andrew's telling Mayor Hall." "It pisses me off," Sarah cursed. Noah held her hands tightly. "Don't worry. He will reap the whirlwind and karma will catch up. It won't end well for him." Victoria put her hand on her bulging belly, while Breton picked up a white jacket and placed it over her shoulders. Chloe sat next to Victoria and seemed a little nervous. During the days that Jack spent in jail, she missed him so much. But she didn't have a chance to visit him. It took about 10 minutes before all the court staff settled in. "Bring up the suspect, Jack," ordered the main judge. Chloe was so nervous that she kept her hands crossed and looked down at the entrance. Jack walked out, escorted by 2 police officers. He was wearing cold metal handcuffs. "It's Jack." Sarah pointed to his direction and looked over with a Noah. The moment Chloe saw Jack, Chloe's eyes teared up. He had lost some weight and looked a little haggard, but was still handsome. Mr. Dawson's face was generally accepted to be one that no one, including Justin, Andrew, or even some celebrities, could compare to. That sheer force of character was something you were naturally born with. The moment Jack walked in, he looked up and stared into Chloe's eyes. Then, the corner of his mouth lifted up into a bright smile. Chloe couldn't stop her tears from falling down. She stood up, fighting the urge to run up and hug him. "Chloe, you can't go." Victoria dragged Chloe away. Jack gave Chloe a look that meant to say that he was fine and not to worry. Then he walked over to the defendant's dock. The prosecutors that the police hired started a long and fierce confrontation with GK's own legal team. There was a story that happened before all that, too. Originally, Jack's case would be taken care of by the famous lawyer Dennis Myers himself. But strangely, the day before Dennis was going to come to the country, He was attacked and shot in America. Even though his life was not in danger, he couldn't leave the hospital, and therefore he couldn't make it to Jack's trial. Both Rick and Chloe knew that it wasn't a coincidence. It was Andrew, but they didn't have proof. The prosecutor was tough too. He was also a famous lawyer in the country. It was said that Mayor Hall appointed him personally. He looked at Jack and asked, "On the day of the murder, around 3 a.m., where were you?" "I was at Bella's villa." "What were you there for?" "She sent me a text saying that she had something important to say." "What important thing? Did she tell you?" Jack glanced at Andrew, who was sitting at the gallery seats. Andrew gave Jack an aggressive and devious smile. "She didn't say," Jack replied coldly. "The deceased, Miss Hall, had only seen you on the night of her death. We have reasons to believe that you're the murderer. I agree that the evidence presents itself perfectly, but unfortunately, I'm not a murderer." "I will not be pleading guilty," Jack answered calmly, with no sign of anxiousness or impatience. Chloe watched from the crowd. This was the Jack that she loved dearly. She loved seeing his nonchalant attitude even when the world was about to come to an end. "Your Honor, I've finished my list of questions," the opposing lawyer said. "Defendant, do you have anything else to add to help your case? Perhaps you should revisit your memory a little to ensure you haven't left out any important leads." The judge looked at Jack and asked. Chloe became a little anxious. The palm of her hand was beginning to sweat. Right then, Justin passed over a tissue. "Here, for your hands." Chloe received the tissue absent-mindedly, bunched it up in her palms, and never for a second moved her eyes away from Jack. "No, I do not have anything else to say." Jack knew that no matter what he added, it would not help his case one bit. Andrew had probably prepared for everything, so nothing he says would make a difference. "Are you pleading guilty?" "No, I didn't kill anyone," Jack repeated. "The first trial will end here. We'll have the second trial 7 days later and reach a verdict then. Court is adjourned." The chief judge slammed the gavel down and ended the 1-hour-long court trial. As Jack was being taken away, his eyes never left Chloe. He lifted one arm to portray the act of drinking something and smiled at Chloe. Chloe knew what he meant. The distance was too far for words. He could only do gestures to get his message across. He was telling her to drink lots of water and take care of herself. With tears in her eyes, Chloe signaled in sign language to Jack, "I love you very much. I will wait for your return." Jack understood immediately. He nodded slightly before being taken away to the exit by the police. Chloe stood up and quickly left as soon as Jack's shadow disappeared in the back. Justin trailed behind her, as he noticed something was off about Chloe. Chloe walked out of the courtroom, pushed and pulled her way out of the media and got in her car. The engine roared to life, and in a second, Chloe's car shot out of the parking lot at a high speed. "Justin, hurry. Follow her and make sure she's all right." "I will." Justin jumped on his Lamborghini and quickly followed Chloe. "I'm worried about Chloe. She didn't look well," Victoria said wearily. "Don't worry, Justin is there." "Was Chloe crying?" Sarah asked Noah. Noah simply held onto her waist tightly with an arm and didn't reply. "That bastard, Andrew! He's done so much harm to Chloe and Jack. I'm going to go rip him apart." Suddenly, Sarah pushed Noah away and ran towards Andrew. Andrew was just about to get into the car when he saw Sarah stomping her way towards him. He looked at her alarmingly. "Andrew, are you a F-King man? My manhood doesn't concern you." Andrew scanned Sarah's face coldly. Sarah yelled as she threw herself forward to attack Andrew, but the latter simply gave a rough shove, pushing Sarah onto the ground. Noah ran up immediately to help Sarah get up. "Sarah, are you okay?" "Captain Noah, watch your family member. We live in a civilized society and your family member is attacking people right in front of the media. Does she think she's above the law? My wife doesn't need lecturing from you." Noah clenched his jaw and spewed back. "Huh. You two better pray that you don't land in my hands." Andrew scanned their faces darkly. He then got into the car and sped out of the parking lot. "You will die in hell!" Sarah yelled behind the car. "Sarah, calm down. Doing that didn't accomplish anything but get yourself hurt." Noah hugged her tightly as his heart ached. "Noah is right, Sarah. We have to believe in Chloe, and also believe in Jack, that he will be all right," Victoria chimed in. Justin thought he would be able to catch up to Chloe in no time, and even speed in front of her to stop her. But little did he ever think he would chase her from the second ring road to the third, from the third ring road to the fourth, and still fail to catch up to Chloe. Justin had never seen Chloe speed like this. She was practically flooring the gas pedal. No wonder she knocked out Abby, who was a professional racer. Finally, Chloe stopped the car on an out-of-the-way beach. She got out and sat on a rock with her head held low. "I'm exhausted. Why were you driving so fast?" Justin followed Chloe, trying to catch his breath. "Justin, do you think Jack will receive the death penalty during the second trial?" Chloe lifted her face as she asked. Justin noticed the streams of tears on her face and felt his heart ache to the point he could no longer breathe. He had never seen Chloe so fragile, as if she was a glass doll that might shatter upon touch. Nonsense! Why would he be sentenced to death? He didn't kill anybody. "But the evidence lines up perfectly," Chloe said dispiritedly. Justin walked over, placed his hands on Chloe's shoulders, and turned her to face him. "Chloe, stay strong. You have to be strong at a time like this. You will get through it. But I'm so exhausted. I'm afraid You still have me," Justin gently interrupted, his eyes gleaming with tenderness. "Don't be scared. You can do it. Jack is still waiting for you to clear his name. There's still 7 days before his second trial. We have lots of time to find new leads. We will find a loophole in Andrew's plan. But Andrew is not someone that would execute a flawed plan," Chloe answered quietly. For the first time, she didn't sound confident. She knew Andrew too well. If he wanted to do something, he would ensure the perfect execution. He would never carelessly leave any breadcrumbs that would lead others towards him. Perhaps, if it were someone else who framed Jack, they might mess up. But when the mastermind was Andrew, a loophole was next to impossible to find. "You're making him sound like some kind of god. Regardless of how diligent he is, he's only human. After all, even if Jack were to be sentenced to death, we still have other options." "What options?" Chloe looked up immediately and asked. Her eyes were still full of tears. "I can ask my grandfather for help and put Jack on medical parole," Justin clenched his jaw and said after a while. "Can he?" Chloe felt a glimmer of hope. "Shouldn't be a problem. You know, my grandfather, he is a military commander. With his high presence in Capital City, they would probably let it slide with one eye closed. We just need to say Jack is sick and he can go on bail for medical service. You guys can then leave the country and perhaps come back after things have settled a little." The end result of Justin's suggestion was rather similar to Rick's. Rick wanted to rescue Jack by breaking into jail, while Justin spoke of medical parole. In the end, the two methods would require both of them to leave the country. However, the two methods had one major difference. Rick's idea was illegal. Jack would have to take on the name of a murderer for the rest of his life if he ran away. Justin's idea, on the other hand, was more law-abiding. Jack could be bailed out rightfully and leave the country in the name of medical illness. The latter idea was clearly the better option, but deep down, Chloe knew it wasn't an easy plan to execute, despite how simple Justin made it sound. The deceased was Bella, and because of who she was, all the provincial leaders were watching this case intently. If the Cooper family really decided to get involved, others would surely talk. If the media decided to add flame to the fire, then Justin's grandfather's reputation would be ruined. Justin's grandfather would never agree to do something like this. "Thank you, Justin. But I don't want to do this. You don't need to pull your grandfather into this. It's a big mess, so it's best to keep the number of people involved bare, or I'd feel terrible. Jack wouldn't want this either. He's not selfish, and would never want to burden others like this. It's not that difficult." Justin tried to hide the truth. "Don't take me for an idiot. I know how difficult your idea is to execute." I'm really touched that you would do this for me. You're right. I need to stay strong. If I collapsed, what would happen to Jack? Chloe closed her eyes and thought about Jack's face. Her heart ached as she remembered how pale and worn he looked today. She then got up slowly and ran towards the sea. "What are you doing? Come back!" Justin jumped up in pure fear and trailed behind her closely. "Don't worry, I won't try to kill myself by jumping into the ocean. Only cowards would do something like that," Chloe shouted as she headed into the ocean, running until the seawater covered her knees. Then, she yelled towards the ocean, as loud as she could, "Chloe, you have to stay strong!" Justin glanced at her. Then, he walked up to Chloe and shouted beside her, "You have to stay strong, Chloe!" Then, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. After some venting, she had a quick bite of lunch with Justin before heading back to GK, and once again, burying herself in some more work. That afternoon, Chloe drove to the first hospital. Director Richard's office. "Chloe, come and sit." Director Richard treated Chloe like a close family member. Although he never taught her anything personally, he had always given her opportunities and chances to grow. Chloe was constantly grateful to meet a mentor like Director Richard. Not all individuals were lucky enough to meet someone who appreciated their talents. Director Richard. Chloe walked over to the couch wearing a crisp black suit and slowly sat down. Director Richard's assistant then poured them some tea. Director Richard walked up to Chloe and handed her a teacup. "Here, try this. I heard you liked Longjing tea from Westlake." "Yeah, it's really aromatic and sweet. I enjoy green tea." Chloe smiled as she took a small sip. "What do you think?" "It's good. I bought some a few days ago while passing by the Westlake on a business trip. I heard authentic Longjing tea leaves are nourished by water." "Yes, all good things are polished and created with care." Chloe nodded, and Director Richard said amicably, "So, you will only become your best self after experiencing the hardships in life." Director Richard. Chloe was touched by what he said. "Chloe, so many things have happened to you recently. Not only do you have to worry about Jack and take care of the company and your in-laws, you also have to endure public opinion. Normal girls would have broken down a long time ago." "I've broken down as well," Chloe laughed. "But you picked yourself back up again. I know you might feel despair right now, but you shouldn't give up. There's an old saying, place someone on a field of death and he will fight to live. So I know the two of you will survive this. You'll be met with good luck after surviving extreme fortunes. Once you've experienced the worst, the best will be waiting for you." "Haha, Director Richard. I never knew that you had such a poetic side. Gosh, how can you still be joking with me right now?" Director Richard felt embarrassed by what Chloe said. He continued, "Our ancestors make a lot of valid points. Heavens will only bestow great missions to humans after they've experienced great challenges. Chloe, I always thought you're an extraordinary individual. Encountering so much adversity is both your luck and misery. You're forced to face so much suffering at such a young age, but at the same time, no one else has what you have. Yeah, to me, having Jack feels like I've won the entire world." Chloe smiled faintly. The setting sun shone into Director Richard's office, beaming a streak of light onto her face, adding color to her smiling lips, and making her look extremely beautiful. "What are your plans for your father-in-law?" Director Richard changed the subject, and Chloe fell silent. "I took a look at his chart. He's in serious condition. You can't push back the operation any longer. Jack was supposed to perform my father-in-law's surgery, but he's been in jail this entire time, so we didn't have any other choice but to push it back. I don't know how much more time he has. Jack's second trial is in 7 days, Chloe said, as she was struggling too. He might not be able to wait for 7 days. What if other doctor performed the surgery? That would be fine too, but it's a high-risk operation and we're really worried." Chloe expressed her true thoughts. "What if you do the surgery?" Director Richard probed and Chloe froze for a second. "Me?" Then, she immediately waved her hands. "No, I can't. I studied neurosurgery on my own, but I don't have any clinical experience. The brain structure is too complicated. I can't take a risk like this. I think if you perform the surgery with the head doctor and the others, the success rate will be higher." Director Richard never placed faith on those who didn't deserve it. Jack was, of course, the best choice, but current circumstances don't allow for him to perform the surgery. Therefore, if Peter's conditions were dire, why not get Chloe to perform it instead? I don't think I can, Chloe said quietly, but I think you can. Director Richard? Chloe looked up, but didn't know what to say. You won't be performing the surgery by yourself. You can just be head doctor's assistant. The patient is your father-in-law. The risks would be higher if you weren't in the OR. Is that what you want? Director Richard, this is too big. I can't make the decision without thinking about it. Can you give me some time? I need to sleep on it. Sure, but you'll have to hurry up. We can't push back the operation any further. Get back to me within 3 days. Okay, you should head back. Call me when you've made a decision. After leaving the director's office, Chloe pondered what the director just said with a heavy heart. Wasn't it too risky for her to perform a craniotomy on her father-in-law? After going downstairs to see her in-laws, Chloe went to see the head nurse at the OB-GYN department. Florence was the head nurse of the OB-GYN department at the first hospital, and Chloe's first boss after graduation. Although she was a strict woman, she was also honest, and therefore, Chloe always kept in contact with her. Although they didn't see each other often, they were close friends nonetheless. Head nurse, Chloe? Why are you here? Florence was sitting in her office, pleasantly surprised to see Chloe show up all of a sudden. I was chatting with Director Richard about my father-in-law's surgery and thought I'd pay you a visit. Come sit. I just finished work. Florence patted the chair beside her. She liked Chloe very much. I heard what happened with your father-in-law. Is he undergoing surgery soon? Chloe nodded. We can't push it back any longer. His tumor is growing fast. Stay confident and believe in miracles. Florence patted Chloe's shoulder in consolation, and the latter nodded. I will. Head nurse, I actually had a favor to ask you. Sure, go ahead, Florence agreed almost immediately. Do you remember the man you tried to introduce me? Oh, that distant cousin brother of mine? Yeah, Adam. I do. Why? Florence smiled. I was wondering if you could give me his contact information. Why? Did you? Florence heard about Chloe's divorce and was surprised because she thought the latter wanted to pick things up with her cousin. No. Please don't misunderstand me. I wanted to ask him some questions about my husband's case. I heard he was a forensic expert in charge of analyzing corpses. Oh, I see. Sure, give me a second and I'll find his number for you. The head nurse gave Adam's number to Chloe, and she called him as soon as she walked out of the hospital. Hello, is this Mr. Adam? This is he. May I ask who's calling? I don't know if you remember me. I'm Chloe Green. I do. You're GK's young madam, Adam said calmly, making Chloe feel a little awkward. I asked head nurse for your phone number because I had some questions that I wanted to ask you. Do you have time to meet with me? After 5 seconds of silence, Adam said, I'm at work. I can go look for you, and I promise not to take too much of your time. Is that okay? Chloe asked carefully. Did you want to ask me about your husband's murder case? Adam suddenly asked her back. Yes, Chloe told him the truth, and after some more silence, Adam finally said, Come over to the municipal bureau. There's a restaurant called Bashu Sichuan Cuisine here. Wait for me there. I will, Chloe said. After hanging up, she drove straight to the famous Sichuan restaurant near the municipal bureau. Adam strode in 15 minutes later, wearing a white lab coat. It seemed like he hadn't had the chance to change yet. He still smelled like formaldehyde. I'm sorry, things have been really busy, and I didn't get a chance to change. Do you mind? Not at all. Chloe smiled. Oh, I forgot that you're a doctor too. You must be used to the smell of formaldehyde. Chloe handed him the menu. Order whatever you want. It's on me. I'm fine with anything. You can decide, Adam said as he pushed the menu back. Chloe had no choice but to ask, Do you eat spicy food? Of course. Okay then. Chloe glanced at the menu before calling over the waitress. Fish and hot chili oil. Extra spicy. Okay. The waitress immediately noted the order down. Clear noodles and chili sauce, blueberry yam, stir-fried broccoli, Westlake-style beef soup. It's more than enough, Chloe. The two of us won't be able to finish all that. Adam quickly stopped her. Okay then, that's it. Chloe handed the menu to the waitress before pouring Adam a glass of warm water. Thank you. I'm a straightforward person, so I'm not going to suck up or beat around the bush with you. I heard you're the forensics expert of this case, and I had a lot of questions that I wanted to figure out. After all, I can't let my husband be framed for murder. I need to help clear his name. You're saying that your husband wasn't the murderer? Unsurprised? Adam just asked calmly, and Chloe nodded. Mm-hmm. Someone set him up. My husband's the president of GK. If he really wanted to kill someone, he would think of a smarter way. He's not dumb enough to dismember the body and wait to be arrested, don't you think? You have a point. I thought the same thing. But in our society, evidence is everything. Your husband can't prove that he's innocent, so of course he has to bear the crime. Dr. Adam, was there anything suspicious about Bella's corpse? What do you mean? Adam replied with a question. Like her time of death, or aside from Jack's scurf on her body, were there any other fingerprints? Dr. Green, this is top secret information you're asking me to reveal, Adam said faintly as he looked at Chloe, who fell silent and bit her lip. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but these are things that I really can't tell you. This case is too important. The mayor and municipal bureau made is really clear that I can't disclose any information. Then, can you tell me if anyone did anything to the corpse? Chloe knew Andrew wouldn't leave behind any evidence that would work against him, but she still wanted to ask. No, nothing. During the first trial, you heard what the prosecuting lawyer said, right? The time and cause of death show that your husband and Bella got into a fight, and therefore he left the scurf on her body. That was all true. It's too big of a case for people to provide false evidence. Then, was the victim raped before she died? Chloe asked. She knew Jack would never touch Bella, but if she were raped, then it would definitely be Andrew or his people. No. Are you sure? Did you check thoroughly? What if the suspect wore a condom? Chloe asked. Dr. Green, please don't question my professionalism. I've been a forensic expert for a long time. I would know if the victim was raped, even if the suspect wore a condom. The victim wasn't raped. Her uterine interior was perfectly preserved and didn't show signs of secretion. I am sure that no one raped her, and it also seemed like she hadn't had sex for a while. I'm sorry. I just really care about the case. I wasn't questioning your professionalism. Please don't misunderstand me. I understand. The suspect is your husband, so it's natural for you to care. Chloe fell silent. Then, Adam suddenly asked, I heard you guys got divorced? Mm-hmm. He was forced into it. What do you plan on doing now? Wait until he comes out. Chloe looked down and replied, What if he doesn't come out? Will you continue waiting for him? Adam asked as he looked at her face. I will. I'll wait for him forever. My cousin was right. You sure are stubborn. Adam smiled, and once again, Chloe fell silent. Soon, the waitress began serving dishes, and the two of them changed the subject and talked about medicine. When it was time to pay the bill, Adam quickly paid. I said I'd treat you. I can't let a woman pay for me. It's a force of habit. Adam smiled. Before they left, Chloe took out her phone. My phone is off. What's wrong? He asked. My phone is out of juice. I wanted to call the company. If you know the number, use my phone, Adam said, as he took out his own phone. Chloe carefully took it in her hand. Thank you, doctor. Adam. You're welcome. It's not a big deal. Then, Chloe quickly dialed, but after a while she complained, Gosh, it's the wrong number. I can't believe myself. Then, she dialed again. To be polite, Adam waited for her outside the restaurant and Chloe walked out after making her phone call. Here's your phone. Thanks for lunch, doctor. Adam. You're welcome. I'm sorry that I wasn't of more help. No, you've helped me a lot. by coming out and talking about the case with me. I'm going to go now. Bye. Chloe, Chloe turned around and Adam suddenly said, "Take good care of yourself." Chloe seemed completely different than the last time they met. Her aura was overbearing, and she was absolutely beautiful. However, her expression was complicated and revealed how exhausted she was. Even an outsider like Adam noticed this. "You, too." Chloe nodded as she got onto her car and left for GK. Just then, her phone rang. "Sister Chloe, what's wrong?" Chloe's tone was gentle. "I heard about Beth asking to terminate my contract with GK and how she betrayed the company." Chloe didn't respond. "Sis, why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Cody, where are you?" Instead of answering Cody's question, Chloe asked, "I'm at the company. Wait for me. I'll talk to you when I get back," Chloe said. After arriving at GK and going upstairs to the president's office, she saw Cody sitting on the couch. It seemed like Mark complained to Cody and told him a bunch of stuff, including Beth's attempt to kick GK when it was down, and demanding to terminate Cody's contract without paying the penalty. Upon hearing all this, Cody's pretty face turned as cold as could be. No wonder Beth kept trying to convince him into leaving GK. In the beginning, he didn't think too much into the situation. However, not only did Beth disregard honor for money, she even turned Violet into the scapegoat of her own actions. Too bad Violet was a quiet girl who never complained about Beth. This pissed Cody off even more. "Young madam, you're back." Mark immediately greeted Chloe by the door, and she nodded. Where's Cody?" "He's been sitting in your office for half an hour." Upon hearing this, Chloe opened the door and Cody immediately stood up. "Sis, let me get a drink of water first. We'll talk after." Then, Chloe walked up to the fridge, took out 2 bottles of water, and handed one to Cody. She opened her own bottle and took a giant swig while Cody looked dejected at her. "Sis, why didn't you tell me what happened? Where did you hear about all this?" Chloe herself wasn't one to talk about people behind their backs, so she never told Cody about Beth. Everyone at GK Film and Entertainment knows about it now, and I'm the only one kept in the dark. You didn't even tell me what she did in your office. I didn't want you to be sad. After all, Beth has been your manager for so long. It's true, she is very important to me, but I can't stand there and just watch her make mistakes. She didn't want you to suffer, and perhaps cared a little too much about money. But she's right, you know. What do you mean by that? Mark froze as he looked up at Chloe, who replied, "Cody, the company isn't doing well. If you want to terminate your contract, I won't make you pay a penalty. Stop it. I won't leave." Getting emotional, he stood up immediately. "Cody, sis, stop it. I know you're trying to do right by me. You're good friends with President Cooper of Imperial Star, and I know he'll help me make a lot of money. But I won't leave. I came to GK for you, and as long as you're here, I'll be here too. We met as strangers, but you've always treated me like a little brother. You helped me reconcile with my mother and helped her save my brother. You even arranged my schedule so I could get more rest and even gave me the company's best resources. Thanks to you and GK, I'm now one of country's top stars. I may be young, but I know what's right and what's wrong. People say that a drop of water shall be returned with a burst of spring. I might not give you a burst of spring, but I'll never betray you. This isn't betrayal." Chloe consoled him, but Cody looked at her and exclaimed loudly, "Leaving you right now is betrayal. But the company isn't doing well. My husband's still in jail, and someone's maliciously buying GK's stocks. So I don't know what's going to happen to GK. So, before Chloe could finish her thought, Cody interrupted her. "Sis, the company will do better. Worse comes to worst, I'll just stop being a celebrity." What Cody said shocked Chloe to her core. He smiled. "You know me well, sis. I'm still young, but I debuted a long time ago and experienced a lot in this industry. The truth is, I'm extremely sick of the entertainment industry. I saw through fame and wealth and am willing to give up my celebrity aura. I may be disappointed without flowers and applause, but I'm also looking forward to living a happy and peaceful life. I have a lot in the bank, and will probably have enough to live the rest of my life. Once I leave the industry, I'll marry Violet, have children, and live a normal life. I admire the love between you and President Dawson. No matter how much money a person has, having someone who loves you and never leaves you is more important. Don't you think? I didn't think that you'd be able to see everything so clearly. Chloe was impressed by Cody. The young boy had seen through so much and spoke so meaningfully. Chloe thought this world lacked trustworthy and loyal people. When she was browsing a news site, there were many articles about philanthropists and rescue workers who sacrificed themselves to save others with comments about how great they were. One comment, in particular, was carved into Chloe's memory. The netizen commented, "If the price of being a good guy is to put yourself at a disadvantaged position, then sorry, I don't want to be the good guy." Chloe did yell at Beth out of anger and shut her up with the default payment. However, she never really meant to charge Beth twice the default payment. She even thought of letting Cody go. He didn't have to, nor was he obligated to persist through the company's crisis with her. However, Cody made his own decision to be empathetic and loyal. It made Chloe feel that everything she did for Cody before was worth it. She should help kind-hearted people like him. "Sis, it's settled. I've terminated my contract with Beth's studio. From now on, I'm no longer a part of her team. I've made loads of money for her over the years. As I've said, as long as the company's here, I'll be here. If it goes down, I'll just retire. It's perfect. I'll have all the time to enjoy my life. Don't think about it too much. I know you're stressed, so I didn't message you. I believe that you and President Dawson can persist through it. You're so strong and smart." "Okay, kiddo, stop praising me. I'll start flying if you compliment me anymore." Chloe laughed. "You should fly. You're worth it because you're Chloe," Cody said, word for word, as he stared into her eyes. "Oh boy, you've moved me again." "Damn. I don't know what's with me lately. I'm so emotional and cry way too often." "Seriously." Chloe wiped the corners of her eyes and complained. "Okay, don't be so emotional. Haha. Try looking past it. Like you've said, other than life and death, nothing else really matters in the end." "That is true." Chloe nodded. "That'll be all then. Carry on with your stuff. I'll go see Violet at Southside. After all this, we'll take you two out to dinner." "Okay." Chloe smiled as she really liked listening to Cody's kind and warm words. After Cody left, Chloe lowered her head and sank herself in paperwork. She worked all the way until 7 p.m., and just as she walked out of the company in search for food, her mother-in-law called, "Mom, Chloe, please, come quickly." "What's wrong?" Hearing her anxious tone, Chloe immediately asked, "Chloe, your father, what happened to Dad?" Chloe's heart tightened. "Your dad's been in a bad mood recently. He has been losing sleep at night. I thought he was worried about the company and Jack. I didn't think much about it, but I just found him missing." "What do you mean missing?" "He's standing on the hospital rooftop. He wants to die. No matter what I said, he won't come back. Please, hurry." Mrs. Dawson kept on crying and crying. Chloe's heart dropped upon hearing what she said. "Mom, wait for me. I'll be there immediately." When Chloe got to the hospital, she saw a very terrifying scene. Peter stood on the roof of the hospital. He seemed thin and cold, only wearing a hospital gown in the cold, harsh wind. "Chloe, you're finally here. Go look at your dad." Mrs. Dawson's eyes were red from crying, and there were large numbers of hospital staff watching at the doorway, with many spectators on the ground as well. The firemen and police had arrived, but none dared to approach. Peter was standing right at the edge, as if he might fall by accident at any moment. "Mom, let me go talk to Dad." "Don't worry." Chloe briefly comforted her mother-in-law before walking towards the rooftop. Peter had his back towards the door and was looking at the rushing traffic below his feet. Nobody knew what he was thinking about. Dad. Chloe's call made Peter slowly turn around. "Chloe, you're here." His voice was low, and his mood and expression differed from usual. "Dad, let's talk things out. What are you doing? You know we all are very worried about you, no? Chloe was scared as well. Peter was just and righteous. He would never pull a prank like this. Him doing this meant that he really wanted to commit suicide. Chloe, my illness can't be cured. The world has no cure against cancer, especially not brain cancer like mine. We can't give up, as long as we have hope. Dad, even if Jack isn't here, I am. I can perform surgery on you. Chloe, listen to me. Peter looked profoundly at Chloe and said, I know all about how we were framed by that despicable man who also made our stocks tank. The company is on the brink of collapse, and you should stop holding on so hard. I believe that I won't be able to hold on for much longer with my disease. It would be better if I jumped and took my debt with me, so I can alleviate the stress on you and Jack's shoulders. Dad, how could you think that? The company might be in trouble now, but we're not at the breaking point yet. I didn't give up, so why should you? With tears in her eyes, Chloe attempted to comfort him. Chloe could hear the meaning in his words. He meant that he would never recover from brain cancer. He wouldn't live long, so he should just jump off the building right now. Since he was GK's legal representative, he could take full responsibility for the debt, and therefore, the court and bank would stop chasing after her and Jack. However, death was a big deal. How could someone kill themselves just like that? Dad, don't act on impulse. You only live once, and if you really jumped, you can never come back. Jack is still in jail. If he knew about your decision, he would be heartbroken. Didn't you tell me a few days ago that we can just sell the company? And what was important was that we stay together as a family. How could you go back on your promise now? I just don't want to add on to your burden. You've been so busy these days, going between the company, caring for us, and taking care of Jack's business at the public bureau. Chloe, thank you for everything. To be able to have you in our family is a blessing for us. Dad, don't think stuff like that. We're a family. Chloe, take care of your mom. Once the truth comes out and Jack is proved innocent, tell him Dad's sorry for leaving. After speaking, Peter moved his body forward, on the brink of falling. Falling off a 10 or so story, Borodilding meant certain death. Mrs. Dawson howled, Peter, don't be so stupid. How will I live on if you leave me? On the verge of tragedy, Chloe suddenly yelled, Dad, I am pregnant. What? One sentence from Chloe made Peter, who had one foot in the air, hesitate. Dad, haven't you always wanted to see your grandchildren? Chloe's tears couldn't stop falling. Chloe, are you really? Crying, Chloe nodded. That's great. The Dawson family has a descendant now. Peter raised his head and sighed. Capturing the opportunity, the firefighters rushed up to him and pulled him off the edge of the rooftop. The scene made all the spectators sweat. Finally, Chloe's heart rested. Mrs. Dawson was so emotional that her eyes rolled back and she fell to the ground. Mom, are you okay? Chloe immediately caught her. Dr. Green, I think that your mother-in-law might be in shock from the scare, the nurse comforted. Please, take her to the ER and see what is going on. Okay. After her mother-in-law was reeled away, Chloe escorted her father-in-law back to his room. Dad, the company's not at that point yet. I'll think of a way, trust me. I don't want to trouble you. Sell it if you can't handle it anymore, Chloe. Peter comforted her. Then he added, You're pregnant now. It's not good for you to be working such long hours. It's fine, Dad. I'm not that spoiled. I'm doing great. Don't worry. I'm going to see Mom. You should rest. Peter nodded, took some pills, and fell asleep. Chloe's pregnancy killed the suicidal thoughts inside Peter. He even began cooperating with the doctor's treatment plans. Seeing that her mother-in-law was fine, Chloe finally left the hospital with a heavy heart. She lied about her pregnancy to her father-in-law in order for him to keep living. However, Chloe rubbed her stomach. She hadn't been able to conceive all these times. Why would this time be any different? She didn't think hard about it at all. At this time, she had no idea that a precious little life was growing inside her. She was even feeling guilty for lying to her father-in-law. She planned to slowly explain it to him after his surgery, sky blessing court. Chloe was in no mood to eat and just boiled some water. She drank some sugar water to supplement the nutrients in her body. Then, she took out her laptop and replied to some company emails. At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Chloe vigilantly rose, softly walked to the door, and peeked out. Finally, her heart rested easy. She thought it was that psycho Andrew pulling another trick, but it was actually Justin. After seeing him, Chloe let out a sigh of relief and opened the door. She wanted to say something, but she was left stunned on the spot. Justin actually didn't come alone. Brenton, Max, and a young man followed him. Chloe had a good memory and immediately recalled who that was. It was Case Chase, Brenton's brother-in-law, heir of the Chase family, and Zuri's fiancé. It was the man who Brenny chased after, and the son of a very rich family. However, the members of his family were all low profile, so there was very little information on them. What was Justin doing here with all these people? Before Chloe could say anything, Justin turned to look at them. "Come in." "What? You're making this look like your house. You're so casual about it." Max laughed. What's going on?" When everyone entered, Chloe quietly asked beside Justin, "We're here for dinner." Only then did Chloe look down and see the giant plastic bags in their hands. Ahem. Feeling awkward, Chloe cleared her throat. Other than Justin, she wasn't very close to the others. She was decent friends with Brenton since he was Victoria's husband. As for Max and Case, Chloe didn't think they were close enough to eat at each other's houses. What was going on? Could somebody fill her in? Of course I don't know how to cook. Brenton's the best at this. Just let him handle it. While loudly speaking, Max took out the seafood from the grocery bags. Brenton's here. What about Victoria?" "I didn't invite Victoria," Justin replied. Chloe fell silent. "This is between men, so we didn't bring Victoria with us. But she knows," Justin added. "Did you guys come to the wrong house?" Chloe was speechless. "We'll talk about it when we eat." After, the four men began working. Case went to wash a lot of fruits, while Max acted as the sous chef for Brenton, who began making all kinds of seafood dishes. Justin was quite free, as he laid back into the sofa and watched television with the remote control in hand. Chloe was dumbfounded. The four most famous young masters in the city were gathered at her house. What was really going on? Before long, a table full of seafood was ready. Brenton smiled. "Excuse me for my incompetence. If it doesn't taste good, you can just lie to me." Justin put a lobster in Chloe's plate. However, Chloe's gut wrenched when she smelled the seafood. But she couldn't let her nausea show in front of all these people. So, she grabbed an apple and bit into it. "I'm not that hungry. I'll just have some fruit for now," Chloe said. The four men really actually made themselves at home and began eating. At that moment, Brenton began the conversation. "Chloe, we actually have something to discuss with you." "Go ahead." "Justin, this was your idea. You should tell her then?" Brenton looked at Justin. "You're so girly. Chloe asked you to go ahead, so you should." Justin stared back at Brenton, who shook his head. "This was your idea. I think it's better if you say it yourself." "Brenton's right, Justin. You should do it," Max added. Case remained silent and ate his crab. Looking at Chloe, Justin casually said, "It's not a big deal. Don't stress about it. Here's the thing. Isn't GK having financial trouble lately? Andrew isn't playing by the rules, and we can't stand it any longer. We know about his subsidiary companies maliciously buying your shares, so I thought that we can make an alliance and help you defeat him." "Defeat him? How?" Chloe was confused. "The four of us decided to invest $50 billion in GK. That'll dilute the shares in Andrew's hands. As long as he holds fewer shares than you, he can't do anything. $50 billion. That's too much. I am afraid I won't be able to pay you back. Looking around, Chloe worryingly said. That was true. If GK suddenly closed down one day, the money would be gone forever. She didn't want to waste everybody's money. Look at you. Are you still the Chloe who isn't afraid of anything? 50 billion is nothing to our families. If that bastard keeps maliciously buying shares, we'll just keep on investing. Trust us, no matter how rich he is, he'll never be able to beat the four of us combined. Justin was very right. The four richest families in the city each owned countless businesses and were rich beyond compare, not to mention the four of them together. But if that's the case, would it be fair? We would be 5 against 1. If we win, that wouldn't look good, Chloe murmured. Justin flicked Chloe's head with his finger and asked, What? Are you dumb? What time is it now? You're still talking about playing fair? You still care about dishonor? Andrew used all possible means to hurt you, and you're still thinking about virtue and morality? Chloe felt like Justin had a point. So this money will be counted as the shares you guys bought? Chloe asked slowly after a moment of silence. No, we don't need to buy the shares. We're just lending this money to you. Just pay us back after GK survives this crisis. We're not like that jerk, Andrew, taking advantage of the situation and buying your shares at a low price at such a critical time. We will never do that. How is this okay? The four of you are lending me so much money. Chloe was overwhelmed by this huge, unexpected favor. Take it, Chloe. You're my friend. Justin looked at Chloe as he said in all seriousness, Ahem, you're Justin's friend. So you are my friend too. Just take it. You are Victoria's friend, so it's natural for us to help you. Breton smiled. With a crab in his hand, Case looked at Chloe and said quietly, You're my wife's sister-in-law's friend, so you're a friend of the Chase family. We're willing to help you. Chloe was speechless by what these guys said. They all had such good reasons to help. It was clear that they came prepared. So that means I would owe you guys each a huge favor. I'm afraid that I can't pay it back. Chloe knew that returning lent money was easy, but returning a favor was not. Who would just lend out 10 billion this easily without even an IOU? Moreover, she didn't even have to ask them to lend her this money. They offered it to her. Chloe, don't let it be a mental burden on you. We don't like that jerk Andrew either. Just take it. After GK survives this crisis, everything can be negotiated. We have faith in your abilities. Thanks, everyone. Chloe looked at the four and felt touched. It turned out that Justin had plans of his own by inviting everyone to have dinner at Chloe's house. What Stella said was right. The only way to survive now would be through financing. This time, even though it was not financing, she was able to get by because the four elite families agreed to lend her a hand. What Justin said was right. At the moment, you couldn't think too much. There was no time to think about any other alternative. As long as there was a way to keep GK from being taken by Andrew, anything was worth it. Not to say that the four elite families didn't intend to buy the shares, but simply to invest under the guise of lending money. Such a great deal couldn't be found anywhere else by any other means. Only after a long time did Chloe realize that it wasn't because GK was worth a lot. Being able to borrow 50 billion from those four families happened simply because she was Chloe. Just the name Chloe itself had already become a legend, because these two characters were Justin's lifelong obsession. Justin's group didn't stay long. They left after finishing dinner and cleaning up. After 3 hours, $50 billion popped up in Chloe's personal account. Looking at the amount, Chloe felt really touched. If she could actually survive this crisis, she would definitely try to return this favor. After their investment, Chloe didn't have to worry for a bit about the company being illegally absorbed by Andrew. But there were 2 issues tougher than the company's problem. One was her father-in-law's surgery tomorrow morning, and the other one was Jack's second trial. After thinking for a long time, Chloe decided to follow Director Richard's suggestion. She was going to join tomorrow morning's surgery herself, But since she didn't have much clinical experience in neurosurgery, she was going to be head surgeon assistant, helping her with the procedure. Success or failure lay in this. If the surgery was successful, everything would be great. But if it failed, how should she explain it to Jack? Also, the second trial. After the first trial, the verdict had already been formed. The second trial would basically be just a procedure. Jack would definitely be sentenced, and Chloe didn't want that day to come. But she also wanted to see Jack. Chloe was so stressed by these recent issues that even she didn't notice that her period was late for 3 whole days. Midnight. Chloe sat on the bay window in the second-floor bedroom, staring into the distance. On the other side of town, Emery drove her Porsche to the Green Mansion. Recently, Andrew's trail had been extremely mysterious. He hadn't been going to the company, nor her place. At first, she thought he was trapped by the Batch, Joyce, but after some investigation, Emery realized that Joyce had already been kicked out of the game by Andrew. That was why she decided to look for him at the Green Mansion. As she got out of her car, she saw Andrew walking out from inside. What was different was that he was wearing a dark-colored cashmere jacket and a black dress hat. Andrew, Emery immediately got out of her car and walked over, but he didn't even let her approach. Andrew walked right past her and got into the car, as if he didn't see her. Andrew! Feeling hurt and ignored, Emery screamed out his name again, but Andrew acted like he didn't hear anything, and he just hopped into his car and left. Was he treating her so coldly because his plan was going to succeed, and he was going to get Chloe soon? Emery felt a chill down her spine, thinking that the Andrew she saw today was so different. It was as if they were two different people. You are a complete psycho, Andrew. Fine, you go find Chloe. You're going to regret this one day. Sooner or later, you'll die. Because of Chloe. Emery yelled at Andrew's car, but no matter how much she yelled and screamed, Andrew didn't care at all and just drove off. After Emery was feeling down on her luck, she went to see Zion in a fit of annoyance. Chloe sat on the bay window for a long time and started feeling a little sleepy. As she was drifting off to sleep, she saw a black shade pass by downstairs outside of the window. Less than 5 seconds afterward, the super security system she installed was triggered, and the alarm started activating on all fronts. Beep! 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 All the neighbors woke up, and the security guards ran over as well. Chloe was certain that someone tried to break in. The last time the window opened in the middle of the night, Chloe was scared and stayed for several days at Victoria's home. After coming back home, she developed a super-sensitive security system that combined computers, surveillance, and sensors. After the sun goes down, an infrared ray would turn on automatically. Any living objects that didn't enter through the door, even a little bird, would trigger the alarm system. So this proved that someone had just tried to stealthily enter her house. Once the alarm sounded, it definitely alerted the intruder. Security guards kept knocking on the door. "What's up?" Chloe opened the door. "Miss Green, are you okay? We heard your alarms went off?" asked several security guards. "Yes, someone broke into my home," Chloe said calmly. "Broke in? Then are you okay?" The security guards were scared. "You guys were guarding the gate. Didn't you notice anyone suspicious entering our community?" asked Chloe, with discontent. "No property owners all have their own gate card, so strangers would not be able to enter." "Okay, never mind then. Do you need us to call the police?" "No, you guys can go. Miss Green, if there's anything, call us." "Got it." Chloe closed the door, turned on her computer again, and reset the security system. Luckily, she was prepared. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know if someone entered her place secretly again. The security guards said they didn't notice anyone suspicious, and only property owners were in this community. Could it be that someone amongst the property owners was trying to harm her? Or Andrew sent someone to buy a property in this neighborhood? Chloe felt a chill in her heart. Obviously, there were enemies hiding all around her. This worried her greatly. The next morning, Chloe went to the hospital at 6 a.m. to prepare for her father-in-law's surgery. To her surprise, however, there was someone else in his room. "Chloe, come over. Come and see who this is?" Mrs. Dawson asked, while holding Chloe's hand closely and pointing at a young girl with short hair who was about 20 years old. "This is... Chloe was baffled. "Is that Avery?" Chloe asked with uncertainty as she looked at the short-haired girl. "See, I told you that Chloe has a good memory. She can definitely figure it out." Mrs. Dawson smiled proudly. Her daughter-in-law, who not long ago was still a thorn in her side, had become the biggest source of pride in her life, even bigger than her son Jack. Though Chloe had always kept a low profile and never showed off, what she did recently really touched Jack's parents. This girl, at such a critical moment like this, handled the whole situation, leaving everyone touched. Everyone said that meeting a great man like Jack was Chloe's luck. But it now seemed like meeting a woman like Chloe was every man's dream. No woman could win a man's heart with only her beauty. But girls like Chloe usually didn't rely on their beauty anyway. The short-haired girl stared at Chloe and smiled gently. "Hi, sis-in-law." Chloe walked over and looked over her lovingly. "I've heard so much about you, but it's my first time meeting you in person. You look much prettier than your photos. You're so cute." Chloe never said false, flattering things in order to make someone happy. She really thought this girl was pretty and cute and had a sweet smile. So who exactly was this short-haired girl? It turned out that she was the daughter of Jack's uncle, Barrett Dawson, who immigrated to the U.S. years earlier and was now living in Hawaii. Barrett was also a famous expatriate and had his own business in America. He was the sibling of Jack's dad, and they had a really good relationship. Jack's uncle stayed in the U.S. after finishing his studies and strived for many years. Nowadays, he was already a famous person in upper society. They had always had a close relationship. All this time, his uncle had been trying to persuade his brother to immigrate to the States. But Jack's dad had close connections to his hometown and didn't want to leave, so he never agreed. When the issue happened to the company, Jack's uncle was negotiating a project in South America. After he went back to the U.S., he found out that something serious had happened. Therefore, he immediately came back with his daughter. Avery was a close relative of Jack's, and when Jack was studying in the U.S., she visited him at school several times with her dad. Chloe had seen pictures of this girl while she was at the Dawson Manor. Although they were pictures from 5 or 6 years ago, she hadn't changed much. That was why Chloe recognized Avery almost immediately. "Avery, if you are here, where's your dad?" "My dad is here too. He's in the director's office, discussing my uncle's surgery." Chloe nodded. "Sis-in-law, I've heard about you a long time ago." Avery walked over and smiled mysteriously. Not even letting Chloe respond, Avery continued. "I saw from my cousin's cell phone. I saw it secretly. He didn't allow anyone to touch his phone, so I knew there must be some secrets. When I finally unlocked his phone, I was shocked. It was full of your pictures. In those pictures, you were still so young and cute." Hearing what Avery had said, Chloe smiled shyly. "You checked his phone secretly, and he didn't get mad at you? Just because of that, he didn't talk to me for an entire month. Luckily, I lied to make things better. My cousin is always cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He treated me really well. When my mom passed away, in order to cheer me up, he skipped class for a week to take me to Disneyland. Avery's mom passed away 5 years ago from a car accident, and Jack's uncle didn't find someone else, and just lived his life with his young daughter. Perhaps that was why Jack spoiled his younger cousin to no end." Afterward, Avery held onto Chloe's hand and asked secretly, "Sis, did my cousin actually kill someone?" "He didn't," Chloe answered simply. "But everything is pointing to him being the murderer right now. To be honest, I don't believe he killed Bella either," Avery said cumbersomely. "Avery, do you know Bella?" Chloe asked quietly. "Of course. Our fathers were good friends. She's had a crush on Jack since she was little, and always thought she would marry him one day. But, unfortunately, he didn't like her back. She even visited Jack a couple of times when he was studying abroad in the U.S. But I'm not sure why she never went to Harvard to speak with him in person. so she would always try to bribe me into giving her information. She got me lots of gifts, and it was then that I knew that she wasn't as innocent as she looked. I didn't like her very much. It was through Avery's words that Chloe uncovered Bella's determination for Jack. Out of all the women that wouldn't leave Jack alone, Bella was probably the most difficult one to deal with. They have had many encounters, to the point where they no longer cared in putting up a friendly front. Eventually, it led to the final round of drag racing that could have gotten both of them killed. But now that Bella had passed away, all the previous grudges and resentments seemed meaningless. After a moment of silence, Chloe moved her lips and said, "The way Bella died was a little brutal, but it has nothing to do with Jack. Sometimes it's the evil that we bring onto ourselves that's the hardest to bear. It was very unfortunate that she was murdered, but why did she have to frame Jack before her death? What was with the damn diary? It literally led everyone to think she and Jack had some hidden relationship going on, and thus concluded that the murder was based on a conflict in romance. This bothered Chloe the most. If Bella truly loved Jack, she wouldn't have left any evidence that would allow this to happen. In the end, it was clear that she loved herself the most. She was afraid of being killed, and so she sold out Jack. This surely wasn't something that someone who loved Jack deeply would do. So who's the murderer? Why don't they go for that person? Avery asked innocently. She was, after all, only 19, roughly the same age as Thomas. It was understandable that she would ask such questions without really thinking much. They were still kids after all. The issue is not that simple, Avery. Jack's been framed, and they are trying very hard to separate us. But don't worry. All you have to do is believe that he's innocent. I believe him, sister-in-law. Avery nodded. Around this time, Mrs. Dawson walked in through the door. "Chloe, come and meet Uncle Dawson." "Uncle Dawson, you're back," Chloe greeted immediately. Barrett looked very much like Jack's father, except that he was a lot younger. "You must be Chloe. What a wonderful young lady. I've heard all about you. Thank goodness we have you, especially with what's been happening. My nephew definitely picked a great wife. We are all very thankful for all you've done for the Dawson family." Uncle Dawson looked at Chloe, his eyes full of admiration and sincerity. "Don't worry about it. I'm a member of the family. I'm merely doing what I'm supposed to." Chloe smiled. "What's the situation like at the company, Chloe?" Uncle Dawson asked. "Truth be told, not very well. We were on the verge of collapsing." "What about now? How much cash flow do you need?" Uncle Dawson asked in a serious tone. "We're not short anymore. Everything was taken care of this morning." Chloe smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Uncle Dawson was startled. "It's been taken care of? Didn't you need at least a couple $1 billion? "Yes, but I was able to borrow enough money. We're not in the negative anymore." "Able to borrow enough?" "Chloe, do you mean somebody loaned you billions of dollars?" Uncle Dawson stared at the 24-year-old girl in front of him in complete disbelief. "Yes, Uncle Dawson." Chloe nodded. "But where did you possibly borrow this much money from?" Uncle Dawson was still in shock. He stared at the young lady in front of him and contemplated. Even he and his brother wouldn't be able to borrow this much money in such a short amount of time to avert the crisis. "I had a couple of friends that helped me. Well, very nice friends indeed." Uncle Dawson was still recovering from the shock. "Yes, I'm very grateful for them. I came with $8 billion in liquid capital. You can use this first. If it's still not enough, I will figure something out when I get back to the U.S. headquarters," Uncle Dawson said, as he pulled out an internationally accepted check and passed it to Chloe. "Uncle Dawson, I already have enough. Take it. We're family. You don't need to be polite. My brother called me a while ago. I would have come much earlier if I wasn't stuck in South Africa. I feel terrible about that. Forget that, Uncle Dawson. Dad's surgery is about to start soon. I will go and get ready. I heard what happened from Mr. Richard. To be honest, I'm really shocked. But please don't feel any pressure and try to be calm. Take care of my brother." "Of course, Uncle Dawson. I will give it my all. Sis-in-law, you can do it." Avery gave Chloe's hand a squeeze. Mrs. Dawson walked over warily. After much contemplation, she finally asked, "Chloe, what are the chances?" "Mom, to be honest, I don't know. I will do my best. Okay. I believe in you. We'll wait for you right here, right outside of the OR. Chloe nodded. She changed into scrubs and walked into the OR with her team. The three members of the Dawson family huddled closely together and watched until her shadow disappeared into the OR. To be honest, Chloe was a little nervous because this surgery didn't allow for any mistakes. The surgery lasted for 7 full hours. By the time Chloe walked out, she was so tired that she almost passed out. A nurse grabbed her by the waist quickly and was able to prop her up. "Dr. Green, are you okay?" Chloe shook her head. "I'm probably just too tired because I haven't been resting well. I'll be fine." "Dr. Green, you look pale. You should go home and rest now. We've done all we can. The rest is up to the patient." "Head surgeon, what's the likelihood of my father-in-law waking up?" Chloe asked wearily. "To be honest, I'm not sure either. If you really want a number, it's probably about 35%. It's that low?" Her tired face showed a sense of deep sadness. "It's not low at all. We knew from the start he had a tumor. It's difficult to predict how well he will recover, and it's difficult to predict how fast the cancer cells are spreading. It's all up to him now." Chloe walked out of the OR with much on her mind. "Chloe, how is he?" Mrs. Dawson was the first that ran up and asked. The surgery was a success. Thank goodness. Mrs. Dawson's hand shook with excitement as she grabbed Chloe's hand. "Dad will be under observation in the ICU for the next 24 hours. The critical period has not passed yet." Mrs. Dawson's smile faded when she heard what Chloe said. "I believe Dad will be all right. Mom, you should go and get some rest. You don't look so well." Chloe comforted her. "You look very pale too. You should go and get some rest as well." Chloe simply shook her head. "I still have a lot to do at the company. Dad will be in his room." After leaving the hospital, Chloe headed to GK. However, after driving off the freeway, she was stopped by Andrew's car. He walked out of his car and knocked on Chloe's window, who lowered it. "Chloe, Jack's going to be sentenced during his second trial, and you won't be able to do anything about it then. Are you sure you don't want to beg me to let him off the hook? It doesn't matter what I say. It's not like you're going to let him go, are you?" Chloe stared at Andrew extremely icily, but with a calm expression on her face. "Why don't you make me happy first? Maybe that'll help." Andrew looked at Chloe, deeply mesmerized by the young woman in front of him. "Can you be less shameless?" "Haha. Please you? I'd rather die." Chloe sneered and looked at Andrew. "That's understandable. So, you would rather die than please me?" "That's right." "Haha, Chloe. Why is that?" "Why is what?" Chloe stared at Andrew with animosity in her eyes. "Why can Jack and even Justin approach you, but I can't? I've treated you so well over the years." Andrew felt hurt. After he started liking Chloe, he treated her well without asking for anything. He made Chloe the chairwoman of the Green Foundation. He gave her a jade bracelet worth tens of millions for her birthday. He bought her medicine when she had stomach aches. He sent her face masks because she never took care of herself. When she was upset, he wouldn't know what to do, and his heart would ache as well. When Brenny and Liam disrespected Chloe, he stepped up to avenge her. When his old man tried to toy with her using fake emotions, he ended him. Andrew did everything for Chloe. However, she never saw how good he was. Do you want to know why? Chloe smiled slightly. Andrew stared at her pretty face and remained silent. Because you have no bottom line. You only care about yourself. You never think about others. You even step on other people's lives to fulfill your own wishes. Compared to Jack, you're missing the most important thing. What is that? Andrew was a little stunned as he looked at Chloe with a blank expression on his face. "A kind heart," Chloe said, word for word. Haha, the world needs no kindness. Kindness is just not worth anything. Andrew couldn't see from Chloe's viewpoint, and he even mocked her for her naivety. "Andrew, karma always catches up to you. One day, you'll pay for what you've done." "Really? I'll be waiting for that day." Andrew deviously smiled. Chloe slammed the gas pedal and ended the conversation. In Chloe's mind, Andrew was not only a psycho, but also a madman. He just couldn't be reasoned with. Chloe now had the combined funds from Justin and his friends, along with Jack's uncle's money. With that amount in her hand, she settled the war. Although Andrew still had shares of GK, he couldn't keep maliciously purchasing GK stocks and had no say in the company. This minimized GK's losses. Chloe worked overtime until 7 and was just getting ready to drive back to Sky Blessing Court when an uninvited guest knocked on her office door. "Chloe, you are..." Looking at the girl opposite of her, Chloe questioned. "We've met before. You might have forgotten me. My name is Joyce. You're Andrew's partner?" Chloe suddenly remembered. "I am." Joyce nodded. She was wearing a long black woolen coat, and her wavy hair made her look more mature than she was. Her face looked tired with a bit of nude makeup on. She wasn't as stunning or as sexy as Emery was. Every woman beside Andrew was a beauty. So, it was quite strange that the normal-looking and not very educated girl could be favored by Andrew for such a long period of time. Chloe never paid attention to Andrew's women, so she didn't know her very well. What do you want of me?" Chloe looked at her and asked. It was so late at night and quite strange for Andrew's bedmate to look for her at the company, all by herself. "I want to talk to you," she said. "About what?" "About Andrew." "Sorry, I am not interested in that man." Chloe rejected her almost immediately. "You have to, because it probably involves you." Joyce looked at Chloe with a serious expression on her face. Chloe debated with herself and looked at the watch. "I'll give you 20 minutes. You can start. Andrew has always loved you. Did you know that?" Looking at Chloe, Joyce softly asked. "I know," Chloe answered calmly. "When he first chose me, I was overjoyed. I thought I got super lucky to be with someone of that status. He was extremely generous and paid for my everything. That made so many people envious, haha. A while later I found out that I was only a substitute. He often looked at my face with a distant look and said your name. 'Ms. Joyce, please get to the point. My time is precious.' I was pregnant with his child, but he forced me to get an abortion." Chloe wasn't too surprised by what she heard, as Emery had faced the same fate. If someone like Emery couldn't give birth to Andrew's child, then Joyce wasn't even in question. Actually, not having a child is understandable. After all, I am just a toy to him. I never took it seriously, but he denied ever touching me and even said that the kid wasn't his. That pissed me off. He denied it? Chloe didn't think Andrew would be such a coward. Did he suspect that you were seeing another person? Chloe asked. Joyce shook her head. No, he forgot that he touched me. It's weird, actually. He kept me by his side for a long time, but he never touched me. Like, he wouldn't have a physical relationship with me. However, about a month ago, he suddenly walked into my room and took my clothes off. He was paying me, so I didn't dare to fight back. His behavior was weird. He did it without speaking one single word and left right after. He didn't even talk to me. Joyce carefully thought back to that day. What happened afterward? Chloe's interest was piqued. He went back to my place time and again, but he never touched me, nor brought up what happened that night. Did he get drunk and forget? Chloe asked. Joyce shook her head. It shouldn't be the reason. He didn't reek of alcohol, and his eyes looked conscious. He did act differently than usual. It felt as if he was a whole different person. After Joyce finished speaking, Chloe suddenly remembered that night at GK, when she was basically cornered by Andrew. He also denied doing it after the fact. Andrew didn't look like he was lying either. Now that Joyce brought it up, she was now concerned and became alert. There were many questionable points. Chloe say, "Do you think Andrew is mentally ill?" Joyce suddenly asked. "Why would you ask that?" "I think that he has many secrets. It's strange." "Do you think that he might have a body double?" Looking at Joyce, Chloe asked. "I don't think a body double or a twin is possible." Why? When we did it that night, I looked at him and saw a red birthmark on the left side of his chest. I've seen it before when he was changing. That was him for sure. I think that he might be mentally unstable, which led to short-term memory loss and his strange actions. It doesn't seem possible. He has health checkups regularly at Southside. He's very healthy, and not only is he mentally healthy, he is also very intelligent and cunning. Chloe disagreed with Joyce's opinion and didn't believe that Andrew was mentally ill. I just found it weird. I've seen him do work on you recently. Anyway, be careful of him. Really, this is out of the goodwill. Thank you for your warning. Chloe was still very calm. All right, you can go back to your work. I'm leaving. I've decided not to stay here anymore, and I'm going back to my family home in a few days. I'll marry an honest guy and live out my days. I have some savings. I'll go do some business back home. Goodbye. Just as Joyce was about to walk out of the door, Chloe suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Ms. Joyce, please wait. What is it?" Joyce turned around. The night Bella died, was Andrew really with Emery? Chloe wanted to ask Joyce to see if she knew something about Bella's case. Perhaps she might be able to find a flaw. I'm sorry. I really don't know. Oh, Chloe was a little disappointed. She really wanted to find useful information so that she could clear Jack's name at the second trial and turn the situation around. However, the reality was harsh. Andrew is suspicious of everyone. He never let me touch his phone or ask about his day. So, I really don't know where he was or what he did the day the murder happened. It's fine. I was just asking. I think you can ask Emery. She won't tell me the truth. She'll give her life helping Andrew. I don't know what to do then. Joyce shook her head. After Joyce left, Chloe drove back to Sky Blessing Court. She video chatted with her mom in New Zealand for a while before driving to the nearest supermarket for some groceries. Then, she made a group chat on Snap with her friends. In it, Chloe wrote, "Is everyone busy?" Sarah wrote, "Another group chat?" Chloe replied, "This one has more people in it." Victoria wrote, "Dr. Green? What's going on?" Chloe replied, "Come have dinner at my place tonight. I'm cooking." Victoria replied, "What good day is it today?" Chloe replied, "A good day for food?" Noah asked, "What food?" "A Manchu Imperial Feast," Chloe answered. Noah said, "I'll be there right away." Sarah wrote, "Damn, you pig!" "Chloe," said Victoria, "bring Brenton too." Victoria, "Will do." Justin said, "Brenton is at my place." Chloe answered, "Great, you guys can come together. If young Master Max is free, bring him too. We'll eat in an hour." Justin answered, "Yep. Do we need to bring anything?" Chloe said, "Just bring yourself." Justin replied, "Okay, see you in a bit." Cody wrote, "Sis, what's going on?" Violet, "What's going on, Chief?" Chloe replied, "Nothing. I just wanted to treat you guys to food to thank you guys. You've been working so hard to help me, and it's only natural for me to make dinner with you guys." "Haha, come as early as you can." Cody answered, "Yep, I'll be there soon." Chloe's invitation was well received by all the invitees. An hour later, many expensive cars gathered outside the doors of Sky Blessing Court. A Lamborghini, a Mercedes-Benz, a Range Rover. Justin drove Brenton here. Max drove his own Porsche Cayenne. Victoria was driven here by the Blake's family's private chauffeur. Noah and Sarah arrived in their Jaguar. Cody drove Violet in a black Range Rover. There were 9 people in total, including Chloe. Chloe spent an hour to make 4 stir-fried dishes, stewed chicken, and a soup. She also bought 4 pre-made dishes to make a total of 10 dishes. Everybody gathered around the dining table and talked. The atmosphere was great. With a flower-patterned apron around her waist, Chloe approached them, and Justin burst out laughing. "What are you laughing about?" Chloe flicked Justin's forehead. "This getup suits you, idiot." Justin laughed. "No truth can come out of a dog's mouth." Max laughed. "Dr. Green, Justin is on his period. Don't sink to his level." Justin turned around, punched Max. "Screw you. Chloe, you can stop hustling." "Sit," Victoria said as she dragged Chloe onto a chair. Looking at the feast, Brenton's face was filled with disbelief. You made all of this? Mm-hmm. I bought some of it. I didn't have enough time. You stewed this? Sis, it smells so good, Cody chuckled. If you think it smells good, eat more. Let's start, everyone. Girl, you seem a little off today. Sarah suddenly stared at Chloe's face and slowly said, No, I'm fine. Chloe smiled. Chloe, by bringing everyone here, did you want to discuss how to break Jack out? Victoria asked. Actually, I already thought of a way, Chloe slowly said, and her head was lowered the whole time. What way? Noah anxiously asked. Chloe looked around, chuckled, and said, I am going to run away with Jack. Damn, what kind of strategy is that? Didn't we talk about it before? Sarah complained. Do you mean run away? As in breaking him out? Or the medical parole after his sentence? Victoria's question was more logical than Sarah's. Same thing, we're running away anyways. Chloe smiled. There's a big difference. It's a serious crime to break someone out of prison. You'll be on the wanted list forever and have to worry about being caught no matter where you go. It's much safer to go down the medical parole route. Mr. Dawson's reputation may be harmed, but he'll live out the rest of his days without worry. A lot of corrupt politicians do this. On the surface, they're in jail, but they're arranged to receive medical treatment abroad. When they come back in a year completely changed, nobody would know. To be blunt, nobody would notice if he gets plastic surgery in Korea, Victoria said. She always thought of everything and lived up to her status as a doctor of psychology. Brenton agreed with his wife's viewpoint and said, Victoria's point is valid. Chloe, think it through. Don't be impulsive. Other cases might work with medical parole, but Jack's involved with a murder case. He's accused of murdering Mayor Hall's daughter. I think that Mayor Hall's going to watch it closely and not let him slip away so easily, Noah said with a deep voice. He paid attention to the case at the bureau every day, so he knew the case the most out of anyone there. At that moment, Justin slowly said, Don't worry, leave it to me. I have a way. Max patted Justin's shoulder. He said it himself. Rest assured he'll get it done. Come, let's drink. Everyone knew that Justin could probably do it with the Cooper family's power. If the Cooper family couldn't help someone, nobody else could. So, what Justin said held a lot of weight. Yep, Mr. Max is right. Let's drink. Don't worry about it. Chloe smiled. Chloe, I heard that Jack's uncle came back, Sarah asked when they were chatting. And Avery came back, too. She can help me take care of my father-in-law at the hospital, so I don't have to worry about it as much. Avery? She's Jack's cousin, is she? Is she pretty? Can you introduce her to me? Max interrupted. She's just 19. Let my cousin-in-law go, will you? Chloe chuckled. Seeing her relaxed expression made the others rest easy. Everybody ate and drank. Violet was quite shy and didn't talk much, and Cody took care of her by putting food in her plate. During the meal, Chloe rose and got seconds from the kitchen. Max was getting rice, and as soon as she stepped in, he followed. Eh? Do you want rice? I'll help you. No, I'll help myself. I would never be polite to you, Max laughed. Chloe smiled but remained silent. Chloe, Actually, to be honest, I really didn't like you before. Oh, why do you hate me? Chloe smiled. It seemed like she had always known how Max felt about her, because I always thought that you were pretentious and cold-blooded, playing cat and mouse with Justin. I always thought that you intentionally played with his feelings and treated him like an idiot. You know, there are those types of women in the world where if you liked her, she will make you commit to her and won't allow you to love other people, even if she isn't into you. She will even make full use of your love to make you do a ton of crap for her. In the beginning, I thought that you were someone like that. What about now? Asked Chloe. They all say that as distance tests a horse's true strength, time reveals a person's true heart. This is what our ancestors passed on to us, and it's so true. After a long time, I finally saw everything. I also know why Justin's so in love with you. You treat people and situations with such greatness and fairness, especially when Justin was falsely accused of murder. I thought you wouldn't step up, but to my surprise, you helped explain the situation. You didn't care about your reputation and bore so much suspicion and blame. At that moment, I thought that even though you are a woman, you do things like a true bro. Chloe laughed. All women want to be the apple of a man's eyes, but I've become the man in other men's eyes. Max nodded. You are so tough. You are incredibly tough. You treat your friends and lover so well. You never back off, and you are always the first one to step up. As a man, I have to say that whoever ends up with you is indeed one lucky fella. Keep going. Young Master Max, are you trying to put me on a pedestal? Chloe looked at Max happily, while holding the soup bowl in her hands. That's not it at all. You still don't know me? If I like someone, then they are a really good person. If I don't like someone, even if you give me $8 million, I won't give them a single compliment. I really think you have come a long way, and it's not been easy. It's Jack's honor to have you as his wife. The truth is, even I'm feeling jealous in place of Justin, really. I'm not as good as you say. I just did what I should have. That's all. Okay, don't play humble. By the way, don't worry about the money. Although right now I'm not the leader of my family, this amount is not that much to us. When you have more money, we can talk about you paying us back. So, don't feel pressured. Thanks, young Master Max. Chloe thanked Max from the bottom of her heart. It made sense for Justin to treat her well. After all, everyone knew Justin's feelings for her, but Max and Chloe were just normal friends, and they never had a connection of money. So making him take out so much money without an official IOU was really indeed a generous act. Don't thank me. Thank Justin. I'm only here because of him. He loves you so much that it's touched those of us who've watched him all this time. If he wants to do something for you, we as brothers will definitely support him. I still need to thank you. If there's anything I can help with in the future, tell me. I'll help you, even if I have to dig through hell. Hey, no need to sound so scary. Just introduce more hot girls to me. That's enough. Chloe was speechless. What about digging through hell? What are you two murmuring about behind us? No one noticed that Justin had walked in. Nothing, just some private talk between me and Chloe, laughed Max with mischief. Is this really a place you should stay? After you eat, get your ass out of here, scolded Justin with a laugh. It's not your home, too. Max rolled his eyes at him. What? What did you just say? Nothing. You guys chat? Max ran out with a mischievous grin on his face. Justin turned around and looked at Chloe, feeling a bit shy. Ugh, Justin started carefully. It's fine. Just say what you want. Chloe smiled. That guy Max talks without thinking first and says anything. Don't take it to heart too much. What if I take it to heart? Then what? Justin didn't know what to say. Chloe burst out laughing. Chloe hadn't laughed so happily since Jack had gotten into trouble. Her bright smile instantly warmed up Justin's heart. I was just kidding. I've known him for so long, of course I know what kind of person he is. I won't take it personally. Also, young Master Max didn't say much. That's good. Are you also coming to the kitchen to get some rice? I'll get it for you. As she was speaking, she moved to get Justin's bowl. No, it's fine. I'll get it myself. Justin was dazed as he scooped a little bit of rice and walked out. Everyone seemed to be having a nice chat. Chloe was a pretty good chef. She also prepared fruits for everyone after dinner. They hung out until 10:30 p.m. It was getting late, so people started to leave. Before leaving, Chloe called Victoria over to have a one-on-one chat for a little bit. After Victoria walked out, Brenton vaguely felt that her mood didn't seem right. Maybe other people weren't paying attention, but Brenton was Victoria's husband. After living together for a long time, they had a subtle telepathic connection. So on the way home, Brenton sat opposite from Victoria and said, "Honey, what? What did you guys talk about when Chloe called you over?" Victoria paused a little and said, calmly, "Nothing." Then she looked down and continued playing a game on her phone. Then, why do I feel like there's something wrong with your expression? What's wrong? Victoria looked up at Brenton. I can't describe it. I just feel that you are holding something in your heart. So now, after being exposed to it, you want to learn psychology from me? And you are also trying to read people's minds like I do? No, it was just a feeling. Also, I might have sensed it wrong. It's okay. I was just asking. So, is Chloe going to rely on Mr. Cooper to release Jack for medical treatment? Any other suggestions, then? Victoria asked back. Nothing. Mr. Cooper's grandpa is so powerful. Releasing someone should be fine. But this will be reliant on how hard Mr. Cooper tries. After saying this, Brenton fell silent. Victoria didn't chat with him like usual, and she just kept looking down at her phone in the game. When Sarah left with Noah, she started to feel panicked as well. Noah, why do I have the feeling that Chloe was acting a little strange today? Asked Sarah. Was she? I felt she was the same as usual, chatting and laughing. Noah looked at Sarah. Something's wrong. Based on my understanding of Chloe, a reaction like today's is definitely not right. It's going to be Jack's second trial soon. She shouldn't be this relaxed. No, I need to talk to her. Afterward, Sarah looked down and started to send snap messages to Chloe. Sarah, are you overreacting? Perhaps Chloe knows that Jack will be fine, or maybe she already found a solution, and that's why she looked relaxed. Definitely not that. I'm her best friend. I can sense it. Something is wrong. Something's really wrong. Sarah still felt a little panicked, but she couldn't describe what that was. In a word, today's gathering wasn't really happy. After a week, the second trial took place as scheduled. Everyone came on site. Andrew and Mayor Hall were present too. When Jack was brought up, Chloe smiled at him with a beautiful smile. Today, Chloe wore a simply designed white dress with princess sleeves. Simple, but also gorgeous. Jack's gaze never left her. He missed her so much. He had no idea what would be waiting for them after today's trial. The procedure of the second trial was similar to the first trial. All of the evidence was resubmitted, and the court prosecutor asked Jack some critical questions to the case. During the whole process, Chloe looked at Jack's face serenely. Her eyes were so full of love that it seemed like there was only one man on earth, Jack. There was so much cherishing, so much warmth. Chloe, don't worry. Jack will be fine. Sarah sensed Chloe's unusual behavior, so she put her hand on Chloe's and held her tightly. That day, after she went home, she sent a lot of snap messages to Chloe. But Chloe never answered her directly, only giving short answers. After some random conversation here and there, she said she was tired and wanted to sleep. However, Sarah got the feeling that there was something wrong with all this. Chloe had been under so much pressure recently, was thinking too much, and went to sleep by herself. Would it be possible that she was suffering from depression and was trying to hide it? If that were true, it would be a serious issue, because people suffering from severe depression could do a lot of dangerous things. Upon receiving Sarah's consolation, Chloe just turned around, looked at her and smiled. But the more relaxed Chloe acted, the more nervous Sarah became. After spending these years together, there would definitely be some telepathy between these best friends. After both sides' lawyers made closing statements, and the judge was about to announce the verdict, Chloe suddenly stood up and said in front of everyone, "Honorable Judge, I have something to say." At this moment, everyone looked over at Chloe, including Jack. Even he had no idea what on earth Chloe was going to do this time. Family of the suspect, please speak up. The judge knew their relationship, so he nodded for her to proceed. Honorably, Judge, I would like to turn myself in, Chloe said slowly. She sounded calm, but her voice was loud and instantly spread to every corner of the courtroom. Turn yourself in? The judge was shocked. Jack showed panic in his eyes too. Justin, Noah, and Sarah's expression were filled with shock, and even Andrew's expression was complicated. Everyone was stunned, all except Victoria. Brenton looked at Chloe and then looked at Victoria, who was sitting next to him. He saw her, covering her belly with one hand and subtly wiping away tears with the other. "Victoria, you knew, didn't you?" Brenton asked her with a frown. That day, on the way home after dinner, Brenton felt something was wrong and asked Victoria several times. But Victoria didn't answer. Now it looked like Victoria already knew and didn't stop Chloe. But Victoria was sad. She was sad about what Chloe chose to do. But at the same time, she understood Chloe's love for Jack. "Chloe, what nonsense are you talking about?" Justin was the first to come back to his senses, and he stood up immediately. The Dawson family members who were sitting behind Chloe were all confused too, and had no idea what was happening. The officer from the major crime unit, Dominic, looked at Chloe sternly. "Mrs. Dawson, this is a homicide case. Not something you can joke about. It's not something you can admit casually. Taking someone's life is a serious matter. I'm gently reminding you to think twice before speaking. I've thought it through already. The person was indeed killed by me, and my husband is innocent. Recently, I haven't been able to eat well or sleep well, and I figured that I shouldn't have my husband bear this accusation. It's not fair to him, so that's why I want to surrender." "Chloe, are you crazy?" Sarah's face immediately changed while pointing at Chloe. "I'm not crazy. I killed her." Chloe smiled. "Due to the complicity, please bring up Mrs. Dawson. We will take care of this situation accordingly." Once the judge saw that someone was admitting to the homicide, he immediately decided to reevaluate the case. Mayor Hall stared at Chloe with a dark expression on his face. He actually didn't care about who killed his daughter. No matter who killed her, they must pay for it with their lives. Therefore, it didn't matter who killed her, Chloe or Jack. The murderer must die. The case became more confusing and complicated when Chloe admitted to the murder with a smile on her face. When she was taken away by the police, Justin blocked her path. "Chloe, what are you doing?" Justin's eyes were bloodshot with tears shining in them. He knew the laws of this country way too well. He knew what type of sentencing awaited those who committed homicide. "Justin, I'm sorry." Chloe didn't answer Justin's question. Instead, she apologized and gave him a tragic smile. When Chloe was brought up to the front, she was placed right beside Jack. They weren't far apart. The two looked at each other passionately, and before Jack could say anything, Chloe said, "Sweetie, I'm so sorry. Thanks for taking the blame for me for so long." Chloe's voice was loud and was audible by everybody. Jack's expression changed, and he bitterly replied, "Chloe, what are you doing? I can't let you take it anymore. This is a big deal. I killed her, and I'll take the blame." At that moment, Officer He walked up to them, stared into Chloe's eyes, and asked, "Mrs. Dawson, please consider this carefully. Homicide is a big deal. This is a serious case. If you're sentenced, you'll stand in front of the firing squad. Do you know the consequences of admitting to murder?" "I do," Chloe calmly replied. "But we can't just listen to your side of things. If everyone admits to the crime, what are we supposed to do? We have to sentence based on evidence, and all the evidence is pointing towards Jack. I have evidence to prove that I killed her." Chloe's words made everyone present tense up. What proof does Chloe have? Sarah held Noah's hand tightly. "I really don't know, Sarah. I was kicked out of participating in the case. A lot of the evidence is confidential. I'm not cleared to view it." "I really don't know." "Justin, what's going on? I'm so confused. What is really going on?" Max was completely lost. "Dad, what's Chloe doing?" Avery softly asked her father. Jack's uncle shook his head. He didn't know his niece-in-law very well at all, as he had not been back for long. Peter was still recovering from surgery, and Mrs. Dawson made the nurses watch him while she went to the hearing. When she heard Chloe admit to the crime, she felt her blood pressure burst up. She felt her eyes blur immediately. "Auntie, are you okay?" Avery held Mrs. Dawson up. "Is our family cursed? Why is Chloe involved now, too? Things really are complicated now." Jack's uncle sighed and said softly. Mayor Hall looked at Andrew. You knew that Chloe was the murderer, right? You covered it up for her because she's your sister, no? Haha. Dad, what kind of joke are you making? How could I have known? Also, Chloe is a weak woman. She won't even kill an ant. How could she kill a person? I think that she's blabbering. Her goal is to free Jack. Andrew denied that Chloe was a murderer and replied to Mayor Hall with a false smile. Is that really the case? Mayor Hall didn't think things would be that simple. Mayor Hall seemed to know the kind of person Chloe was. How could such an intelligent girl do such an idiotic thing? That being said, did she really kill his daughter? Was that really what happened? It was a mystery that nobody could find the answer to. Jack finally realized what Chloe was after, and his face dropped. Chloe, I'm sorry. The suspect cannot speak to you right now. The judge wishes to ask her a few questions. If Chloe can prove what she said, we'll have a retrial. If what Chloe said was false, and she is found to be covering for Jack, she'll be detained for obstructing justice. Jack will be trialed as normal. Anyways, no matter what happened, there would be a result today. What do I have to do now? Chloe smiled faintly. Our lawyer is going to ask you a few questions. We'll judge based on your answers. The court worker looked at Chloe and slowly said, Okay, go ahead. Chloe's family and friends looked at the incredibly calm Chloe with aching hearts. Now, everybody realized why Chloe personally cooked for everybody the other day. It seemed like the Last Supper. Chloe knew that this day was coming, so she wanted to have one last gathering with everybody. Sarah's instincts were right. She knew something was off with Chloe that day. Brenton sat beside Victoria. He was scared that she would be too sad and kept on consoling her. Victoria, that day when Chloe talked to you alone, what exactly did she say? Victoria couldn't even speak at this point. She was just crying and crying. Victoria, don't cry. You're pregnant. This was the first time Brenton saw somebody as strong as Victoria break down, and his heart hurt unbelievably. He turned around to look at Justin, only to find him completely stunned. He could not accept the truth, and he had a dazed look in his eyes. Chloe's selfish decision was too sudden to Justin. He already said that the Cooper family would take Jack out on medical parole. Why couldn't she just wait? Chloe is so stupid. She's so intelligent, how can she not? She know that Justin could take Jack out for medical parole. Why is she doing this? Brenton exclaimed. Victoria flicked his hand away. What do you know about it? Chloe isn't stupid. We're the stupid ones. We thought that everything would be perfect. Yes, the Cooper family is powerful, but do you really think that medical parole is that easy? Furthermore, Chloe said that Andrew's minions are all over the prison. Do you really think that Jack would leave the prison alive in that case? Who can be sure that Andrew wouldn't make a move? Brenton was a little shocked. Indeed, none of them thought of such possibilities. It seemed like they didn't consider everything. In their group, Chloe was, and would always be, the smartest one. She could always correctly analyze the situation in front of her. Ms. Chloe Green, please, carefully answer our questions. Yes. At what time did Bella die? March 27th, 2016, at 3:05 in the morning. What's her cause of death? Suffocation. What did the body look like? The torso of the corpse was in the washroom and her limbs were separated. Chloe calmly answered. Can you tell me the final position of the corpse? Which directions were the head and limbs pointed at? The judge sternly asked. The information was top secret. Nobody else knew about it other than the people on the team and the murderer themselves. So, if Chloe was able to answer, it would be a miracle. Such details were crucial, and if she made a mistake, it would prove that she was lying. Everybody nervously listened and waited for Chloe's answer. It was a question that even Jack couldn't answer. Chloe took in a deep breath, scanned the room, and answered. The corpse's head was facing upwards to the ceiling with blood pooling in the bathtub. The limbs dismembered from the body were the hands and feet. The feet were cut 1/3 the way below the knee, and the arms were dismembered 10 inches from the elbow. After Chloe finished speaking, Officer Dominic's face changed. How? How did you know that? Because I'm the one that murdered her. Chloe even chuckled, with the purity that only a little girl had. It was top secret, and nobody else had access to the information other than Officer Dominic and a few other leaders of the provincial party. When they questioned Jack, he only claimed that he didn't kill anybody. He never spoke of the time of death and the position of Bella's body in detail. Officer Dominic initially thought that Jack avoided speaking of it because he didn't want to admit to the crime. Now, it seemed like Jack really didn't know anything. However, Chloe did, and it was too unbelievable. Officer Dominic, you know about the deceased's information the best. Is Ms. Chloe Green correct? The judge asked with a serious tone. She is very correct. Dominic solemnly confirmed in front of everyone, and he really didn't know how to react anymore. At that moment, everybody was dumbfounded. Surprisingly, Jack was the only calm one. He knew that whatever Chloe wanted to do, she would have a 10 out of 10 guarantee of succeeding. She would never act out of her feelings and disrupt the court with her blabbering. If she admitted to the murder, then she would be absolutely prepared. How could that be? Noah dumbfoundedly looked at Chloe. Such detailed information was not even available to the chief of the city bureau. Mayor Hall placed a lockdown on the information due to the irregularity of the case. He wanted to find out who the real murderer was. Now that Chloe answered all the questions correctly, he was left in disbelief. Was Chloe really the killer? Noah was stunned. Sarah punched him hard. What the hell are you talking about? Sarah, you don't understand. There's a lockdown on all of Bella's information. Even our bureau chief doesn't have the clearance to view it. How could Chloe know? Maybe Chloe broke through your security system and got the information. You know, Chloe is a hacker. Computers aren't a problem to her, Sarah explained. Noah shook his head. The city bureau uses the same security system as the provincial bureau. We use the first-rate system in the country. Bella's info is behind multiple firewalls and locks. Even top-level hackers leave trails. There was nothing. Officer Dominic would have started investigating long ago if there was a trail. He wouldn't let himself be on the defensive. Sarah's guess was shut down by Noah. So, Chloe's knowledge of the murder was truly a mystery. Chloe, what was your motivation behind killing Bella? Officer Dominic questioned. She was always bothering Jack. She was like glue, clinging on between us. Did you know about her affair with Jack? No, they didn't have an affair. Bella wrote that diary to provoke me. She lied. Under what emotional state were you when you killed her? She told me that she would be around us forever. As long as she lives, she wouldn't let us live happily. She even said that she would work with her husband Andrew to fight against GK. So, you killed her? Officer Dominic asked. I didn't do it on purpose. I was too angry. Chloe slowly told her story. According to our evidence, Jack went to Bella's mansion alone that night at 3 a.m. How did you go? Officer Dominic took stabs at questions that nobody else could answer. Jack left before 3 a.m. and I killed Bella after he left. So, there's not a big time difference. And it made you guys mistake that Jack was the murderer. You were apparently at South Hill Manor the night of the incident. Why was there no footage of you leaving? Jack was the only one who drove out. Dominic knew the case thoroughly and asked the key question. Chloe, however, calmly answered every single question. I hid in the trunk of Jack's car when he left. He didn't know about it, and the security footage didn't catch me. How did you come back? When did you come back? If Jack left first, you couldn't have ridden his car back. According to him, you were already home when he was back. There are differences in the time. Officer Dominic didn't let a single detail go unanswered. I didn't take Jack's car on my way back. I called a cab and jumped the wall on the backside of South Hill Manor. I knew that there was a broken hole there that wasn't fixed, so it was convenient, and I wouldn't be seen by the camera. Can you tell me the plate number of the cab? Officer, it was really late, and I've just committed murder. I was so scared, how could I remember? Chloe mockingly smiled. Why didn't you turn yourself in when Jack was taken into custody? Because I thought he would be fine. After all, he didn't kill her. It looks like you were still able to make him the scapegoat without direct evidence. I'm so impressed. Haha. Chloe's single line angered Officer Dominic. Ms. Chloe Green, please watch your tone. What do you mean by making him the scapegoat? We pressed charges under sufficient evidence. Please, do not doubt the ability of the police. Chloe smiled. According to what I know, my husband couldn't even tell you the exact details of Bella's death. You still treated him as a murderer. Isn't that a joke in of itself? Upon hearing what Chloe said, Officer Dominic was at a loss of words. The police officers and lawyers present also couldn't utter out a word. It looked like none of them could answer Chloe's question. It looks like you really did kill her. Of course I did. And it's only natural for you to suspect my husband. After all, he's the last person who ever saw Bella. I was mad when Bella texted my husband that day. I felt even angrier when he wouldn't let me go with him, so I snuck onto his car. You know what happened after. You're shorter and lighter compared to Bella. How did you overpower her? Officer, don't underestimate my strength. I'm a doctor. I've performed countless surgeries. This isn't difficult for me. Chloe continued smiling. What weapon did you use to suffocate the victim? Officer Dominic asked one last question. That was also the most important question. The weapon used was important information that nobody else knew. However, Chloe did say that Bella died of suffocation, and that was correct. What she used to suffocate Bella, however, was another extremely key point in this case. After 5 seconds of silence, Chloe slowly said, "The weapon was the bedsheet. I suffocated her with the bedsheet." With his eyes wide open, Officer Dominic stared at Chloe. He pointed to Chloe and said, "She's the murderer." He never announced to the public that Bella was suffocated with a bedsheet. They only confirmed that she died of suffocation and was dismembered. Impossible. How could Chloe be the murderer? Don't forget, Bella's corpse was precisely dismembered. She wouldn't even bear to kill a bunny. How could she do something like this? Justin couldn't stay calm any longer and yelled at Officer Dominic. Detective Dominic turned around to look at Justin. Then he glanced around the courtroom and said, "You've all seemed to have forgotten that Chloe is a brilliant doctor. From what I know, she's incredibly skilled. A few months ago, she passed the exams and received a doctor's qualification certificate. One of the exams was dissection. She was the quickest, and her techniques were near perfect. Everyone was shocked by Detective's words. Impossible. No, it's not her, not her. Justin shouted uncontrollably as he tried to make his way up to the stand. Justin, calm down. We're in court. Max held on to Justin, his heart wrenching for his friend. He held on to him tightly, afraid that Justin might do something stupid. Chloe, however, still kept a light smile on her face. This woman, this psychopath, how could she do that to my daughter? I want her dead. Mayor Hall bit into every word. On the side, Andrew was silent as could be. Chloe didn't kill Bella because it was him. He performed such perfect dismembering. It was as if he was completing some artistic masterpiece. He thought this time, Jack would be done for sure. The most Chloe would think of was either medical parole outside of prison or breaking him out of prison altogether. For this, he even came up with many counters. If she was going to send him out to receive treatment, Andrew would have his men kill Jack before he could leave prison. If she was going to break him out of prison, he would blow up the prison truck before Chloe had a chance. Unfortunately, Chloe didn't do what Andrew thought she would do. Rather, she chose the most impossible option. It was as if they were in a chess game, and she was eating her own pieces. It was such a desperate move, but it made Andrew completely helpless. Stupid girl, how could you treat me like this? How cruel of you. Andrew was livid. Several days ago, while they were having dinner, Chloe had talked about having a competition in being ruthless. At the time, he even laughed at her naivety and thought she was cute. Now? The last thing he could do was laugh. Chloe was truly more ruthless than he was. She was willing to sacrifice herself to save Jack. What surprised Andrew the most was Chloe's knowledge of the murder case's unreleased details. How did she get that information? She remembered those details almost better than Andrew, the actual murderer. How insane is that? Andrew almost questioned Chloe's vision. Did she have X-ray vision? Were they superhuman eyes? The truth? Was Chloe superhuman? Of course she wasn't. She was just an average person without any supernatural abilities or magical powers. She was just a bit smarter than most, preferring to cover all grounds. Your Honor, I've finished my line of questioning. I am certain that Chloe's the real murderer. She answered all the answers correctly. This information is highly sensitive and hasn't been revealed to the public. All right, then I have no choice but to have the police arrest suspect Chloe, the judge announced. Your Honor, wait. Do you have anything else to say? The judge glared at Chloe. Before you arrest me, please release my husband. He's clearly innocent, and you've wrongly imprisoned him for so long. You are not going to keep holding him, right? The judge looked a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. He then glanced at Detective Dominic before saying, I hereby announce that suspect Jack's innocent. He's to be released immediately. Chloe breathed a sigh of relief at the sound of Jack's immediate release. Soon after, 2 policemen arrested Chloe. The cuffs felt like ice around her wrists. Cuffs were immediately taken off of Jack, and he was immediately released. When the couple passed each other, Jack looked at Chloe with teary eyes. Chloe, do you know that you'll get the death penalty? His voice was hoarse. Yes. Then why did you do this? Jack was gutted. He stared into Chloe's eyes, trying his best not to cry. Chloe first smiled. She then said, I've only had 2 dreams in this lifetime. Before, I wanted to be an excellent doctor. I've realized that. From now on, my only wish is to protect Mr. Dawson. I will only focus on this wish from now on. Honey, you've done so much for me before, silently protecting me. You're tired. Let's switch and I'll protect you from now on. Okay? Chloe began to smile sweetly, her eyes turning into crescents, cute as a bunny. At that moment, tears raced out of the forever cold and prideful Jack. He couldn't hold it in anymore. Dozens of people were watching them, but tears flooded out of his eyes as if he had opened the dam. His heart was filled with every emotion known to man. Don't cry. I don't want you to cry. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. Those were Chloe's last words to him. She then lowered her head and let the police take her into custody. Justin completely lost it, screaming for Chloe's name, wanting to rush down the stands. Chloe, come back! You liar! I hate you! I hate you! Justin couldn't handle the fact that Chloe had pleaded guilty. As far as he was concerned, his grandpa would definitely agree to help Jack get medical parole. It was only a matter of time. Why didn't Chloe wait just a little while longer? Justin, calm down. Max held on to Justin tightly. Let me go, Justin roared. Justin, we have to think about this. Don't be impulsive. No, Chloe can't be detained. I won't allow it. They have to let her go. Justin's eyes were bloodshot. He had completely lost his sanity. Justin grew up in the army base. He heard too many stories about what really went on in prisons. He couldn't let a girl like Chloe be locked up in a dark cage like that. It was as if he was going to tear down the courthouse. In the end, Brenton and Max had to combine forces and drag Justin out of the courtroom, ending the madness. Both Sarah and Victoria left the courtroom in tears. Brenton comforted Victoria and helped her onto their RV. Sarah's makeup was completely messed up. She didn't have the time to care about her image. If it wasn't for Noah, she would have ripped into Andrew by now. Andrew was also annoyed by the result, but his face showed none of that. His expression was still calm as could be. When Noah walked by Andrew, he asked the latter angrily, "Are you happy now?" Chloe merely smiled. He didn't reply. After Andrew and Mayor Hall walked out of the courthouse, Mayor Hall said, his face solemn, "Since we're now sure of who's guilty, hurry up and give her the death sentence. There's no point in dragging this on, and we don't need to waste our time in interrogations. It's good that she gave herself up. The judge wants death by injection since she's a woman, but my daughter died such a horrible death. How could I sleep knowing her murderer got off so peacefully? I suggest 3 bullets. What do you think?" Andrew smiled. "Of course. Anything you like?" Mayor Hall watched Andrew for 5 seconds, as if he wanted to find a clue from his eyes. In the end, however, he gained nothing. Andrew's face was as calm as a lake. No one could tell what he was thinking. Jack followed his family out. "Bro, what happened to my sis-in-law?" Avery followed Jack, quickly discovering his pale face in the middle of her question. Jack's uncle gave his daughter a glance. "Avery, your brother's tired. We'll talk about it later." Jack's uncle drove a black Bentley Continental. After the 4 of them got onto the car, Jack's mother leaned against her son's shoulders with tears in her eyes. "Son, what happened to Chloe?" "Mom, how's Dad?" Jack faintly said, "Your father made it past the critical stage. At this point, it seems like he's doing fine, but the technology's still not the most advanced here. Your uncle and I are planning to bring your father to Hawaii for recovery." "Okay, Jack. Is Chloe, Mom? I'm really tired. I'm going to take a nap." With that, Jack closed his eyes and leaned back onto his seat. He really didn't want to talk about Chloe with anyone. No one could feel what he was feeling right now. There was an old saying, "If the needle hadn't pierced your body, you will never know how much it hurts, much less understand how it feels." The holding cells. "Warden, where should we put the new inmate?" "Put her in A109. Someone from higher up told me to put her in a single," the female warden said as she glanced at Chloe. Chloe remained silent as she followed the female prison guard inside. Going to jail for Jack was her last resort. It was also the most effective plan against Andrew. It was not that Justin's plan wasn't viable, but with Andrew's many eyes and ears, there was no guarantee for Jack's safety whatsoever. She also considered Rick's jailbreak plan, but Chloe knew that something would go wrong as long as Andrew was alive and well. Basically, Andrew wanted Jack dead, so as long as she got him out of prison, the rest was easy. Because Andrew wasn't going to let her die. She at least had that confidence. With this thought in mind, Chloe smiled, feeling relaxed. She hadn't felt this relaxed ever since Jack got into trouble. Although she was in prison, she was actually happy. Finally, Mr. Dawson was out and safe. Inside some high-class private clubhouse, Max and Brenton held down Justin, ensuring he wouldn't do anything stupid. "When are the 2 of you going to stop looking at me like that?" Justin raised his head coldly. "Justin, you need to calm down, especially during moments like this. I know how much Chloe means to you, and we would never stop you from saving her. But the situation isn't that simple. Chloe's currently a murderer in the eyes of the law. She's the one who killed and dismembered Bella, so Mayor Hall's not going to let her go so easily." Max was so eager with his words that spit flew out of his mouth. He really needed Justin to calm down. "That's exactly why I need to get her out quickly. Otherwise, she'll be in danger." Justin was more than worried. "But you still can't cause a scene in the courtroom. Not only is it useless in getting Chloe out, if someone uses it against you, your reputation will also go down the drain," Brenton reminded. "I don't give a shit about bad rep. I don't give a shit about anything. Why would I even care about this?" Indeed, when Justin didn't care about anything, he was truly reckless. He was willing to do anything and everything for Chloe. "But Justin, I need to say something you might not like to hear. Her husband hasn't even done anything yet. Who are you to save her?" Although Max's question was blunt, it was very sensible. Upon hearing this, Justin fell silent. "Chloe was willing to go to jail for her husband, and you're nothing but an outsider. If you react too aggressively now, how will Jack look? What would the media report? What would they say about Chloe? Even if you don't care about your reputation, you care about her, right? In the eyes of the public. She's already a murderer. Are you really going to add cheater and homewrecker to her name too? Max had never been so harsh on Justin, but it seemed to have an effect on Justin, as the latter suddenly wilted. Indeed, Max was absolutely right. He could care less about himself, but he couldn't bring Chloe down with him. I can't let Chloe die. I can't see her in danger. It'll drive me mad. Do you guys understand? Justin lifted his head up, his eyes shining with tears. Max and Brenton had never seen this side of Justin. A tough and fearless army man was now reduced to tears. Justin, don't worry. None of us will let anything happen to Chloe. Now is not the time to be irrational. If I don't do something, Chloe will die. Didn't you see how the judge immediately detained her? The mayor wants Chloe to die in jail, and it's as easy as killing an ant for him. She will never have a fair trial, Justin roared at Max and Brenton. Max and Brenton glanced at one another and fell into silence. Justin, Victoria should know all about what's going on. Here, come home with me, and we will ask her. That day, when we had our get-togethers, Chloe and Victoria talked alone for a long time. She probably told her the plan. Someone as clever as Chloe would never die for nothing. Let's find out what she knows first. If we're really out of options and Chloe's really in danger, we'll do anything to help you get her out. We'll blow up the jail if we need to. Yeah, Justin, go to his house first and find out everything that you can from Victoria, Max agreed. At the sound of their suggestions, Justin finally calmed down a little and took off with Brenton and Max. After his departure from Mayor Hall, Andrew returned to his company. He handled some business and got off work early, at some underground entertainment establishment under the Green Corporation. This place was dark and dingy. It was where Andrew laundered money, but his methods were different from Rick's family's underground banks. Rick also had an underground bank under his house, but it was only open to upper-class wealthy people. Andrew's underground bank, on the other hand, was open to people from all walks of life. Thus, there was also a great number and variety of people here. Normally, it was a man named Caden who managed the place for Andrew. Caden was terrified of Andrew. At the sight of the man, he immediately went into obedience mode. Hey boss, you in? Andrew took off his orange suit jacket and threw it in the man's arms. He then grabbed a large number of chips and walked towards a table in the middle of the room. He threw all of his chips towards the same spot. After the opening card was dealt, he heard a simple, "The house wins," and all of Andrew's chips were taken away. What a terrible day. It was as if something was weighing down his heart. He couldn't breathe properly. Just then, a red-faced man sitting in another table yelled out loud, "Ha ha, I won again?" The man was loud. He turned over his cards and revealed 3 aces. Many guests began to praise him. Andrew walked over to the man and glanced at him. He suddenly grabbed the man's arms and from his sleeves pulled out a couple of cards, all being aces. Oh, what do we have here? A cheater. Andrew smiled. Boss, I'm so sorry. I will never do this again. At the sight of things going south, the man immediately fell to his knees and begged. The men behind Andrew grabbed the man and pulled him out of the room. Boss, same rule? Are we still cutting off one hand? Caden asked Andrew carefully. I'm not feeling so kind today. What should we do? Both hands? Caden tried his best to infer Andrew's words. Without a reply, Andrew took out his lighter and started playing with it. Both hands and both feet? Caden asked again. Andrew raised his head and glanced coldly at Caden. Why are you so gruesome? That's too cruel. Why don't you just throw him into the ocean and feed him to the fishes? It's good for the environment, too. Yes, 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 I'll do that immediately. With that, Caden turned around and immediately instructed, tie him up onto a large rock and throw him into the ocean. Then, he added, the boss is not feeling well today. Watch yourselves. Andrew went into a secret room below the gambling house. He flipped through the accounting books aimlessly, while the images of the courtroom ran through his head. Andrew didn't predict this from Chloe. Her trip to jail caused heartaches for not only Jack and Justin, but for Andrew as well. What a cruel game she was playing. Stupid girl, you really know how to hurt me. What am I supposed to do with you, now? Andrew mumbled tenderly. Deep into the night, in a private office of the prison, a prison guard dialed a number. Hello? Mayor Hall, I have important information for you. Today, during a physical examination, we found out that inmate Chloe is 1 month along in her pregnancy. What should we do? The prison guard reported with the quietest voice possible. Mayor Hall's face grew dark at the sound of that. Don't let the news get out. Make sure no one finds out. Find a chance and get rid of the child, Mayor Hall ordered quietly. Yes, sir, I understand. The guard answered carefully before hanging up the phone. With most of his life spent in politics, Mayor Hall was a very meticulous man. He had already set up eyes in the prison back when Jack was incarcerated. The guard whom he was speaking to wanted to help the mayor, get on the man's good side, and be promoted. To be frank, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement with each getting what they want. If news about Chloe's pregnancy got out, she might not be sent out of prison for maternity care, but she would definitely not be executed. If her execution date gets pushed back, the prison would allow her to receive pregnancy care from a specified hospital outside. Plus, with so many variables at play, once Chloe gives birth, her death sentence might be delayed and turned into a life sentence. If that happens, Mayor Hall would never be able to avenge his dead daughter, Bella. The pain from losing his daughter had sent Mayor Hall into a deep depression. He needed someone to pay for her death. He didn't care who the actual killer was, but that person must die to pay for his daughter's death. So, after hearing the news of Chloe's pregnancy, he immediately ordered for the information to be sealed, telling his minions to get rid of the child as soon as possible. Mayor Hall let out a long sigh. Bella, rest in heaven. Daddy will avenge you. Being in his 50s, it seemed that Mayor Hall's hair grayed overnight. His daughter died, and his wife fell critically ill. What was once a perfect family was ruthlessly destroyed. He even thought about immigrating to another country after retirement. Once his daughter gave him a grandchild, he would take care of them for her. This was all impossible now. Bella's death was truly a huge blow to the Hall family. Not only was she killed, she was brutally dismembered. It wasn't something that her family could accept. There was a miserable old saying that could describe his daughter's death, dying without an intact body. The saying describes the possibility of going to hell if the body was not intact upon death. Or, because of the scattered body parts, the dead would not be able to reincarnate. It was a form of utter disrespect towards life. Therefore, this time around, Mayor Hall disregarded his status and manipulated the justice system just to avenge his daughter's tragic death. The news of Chloe's arrest shook the entire city. Everyone was in disbelief. How could such an innocent-looking girl be the hand behind major homicide case 327? Wasn't this all a little too theatrical? Adam came out of the shower, just in time to see the news report on his television. We've received updates from our sources. The real killer of the major homicide case 327 has surrendered herself to the police. She is none other than Ms. Chloe Green, the wife of GK's president, Mr. Jack Dawson. According to our sources from the court, Ms. Green has pleaded guilty, admitting on the spot her motive and detailing how she conducted the heinous act. The police went over her statements repeatedly, and after they were absolutely confident, the courts released Mr. Jack immediately and officially arrested Ms. Chloe Green. According to insider sources, it is very likely that there will be no trials. Once the courts make a decision, an execution will ensue promptly. This case had sent another shockwave throughout the city. Let's listen to what a couple of citizens have to say about this incident. The reporter asked, "Hello, are you familiar with Case 327? Resident Bell replied, "Yes, I've been following it closely." The reporter then asked, "What was your reaction towards the revelation of the real killer?" Resident Bell then said, "Honestly, I can't believe it. Dr. Green's very well respected. A family member of mine once went to Southside's emergency room. She's a wonderful doctor. I really can't believe she's a killer. Adam was dumbfounded. He was completely confused. Chloe had just asked him a couple of days ago to find clues to help prove Jack's innocence. How in the world did she become the murderer? Adam immediately called a familiar face in the city bureau. After a 10-minute phone call, he finally figured out what was going on. Adam hung up the phone, still unable to grasp the fact that this was all happening. He knew that something was off. If Chloe was the murderer, why did she ask him for help in finding clues? Chloe didn't look she would kill anyone. However, if she wasn't the killer, why did she know so much of the details? All in all, Adam couldn't sleep that night. Truthfully, he really admired Chloe from deep in his bones. He fell for her, ever since his cousin introduced them to one another. Due to his pride and status as a medical examiner, however, he felt superior to her and put on a facade. In the end, Chloe completely obliterated him. He originally wanted to pursue her, but gave up after he found out she was taken. It was not until recently where the news of Chloe and Jack's marriage crumbling broke out. Did his glimmer of hope fire up again? When he saw Chloe again, however, he finally realized that she was entirely devoted to Jack. It didn't matter whether or not she was single. None of it would ever be Adam's business. If someone like Justin, a man whose wealth could be compared to nations, couldn't get her, who was he to try? Adam still had a glimmer of hope towards Chloe, as if she was now an impossible dream of his. Chloe's not the killer. She probably lied just to save her husband. This was Adam's opinion regarding Chloe in this case. It was already very late when Andrew arrived back at his mansion. Emery was sitting on the living room sofa, smoking a cigarette in the dark. "Why are you here?" Andrew's gaze coldly swept across Emery's face. "I've been waiting for you. Why do you have keys to this place?" The Green Mansion held a special place in Andrew's heart. Although it was filled with unhappy childhood memories, there were also happy ones. That was why he never moved out of it. This was where he first met Chloe when they were both kids. "Picking locks is easy for me," Emery answered as she got up, nipped her cigarette, and walked over to him. "I heard that Chloe's a murderer?" Emery smiled, her slender fingers caressing Andrew's chest. "Don't mess with me." Andrew's voice was frighteningly cold. His mood was at an all-time low, and many people had already suffered his wrath. "Don't be like this. Maybe her death is the only way for you to be free. You're not going to let a woman control your whole entire life, are you?" Upon hearing this, Andrew grabbed Emery's hands and flung them away from himself harshly. "Don't talk about her. You're not worthy. Andrew, don't forget, I'm your accomplice." Emery was ticked off by his anger. "What accomplice?" Andrew looked at her calmly. "On the night of the murder, although we were drinking together, I knew that you put something in my drink. I'm usually a very light sleeper and would wake up from any noise. But that night, I was completely out until 8 a.m. the next morning. This has never happened to me in the past 5 years, so I know that you put sleeping pills in my drink. After I fell asleep, you definitely left to do something. You came back before I woke up to make me think you were with me the entire night. You may be able to trick the others, but you can't trick me. Maybe the police believed you, but I don't. Don't pretend you're my savior. I'm not your dog. You don't get to tell me when to come and when to leave. Chloe's no more than a piece of crap. What do you mean I'm not worthy? She's the one who's not worthy. I'm a famous celebrity. My life's been so glamorous. What about her? She's nothing but an illegitimate child, a batch who stops at nothing to seduce rich men." Right as Emery finished her statement, a crisp cracking noise sounded. It was bones breaking. At that moment, Emery went completely silent because Andrew grabbed her jaw so hard that it became dislocated. The gutting pain spread across her entire body. "I have 2 warnings for you. 1, I was with you the night of the murder. I never left the apartment, and I have no idea what you're talking about. Secondly, do not ever compare yourself with Chloe." Emery blinked a couple of times. Tears rolled down her face from the unbearable pain she felt both physically and emotionally, but she couldn't say a word. "Get the Yaraf out before I kill you." With that, Andrew went around Emery and walked towards the second-floor bedroom. His aura was dark. It wasn't hard to tell that he was truly bothered by what happened. Emery quickly left the Green Mansion, both her hands holding her jaw in place. She was really asking for it, thinking that she was Andrew's most loyal lover, that she was truly devoted to him. She also felt like she was smarter than everyone, that they were all under her control. Was that really the case, though? Recently, Chloe visited Emery and threatened her with proof of her younger brother's past criminal activities. She thought that Chloe would use them to send her brother to jail. However, no trouble was ever brought to her younger brother, and Chloe never spoke to her about it again. She didn't understand what Chloe was thinking. The woman never followed conventions, but she still had everyone running after her like lost puppies. After he got out of prison, Jack went straight to the hospital with his family. Peter still hadn't woken up yet, but he was no longer in critical condition. "Who was Dad's surgeon?" Jack asked quietly. Dr. Mia was the lead surgeon and Chloe assisted. Of course, Jack knew it wasn't luck that his father's complex surgery went so well. He wanted to be the lead surgeon himself, but was unable to due to his ensuing arrest. While he was in jail, he thought about how Chloe would operate herself. He was absolutely right. "Jack, your wife's skills are really amazing. If she studied in the States, she would have won awards already," Avery complimented. "Is this really a good time to talk about this stuff?" Avery's father scolded. "Go outside. I need to talk to your brother." "Oh, okay." Afterward, Jack's uncle pulled Jack off to the side. "Jack, did you hear about the attempt at a hostile takeover of GK?" "Yes. I don't think it's safe here right now. Why don't you move the company to the US? Your dad's also going there to receive treatment anyways. We'll leave together." "What about Chloe?" Jack looked up at his uncle, his gaze grazing past the older man's face. "Chloe, we can spend money and bribe the prison guards. We'll find a way to get her to leave on medical parole." "Uncle, it's not that simple. Whatever we think of, Mayor Hall has probably also thought of. The same goes for Andrew. There are too many people involved. The whole situation is a complete mess right now. Something unexpected might happen any second. I'm not leaving. I have to save Chloe first." With that, Jack turned and left. Jack's uncle thought of the issue as something simple. He thought that money could fix everything. If it were that easy, why did Chloe need to get herself into so much trouble? As Jack walked out of the hospital, he received a call from Victoria. "Hello? Jack, it's Victoria. Where are you right now?" "The hospital. I need to see you. Chloe has something for me to tell you," Victoria said, her heart as heavy as a giant stone. Jack and Victoria's meeting spot was Seductive Fox. During a time like this, Rick's territory seemed like the only safe place. Victoria walked into one of the rooms to see Jack already sitting inside. He was wearing a fitted suit, and his entire body looked frail. Even his gaze was wary. The waiter closed the door to the room. Victoria took in a deep breath and said, "Chloe, met with me after dinner a couple of days ago." "What did she say?" Jack asked quietly. "She said, she's thought about this for a very long time, and this is the best solution." "The best solution is to sentence herself to death?" Jack raised his brows as if he found his wife's actions to be incredibly questionable. He was furious at Chloe, but at the same time, he was also extremely worried about her. She didn't really have another choice. Actually, Chloe is very meticulous. Her plans are more thorough than anything we can come up with. Jack took out a cigarette, wanting to light it up. Before he lit his cigarette, however, he suddenly remembered that Victoria was pregnant. So he took it out of his mouth and held it in his hand instead. How did she get the details of the murder? Jack was very truly shocked by Chloe's knowledge. She met up with Adam a couple of days ago. Adam? Jack looked up, brows furrowed, as if he didn't recognize the name. Victoria explained, he was one of Chloe's arranged dates that the head nurse of the first hospital set up for her. He's a medical examiner. Not only that, but he was specially hired by the city bureau. Like me, he also works in the police system. "Chloe bribed him?" Jack asked. Victoria shook her head. "Chloe's not that careless. The police's security system is basically impenetrable. bribes don't work there, and responsibility is everything. Knowing how important this case is, Adam wouldn't dare to take bribes. Jack listened without responding. After pausing for a brief moment, Victoria continued. She made up an excuse to borrow Adam's cell phone and implanted a microvirus into it. Adam's cell phone and laptop shares information. There were a couple of passwords, but Chloe cracked them all. This way, there won't be any traces left behind, and no one will be suspicious. If she directly hacked into the police's information system, someone will definitely discover something. This is also what makes Chloe so smart. Victoria smiled bitterly and so unexpected. I have no idea that Chloe's a skilled hacker too. She probably never told you, but when she was in the 5th grade, her curiosity led her to hack into the city's power supply bureau. The entire city fell into sudden darkness. Jack's lips curled ever so slightly at the mention of his wife's childhood. It was as if that playful genius of a girl was standing right in front of him. No wonder everyone calls Chloe a genius. I thought that they were only talking about her medical abilities. I didn't think. What else did she say? Jack knew that Chloe had something important for Victoria to tell him. Chloe said, "You guys need to leave first. It's too dangerous here, and Andrew will keep trying to kill you until he succeeds. She wants you to take your parents, your uncle, and your cousin, and get them out of here. Move all of the company funds to your Swiss account and leave behind an empty shell for someone to take over. Once she finds a way out, she'll go look for you in the US. Wait for her to come out? When will that be?" Jack asked calmly. She didn't say. She just said to not worry about her safety and that she'll be fine. You, however, need to leave. One more day of staying here means one more day of danger. Isn't she in danger also? She's the one facing the death penalty soon. Jack's expression heavied at the thought of this. What was Chloe thinking? How could he leave without her? She said that she'll be fine. Andrew won't let anything happen to her. Victoria delivered Chloe's words verbatim. Indeed, Andrew's perseverance towards Chloe was evident to everyone. He wouldn't watch her die without a fight. But don't forget, Andrew's not a god. There's still Mayor Hall. He's been in that position for many years and is very well connected. He has connections with so many people in jail and is capable of killing Chloe without Andrew even finding out. I can't take that chance. I can't count on him to keep her safe. Then what are you going to do? Kill Andrew, then find any way possible to get into prison? Even if everything fails, even if my world ends, I will still save my Chloe. With that, Jack got up and left. Jack, Victoria wanted to say more, but Jack didn't give her the chance. Chloe wanted nothing more than for Victoria to persuade Jack into leaving, but how could he? Victoria knew that it was useless. Jack wasn't going to listen to her. Both Victoria and Sarah were Chloe's best friends. However, Chloe didn't tell Sarah about any of this. She was too emotional. Her feelings were always written on her face. Since she couldn't hide her feelings, Chloe could only count on her pregnant friend, Victoria. Victoria had been helping Chloe keep this a secret from everyone. She knew about Chloe's plan to deliver a confession ever since the night they had dinner together. The police would never find out that Chloe had manipulated their medical examiner. Actually, the police had followed Chloe and Adam to their meetup the other day. In fact, they even bugged the restaurant, but they didn't hear Adam disclose any important information. Since they couldn't find anything, the lead didn't go anywhere. They never imagined that Chloe had already planted the virus into Adam's phone. As a top-tier hacker, she hadn't touched a computer for years. Even this small virus was developed overnight. The beauty of the virus was its ability to steal information within 3 minutes of coming into contact with a computer. The virus would then disappear from the device as if it had never been compromised. Therefore, nothing suspicious would turn up, even if someone examined Adam's phone afterward. Even the phone's owner, Adam himself, didn't discover that he was being used. Chloe felt guilty for taking advantage of Adam, but her hands were tied. She wouldn't have manipulated him if she had any other choice. In the next morning, Jack headed towards GK's headquarters in his Maybach. As he got off the highway, an incoming large truck came straight for him. He quickly steered away from the truck, managing to avoid a crash. In the next moment, however, a gray van appeared out of nowhere, almost grazing Jack's car. Jack made another sharp turn, but this time, 2 motorcycles suddenly appeared. The bikers were dressed in racing gear and were wearing thick helmets on their heads. They were even carrying baseball bats in their hands. As they rushed toward Jack, they aimed their bats at his car windows. With his left hand on the wheel, Jack took out a gun with his right hand. His first shot blew out the tire of the first bike, and his second, the tire of the other. The 2 bikes crashed in tandem thanks to speed and inertia. Chin Chu escaped by the skin of his teeth, barely surviving the fatal predicament. It was lucky that he did. Otherwise, he would have been sandwiched into a meat pancake. This was definitely not an accident. Someone had planned all of this. All of the surrounding bystanders were stunned by the sight. They thought that they had stepped onto some sort of Hollywood film set. As soon as Jack entered his office, his cell phone began to ring. The caller was Andrew. Jack hesitated for a moment before picking up. "Did you like my present?" Andrew chuckled lightly. "One day, I'll take everything you've done to us and throw them back to you exponentially." Haha, I'm looking forward to that. Jack, don't think too highly of yourself. A man who needs his woman to go to jail for him, and you talk about how much you love Chloe. What a fake! I'd rather be fake than be a low-life like you. At least I haven't harmed anyone. You, on the other hand, how many dead bodies have you stepped over to get to where you are today? Andrew, aren't you afraid of karma? Ha ha ha. Jack, are you kidding me? Karma? If God really existed, he would have rescued me when I was a child. Since he's blind and ignorant, why should I care about him? The only one that can save me is myself. Jack, from this moment on, our war has started. It's good that Chloe's in prison. When she comes out, I'm not sure if she'll even see your corpse. Oh yeah? Let's see who ends up dead without a whole corpse. With that, both men hung up their phones. Jack walked to the window and watched the outside coldly. He couldn't feel a single trace of warmth. His heart froze ever since Chloe's arrest. Death without a whole corpse was too light of a punishment for a man like Andrew. As far as Jack was concerned, his bones should be ground and its powder scattered. Chloe, don't be afraid. This time, I'm giving it my all. Jack lifted his hand and caressed the window pane. It was as if his fingers were tracing over the lines of a delicate face. Noah and Sarah were at home, sitting in dead silence. Sarah couldn't do anything but cry, and Noah didn't know what to say. He called Jack, but the latter didn't pick up. He didn't know what he was supposed to do. Suddenly, Noah's phone began to ring. Hello? Noah, it's me, Thomas. Thomas, I called Sarah, but her phone's off. Oh, maybe her phone's out of battery. Anything I can help you with, Thomas? There was silence on the other side of the call. Thomas then said, Noah, where's my sister? Oh, your sister's very busy recently. You know, there's a lot involved in running a corporation. They're so busy, they're losing their heads. Don't lie to me. I have a classmate in the city, and he told me everything. He said that my sister's a murderer. Thomas, don't worry about it too much. Your sister didn't kill anyone. She only confessed to save your brother-in-law. I called him, but he didn't pick up. He's not feeling too good right now. He's probably not going to answer any phone calls. Noah, I'm coming home. Thomas, don't be harsh. It's really messy here. You coming back right now might add to the problem and make your sister even more worried. Seriously, listen to me. We'll find a way. I'm already on my way back. I'm transferring flights right now. I'll arrive in the city tomorrow. What? Noah was surprised by Thomas's quick return. My mom didn't come with me. I asked my friends over there to take care of her. I told her I'm going on a trip for school. That's good then. Noah sighed a breath of relief. Chloe's mother would probably faint from the news if she found out everything that happened. Justin's private mansion. Justin was busy talking on the phone. Young Master Cooper, I really cannot agree with this. You know how important this case is. Mayor Hall already told us multiple times that this woman's on death row. She's basically as good as dead, and no one is allowed to see her. Warden, if I remember correctly, your son's a company commander in the army base? Yes, yes, yes. A company commander's too low of a position. I think he should be promoted to a battalion commander. The man hesitated. Also, I heard that your eldest daughter and her husband's company is having some difficulty. Maybe Cooper Financial Bank can loan them money without interest. Young Master Cooper, I can't. How does 1 billion sound? Young Master Cooper, please don't ask me to do this. I really can't. 3 billion. I don't know if I should, young Master Cooper. It's settled then. I'll be there tomorrow at 9 a.m. I want to see Chloe, and if she's missing even a hair, I'll need an explanation from you. With that, Justin hung up the phone with a cold laugh. After hanging up the phone, Justin sighed. He knew what he had asked of the warden was a difficult request. After all, this matter did involve Mayor Hall. So when Justin was on the phone with the warden, he shelled out every negotiation tactic he knew, both luring and threatening the man. In the end, the warden was completely helpless against him, ultimately surrendering to Justin's request. Of course, Justin had to pay a steep price as well. For this visit, he was giving up $3 billion worth of loans. Plus, he agreed to promote the warden's son. He would be in a lot of trouble if his grandpa found out. For Chloe, however, it was all worth it. Justin tossed and turned through the night, unable to fall asleep from the excitement. He was extremely happy that he had the chance to see Chloe during this critical time, while no one else could. The next morning at 8 a.m., Justin chose a more subtle car, his Benz 600, for his trip. Stopping near the facilities, he made sure to switch cars as he was afraid to draw attention with his Lamborghini. Once 9 a.m. hit, Justin got out of his car promptly. For a man who loved to dress in white, he opted for a dark gray coat today. He had on a black baseball cap and made sure that it was dragged so low that it covered his face. Young Master Cooper, my boss told me you were coming. This way. The warden arranged for a man to bring Justin in through a side tunnel, soon stopping before a dark room. Young Master Cooper, because this isn't a formal visit. This is all I can provide. I'm sorry. It's fine. Also, we can only give you 10 minutes. Please hurry. 10 minutes? That's too short. Justin was slightly startled. Young Master Cooper, honestly speaking, my boss is going against proper procedures this time. If anyone finds out, he will be in a lot of trouble. You should know that this place is filled with Mayor Hall's men. He's watching our every move. Any mistake we make will get my boss and me into a lot of trouble. All right, I understand. Justin nodded, afraid to waste any more time. The man immediately opened the door to the secret room, and Justin went in. Chloe was brought into a cramped little room. She expected an interrogation and began thinking about ways to maneuver out of the situation, but was dumbfounded by the sight of Justin. Why, are you here? Chloe's eyes grew wide. I'm here to bring you takeout, Justin joked. Chloe was truly shocked. She couldn't believe that someone came to visit her. Back when Jack was locked up, she tried every possible way she could think of to see him, all to no avail. It wasn't hard to imagine the efforts Justin put in to see her. Because it wasn't a formal visit, there was no glass between them. It was directly face to face. Sitting across from her, Justin's heart ached at the sight of a frail-looking Chloe. You've gotten thinner. Is the food bad? Justin asked. Chloe shook her head. My meals are provided to me separately. Every meal includes 4 dishes and 1 soup. It's delicious, but I'm not that hungry. I don't eat a lot. That's good. Is anyone giving you a hard time? Number. I'm in a single cell, and I don't get to leave it, so I don't have contact with any other prisoners. What about the prison guards? They're all very nice to me. Did they try to force a confession out of you? No. Chloe shook her head. That's good. Justin repeated those words twice as if he could finally calm down. The very reason he was so anxious to see Chloe was because he was worried about her getting bullied. "How did you get in?" Chloe asked calmly. I know the warden. I got in with a phone call. Easy peasy. Don't lie to me. I'm a convicted felon of a huge homicide case. Back when Jack was arrested, I couldn't see him, no matter how hard I tried. You, coming in here alone, without the glass separating us. I'm pretty sure you spent a lot of effort to get to me." "Not really. It was pretty easy." Justin lowered his head, unable to look Chloe in the eyes. "Justin, go home and get some rest. Stop worrying about me. Don't get involved in this mess. It's my choice. I don't want to drag you down with me. BS. How am I supposed to watch you die? I came here to tell you to not worry. Don't be anxious. Within half a month, I'll get you out of here for sure." Chloe smiled a sad smile. "But I'm a murderer." Justin lifted his head and gazed deeply into Chloe's eyes. "I know you're not. You only said those things to save Jack. I don't know how you got the details of the murder, but you really shocked all of us. I don't think Jack is happy either. If he's saved but you died, he would never live on. So, your plan sucks. Genius. You really did a stupid thing this time. Listen to me, Justin. Nothing will happen to me. Andrew's behind all of this. He knows everything that happened and designed every stage of this case. I swear, on my life, that he has many eyes in prison, and he'd never let me die. But he's a psycho. Even if he doesn't kill you, he would still never let you be with Jack. You can't gamble with your life on a psychopath." Justin almost jumped out of his chair. Chloe bit down on her lips, lowering her head slowly. "I don't have another choice. Maybe this isn't the worst ending. No, you have other options. You still have me. I'll get you out, I promise. Once you're out, you can do whatever you want. Whether you leave the country with Jack or stay here and change your identity, it's all up to you. I will never let you die. I will definitely get you out of this stupid place," Justin promised. "Justin," Chloe seemed like she wanted to say more, but she was cut off by a voice outside the door. "Young Master Cooper, time's almost up. Please hurry." Justin nodded and stood up a little. "Justin, could you please tell Jack something for me?" "What?" "Tell him to leave this place first. He has to leave. Once I get out, I'll go find him. Of course I'll tell him, but he's the one with the legs. He has to leave. Otherwise, Andrew might find another way to harm him," Chloe insisted. "But he would never leave you behind. Then tell him that I'll kill myself if he doesn't leave." Chloe was resolute. "Chloe, Justin, sorry, but I have to do this. Tell Jack that this isn't a joke." After 5 seconds of silence, Justin nodded. "All right, I'll tell him." With that, Justin turned and left. Although it was only 10 minutes, Justin was more than satisfied. Seeing Chloe safe and sound made his heart calm down. The next step was getting Chloe out. As he walked out of prison, Justin took out a slip from his shirt and handed it to the man who guided him to Chloe. "Thank you. Take good care of her for me. Buy yourself some tea with this." Before the man could refuse, Justin left through the back door. The man looked down. After his eyes adjusted, he realized that it was a $500,000 check. $500,000. His monthly income was only $5,000. His yearly income a little more than $50,000 after taxes. The check in his hand was equivalent to 10 years of work. Everyone always spoke of how generous Justin was. It now seemed like they were right. Justin got into his car and smoked 3 cigarettes in a row as he thought back to his conversation with Chloe just now. She probably wanted Jack to leave because he was in danger. After all, Andrew was brazen enough to be this blatant. He probably had countless eyes around Jack. He definitely had the confidence to harm Jack. Plus, Jack could never be as despicable as Andrew. That was his only disadvantage against that bastard. Chloe knew Jack too well. She needed him to go to the US, where Andrew didn't have as much power. He wouldn't be able to touch Jack. Since it was legal to possess firearms in the US, Jack wouldn't get into trouble even if he killed Andrew. Justin knew, however, that Jack wasn't going to leave. How could he leave Chloe alone? So the couple had placed Justin between a rock and a hard place. Half an hour later, Justin arrived outside GK's headquarters. Without permission, he went directly to the top floor. He pushed open the doors to the president's office. Assistant Mark was powerless against him. "Boss, President Cooper forced his way in here. I couldn't stop him." Assistant Mark looked like he was about to cry. "Don't worry about it. You can go back to work." Jack raised his head and glanced at Justin, not saying a word. Justin walked over to Jack's desk and leaned over, watching Jack closely. "I just saw Chloe." Jack's forever cold face suddenly changed to one that was full of shock. He looked up at Justin. "It was very short. I only got to see her for 10 minutes. I'll give you the short version. She's doing very well. No one has harmed her. She looked a little tired, that's all. Chloe told me to tell you something." "What?" "She said that you need to leave, as soon as possible. Leave here and go to the States. Then she'll find a way to get out and find you there." "Not possible." Jack refused without thinking. "She knew you were going to say that, so she told me to tell you something else." "What?" Jack looked at Justin calmly. Justin took in a deep breath and turned away. Quietly, he said, "She said that she'll kill herself in prison if you don't leave." Suddenly, Jack could feel his heart wrench. It wasn't something unexpected for Chloe, however. He could imagine her saying those words. "So, I think you should leave too." "Don't make her worry," Justin urged. "Leave? And then what? Watch her die?" Jack replied coldly. "She's not going to die. I would never let her die. If you trust me, leave first. Once I get her out, I'll send her to the US to meet you. I'm sorry, but when it comes to her life, I don't trust anyone. So, you're staying?" "Yes, no matter what." Jack was even more determined. The two were equally as stubborn. Justin really wanted to tie both of them up and feed them to the fishes. What bulls! Fine, then that's your problem. From now on, we'll use our own ways to save Chloe. Once she's no longer in danger, we'll get that bastard Andrew. With that, Justin turned around and walked away. "Wait," Jack called out. "Something else?" Justin looked back, his glance sweeping past Jack's face. "If, one day, something happens to me and I can no longer take care of Chloe, I hope that you can take care of her." "What is this? Your last words? You're even giving me your wife?" Justin looked at Jack in disbelief. He was truly stunned. "Take it however you will. Anyway, that's all." With that, Jack went back to his work, disregarding Justin's presence. Justin, on the other hand, felt like his brain was run over by a bulldozer. He wanted to murder someone. Jack drove him nuts. Emery's condo. After a heavy lovemaking session, Zion held Emery in his arms and asked, "Baby, Chloe's in prison, and no one knows if she's in danger. Is Andrew just going to let her die?" Emery scoffed. "That's never going to happen. Chloe's his baby. He'd let anyone die, but he'd save her." Zion raised his brows. "Wow, I can't believe someone as selfish as Andrew can like someone this much." Feeling a distaste in her mouth, Emery said, "He's the kind of man who values memories. Some people are very nostalgic. The older someone or something is, the more they value them." Emery couldn't help but feel bitter at the fact that Chloe and Andrew grew up together. Haha, that's good news for you. Once you're old and in your 80s, Andrew will remember you too, Zion teased. "Go away, jerk." "What are you saying? I don't even want him to remember me. I just wish he can treat me a little better. All these years. Forget it. I don't want to talk about him. It pisses me off." "How do you think Andrew's going to save Chloe? Is he going to find someone else to take the blame for her? Or maybe he'll surrender himself?" Haha. Surrender himself? That's hilarious. How stupid do you think he is? Emery gave Zion a scornful look. I'm really curious. At this point, how is he going to control the situation? After all, Andrew didn't expect that Chloe would be so extreme. Emery turned and looked at Zion. With a smile, she said, "You seem to really care about what happens to Chloe. Why? Can't forget her? Haha, you know I'm like this. I always think about people I can't have." Zion laughed. "I don't know how Andrew plans to save Chloe. I can't think of it, and I don't want to think of it. Anyways, we can only watch the events unfold. It's not something we should involve ourselves in. The water is too deep. The Dawson family wants to save her. The Cooper family wants to save her. And the Green family. Ha ha. Anyway, with so many people watching, it'll be a great show. I'm thinking, what if Chloe died quietly in jail? What if they find a corpse when they try to save her? How amazing would that be?" Tsk tsk, Emery. You really are vicious. Don't you know that you shouldn't mess with a woman? I was never nice to begin with. Anyway, I don't care what happens to Chloe. It'll be better if she dies, but if she lives, luck's really on her side. Emery took in a sharp inhale of her cigarette as she said this. On the top floor office of the Green Corporation. It was the end of a busy day. The sun had set, and the sky was dark. The entire building became quiet as well. Andrew sipped on a glass of red wine as the tunes of Loneliness's singing filled his office. The night has arrived. Loneliness, creeping in. The heart begins to bleed. Loving for so long, years since we've met. How am I still alive? Andrew's mood had been low for a while now. He smiled a lot less than he used to. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door. "Come in." "Boss, where are the photos?" "They're all here." His lackey handed him a yellow folder. Andrew put down his wineglass and took a bunch of photos out from it. There were more than 20 photos, all of Chloe. Everyone was different, but all of their backgrounds revealed that they were taken in prison. Andrew picked up the photographs one by one, his gaze softening. She got thinner. "Is she not eating well?" No, I've checked. Miss Green's eating very well. As per your request, there are guards especially there to take care of her. Every meal includes 4 dishes and 1 soup." "It's just that." "Miss Green doesn't seem to want to eat. She eats very little." "That's normal. If I were to lock you up, you probably wouldn't want to eat either." The lackey didn't dare to respond. "Any news from prison?" "Not yet. I'm not sure if the trial will take place here or somewhere else. We're all waiting." "All right," said Andrew as he looked over his favorite picture of Chloe once more. "Boss, why don't we just find another scapegoat? Then Miss Green can get out of jail." "Then what?" "Fly away with Jack?" Andrew asked. The man immediately fell quiet. "You've worked for me for a long time now. You should know by now that I wouldn't do something so stupid. Chloe's already provided them with so much irrefutable evidence that everyone believes that she's the murderer. I can't find anyone to replace her now. It's not going to be convincing enough, which would just make things worse. But if we're too late, I'm scared that Miss Green will be in danger. I've heard that Mayor Hall has eyes in prison as well. I'm scared that they'll hurt Miss Green." "Don't worry about that. Even if Mayor wanted to touch her, he wouldn't dare to do it in jail. He's not that brave. I know what I'm doing. You can leave." "Yes, boss." After his minion left, Andrew turned on his computer screen. His desktop displayed a beautiful island with great scenery. It was a private island somewhere in the southern Pacific Ocean. It did not exist on maps and was private property. Andrew bought the island a year ago. After a great deal of work, the island turned into an ocean paradise, comparable to the Maldives. He thought that he would bring Chloe there if she ever came back. They would spend their days there, like living in divinity. Chloe's actions this time truly took Andrew by surprise. It was completely shocking, but he could accept it. The girl was a genius after all. The fact that her mind worked differently than most people's made a lot of sense to him. No one knew what Andrew was thinking. But he had actually already devised a perfect plan. Knowing Mayor Hall, the man would do everything in his power to execute Chloe. Quickly, too. Andrew would arrange for someone to die for Chloe on the day of her execution. He would then create a fire and torch up the dead body, making the corpse unrecognizable. That way, everyone would believe that Chloe was really dead. He would then take her to his private island. He wasn't going to drug her, nor did he need to make her lose her memory. He loved Chloe just the way she was. As long as he detained her and spent the rest of his life with her on the island, everything would be worth it. A lifetime was very long. They had decades. He believed that Chloe would eventually fall in love with him. He was so close to this wish of his, he could taste it. Looking at the island on his desktop, he smiled tenderly. Chloe, we'll be together very soon. Wait just a little while longer, and we'll be together in a heavenly paradise, one that only belongs to the two of us. After everything was over, he would have just one more thing to do: kill Jack. Otherwise, Jack will never let Chloe and I go, he thought. The mayor's office. Mayor Hall's personal cell phone rang. He took out his phone, looked at the caller ID, and glanced around at his surroundings. He only picked up after he was sure he was alone. Hello? Mayor, I don't have the opportunity to get her. There are too many people protecting her, from multiple forces. Even the warden comes to see her every day. I'm really trying. What should I do? The guard was in a difficult situation. Mayor Hall was silent for a moment and began speaking. No problem. We don't need these 2 days. I've already asked for an execution. It'll be fine as long as you hide the news of her pregnancy. There's nothing anyone can do after she dies. It's not like we can bring the dead back to life. Okay. That's simple. I'll make sure of that. Thank you. I'll move you to the National Tax Bureau after you do this for me. Thank you, Mayor Hall. Thank you. None of Chloe's friends knew about her pregnancy. Even she didn't know herself. She was very busy with things lately and never thought of it. She didn't know that her enemies would be the first to know. How ironic was that? Pregnant women cannot be executed, so they would be detained while waiting for another sentence. They would be sentenced after the child was born. By then, a death sentence would turn into a life sentence because of the baby. Mayor Hall would never let something like this happen, so he hid the news of Chloe's pregnancy. Having suffered the loss of his daughter, Mayor Hall no longer considered hurting an innocent life. Tokyo, Japan, inside the headquarters of a major corporation. An elevator slowly rose with a middle-aged Japanese man inside. His hair was white, and there was a briefcase in his hand. When the elevator reached the 18th floor, it stopped, and the doors opened. A girl in a white school uniform entered. Her hair was tied up in 2 cute braids. She had big eyes that looked beautiful when she smiled. The man's eyes scanned her, exposing his lust for her. The elevator door closed, trapping the two of them in the enclosed space. Are you a student? The man couldn't help but ask in Japanese. Masao Takada, right? The girl asked with a question of her own. I am, he replied. The girl smiled sweetly. I'm here to give you a present. A present for me? The man was a little stunned. The girl reached under her skirt and took out the silenced pistol from between her legs. Then, she shot the security camera in the elevator with a ding. The man turned pale immediately. Don't kill me. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. The girl smiled. Don't worry. I'm not going to shoot you. Then, she took out a mini device on her hair clip and stuck it on the head of the man. She seductively smiled. Good luck. The man was terrified as he curled in a ball in the corner of the elevator. With a ding, the elevator stopped at the top of the building. The girl ran out to the rooftop, secured her pulley, and slid down the 38th floor with a steel cable. A black Toyota picked her up. Boss, did you finish the job? Of course, drive. The girl hopped onto the car and got dressed in a black windbreaker. The car sped away from the skyscraper. The entire process took 1 minute and 35 seconds. When the car just pulled away, a loud, deafening boom was heard from the building. Great job, boss. This guy's biological weapons killed so many innocents in the war. We're doing God's work this time. The girl was chewing gum and didn't reply. Boss, is our next stop Mexico? A member of her crew asked. No, we're going to Chloe's city, she said with a clear voice. But, didn't the professor order you not to? This time, I have to. Otherwise, there's a very small chance she'll make it out alive. The girl leaned back on the car seat, closed her eyes, and said with a lazy tone. At this moment, Chloe was still in prison, calmly eating her food with a nonchalant expression on her face. She didn't know how many hearts she broke by being in jail. Inside Sarah's home, Victoria, Sarah, and Noah all sat on the couch in the living room. Thomas opened the door and walked in. He was dressed in an olive windbreaker and seemed to be much taller than before. Sister Sarah, Sister Victoria, Brother Noah. Thomas quietly greeted them. Thomas, come sit. Thomas, did you see your brother-in-law? Sarah anxiously asked. I did. How's Jack doing? Noah asked. Brother-in-law's in a horrible mood. He told me not to worry as he had a way of saving my sister. Mr. Dawson is going crazy, for real. He's not listening to any of us. What are we going to do? Sarah was a little distraught. Sister Sarah, did Andrew start this murder case? Thomas asked. Who else could it be? That damn lowlife. I want to kill him and chop him up. Sarah was enraged upon hearing Andrew's name. I know what to do. After speaking, Thomas turned to leave. Noah grabbed him immediately. The pregnant Victoria was tense too, and immediately said, Thomas, don't do anything stupid. You can't let anything happen to yourself. Don't make your sister worry. I want to avenge her. I am going to kill Andrew. Thomas's eyes were bloodshot. Thomas, now isn't the time to be stubborn. Murder is a crime, and you won't be able to kill him anyways. He's not as weak as you think he is. Right now, we can't think about revenge. Saving your sister is the most important thing right now. Noah hugged Thomas tightly, trying to calm him down. Noah, I might be young, but I understand everything. My sister is the most important person to me, and I can't just sit and watch these things happen to her. I'm willing to give my life for his, as long as he leaves my sister and brother-in-law alone. Thomas did a lot of thinking on the plane ride back to the country, and he was prepared to fight Andrew to the death. He knew that it was a very irrational decision, but there was no other option. His brother-in-law and sister all went to jail, one after another. Andrew threw a perfectly good family into chaos. If peace could be achieved with the sacrifice of a person, he would gladly be the one who sacrificed. Thomas, listen, your sister loves you so much. She doesn't want to see anything happen to you. Noah is right. Andrew isn't an easy target. Even your brother-in-law takes several precautions against him. Don't add to the chaos. Don't be impulsive and listen to us. Victoria lectured him. Thomas, does Auntie know what happened? Sarah nervously asked. Thomas shook his head. Not yet, but I think she's starting to feel that something's off. She had been asking to speak to my sister lately, and I've been telling her that Chloe and Jack were both busy. She bought it. But I can't hide it for long. Let's let it be for the time being. We'll hide it for as long as possible. We don't need another person worrying over Chloe. The group comforted Thomas and finally calmed his fury. Victoria, Sarah, and Noah all discussed strategies to save Chloe, but all of them were ultimately rejected. At last, Victoria sighed and said, It would be so much easier if Chloe was pregnant. Expecting women won't be executed, and their sentences would be extended for much longer. They can be taken away for medical treatment, too. It's not that easy. It didn't happen before. How could it happen now? Anyways, if she was pregnant, shouldn't she know already since inmates get medical exams upon detainment? Noah added. The three had no words to say, and fell into silence. At the headquarters of the Green Corporation, Boss, she's coming. Oh, really? Did she cross the border yet? Smiling, Andrew asked. She did, and she brought 2 men with her. They flew in from Japan. Good. It seems like she can't hold it anymore. She's really a great sister to Chloe. Andrew smirked. Boss, if she's here, we'll be in danger. Should we call in more men? His men seemed to be afraid of this woman. No, I only have to make one call, Andrew said as he picked up his phone and dialed a number. He said a very lengthy sentence in German before hanging up. It's done. I'm sending her a welcome gift. Andrew smiled. At the gate of the City International Airport, a long-haired girl, who was wearing black sunglasses, had her hands in her black coat pockets as she walked out from the international arrivals gate with two muscular men behind her. Hello, we are customs officers, and we suspect that you're bringing in illegal items. Please cooperate with our investigation. Two armed police officers suddenly walked up and blocked the girl's path. The girl took off her sunglasses, smiled, and asked, Officer, you must be mistaken. I am just a student. Do you have your student ID with you? Yes. Smiling, she took out a card from her bag and handed it to them. The officer scanned it and said, with a straight face, We found unknown substances on you when you passed through the security check. Please cooperate with us, but I'm in a hurry to do something. The girl pouted. Please cooperate with our check. It won't be long. Thank you. At this moment, the two men behind the girl seemed eager to make a move. The girl immediately raised her hand and made a signal for them to stand down. She then smiled and said, Okay, I'll cooperate with you. We need them to come with us as well. Sure. Smiling, the girl followed the two officers. The two men followed the girl closely with cold, ruthless looks in their eyes. When they passed by a quiet hallway, the girl made a move and forcefully strangled one of the officers' neck. The two men immediately jumped to stop the other one. Leave them alive. Don't kill them, the girl loudly reminded them after knocking out the officer in her hands. Her men nodded and knocked out the other one, too. Boss, cops are so annoying to deal with. Can't we get rid of them? I don't want to leave tracks here. Wiping her hands with a white handkerchief, she left with her men. I have an uneasy feeling, the girl quietly said. What feeling? I feel like someone is onto us. These two cops are probably just the beginning. The girl thought that her trip this time wasn't going as smoothly as the last. She was investigated immediately after getting off the plane. Her dad was right. The city wasn't a safe place to be. At the first hospital. Jack, you really aren't leaving with us. Jack's uncle looked at his nephew in all seriousness and asked, Uncle, you should leave tonight and take care of my father. After I finish with this business, Chloe and I will meet you there. Jack, I'm a bit worried. Should I stay? Avery was concerned. No, you all have to leave. None of you can stay. Jack's standpoint was absolute. He prepared a chartered plane as he was afraid that Andrew's minions would tamper with their trip. Jack's parents, uncle, and cousin were all leaving on this plane. If so, we'll wait for you in Hawaii. Be safe, Jack's uncle reminded him. I know. After settling everything, Jack was the first to leave the hospital. However, he was stopped by a fiery Ferrari at a corner. Rick, Jack quietly said, follow me to Seductive Fox. I have to talk to you. I have something urgent to do. I'll look for you after I finish. No, now. Get off the car. Rick pointed a gun at Jack with a cold and serious expression on his face. Rick's action was shocking considering how crowded the crossing was. Jack didn't know what else to do, but to follow Rick to Seductive Fox, in the top-floor office. What's up? Sitting on the couch, Jack said with a low tone. Where were you headed just now? Jack didn't respond. You were going to kill Andrew, no? Rick asked. Jack still didn't respond. This is what Chloe was worried about the most. She asked you over and over again not to, but you're doing it anyway. If you don't care about yourself, at least think about your wife. I'll save Chloe after I kill him. They don't interfere with each other, Jack calmly said. What if you mess up and die? Rick was a little angry. You think that I'm afraid of dying? Jack raised his head and looked Rick in the eyes. His eyes seemed like two bottomless oceans. When Jack was infuriated to his breaking point, he would still be as calm as a lagoon. This was what made him stand out from the rest. You could also interpret it as the calm before the storm. You're not afraid of death, and many people aren't scared of you dying. But did you ever stop and think what Chloe would do if you were dead? After some silence, Jack slowly said, "Even if I die, she'll still have Justin." Right after he said that, Rick punched his handsome face. The punch was hard and left Jack no mercy. His right cheek immediately puffed up. "I never thought that you would say something as ridiculous and outlandish as this. Who do you think Chloe is? Do you think that she saves rebounds for herself? How could you say that she still has Justin after you die? Don't you feel like scum saying something like this?" Rick never thought that Jack would have such ridiculous thoughts in his head. Jack wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Then, he slowly said, "Rick, you might not realize it, but Andrew is a gigantic threat to Chloe. If he lives, he'll haunt Chloe forever. I can't let him keep hurting her like this, so I can't show mercy. I have to kill him. I'm pretty confident in my skills. If I mess up, at worst we'll die together. I'll use my death to pay for a life of safety and peace for Chloe. It's worth it for me. How could Chloe be at peace living a life without you?" Rick was furious. "I said that Justin would take care of her, even if she really wanted to die for me. That won't change anything." "Rick, our people believe in reincarnation, but I don't. Humans only live once. They don't live again. It's futile if Chloe died for me. I won't let her die. I have to make sure that she lives a good life, with or without me." Rick fell completely silent upon hearing what Jack said. He finally understood. It wasn't that Jack didn't love Chloe enough. It was that he loved Chloe too much. So, he had to rid her of a nightmarish presence like Andrew in order to pave a way to a happy life for Chloe. Jack must tragically love Chloe to have such a selfish thought. You two are insane. She faked the crime to get you out of jail. You both think in each other's best interest and are willing to sacrifice yourselves. Rick felt like screaming in annoyance. If I don't come back, Justin must have a way to save her. Chloe will be fine. After speaking, Jack slowly rose. Rick was just about to speak when he heard Jack say, "If you really treat me as a friend and a brother, don't stop me. This is the path I chose. I am Chloe's man, not a coward. Okay, I won't stop you. Go," Rick said in a low tone. Jack felt the back of his neck go numb as he was getting up and walking towards the door. He had just enough time to whirl around and glance over at Rick in disbelief. "Rick, you..." However, before he could finish, he passed out and fell to the floor. "I'm sorry. I can't watch you pursue your own death. I made a promise to Chloe that I'd keep you safe," Rick murmured to himself as he stood over Jack. Using anesthesia on Jack was not his first choice, but it was the only option at hand. Jack was too stubborn. It looked like he was willing to risk his own life just to take down Andrew. Now that Rick was also in love, he understood Jack. Jack was determined to ensure Chloe's life would be free of troubles in the future, even if it meant that he needed to smash himself into pieces. This was all because Jack loved Chloe dearly. He never wanted to see her in harm's way, not even a little. But then, Rick thought, if Chloe lost Jack, would it matter to her if she was safe for the rest of her life? Would she be happy? Of course not. She will most definitely suffer through the rest of her life in the thoughts of losing Jack. "Boss, what should we do with Mr. Dawson?" Rick's men walked in and asked. "Take him into the back room first, and remember to cuff him. Once the anesthesia wears off, you guys won't be able to handle him." "Yes, sir." Rick's men nodded as they carried Jack out of the room. Rick walked out of the office. His face sagged as he felt worn and exhausted. Right at this time, a girl wearing a dark green dress quickly walked towards Rick and wrapped her arms around his intimately. "What's wrong? Are you tired?" "Yes." "Are you still worried about Chloe and Jack?" "Yes." "Lighten up. Chloe is a kind girl. Nothing will happen to her." "Cece, things are not as simple as you make them to be," Rick replied. A wave of tenderness roaring in his eyes as he stared into the girl's eyes. "But it's not as complicated as you make it to be either. You think I don't get it, but really, it's just about Chloe and Jack being in love, and that a-hole Andrew wants in. But the main problem is that right now, Chloe is a murderer. She's waiting in jail for her trial." At the thought of Chloe still being in jail, Rick felt an overwhelming amount of pressure sinking in his heart. Chloe is not a murderer. She would never kill anyone. She's just trying to protect her husband, and her husband is not a murderer either. It's a trap set up by that a-hole. "Cece, you believe Chloe?" Rick lovingly stroked Cece's hair. "Of course. I've always taken Chloe as my idol. I know all about the things that she did. I know about her acting beyond her authority to save a mother and child, even though she got sued. I don't believe a kind girl like her would be a murderer, and I don't believe she would use such a cruel way to kill someone. The truth lies clear to those that want to see it." Upon hearing what Cece said, a spark ignited in Rick's eyes as he looked happily at his girlfriend. "I will try my best." Rick was not someone that spoke a lot, but this was his promise to his friends. In the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, a girl with stunning looks crawled through the window agilely. "Boss, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I already blew them into pieces. This is extremely odd. We've been very discreet about our whereabouts. How did his people figure out we're here? Did someone purposely reveal us?" the subordinate wondered. The young girl walked over to the wine rack and poured herself a glass of red wine. She swirled the glass in her hand and took a sip. "Don't underestimate the people here. They're rather good at their craft. Even Andrew has some tricks up his sleeves. He's got a lot of people investigating him and the 6 years he spent in Germany, and they all came up with nothing. I have to admit, he's hard to deal with. Boss, there's something else I need to tell you." "What is it?" The girl lifted her chin slightly and asked. "The Dawson family will be taking their private jet tonight and flying to the U.S., but the crew members were replaced by a couple of Andrew's people. It looks like they will take action tonight and kill the Dawson family. I wasn't expecting them to be so vicious." Surprised, the young girl put down the glass of wine. "Should we provide assistance?" "Of course. Send backup to them immediately. No one can touch the Dawson family," the girl ordered. She knew that the Dawson family was now her sister's family, and Chloe must love them a lot. Therefore, she would never let anything happen to them. "Yes, boss. Andrew is such a psychopath. No wonder my sister doesn't like her. I wouldn't either. He's got no humanity. He's simply despicable." The girl was running out of words to describe him. She had never underestimated him, and had always known he has his own force of power in Germany. Despite the fact that no one ever found anything about his time in Germany, she had a feeling that he must be closely connected to a certain group. If not, he would never be able to gather up so much discreet information, especially about what had happened in Towtown. She also suspected that her current whereabouts were revealed to her nemesis by Andrew. Was it because he wanted to stop her? Did he want to stop her from saving Chloe? Her people had left to provide backup to the Dawson family. The girl sat in the presidential suite for a moment and pondered to herself. She then got up and took out a towel to prep for a shower. Right at the moment, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" she asked. "Room service." The girl walked over. The moment the door opened, the waiter pointed a gun to her head and fired. The girl reacted instantly and dodged to the side. She whipped out the towel in her hand and flung it at the waiter. Too many things had happened since she set foot on this land. She was stopped by the customs at the airport, encountered road accidents, and was also chased by her arch-nemesis. Now, her nemesis even sent an assassin to her hotel room. Will they ever give her a moment to take a breath? But the good thing is that she was well-trained. If it were someone else, they would have died 100 times and over. However, she also felt a little regretful that she showed up here. Not because she was afraid of dying, but because she was afraid she might have brought on more trouble to her sister. She was more than used to having people chase after her since they had been after her for years. But if they were to ever find out about her sister's identity, then the calm days would be over. In the end, it turns out, her father was right. The next morning, the city's government leaders and important businessmen gathered in front of the Green Corporation's doorway for an opening ceremony. The media waited patiently to capture the perfect moment. On the stage, Andrew wore a bright red suit. On his face, he wore a smug smile. Next, we'll invite President Green to cut the ribbon. Andrew took the giant gold-plated pair of scissors and was in the middle of cutting the ribbon before someone jumped onto the stage without a word and threw punches at his face. "Ah! There's a fight!" the audience screamed as they watched the events unfold on the stage. The opening ceremony turned into complete chaos as the media focused all its efforts to capture the moment. After a little bit, everyone was finally able to see the face of the fight picker. Justin. "Oh my gosh, this is a big deal. Young Master Cooper is beating up President Green. Hurry up and take photos." The reporters pushed their way towards the stage as cameras flashed from every direction. There were even reporters doing live reports. The Green Corporation's opening ceremony took a turn when Justin, the president of Imperial Star Entertainment, clearly emotional, jumped onto the stage and began beating Andrew. "Please take a look at what's happening behind me." "Justin, you're insane. We're in public right now," Andrew murmured as he lay on the floor, staring at Justin. Justin simply held Andrew down with an arm and punched him repeatedly with the other. Each strike came fast and furious without any hesitation. "Yeah, that's right, a-hole. I wanted to beat you up in public so I can rip that disgusting mask of yours off. You son of a batch, you'd rather destroy Chloe than see her happy." As Justin spoke, he threw down another punch at Andrew's face. Andrew had every right to fight back, and it would be considered self-defense if he did. But he didn't. He simply laid on the ground and took every hit from Justin, like a defenseless weakling. "Oh, I see this is about Chloe. No wonder you're so furious. But do you think she would thank you? After all that you've done for her?" Andrew chuckled. Justin furrowed his brows. "I'm not the same as you. I don't need her to thank me. I just need her to be well, and I'll be content." "Oh? Is that so? Your love is so selfless. Good for you. But unfortunately, I'm not selfless, like you. I have my way of doing things. Honestly, I would rather destroy the things I don't have. Jack will never be able to have her, so it doesn't matter if you punch me to death right now." "Haha, did you not get the news? My father-in-law already commanded that she receive the penalty 3 days from now. Tomorrow, the entire city will find out that she's going to be shot to death. Young Master Cooper, do you know what that means? It means a bullet will shoot through her head, travel through the skull, and blast her brains out. After that, Chloe will no longer exist in this world. She won't belong to you, me, and most definitely, she won't belong to Jack." "Ha ha ha ha. Do you know what I call that?" "Perfection," Andrew laughed, his eyes beaming with a twisted degree of insanity, while the rest of his face soaked in blood. It was as if a bullet entered Justin's brain, as his mind went blank upon hearing Andrew finish his words. He had never felt a stronger hatred for anyone other than the man that was lying in front of him. Without processing, he raised his fist again, brought it down onto Andrew, and repeated. The media in the crowd captured every punch, and by the time the police arrived, Andrew's face was covered in bruises. Justin's fist, on the other hand, was covered in both his and Andrew's blood. "President Cooper, please come with us. You're under arrest for intentional injury," the policeman said wearily. Justin got up while breathing hard. Nonchalantly, he walked in large strides as he left the scene with the police. Andrew followed as well, and he immediately slapped back at Justin with an intentional injury lawsuit. That same night, every media channel published the same news article. Extremely spoiled child of senior cadre beats up corporate CEO, showing no respect towards the law. The news article angered many netizens who didn't know the full story. For all they cared, Justin used his powerful background to bully a regular citizen because he thought that he was above the law. But most importantly, Andrew's act as a weakling to gain empathy worked. From the beginning to the end, he never returned a single punch and took all the hits without dodging. His pitiful act succeeded and received much empathy from everyone. The discussion pretty much swayed to his side, and his side only. Justin was sitting in one of the police cells as Noah stared at him wearily. "Justin, don't you think you were a little impulsive? I can't stand that bastard swaggering through the streets." "Yeah, but you still can't beat him up. It's fine. Now that I've beaten him up, I've worked off my anger." "Yeah, and now you're held in custody." Noah didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. "Only for 48 hours, I don't care." "Yeah, but he filed an intentional injury lawsuit against you." "I still don't care." "But do you know the court will be pronouncing the judgment for Chloe's case tomorrow morning?" Noah said seriously. "What's the judgment?" Justin got up immediately and looked at Noah with panic in his eyes. He was afraid what Andrew had said was true. Noah replied with silence. "Tell me," Justin roared. "Death penalty in 3 days," Noah finally said. Justin's head went blank as he stumbled back and tumbled down to the bench next to him. What did you say?" Justin asked in distress as he grabbed Noah's collar and asked. "She will be sentenced to death, and the execution will happen in 3 days. They'll publicly announce that tomorrow morning. Due to Chloe's special circumstances, where she came forward herself, she doesn't need to go through first and second trial and will be sentenced directly. But Mayor Hall definitely played a part in Chloe getting sentenced to death so quickly." Justin swore out loud. At this time, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit walked in. "I'm Commander Cooper's lawyer, and I'm here to bail young Master Cooper out," the man said matter-of-factly. The police dropped their attitude immediately upon hearing the man was Commander Cooper's lawyer. "Justin, you can't be like this anymore. For you to go out and do that doesn't make any difference. We need to stay level-headed. The most important thing right now is to get Chloe out. I think we should call a meeting. Now that Thomas is back, we can also gather Jack, Victoria, and everyone else. We'll come up with something. No need, I have my ways." Justin shrugged Noah's hand off and walked out angrily. Justin was not at all satisfied with the police force's attitude because these cops never even tried to find the truth. Jack and Chloe were 2 innocent individuals that had both been jailed, while the real murderer, Andrew, was still out there, doing whatever he wanted. Not only was he displeased by the police force, he was also a little disgusted. He had no intention of meeting with Noah and the so-called everyone to discuss this situation. As soon as Justin left, Noah dialed Jack's number, but it went straight to voicemail. Therefore, he dialed Thomas's number. "Thomas. Brother Noah. Where are you? Sky Blessing Court. Have you had contact with your brother-in-law recently? We talked yesterday. He said he's going out of town for business and will call me once he's done." Oh no, that idiot. Could it be that he? Noah didn't dare to think ahead, and he immediately ordered his subordinates to investigate Jack's whereabouts. After a while, he was able to find out he was last seen at the Seductive Fox. Not only that, the report also showed Jack had never left the Seductive Fox. Immediately, Noah made a call to Rick. "Is Jack at Seductive Fox?" "Yes. Tell him to answer the phone." "He's not available at the moment," Rick answered without much emotion. "Not available? What does that mean? Is he hurt?" Noah asked wearily. "No. So, Jack is at Seductive Fox and he's safe. I promised Chloe that I'll keep him safe, so I've restrained him right now. Don't worry, I won't allow him to go after Andrew." Noah listened carefully to Rick and understood the situation immediately. "So, what about Chloe? What should we do?" "How are we going to get her out?" Noah asked again. "I'll have my guys break Chloe out and make arrangements to have her sent to the U.S. to meet with Jack." "To meet Jack in the U.S.? You mean?" Noah was surprised. "Yes. I've made arrangements to send Jack to the U.S. tomorrow night. Since he is Andrew's main target, he can't stay here for long. This is also what Chloe wanted." "Okay, I understand now." Upon hearing Rick's arrangements, Noah let out a sigh of relief. It now looks like the death penalty isn't that bad at all, because after all, before it could happen, they will think of a way to rescue Chloe. In the back room of Seductive Fox, the anesthesia was slowly wearing off, and Jack slowly regained consciousness. "You're awake?" Rick sat on the sofa across from him and asked calmly, "Rick, what do you think you're doing?" "I'm merely doing what Chloe asked me to. Let me go. I have to go rescue her." "No need to worry. I'll help you rescue her." "Rick, you don't understand. As long as Andrew is alive, he will stop all our attempts in rescuing Chloe." "Don't worry. I'll get Chloe out, even if it means risking my own life. This is a promise I'm making to you because you're my friend." Jack looked down and didn't say anything else. He knew Rick was as stubborn as an ox and would not easily change his mind once he had committed. "I have something else to tell you." Jack slowly lifted his head and asked, "What?" "She's here." "Who?" Jack didn't quite catch on. "Fiona Wagner." "She, actually?" Jack never thought that Chloe's little sister would show up. "When did she enter the country?" "Yesterday. As soon as she crossed the border, she's been a target of assassinations without a single moment of breathing room. It looks like Andrew knows she is here as well, so he's been creating trouble for her to ensure she stays busy." Jack fell into silence again upon hearing what Rick said. "What I mean is, it's not just you. A lot of people are trying to save Chloe. Fiona, Justin, and I are all trying to help her. Please, just trust us." "It's not that I don't trust you, Rick. Before Jack could finish, Rick continued, "I've made arrangements to have you sent to the U.S. tomorrow night. You have to go first. This is what Chloe wanted. Once I get Chloe out, I will have her meet you in the U.S. "No, I'm not going." "You have to. You have no other choice." Rick then stood up and left the room. "Rick!" Jack yelled after him. But regardless of how loud he yelled, Rick had made up his mind, and he wasn't about to change it. After Rick left, Jack began contemplating everything that had happened over the past couple of days. His father was still unconscious, ever since his surgery. Even though he was no longer in critical condition, he still needed around-the-clock care. Thus, his family was going to the U.S. with him, so he could receive treatment. His mother, on the other hand, revealed something that was very surprising to Jack when no one was around. Chloe was pregnant. But then, upon hearing what had happened, Jack became rather calm and was able to process the situation clearly. Chloe probably told a white lie to secure his dad's condition. After all, being pregnant was big news. Chloe would definitely have mentioned it to him, if not, at least to her best friends, Victoria and Sarah. Most importantly, prisoners were required to do a thorough checkup before imprisonment. If Chloe was really pregnant, she would never receive the death penalty. Since the death sentence was announced a while ago, Jack automatically assumed the pregnancy was a lie. But of course, he wouldn't know he was wrong, because Chloe herself didn't even know she was pregnant. At this time, Chloe was sitting quietly in her prison cell. Her period was 10 days late. Although this had never happened before, under such circumstances, she didn't seem to be too surprised. As a doctor, she self-diagnosed that her hormones were out of whack because of all that she had been through. She didn't even consider the idea that she might be pregnant. After all, she was in a very stressful situation the last time she saw Jack. Not only that, they had only done it once since then. "Chloe, have some fruit." The female guard brought out a fruit platter as the other female inmates watched enviously from their cells. "She gets fruit? What kind of treatment is this?" Two female inmates began discussing immediately. "Do you know who is in that cell? Why does she get treated so well? Not only does she get 4 dishes and a bowl of soup every meal, she also gets fruit. Who is she? Who knows? I heard she's got people with power behind her. The warden would come and visit her once a day. But I heard she's a murderer. I have no idea who she is, but it's odd. I've seen her once. She's young and pretty. What a shame." "Thank you." Chloe took the fruit platter and placed it on the table. Behind her was the bed she had neatly made. She didn't feel like she was in prison at all. Other than being restricted to where she was allowed to go, everything was still the same as when she was free. She was able to eat well and sleep soundly. She took a bite of the kiwi and immediately felt nauseous. "What's wrong? Do you feel unwell?" the female guard inquired. "I'm fine. Could just be the stomach flu." "I'll go and get the doctor." Chloe immediately grabbed the guard by the arm. No, I'm fine." The female guard turned around and whispered back, "You don't have to be afraid. I don't think anything will happen to you. You'll get out very soon. Our warden visits you every single day. You must have someone powerful behind you." Not really." Chloe didn't know how to explain her situation. She really wasn't the daughter of a senior official, nor was she some highbrow authoritative figure. They didn't have to look at her like she was a freak. "You don't need to say anything. I understand. Just know that I'll take care of you and let me know when you need anything." "Thank you. Don't mention it. Why don't you eat first? I'll go patrol around a little," the female guard said as she got up and left. However, Chloe no longer had any appetite. Instead, she began wondering how Jack was doing, whether he was anxious or worried. Inside a dark hotel room, located in the suburbs of the city, Fiona looked rather handsome and dashing after she changed into a black suit with a pair of high-heeled leather boots. She took out a knife from her boots, inspected it, and slid it right back in. "Boss, are we really going to break her out today?" "Yes, but what?" "The lunar calendar advised against prison breaking today," the muscular subordinate said wearily. Fiona glanced up and immediately pulled him by the ear. "The lunar calendar also suggests against murders, but believe me when I say I will kill you right now." No, boss. Boss, don't do that. What I mean is, Mr. Riker has communicated to us that he wants you to promptly return back to Russia." Psycho Riker's commands? When have I ever listened to him? Fiona rolled her eyes. "Yes, but Mr. Riker is rather terrifying. Perhaps we shouldn't rebel against him. Save your BS. Once we rescue Chloe, we'll go back to Australia directly. In an hour or so, I will be able to enjoy a glass of red wine with my sister in our private jet." Fiona smiled. She was in a rather good mood at the thought of that. Right at the moment, the door opened and another subordinate walked in. "Boss, everything has been arranged. Once we break open the prison with explosives, the helicopter will fly down within a minute and will head directly towards international waters. They will most likely not be able to catch up with us. Good work. Let's go." Fiona threw on a triumph smile as she held her chin up. With her squad, she was ready to break open the prison tonight to get Chloe out. However, right before she was able to hop on the car, she and her squad were suddenly surrounded, and dozens of guns pointed directly at her head. A black Porsche pulled over slowly. A man walked out of the car, and the soft moonlight caressed his deviously handsome face. He wore a tailor-fitted Russian military uniform and had a head full of silver hair. His face looked mysterious and emotionless. Young Master Riker. Fiona's subordinates were dumbfounded. "Follow me." Mr. Riker simply pulled Fiona by the hand. His voice ringed delicately in the night air like music to the ear. "Psycho Riker, let me go! I can't go back with you. I have to go save somebody. You must come with me." The man's attitude was absolute. "I'm telling you right now, if something really happens to my sister, I'll kill—" Before Fiona could finish, however, the man interjected coldly. "Your sister will be fine. Even if you fail to show up, there will be many others that will. What you need to worry about right now is yourself. You're in trouble already, and where do you find the time to worry about others? I've spent my entire life either hunting others or being hunted. I'm used to it. What should I worry about?" Fiona shrugged her shoulders. "If you are so informed, then you must know that legend's coming to the city?" "What?" Fiona's eyes grew wide as she stared at Mr. Riker. "So, you clearly didn't know. When is he coming? His private jet will land in 3 hours. Are you sure you shouldn't be running?" Fiona hesitated, not sure what to say now. She knew Legend, and she knew very well, on a personal level, how terrifying Legend could be. Not only that, he was also the only devil that her fathers kept a close eye on, while keeping a safe distance from him. Psycho Riker, is your source accurate? Are you sure Legend is coming? The man simply gave Fiona a quick glance and smiled. Perhaps you should stay then, and wait to find out. In 3 hours, you'll be able to enjoy some next-level afternoon tea and dim sum with him. Holy shit, are you kidding? Forget it. I'll leave with you. You know, I heard the scenery in Russia is quite beautiful this time of year. Everything is covered in snow. I thought you were worried about your sister. Mr. Riker glanced at Fiona in disdain. Not only that, he was also the only devil that her fathers kept a close eye on while keeping a safe distance from him. Psycho Riker, is your source accurate? Are you sure Legend is coming? The man simply gave Fiona a quick glance and smiled. Perhaps you should stay then and wait to find out. In 3 hours, you'll be able to enjoy some next-level afternoon tea and dim sum with him. Holy shit, are you kidding? Forget it. I'll leave with you. You know, I heard the scenery in Russia is quite beautiful this time of year. Everything is covered in snow. I thought you were worried about your sister. Mr. Riker glanced at Fiona in disdain. You know, my sister is quite popular with men. Like you said, even if I don't show up, others will. For example, Rick and his family, Justin. And let's not forget that psychopath Andrew wouldn't let her die, either. There are many opportunities for me to see my sister. I'm not in a rush right now. Fiona gave a weak smile. Mr. Riker studied her for a bit, as if he read her mind. You're afraid. Legend will figure out Chloe's relationship with you, and she will never be able to live another normal day in her life. You've had enough of living in fear, and you don't want your sister to go through what you've been through. Yeah, I get it. You're a smartass. Then save your BS. Once Legend lands, I won't be able to save you either. Mr. Riker then dropped her hand and got into the car. Fiona's attitude took a 180-degree turn right away as she followed behind Mr. Riker obediently and left the city, the Green family mansion. Boss, she's gone. So soon? Yes, it appears like someone is here for her. From Russia? Andrew smiled. Yes. Haha, no wonder she's treated so well. Andrew chuckled out loud. What should we do now? Tell him she ran away, and there's no need for him to come anymore. Will Godfather be angry? That's not my concern. I'm not his subordinate. Putting out his anger isn't my responsibility. All I do is provide the information, Andrew said casually as he played with 2 polished walnuts in his palm. Fiona had rushed to the city, but because her whereabouts were revealed, she had been facing assassination attempts the moment she showed up, from 5-star hotels to no-name motels in the suburbs. If it weren't for Mr. Riker, she would have attempted to go to the prison and save Chloe. Who knew what would happen then? Plans could never quite catch up to changes. Who would have thought a simple name like Legend could cause such a stir that even an explosive individual like Fiona would run the other way when encountering him? In the end, all the international forces had left, and the city returned to its original serenity. On the same night, in the backyard of the Cooper estate. Mr. Cooper and Grandpa Cooper both came back from Capital City that evening to take care of the urgent situation, the fact that Justin had beat up Andrew. On one hand, Grandpa Cooper was extremely calm. He didn't think it was a big deal that his grandson got into a fight. Mr. Cooper, however, felt rather embarrassed. Mrs. Cooper called Justin and summoned him home, and by the time Justin walked into the house, every family member had already arrived at the scene. What's going on? Is this an intervention? Justin walked over and sat down on the sofa. Stand up! Mr. Cooper scolded immediately, and Justin got up reluctantly. Justin! How old are you? Are you still a kid? How dare you get into a fight? You're almost 30. Do you know that? Mr. Cooper yelled loudly, his face red with fury. I had my reasons. Justin simply replied with 4 words. What reasons could you possibly have that would drive you towards insanity and make you beat someone up in front of the media? Not to mention the identity of the person you beat up, Mr. Cooper questioned. It's a long story. You low life. Are you playing the four-word game with me? Mr. Cooper was fuming. He had spoken so much only to have his son reply, with 4 words to him each time. Dad, just calm down. As Justin finished speaking another 4 words, Grandpa Cooper finally couldn't hold it and let out a chuckle. Dad, what are you laughing at? Look at this little BS. You've spoiled him too much, Mr. Cooper said to Grandpa Cooper. I've never seen you so literate when you were enlisted, kid. Next thing you know, you'll be writing classic poems. Grandpa Cooper smiled at his grandson. Now, let's see what the media is writing. They're saying you beat up that Green Corporation's president because you were jealous. They're also saying the 2 of you are fighting over a popular female celebrity. Is that true? Those are groundless accusations and distortion of facts. You're playing the 4-word game with me now? Mr. Cooper questioned. It's 8 words this time, Dad, Justin replied calmly. Mr. Cooper was just about to go off when Grandpa Cooper put out his arm and stopped his son. Justin, all I want to know is, why did you get into a fight? He pissed me off, Justin answered again in 4 words. Justin, you can't be so impulsive anymore. Every action you take and every word you say represents our entire family. Grandpa, I will take the consequences for my own actions. If they want to throw me in jail, then let them. I'm not scared. BS. If they throw you in, they're basically slapping my face. You're my grandson. I won't let that happen. Listen, I'm not blaming you. I just want to tell you that as a public figure, you shouldn't be so hot-headed. I know, Grandpa, but I just think, as a man, if matters can be solved with a couple of punches, then we really shouldn't waste time bickering. How do you have the audacity to say that? Mr. Cooper pointed at Justin and yelled out, Justin, tell your father you are sorry and apologize, Mrs. Cooper said gently. It's not like I beat up my dad. Why do I have to be sorry and apologize? Justin asked innocently. Mommy Cooper, Daddy Cooper, and Granddaddy Cooper were all at a loss for words for a bit. Justin, I'm telling you right now, this is not over. When I finish cleaning up this mess, you will get your ass to Capital City. Screw this damn entertainment company. You are no longer allowed to do it anymore. From now on, you're learning banking management and taking over the family business. Sorry, President Cooper, I have no interest. As Justin finished speaking, he walked upstairs to his room. Dad, look at this bastard. What kind of attitude is this? Mr. Cooper felt so angry that he thought he was going to have a heart attack. Justin, on the other hand, was as calm as a clam. Nothing anyone said got to him. It was as if the family meeting never happened. Kids nowadays have their own way of thinking. He's all grown up now. We shouldn't dictate what he does, said Grandpa Cooper, clearly on his grandson's side. Next morning, the news of Chloe's death penalty spread across the nation. At 6 a.m, all media channels fought to be the first one to publish this news on their headlines. Victoria had asked Brenton to call Justin, and then she invited Noah, Sarah, Thomas, and everyone to discuss possible plans. In the end, it was Noah who told everyone that Rick was going to break Chloe out from prison. Victoria didn't say anything, but she felt weary. She had a feeling that Andrew still had undealt cards in his hands. Justin, on the other hand, remained silent from beginning to end. Justin, say something. Why aren't you talking? We're all so worried. Max took the initiative and asked anxiously. I don't have anything to say. I'm going to leave now. You guys carry on. After speaking, Justin stood up to leave. Justin is acting so weird today, Max said. Is he giving up on Chloe? Sarah pouted and asked. No, I know what he's like. He must be going crazy in his head, and the only thing he can think about right now is saving Chloe. That night after work, Justin drove back to the Cooper estate for dinner. At the dinner table, Mr. Cooper kept on discussing what happened yesterday, and Justin didn't talk back. Mrs. Cooper, on the other hand, continued to place food in her son's bowl. "Justin, have some more." "Justin, come play chess with me after dinner," his grandfather requested. "Okay," Justin agreed, which he rarely did before today. Inside the chess room, Justin arranged the chessboard and shouted, "Grandpa, we can start." The old man came in, looked at the prearranged board, and was a little stunned by what he saw. "What are you playing at?" He had been checkmated by his grandson already. He didn't know what the arrangement meant. When he was thinking, he saw Justin kneel down. "Justin, what are you doing?" "Grandpa, please save Chloe." "Who's Chloe?" Grandpa Cooper had clearly forgotten about the incident already. "She's the female suspect of the 327 murder." "Nonsense. I already said that it's impossible. Our family can't intervene, even if we tried." "Grandpa, please. I've never begged for anything but this." Justin's eyes were bloodshot. "I really can't, Justin. I've turned a blind eye to all your shenanigans over the years, but this, it's too big, and too much is involved. I'm getting old, and I don't want everything I built to be ruined." Grandpa Cooper's attitude was absolute as he turned around and sat down at the table. "You're really putting me into a corner. You even checkmated me." Grandpa Cooper looked at the game and sighed. After 3 seconds of silence, Justin silently lifted his right hand, in which he was holding a black pistol. "Justin, what are you doing?" Grandpa Cooper's face changed. "Grandpa, if you don't comply, the only thing I can do is to kill myself in front of you." "You BS. How can you threaten me?" Grandpa Cooper enlisted in his youth and spent his whole life in the military. He had seen everything. Seeing his grandson pointing a pistol to his temple and threatening suicide was one of the only things that made Grandpa Cooper's heart tremble. He knew that Justin wasn't a kid who liked threatening others. He followed through on whatever he said. That was why he was so scared. "Grandpa, I'm giving you 3 seconds. Think about it. You can curse me 1,000,000 times, but I can't watch her die." "Justin?" Grandpa Cooper clenched his teeth in fury. 1, 2... When he almost counted to 3, Justin's finger lightly rested on the trigger. "Stop. I'll do it." Grandpa Cooper finally broke down, and Justin secretly let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that his grandfather would agree for sure, but he needed a lot of courage to point a gun to his head. "You little brat. You're such a loser. Don't tell people you are my grandson." Grandpa Cooper was a little angry as he flicked Justin's head and left the chess room. Grandpa Cooper lost before he even started playing the game of chess. Inside a jail cell in the city, Chloe. "Here. Come with me. I'm taking you somewhere." "Is it my execution?" Chloe indifferently asked. "No, we're transferring you. There's been a change of things. Anyways, you can leave this place now." The warden didn't say much more and brought Chloe out of the prison in the night. They secretly used an armored car to escort her away. When Mayor Hall found out about this, he smashed an expensive tea set that was worth more than a couple of $1,000,000. "Mayor Hall, we can't do anything about it," the military intervened. "They don't have the ability to intervene in our business." Mayor Hall was furious. The Capitol called, the famous military doctor, said that Chloe was her only student and had a military rank. She has to be sent to the military court for trial and is no longer under our jurisdiction, the director of the city bureau nervously explained. "Where's that woman right now?" "She was taken away by the military." With a bang, Mayor Hall threw his phone onto the ground. "At the Green family mansion. Sir, there's news from prison. Ms. Green was taken away." "By who?" This time, even Andrew was shocked. "The military." "The military?" Andrew repeated, a little taken aback. Then he realized who it was. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "The military actually dared to intervene. It seems that Justin spent a great deal of energy on it. Although he knew that Justin had a great deal of power, dealing with the death of Mayor Hall's daughter wouldn't be so simple. The military had not intervened all this time, and Andrew thought that Justin's grandfather wasn't going to help. He didn't think that they would make a move at such a critical time. From that, Andrew deduced two things. 1. Justin truly loved Chloe. 2. Justin's grandfather truly loved his grandson. So he went against others, disregarded his honor, and forcibly intervened. He knew that once the Cooper family intervened, they were cutting ties with the city, and their future relationship with Mayor Hall was going to be interesting. Justin truly went all out for Chloe. "Boss, what are we going to do now? Should we go and stop the military's car and kidnap her?" Andrew peered at his subordinate and said, "Are you crazy? Kidnapping someone from the military? How many brains do you have?" I just wanted to help you get Ms. Green back. I'll think about it. Get going now." "Yes, sir." Andrew's face became cold and harsh after his men left. He wanted to kill Jack when he was in prison, but Chloe foiled his plan. He wanted to swap Chloe during her execution and take her to their island, but Justin foiled his plan. Andrew always considered his plans to be perfect and flawless, but now they were suddenly disrupted by an external force. It seemed like he had to replan everything again. Justin was impulsive and never really considered the consequences of his actions, so he was the hardest to defeat. Chloe was analytical and always followed through on her plans, leaving Andrew no choice. They were a killer pair. Andrew snuffed his cigarette out with his fingers, pinching them with incredible force. His eyes looked deep and dark, inside the secret room of Seductive Fox. Rick, who was wearing a big black jacket, walked in. "I have two things to tell you." Jack raised his head and looked at Rick. 1. Chloe is safe now. You don't have to worry anymore. "How?" Jack felt joy rush to his heart. The military intervened. Justin's family used their power. "Where is she now?" Jack's eyes sparkled, and they showed his joy. "We don't exactly know where she is. The military is too secretive. Apparently, they're taking Chloe to the military court in Capital City first. They're going to go through the formalities and do everything else after. You only need to know that as long as she's in the hands of the military, Chloe is safe." I got it." Jack finally felt assured. "Your family is in America now. Your uncle called and I spoke with him. I'm escorting you onto a plane in a bit. You must leave today." "I'm not leaving. You can't leave. You have to. When Chloe comes back, I'll take her to you." After speaking and before Jack could protest, Rick made a motion with his hands. His men immediately escorted Jack out. "My brother's chartered plane is picking you up on international waters, and I'm taking you there. Don't worry and get some sleep. I'm sure that in a few days you'll be able to see Chloe in America. GK is under a trusteeship. Your uncle said that it'll be managed by the headquarters in the States. Don't worry about that. Rick, I have to take Chloe with me." "Not yet. We have no idea how long it's going to take for Chloe to be completely free. We all want you to leave first. Andrew is being too quiet lately. It's scary. I can't let my guard down against him. He might do something despicable. You know, even Fiona can't handle him and had to leave. The 6 years where Andrew disappeared can't be that simple. From now on, we can't underestimate him. He's not even scared of Fiona." Rick said all this with an extremely serious expression on his face. Who was Fiona? She was Chloe's blood sister, the infamous #1 criminal on Interpol's list. She was an extremely talented mercenary who grew up learning to dodge a rain of bullets. She was always hunting down others, or being hunted. She once organized a gigantic explosion that killed the leader of a Middle Eastern terrorist organization and made a name for herself. It was said that the jobs she took were each worth at least $1 billion. She never took anything less than that. The last time she came to the city, she blew up an underground money laundering scheme. Apparently, it was a mission worth $1.5 billion. If Andrew wasn't afraid to face such a terrifying girl, it was clear that he knew what Fiona was capable of long ago. He was also confident that she couldn't do anything to him. In Rick's mind, if it was that difficult to deal with someone, there was no way he would let Jack stay. He must go to America first. They could discuss the rest later. "Rick," Jack seemed like he was going to say something. "Bro, stay safe." I'll go find you when everything dies down. If you see my brother, say hi to him for me." The usually calm and cold Rick smiled. He could finally help Chloe and let Jack leave safely. Andrew would never be able to anticipate Jack's unusual departure. Rick would escort him to international waters with a helicopter, where he would then be picked up by someone on the other side. The entire exchange would happen in mid-air. That way, there would be no disruptions. Rick accompanied Jack onto the helicopter, and the duo headed towards international waters. In the middle of the night, a gigantic black jet circled the area at the time of the pickup. Rick finally transferred Jack after he made sure that they were his brother's men with a secret code. He then waved Jack goodbye. Chloe, on the other side, was brought blindfolded onto a plane. She didn't know where she was going, but she knew that she would be safe, because if she stayed in the prison, she would be executed in 3 days. Being able to leave at this time was a good sign. She was brought to a secret organization. When Chloe opened her eyes and saw who was in front of her, she was truly shocked. "Chloe, do you still recognize me?" The person across from her smiled. Dr. Fang." She wasn't a stranger to this person. Dr. Fang was an incredibly famous doctor whom Justin invited from the capital back when Jack was shot. Professor Fang was fond of Chloe's talent, and he even personally called to invite her to the capital city, hoping to teach her. Chloe politely refused, and they hadn't been in contact ever since. It had been so long, so it was a big surprise for her to see Professor Fang again. "Good, you still remember my old bones. Professor, what's going on? Why are you here?" Chloe looked confused. Professor Fang looked at Chloe, gently smiled, and said, "I'm here under Commander Cooper's request." "Commander Cooper, do you mean Justin's grandfather?" Chloe was in disbelief. She couldn't believe that such a big character would partake in her whole ordeal. "Mm-hmm. I heard that the commander's grandson is a very good friend of yours." "That's right." Chloe nodded. "That boy worked so hard for you. He even pushed the commander to his last straw." "Haha. I can see that he's someone who values friendships." "Then, Professor, am I free now?" Chloe looked at Dr. Fang with disbelief. "That's correct. You'll be safe in our hands. Listen, this is how we managed to get you out. I proclaimed that you're my only student and that you have a military rank. The commander took care of that for you. You're a second-class officer in the military doctor department, so no matter what you did, you will have to undergo trial in military court first. Your case is pretty serious, so we can't exactly just let you go. You have to stay here for a few more days. We'll give you a checkup and look for a reason. We can say that you're ill and that you're being taken away on medical parole. Once that's approved, you can leave and go abroad." Chloe didn't think that her affair would be easily resolved. As if he could tell what Chloe was thinking, Professor Fang asked, "Are you wondering why we got you out so easily?" "Mm-hmm." Chloe nodded in honesty. "Kid, I'm telling you it wasn't simple at all. An observant person can easily see through it. To be frank, how you got out isn't important. What's important is who is getting you out. I've known the commander for so many years, and he lived a just life. He never cheated or abused his powers for his own gain. Even when his own grandson was in the military, he didn't give him special treatment. But this time, he did so much for you. It can only mean one thing." "What thing?" Chloe looked at Dr. Fang with curiosity. "That boy. Justin successfully threatened his grandpa," Professor Fang slowly said. Chloe felt strange after hearing that. How did Justin manage to convince his grandpa into doing something of this magnitude? At that moment, Dr. Fang jokingly said, "If you weren't married, I would think that you'd become a new member of the Cooper family one day." "Professor, you're kidding. I'm not nearly lucky enough to be a part of the Cooper family." Chloe's face reddened immediately. She wasn't used to Dr. Fang making this kind of joke, as he was much older than Chloe was. "Okay, if you're clear on everything, you can rest easy. You're going to have to stay here for the next few days. After your physical examination finishes, we'll devise a plan and request for medical parole." "Okay. Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me." Thank the commander and that boy. After speaking, Professor Fang left with a smile on his face. Chloe was brought to a clean room that was comparable to a 5-star hotel. The environment was great. It was heaven compared to the prison cell. She didn't ask Dr. Fang where she was, but she could guess that she was in Capital City, since that was where he worked. Chloe's mind wandered thinking about what Dr. Fang had said. She also wondered if Rick sent Jack away yet. She wondered if Andrew would stop them and if Jack would be in danger. It was another sleepless night. At 4:15 in the morning, Rick was woken up by a phone call. His head immediately cleared when he saw who it was from. He picked up and asked, "Lino, what's going on?" "Rick." The person on the other side of the phone was silent for a few seconds. Then, Lino said, in perfect English, "The plane got into an accident over the Pacific Ocean 5 minutes ago. It crashed." "What? What did you say?" Rick felt as if he was struck by thunder and couldn't move. "The plane crashed. We're not sure what caused it. There are only 2 possibilities. 1, the enemy's spies snuck a bomb on board. 2, they were attacked from the outside. Where's Jack?" Rick felt his heartbeat slow to a stop. The plane exploded. The 4 bodyguards, the pilot, and the 2 stewardesses all died. "We don't know where Jack is yet." With a bang, his phone fell on the floor. Rick was completely dumbfounded. Rick, are you still listening? I've already requested the nearest countries to send out search teams. I believe we'll hear from them soon, Rick." No matter what Lino said, he wasn't met with a response. Rick felt something in his heart break. The plane was 10,000 feet up in the air and blew up instantaneously. Even if there were survivors, it was so high up and dark out. Beneath them would be the bottomless Pacific Ocean. Were there any possibilities of survival? Rick knew that although his brother didn't clearly state that Jack died, he was most likely met with that fate. Sadness, pain, guilt, shock, and many complicated emotions all rushed to his head. Rick cradled his head in his hands and collapsed on his bed as he thought he was going to faint. He instantly lost the ability to think. If he didn't make Jack board that plane, the crash wouldn't have happened. If he didn't arrange everything by himself, the plane wouldn't have exploded. There was only one thought in Rick's mind, and it was that he killed Jack. "Ms. Cece, is Rick here?" "Boss is inside, but..." Rick's subordinate wasn't sure what to say. "But what?" Cece looked worried. "Boss is in a bad mood. He's been inside the entire day." When Cece walked in, Rick had been sitting with his hand on his head for 7 hours. "Rick, why didn't you pick up my calls?" Cece asked, in a very soft voice. Rick remained silent with his head down. His expression portrayed his decadence. "What happened?" Cece approached him and held Rick's hand. He finally, slowly raised his head. "Cece, Jack, he died. You're joking, right?" Cece was incredibly shocked. "I'm not. It's all my fault. The plane blew up. Jack's dead." Rick's voice was hoarse and his eyes were bloodshot. "How could that be? It must have been that bastard. I'm going to kill Andrew." When Rick said that, his eyes looked murderous. Looking at Rick in such a state made Cece's heart ache. She hugged Rick tightly. "Cece, what am I going to do? It's my fault that Jack is dead. What am I supposed to tell Chloe? How am I supposed to tell her that her husband died?" Rick felt tears well up in his eyes. Cece's began tearing up as well. "Rick, it was an accident. Nobody could have known. The plane might have blown up, but Jack might still be alive. You have to believe in miracles." Although she was comforting Rick, Cece didn't even believe her own words. After all, it was a plane crash. What were the chances of surviving a plane crash? What am I going to do? What am I going to tell Chloe? At that time, Rick's phone rang. Cece looked at it and then at him. "It's from Noah." Rick slowly picked up the phone. "Hey, Rick?" "Mm-hmm." "Did Jack land in America yet? Why can't my calls get through to him? Noah, can you call everyone over for me? I need to talk to you guys about something." "What's wrong?" I'll see you all at Seductive Fox in half an hour. Then, Rick hung up the phone. Are you going to tell them what happened? Cece felt like the truth was too cruel for everyone to bear. Mm-hmm. Rick nodded as he stood up, trying hard to hold up his body. After all, he was the young master of a mafia group. Although he was sad, he still needed to buck up and tell everyone what happened. Or else, they would all worry to death for not being able to contact Jack. Half an hour later, Brenton, Victoria, Noah, Sarah, Violet, Cody, Thomas, all of Chloe's friends and family appeared at Seductive Fox. Rick pushed open the doors of the private room. He was wearing a black cashmere jacket, and his face looked extremely pale. Victoria's instincts told her that something bad happened. Rick, did you gather us here to announce something to us? Noah asked, and Rick nodded slightly. Then he glanced around the room and said, I just got the news that Chloe was bailed out. Ha, I heard about this already. Don't forget that I work at the Municipal Bureau. I may be just the captain of a small criminal squad, but I still have my channels of information. I heard that the military interfered last night, and Chloe was transferred to Capital City by Professor Fang. I had a feeling that Grandpa Cooper probably had something to do with it. By the way, we should thank Justin. Wait, where is he? Only then did Noah notice that Justin wasn't here. Grandpa Cooper locked him up. I think he's being punished, Brenton responded. We really need to thank Justin this time. Thank goodness he was here. I'm going to treat him to a giant meal when he's released. He's so nice to have helped Chloe. Sarah chimed in happily. It seemed like they were all reveling in the relief of Chloe's release. Chloe will be back in a week at most. By then, if she needs to get medical parole, she would have to go abroad, right? Rick already sent Jack to the States. Once Chloe comes back, we won't have much time with her before she goes looking for Jack. In the future, we won't be able to see the two of them whenever we want to. Noah smiled as he looked at the gang and then back at Rick. Rick, did Jack arrive in the States? We haven't been able to reach him. Worried, Victoria asked. With a grim expression on his face, Rick scanned everyone's faces before saying quietly, Jack's dead. What? You're joking, right? Rick, don't try to freak us out. This isn't funny. Everyone looked at Rick with the same reactions of disbelief. I'm not joking. I never joke. I dropped Jack on international waters last night and saw him get onto the chartered plane my brother prepared. He was supposed to safely arrive in Los Angeles today, but yesterday, around midnight, the plane exploded over the Pacific Ocean. I don't know what happened. Perhaps someone attacked it from outside, or maybe a bomb was installed in the plane. Anyways, the plane exploded and crashed. Everyone on the plane, the 4 bodyguards, the captain, 2 flight attendants all died. Jack, on the other hand, went missing. But under such circumstances, he's probably dead. That's why I asked you all to come here today to tell you guys that. Jack's dead. Upon hearing what Rick said, everyone fell silent. After a while, Thomas was the first one to react. He sprung up from his seat and pointed at Rick. You're bullshitting. There's no way my brother-in-law is dead. Rick looked back into Thomas's eyes with extreme calmness. I don't want to believe it either, but it's the truth. How is that possible? How is that? Oh my God. Sarah could barely finish her sentence before breaking out in tears. Victoria sat down in a daze onto her seat, her face as pale as a ghost, and her eyes tearing up from the shock and grief. Brenton was grief-stricken as well, but he had to take care of his pregnant wife. What will Chloe do once she finds out? Cody sat there as his fists tightened and Violet cried quietly as she held Cody's arm. I bet Andrew did it. I'm going to kill him. Noah finally understood why Justin was capable of beating Andrew into a pulp in front of all those reporters. That piece of crap had no bottom line. Not only did he manipulate Chloe, he also tried time and again to kill Jack. Now, he had succeeded. This time, Noah was really pissed off. He removed the gun from his waist and headed out the door, tears falling as he did. Noah was a real man, a true man among men. However, today he could no longer hold back his tears. Rick quickly blocked his way. It's no use, no matter what you do. I had the same reaction as you when I first found out that Jack's plane crashed. But you have to know that our impulsivity won't help us kill Andrew. He might even use it against us. Yes, we have to avenge our friend. Jack's a brother to me. If you're willing to, we can work together. I'm sure we'll have one way or another to deal with that scumbag. What do you think?" Upon hearing what Rick said, Noah calmed down quite a lot. Suddenly, Victoria asked, "The problem right now is, who's going to tell Chloe what happened when she comes home?" Victoria was a diligent and calm woman with extreme logic and rationality. Her IQ was not much lower than Chloe's, and she was the second calmest person in their group. As soon as she asked this question, the group fell silent once again. "I can't. You guys can do it. I really can't," Sarah said between her tears. "I can't either." Victoria looked away. She couldn't tell something so cruel to Chloe. Just now, the only thing on Thomas's mind was revenge. However, as soon as he thought of the agony his sister was about to feel, he felt more heartbroken than he already did. Cody suddenly interjected. "I was thinking, you just said that President Dawson went missing. No news right now might be good news. If they can't find his body, perhaps he's still alive, don't you think? We shouldn't be so pessimistic. The survival rate is close to 0 in this case. Kid, life isn't a movie or TV show. Things like that don't happen. Do you understand?" Brenton said, revealing the cruel reality of life. No one said anything else. Rick finally choked back his grief and said, with much difficulty, "I'll tell Chloe. I have to apologize to her. This is all my fault. If I didn't force Jack onto the plane, this wouldn't have happened to him." Noah patted Rick's shoulder. "Don't think that way. You and Jack are great bros. I know you did that for his own good. I also know that you must feel awful that something like this happened. We can't blame you for this. It's not fair. After all that happened, we've been trying so hard to save Jack and Chloe, and infighting is not going to solve anything. So, Rick, don't blame yourself, and don't feel so guilty. I know Jack's chances of living are thin, but I believe that my brother's still alive." Noah's words sent everyone present into a fit of tears. Sarah cried so hard that she looked like she was about to faint. "I'm still fishing around the area, but it's really hard because it's the Pacific Ocean. I plan on giving up if we don't find anything in 3 days. By then, we'll be certain that Jack's dead. Chloe might come back any time and I'll tell her what happened. At the same time, we should all be on high alert. Andrew won't stop just because Jack died. Don't forget, his ultimate goal is Chloe." Victoria looked up. "I agree with Rick. We can't relax. Andrew's not going to give up on Chloe. We need to plan our next step." "What's going to happen to GK then?" Noah asked. "I heard that Jack's uncle took over. The U.S. headquarters will manage it. Does Jack's parents know what happened?" "Not yet. I'll ask my brother to contact Jack's parents later." After Rick said this, the crowd fell silent once again. The people's faces filled with grief when they walked out of Seductive Fox. Thomas didn't cry, but his expression was a little off. "Thomas, don't go back to Sky Blessing Court. It's not safe there. Come stay at my place," Victoria offered. "No. It's okay, Victoria. I'm not a very important person. That a-hole Andrew won't do anything to me." "Thomas, come stay with me then. We have an extra bedroom," Sarah said as she placed her arms around Thomas's. "I'm really fine, Sarah. I'm not a child anymore. I'm going to wait at home for my sister to come back." Thomas shook his head. Then he looked down and said, his voice breaking, "My mom doesn't know what happened to my sister and my brother-in-law yet. Let's just go home and keep in touch in case anything else happens. Let's all be extra careful. I'll make sure to update you guys about Chloe's status in Capital City. Oh, right, Brenton. Can you ask Justin what's going on with the military? I'll call him later." Brenton nodded. After getting into their Mercedes, Victoria seemed out of sorts. "Honey, what's wrong? Honey, get someone to follow Thomas. If they see that he's acting abnormal, knock him out cold and bring him to our place." "Why, you're worried that he'll—" I don't want him to do anything stupid. Chloe's not here right now, and we don't know where Jack is. I won't be able to explain things to Chloe if something happens to Thomas as well. Okay, I'll get someone to follow him. After they returned home, Brenton and Victoria were just about to sit down and have dinner when Brenton received a phone call. After a brief exchange with the person on the other end of the line, he looked at Victoria with admiration. Honey, you were right. What? What did Thomas do? That idiot changed out of his clothes and left Sky Blessing Court with a fruit knife. He was going to the Green family mansion in search for Andrew. I can't believe he would be stupid enough to do that. Andrew's not that easy to deal with. Yeah, I'm glad you reminded me, or else shit would have happened. If Andrew catches him, Thomas would be charged with trespassing and attempted murder. If convicted, he'd be sentenced to at least 7 years in prison. At this very moment, Brenton was extremely grateful for his wife's wits. Where is he right now? My people knocked him out cold and tied him up. He's on his way to our place as we speak. Hold him captive for now, at least until Chloe comes home, Victoria said, and Brenton nodded. I will. Honey, what's wrong with Justin? Did something happen to him because he tried to save Chloe? Ever since Chloe was taken out of prison, everyone lost touch with Justin. This made Victoria worry. Justin, Brenton hesitated, obviously unwilling to tell his wife the truth. What happened to Justin? Victoria almost jumped up in anxiety, pinching Brenton's arm as if he was made of putty. So many things had happened recently, she really couldn't withstand any more bad news. Justin was put on house arrest. Just because he tried to save Chloe? Victoria froze in surprise. Things aren't as simple as you think. If they were, the Cooper family would have done something about it as early as Jack's initial incarceration. This incident was really hard for his family. The victim was Bella and Mayor Halls in charge of everything in our city. Although his rank isn't as high as Grandpa Cooper's, he's still the mayor. The death of a mayor's daughter is like a slap on the government's face. The provincial leaders ordered the punishment of the murderer as well. Therefore, Grandpa Cooper's interference really caused a stir in the administration. How do you think he looks? Politics aren't so simple, Victoria. Upon hearing what Brenton said, Victoria fell silent. She was smart enough to know the severity of the situation. Basically, Justin was a god for convincing Grandpa Cooper into saving Chloe. I'm curious, how did Justin persuade his grandpa? After a moment of silence, Victoria slowly asked. Upon hearing her question, Brenton smiled bitterly. What kind of expression is that? Victoria looked weirdly at her husband. You'll be shocked. Justin pointed a gun at his own head and threatened his grandpa. He only gave the old man 3 seconds, or else he was going to shoot himself. The gun Justin used was a gift from Grandpa Cooper when he first enlisted. It was a Type 92 military pistol, with a 9mm caliber. Apparently, it's the king of military pistols in our country, and one of the most dangerous handheld weapons, capable of shooting through a 13mm thick iron board and 50mm thick pine board. That's not important actually, as the most important thing is once shot, the bullet will turn in a person's body and create a giant cavity, maximizing the extent of the wound. Therefore, he might die, no matter where he gets shot. Justin, on the other hand, pointed a weapon like this to his own head. How scared do you think his grandpa was when that happened? After hearing what Brenton said, Victoria felt her entire body going cold. Justin had truly gone crazy, hadn't he? If he accidentally pulled the trigger while the gun was still pointed to himself, he wouldn't even have a chance to regret his actions. Life was valuable, and each person only had one chance at it. Justin was born into such a prestigious and wealthy family, with an endless supply of food and clothes. Anyone else would want to live for another 500 years if they were in his shoes. But to save Chloe, Justin was willing to risk his own life. Victoria was a fan of Jack and Chloe, and she always admired Jack's love for the latter. His love for her was lasting and enduring. It was the love only high school sweethearts felt for each other. Jack was willing to have a face-off with kidnappers just to save Chloe. He never backed down, even when he was shot in the chest. Victoria thought only Jack would ever treat Chloe that way. But Justin. Upon seeing Victoria so quiet, Brenton smiled helplessly. I've been thinking, why did God bring Justin to the world if Jack was already born? Jack's existence has made Justin suffer so much. He appeared in Chloe's life too late, so he missed everything. Even if he was willing to break into a million pieces for Chloe, and even if he died one day, Chloe wouldn't give anything to him, not even a hug. Is she really worth it? To Justin, she really is. After her incarceration, Justin told me with determination that he wasn't going to let Chloe die. It's not easy, being Justin. Victoria felt bad after hearing all this. Justin succeeded in threatening Grandpa Cooper, but he's been in hell as well. Grandpa Cooper's in a rage and punishing him. Cooper family mansion. Today was Justin's first day on house arrest. Grandpa Cooper ordered for him to kneel in the ancestors' hall for an entire day. He was not allowed to eat nor drink. He was supposed to reflect on himself. Most of the Cooper family served in the military, and rumor had it that Justin's great-grandfather was an important figure in the founding of country, who later died in combat for his country and was heavily awarded. Justin's grandpa was a renowned commander of a military base with a great reputation in Capital City. Justin's father, on the other hand, chose to become a businessman because he didn't like how old-fashioned and inflexible soldiers acted. Of Justin's father's siblings, only his third brother chose to become a soldier, and he was currently a prestigious figure in the Air Force. Justin wanted to be a soldier when he was young, but for some reason, he suddenly requested to be discharged. Then, he began living a life of fun and parties. No one in his family ever tried to persuade him to join the army again, and no one knew why he suddenly quit. Justin looked down as he knelt before his ancestors' shrines. Justin, have some water? Mrs. Cooper couldn't bear to see her son suffer like that, so she brought him some warm water. Don't give him anything to him. He needs to repent, Grandpa Cooper spat angrily. Justin didn't have the guts to take the water either. You little brat, you've got guts, don't you? I can't believe you would threaten me with a gun. Next time, don't point it at yourself, point it at me, Grandpa Cooper shouted as he pointed at Justin, who tried to argue for himself. I would never do that. I would be struck by lightning for not respecting you, Grandpa. Wow, I'm shocked you know about that. What about threatening your grandpa? Aren't you afraid you might be struck by lightning? I did that for a reason. What reason? For a woman. Look at you. You would kill yourself for a woman, Grandpa Cooper said as he slammed his stick on Justin's back, causing the latter to flinch in pain. Ow! Ouch! Grandpa, please be gentle. I'm going to beat you to death. You little... Grandpa Cooper said as he exerted more pressure on his stick. Dad, be gentle on him. He doesn't exercise as much as he used to, and he isn't as strong as he used to. Mrs. Cooper begged for her son. Grandpa, can you hit me later? I want to ask you a question. Justin put his hands up in the air, surrendering and begging his grandpa. Ask, Grandpa Cooper said, eyes blazing as he looked at his grandson with fire in his tone. Where's Chloe's right now? When is she coming home? Upon hearing this, Grandpa Cooper heaved his stick at Justin again, hitting the latter's back so hard that his entire body began burning up in pain. Grandpa Cooper was really set on teaching him a lesson this time. VIP room of a military hospital in Capital City. Professor Fang. Chloe was resting in her room when she saw Professor Fang come in, prompting her to stand right up. Have a seat. Professor Fang waved his hand, gesturing for Chloe to sit down. Chloe, have you noticed anything different with your body recently? Actually, I have. Where? My stomach. I've been feeling really nauseous lately, probably because I've been in a bad mood and haven't been eating properly. My stomach's probably protesting, Chloe said with a smile. You think it's gastritis? Professor Fang smiled back at her, and Chloe nodded. I thought you were a doctor. How can you not know that you were pregnant? Professor Fang smiled, his expression as friendly as could be. Professor Fang, what did you say? Chloe immediately sat up from her seat, barely able to contain herself. Chloe, you're 55 days pregnant with twins. Twins? Twins? Oh my God! Chloe placed her hands on her face and stared at Dr. Fang in bewilderment. You don't believe it, right? Professor Fang laughed. Yes, it's hard to believe. Chloe couldn't calm herself down. She couldn't get pregnant for the longest time. But now, twins? It was all too much. The fetuses are still small. They're not fully formed yet. But the good thing is I can hear their heartbeats. Although this is great news for you, it's also going to be a lot of work from now on. You're a doctor, and you've worked in the OB/GYN department. You should know that twins always arrive early. They'll most likely arrive 7 to 8 months into the pregnancy. It's a lot of work on your body. You need to be prepared. I know. I'll be careful. Chloe's eyes were sparkling with tears. Jack would probably jump up with joy if he found out about this, right? There was also her mother and father-in-law. Their precious little grandchildren were finally coming. It was rare to see any emotions on Chloe's face, much less excitement. Her personality was truly cold. But now, the person in front of Professor Fang was not a gifted doctor. She was nothing but a young girl who was crying from too much happiness. Because she was so excited and nervous, Chloe's hands folded on top of one another, her fingers laced tightly together as if she was praying for something. But I'm puzzled. You've been pregnant for so long. Someone should have found out about this when you were originally taken to prison. Why don't they have a record of this? If we didn't examine you here, your pregnancy would have gone unnoticed. Professor Fang furrowed his brows. Chloe shuddered at the thought. She said slowly, Maybe. Someone doesn't want the news of my pregnancy to spread, so they kept it hidden. Chloe's first guess was that Mayor Hall had somehow manipulated the situation. Otherwise, with the amount of time that she had been pregnant, they would have discovered her pregnancy a long time ago. A urine test would have clearly shown the results. A blood withdrawal would have been even more obvious. The progesterone level of a pregnant woman is much higher than that of an average woman. Since you're pregnant, you should be very well rested. I've already sent up the required documents proving your pregnancy and requested for out-of-prison pregnancy treatment. This will delay your execution date by a long time, and you can use this time to come up with an escape plan. Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me. I'm just doing what was asked of me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the power to pull you out of jail. If the higher-ups approve your release, you'll be able to head home tomorrow. The commander will send people to Capital City to pick you up. That's great. Chloe couldn't help but get excited at the thought of going home and reuniting with Jack. You should get some rest now. Whatever you want to eat, let the others know. A pregnant woman needs her nutrients. Okay. Chloe nodded without hesitation. If hospitals allowed cell phones, she would have called Jack immediately to share the good news. She then realized that Jack was probably already in the U.S., because before her arrest, she sought out both Victoria and Rick to make sure of that. Chloe's thoughts ran wild again. With the knowledge of the pregnancy, Chloe ate a lot during dinner, which was a rare sight to see. That night, inside the Cooper estate, Grandpa Cooper picked up the phone with a heavy expression on his face. Are you absolutely sure? He asked. All right, I got it. With that, Grandpa Cooper hung up the phone. He then walked into the family's memorial hall, where Justin was still kneeling. Straighten your back. Grandpa Cooper scolded the repenting Justin. Grandpa, I'm a little hungry. Stay hungry. Grandpa, I'm thirsty. Stay thirsty. Grandpa, why are you so heartless? Am I not your grandson? Justin looked at his grandpa with miserable eyes. If you weren't my grandson, I would have thrown you into the ocean and fed you to sharks. You should be glad that you're my only grandchild. Do you really think I'd forgive you otherwise? The old man was clearly still furious. Grandpa, Justin activated his cute puppy mode. He knew that his grandpa cherished him more than anyone in the world. As long as he kept up the thick-skinned, puppy-eyed sweet talk, his grandpa would surely give in. Suddenly, before Justin could say anything else, Grandpa Cooper said, The girl you told me to rescue is pregnant. What? Justin was beyond stunned. I just got news from Capital City. They've put in a request for out-of-prison medical parole. The request will for sure be approved because she's pregnant. Once the orders are given tomorrow, she'll be picked up. Pregnant. Justin's expression was complex, to say the least. He didn't look happy nor sad. It was just complicated. Grandpa Cooper watched his ever-changing expressions and scolded, "Are you going to give up now?" Justin licked his lips without a reply. Something in his mouth tasted bitter. He was also happy for Chloe, however, as he was fully aware of just how much Chloe wanted a baby. Plus, a pregnancy at a critical time like this was the perfect excuse to get her out of prison for a while. "Why aren't you talking? Are you sad?" Grandpa Cooper asked. "Huh, why should I be sad? It's good that she's pregnant." Justin smiled bitterly. "Fine, let's see how long you can keep this up. They'll let us know tomorrow and I'll send people to pick her up. Because her status is still sensitive, she can't go home directly, as it would spark controversy. I'm planning to put her in the city's army hospital." "All right. Grandpa, I'm picking her up tomorrow." "You're going?" Grandpa Cooper was surprised. "Yes, I'll go. I don't really trust anyone else." Justin was more than careful. He didn't want anything to happen to Chloe. Rick spent so much time and effort planning such a thorough plan, and yet, Jack was still unable to avoid tragedy. This only meant Andrew was willing to do anything and everything to get what he wanted. Therefore, Justin wasn't about to leave Chloe in the hands of others. He had thought that his grandpa would object, and was preparing himself for further persuasion. Surprisingly, his grandpa actually agreed. He pondered for a moment and said, "That could work. It'll probably be easier with you there. They know that you're my grandson. They'll definitely give me that little leeway." "Grandpa, a little leeway? It's a big one, all right?" "Stop blabbing. Keep kneeling. You can't leave until after midnight." "But, Grandpa, I have to catch the plane to Capital City tomorrow." No matter how much Justin protested, Grandpa Cooper wouldn't give in. Justin had truly crossed the line this time. He almost gave Grandpa Cooper a heart attack. What kind of storms hadn't the old man experienced in the military? Yet, he couldn't believe how afraid he was when his grandson pulled that crap on him earlier. The gun in his hand was too powerful. Grandpa Cooper didn't even want to think about what could have been. What if Justin slipped and the bullet really struck his head? He couldn't imagine that kind of tragedy. He wouldn't be able to take it. So, he had no choice but to give in to his grandson's request. Justin continued kneeling in the memorial hall, feeling more relaxed now. The thought of seeing Chloe the next day made him feel all warm and fuzzy. When he remembered Chloe's pregnancy, however, bitterness crept up again. Although he had expected this day to come, it was still a surprise. Jack must be really happy if he knew about Chloe's pregnancy. He's going to be a dad, after all. Deep into the night, Mrs. Cooper took her phone and went to find her son. "Justin, your phone isn't on?" Grandpa took my phone." Justin looked miserable. "Brenton called me. I think he really needs to talk to you." With that, Mrs. Cooper handed over her phone to her son. "Hello?" "Justin." "Yeah, it's me. What's up?" "Are you okay?" Brenton asked. "I'm fine now." "How's Chloe? When will she come back?" "Tomorrow. My grandpa just told me today. If everything goes smoothly, I'm picking her up tomorrow." "That's fantastic, but I have bad news over here." "What bad news?" Justin thought about all the possibilities. Could it be that something fishy was going on in prison? Or maybe the media had discovered that they had cheated the system? Could it be that Mayor Hall and Andrew began their meddling? As his thoughts ran wild, Brenton's voice broke the silence. Something happened to Jack. What happened? Justin tried his best to remain calm. Rick arranged for him to fly to the States, but his plane crashed. They've yet to find anything, even after many hours of searching. Most people on the plane were blown into pieces. So, the likelihood of Jack being alive is very slim. How's that possible? Justin's eyes widened at the news, his heart beating erratically. It's real. We saw Rick today and he confirmed everything. We don't want to believe it either, but it's the truth. So I wanted to ask, what are you going to tell Chloe when she comes back? Justin fell silent at Brenton's question. Who was going to deliver such devastating news to Chloe? How could this happen? Chloe just got pregnant, and now Jack's possibly gone. Justin's heart ached. It was as if something heavy was weighing on his heart. It felt so heavy that he couldn't breathe. What? Chloe's pregnant? Brenton caught the most important point. Yes. Oh my God, what do we do? Who's going to tell her? It's too much on her. We shouldn't tell her about it yet. I'll pick her up tomorrow and we'll talk about it when I come back. Justin hung up the phone. His heart was heavy and his face pale. What's wrong, Justin? Nothing, Mom. I'm going to pack up. I'm heading to Capital City tomorrow. With that, Justin got up and walked away. At that moment, Mrs. Cooper could feel the heaviness in her son's footsteps. The Blake mansion. What did you say? Victoria moved close to Brenton and tugged on his arms. Justin said Chloe's pregnant. Brenton was also stunned by the news. She's pregnant? Victoria was shocked. Yes. If Justin says she's pregnant, then she's pregnant. The Army hospital would never make a mistake like that. But why didn't the prison release the news before? Could it be she was already pregnant, but someone tried to cover it up? Victoria had a quick mind. She immediately figured out what might have happened. It's very possible, after all. The prison system's very complex. I wouldn't be surprised if Mayor Hall had men in there. Chloe's pregnancy's such great news, but Jack? Victoria couldn't finish her sentence, and the couple fell silent once again. Chloe's pregnancy came at such a sensitive time. How was she going to face losing Jack? Victoria couldn't imagine a Chloe without Jack. The next morning, Justin got a call from Capital City notifying him of Chloe's temporary release being approved. Justin took the 8:30 a.m. plane to pick Chloe up from Capital City. Chloe packed up her things. She was neatly dressed and extremely excited to be heading home. When she opened the door and saw Justin, she was surprised. "Why are you here? I'm taking you home." At the sight of Chloe, Justin's heart filled with happiness. He was completely satisfied just seeing her alive and well. Justin didn't dare to expect too much. The fact that Chloe was going to walk out of there unscathed, he really had nothing more to ask. As Chloe stared blankly at him, Justin quickly walked over to her and picked up her bags. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up!" Justin turned and smiled at Chloe. Chloe finally reacted and ran after Justin. "Can you not be so hasty? You're about to become a mom. Slow down. Jesus." Justin was frightened by the sight of a running Chloe and immediately stopped to remind her. "You already know?" Chloe smiled shyly. "Yes, congratulations." Justin gave Chloe his sincere blessing. "Thank you." Chloe's heart filled with happiness at the thought of 2 little lives growing inside her. When they reached the city, it was already 1 p.m. in the afternoon. After they got off the plane, a driver from Imperial Star drove over Justin's favorite car, his black Lamborghini. Justin then drove Chloe straight to a high-class restaurant. Everyone was waiting for them at the entrance. There was Brenton, Max, Victoria, Thomas, Sarah, Noah, Cody, Violet. Chloe's eyes welled up at the sight of everyone. The feeling of reuniting with all of her friends was overwhelming. Although she hadn't been in jail for long, it felt like a lifetime. "Look! Our genius is back!" Max teased. Everyone stood in a line as they watched Chloe, all smiling. What a grand welcome! Chloe smiled at everyone as she got off the car. "Chloe, here, walk over this brazier to get rid of the bad vibes." Sarah was superstitious. She had made a point to buy a brazier the day before, making sure that it was all fired up. Chloe carefully stepped over the brazier. Everyone began clapping. Thomas immediately rushed towards her, hugging her neck tightly. "Sis, I was so worried. I miss you so much." Thomas couldn't hold back his tears any longer. He almost fell apart when he found out about his sister's death sentence. He couldn't eat or drink since, and had since gotten much skinnier. Sorry to make you worry so much. Chloe patted Thomas's head lovingly. She then looked up and gazed over everyone's faces. With a smile, she bowed down to everyone. Sorry for worrying everyone. Geez, what are you saying? No need to be so polite with us. Sarah immediately walked up to Chloe and held her hands. Let's go celebrate you coming back. With that, everyone entered the restaurant and made their way up to the private room on the top floor. Not far from here was a black Buick GL8. Inside sat Andrew, who was quietly watching the group of people head inside the restaurant. Sir, should we grab Miss Green? No. Andrew was slightly stunned by the news of Chloe's pregnancy. Another thing happened outside of his plan. It was another accident. Justin had already infuriated him by destroying his perfect plan, and Chloe's pregnancy was clearly another unpleasant surprise. Chloe, I really don't want you to have this child. What should I do? Andrew furrowed his brows. He didn't want Chloe to give birth to any other man's child, but he also didn't have the heart to hurt her. Sir, what should we do now? Let me think. He then signaled the driver to go. The black Buick slowly drove away without gaining any attention. Inside the private room, the group of people took their seats. On Chloe's left was Thomas, and on her right, Sarah, then Noah, then Cody, and Violet. Next to Thomas was Victoria, Brenton, Justin, Max. After the dishes were served, Chloe looked to Sarah and said, Can I borrow your phone for a second? Why? I want to call Rick. He's been helping Jack and me out so much. We need him here for this. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed ever so slightly. Sis, actually. When Thomas said that, he paused as he couldn't bring himself to tell his sister. At that moment, Justin stood up and said, Chloe, I called Rick. He's out at the moment and hasn't returned yet. Oh? All right. He'll come to see you when he comes back. Don't worry. Okay, let's start eating then. Smiling, Chloe sat down. Sis, was the food in there bad? Thomas asked. Sis, did they feed you cornbread? Cody chimed in. Would they? Corn flour is expensive now, okay? I eat corn noodles for dinner every night, Max butted in. No, the food was pretty good. For each meal, I got 4 dishes and a soup. It got better when I got Capital City. Dr. Fang took great care of me. I really have to thank someone for all this. Chloe held up a cup of juice, looked at Justin, and said, Thank you for saving me from danger again. I can never repay you. So are you promising yourself to Justin? Haha, Max teased. Ahem, Chloe coughed as it was quite awkward. She continued to say, I can't make young Master Cooper suffer to repay for his kind act. Chloe's clever answer made everyone laugh. Justin chuckled as well. I can rest easy now. Justin, seriously, thank you. Nothing I say matters right now. Anyways, if you ever need me in the future, I'll help you to the best of my abilities with no reservation. Guys, you are all my witnesses. If I ever watch with my hands up when he's in need, I'll die a horrible death. Tsk, tsk. You're crazy. How can you say such unlucky things? Close your unlucky mouth now. My life's great. I don't have to worry about food or clothes, and I have nothing to ask of you. So, I'm afraid that you'll never have a chance to pay me back. Justin hated it when Chloe said such heavy things, so he stopped her immediately. Anyways, this is my toast to you. Wait, you're pregnant. You can't drink juice. Waiter, get us 2 bottles of water. Justin's words immediately ignited the scene. Other than Victoria and Brenton, the others were going crazy. Max asked, Damn, who are you talking about? Sarah asked, Pregnant? Who's pregnant? Noah asked, Chloe is pregnant? Seriously? Or did I hear wrong? Cody asked, So Thomas and I are going to be uncles? Violet said, Boss, congrats. Thomas said, My God, are you really pregnant? Awesome. I'm just pregnant. What's with your expressions? Chloe scanned their reactions and laughed. Thank God we knew already. Otherwise, we would be going crazy as well. Victoria smiled. Did I let something slip? Justin purposefully asked. God, I can't believe it. Chloe, you're really pregnant. Sarah grabbed Chloe's hand and shook it. Be gentle. We have to protect her. Noah immediately stopped Sarah. How far along are you? Cody seemed rather calm as he looked at Chloe. Only 50-something days. Justin suddenly butted in again. So did any one of you know that she's carrying twins? Max replied, Twins? Damn, that's crazy. Buy one, get one free, what a great deal. Sarah exclaimed. Twins, Victoria said. My Chloe is truly amazing. She either lays low or she gets 2 babies at once. Noah asked, So, is this like winning the lottery? They all knew how low the chances were of conceiving twins, so they were all going crazy. Sis, you're too good. So you're having 2 babies? Are they boys or girls? Thomas couldn't hold back the excitement and kept asking questions. It's still too early to tell the gender. Haha. Seeing everybody's expressions entertained Chloe. She suddenly remembered something, looked at Justin and asked, I don't think I've told you. How did you know I had twins? Dr. Fang told me. Justin looked proud. Fine, you win. Chloe subconsciously covered her stomach with her hands and bathed in the happiness. Mr. Dawson will be so happy when he finds out. He likes kids, and now we'll have 2. It's going to be so lively. When Chloe said this, everybody fell silent, and their faces looked a bit odd. As smart as she was, she immediately realized that something was off. Looking up at the group, she asked, What's up with your expressions? Nothing. Nothing. We're too shocked, and we're happy for you. Noah guiltily replied. Haha. I didn't even think that I would have twins. It really shocked me. My family doesn't have the genes for twins, and neither does Jax. I really don't know where the babies came from. Chloe smiled. Guys, let's bet on the genders. To skip this topic, Max changed the topic in an attempt to lighten up the mood. Sarah said, I think it'll be 2 boys. They're going to be such troublemakers, haha. Noah agreed with his girlfriend. Thomas said, I think that it'll be a boy and a girl. That would make me so happy as an uncle. Victoria said, I think it'll be that too. It would be great to have both a son and a daughter. Brenton agreed with his wife. Cody said, I think it'll be 2 boys. The older brother can take care of the younger one. That would be nice. Violet said, Then I think it'll be twin girls. The older sister can take care of her younger sister. That would be nice too. Cody replied, Are you going against me? Look at them. They're all agreeing with their significant others. Violet was speechless. Max said, I think it'll be 2 boys. Haha. They would turn your house upside down. At last, Max looked at the silent Justin. Justin, what do you think? After a few seconds of silence, Justin looked at Chloe and said, It'll be 2 girls. Why? Max couldn't understand. When girls grow up, they'll take care of their parents. Girls are easier to raise anyway. Boys are too troublesome. Haha, that's true too. Max laughed. Everyone began eating as the mood picked up once again. Justin looked at Chloe from across the table. He had something else that he didn't say. He actually wanted to say that he hoped for 2 girls because girls take after their mother. How wonderful would it be if there were 2 more girls like Chloe in this world? Thomas kept putting food in his sister's plate, afraid that she wasn't getting enough nutrients for the twins, completely showing his caring nature. Thomas, has Mom called lately? Right, I just remembered. Quickly, call Mom. She's been so worried about not talking to you lately. I can't lie anymore. She wants to come back. I think she'll stop asking if she hears your voice. After speaking, Thomas called his mom on his phone. Chloe went to the washroom and spoke to her mother alone. Using this opportunity, Victoria said, I don't think we should tell Chloe about Jack yet. I agree. She just got pregnant, so her condition isn't stable yet. We can't shock her at a time like this, Noah said. But how long are we supposed to hide it for? Chloe is smart. Sarah was very worried. We'll hide it for as long as we can. Anyways, it'll be better for her if she finds out later. She's so happy about being pregnant. I don't want to break the news to her, Justin suggested. She's really clever. She'll find out before long. Thomas lowered his head with a heavy heart. Rick might personally tell Chloe. Anyways, we don't know the specifics, so we shouldn't tell her ourselves, Noah told everyone. Everyone agreed and decided to hide the news for now. Nobody dared to tell Chloe. If she found out that Jack had died, maybe her whole world would collapse. When Chloe came back, she immediately found it weird that everyone was silently eating without speaking to each other. Why are you guys so quiet? We were waiting for you to come back. Sarah raised her head and forced out a smile. I just talked to my mom. She's not worried anymore. Chloe, you should sleep at mine tonight. Thomas is staying there too. Sky Blessing Court might not be safe enough. I have security guards at my house, Victoria suggested. Before Chloe could reply, Justin said, Chloe can't exactly move around freely. She has to stay at the military hospital. She might be out for medical treatment, but she can't move around like a normal person. You guys have to understand that. Don't worry, guys. My grandpa is trying to restore her freedom. Huh? Her freedom is still limited? Sarah looked unhappy. What do you think? Chloe is still labeled as a murderer. Commander Cooper is very impressive, being able to free a death row prisoner so quickly. He's much more powerful than my father. Noah wasn't happy with how his father acted since Jack and Chloe's accident and thought that he wasn't capable enough. Noah's father might be in the provincial office, but he didn't have the power to bail murderers out at his will. Moreover, Mayor Hall wouldn't have let that happen. Sis, I guess you have to bear with it for now. Noah looked at Chloe with sadness. I'll be fine. I am already very happy with the outcome. Chloe originally thought that Andrew wouldn't be able to sit and watch her die and would find someone to blame for the crime he committed, subsequently giving her back her freedom. However, Andrew never did. Could it be that he really wanted her dead? Chloe, we'll visit you a lot. Take care of yourself there. Think for the babies and eat more. Victoria comforted her. I will. I don't want to make you guys worried. I need to go see Rick and find out where Mr. Dawson is, and I'll go meet him in America when the time comes. Maybe the babies will be born there. Haha, but I want you guys to be there. I'll pay for the plane tickets. You guys have to visit us there. Chloe was still deep within her beautiful fantasy. Everybody's hearts sank when they heard what she said. Before Chloe could tell that something was wrong, Justin immediately rose, looked at his watch, and said, It's almost time. I am going to go check Chloe into the military hospital. Otherwise, the higher-ups will get suspicious. She can't appear outside anyways, so please, don't mention her return to anyone. I'll arrange another meeting in the future. Okay? Then we'll end it here today. Noah rose too. Everyone bid their farewells to Chloe, and soon, everyone left the hotel. On their way to the hospital, Justin drove his Lamborghini very slowly. Chloe sensed the slow speed and said, Hey, you're so slow. Can we get to the hospital before nightfall? I can't drive too fast. You're pregnant. I'm only pregnant. I'm not dying. Ha ha ha. You don't have to be that careful. Chloe couldn't help but laugh. Chloe, did you ever wonder why you got pregnant so suddenly after trying for so long? Justin asked out of nowhere. Chloe's eyes dimmed. I did think about it, and I think I know why. What do you think went wrong? Justin glanced at Chloe. I almost always ate at home and Southside before. After Jack and I got divorced, I stopped eating at those places and cooked at home. So, I think that someone must have done something to my food. Have you ever verified it? Chloe shook her head. Not yet. It's just a guess. Maybe I am thinking too much into it. Maybe it happened because the time was right. I don't want to think about it too much. Do you want me to investigate for you? Although Justin looked aggressive and high profile on the outside, he actually paid a lot of attention to detail and caught Chloe's coincidental pregnancy. Maybe someone put something in her food, so he wanted to investigate for her. Now that Jack was gone, he needed to take care of Chloe more, right? Thinking of Jack's incident made Justin feel uncomfortable. Justin remembered what Jack told him alone a few days ago. If I am gone one day, You have to take care of Chloe for me." Were those his last words to him? Look at the road. Seeing Justin lose focus, Chloe immediately held onto the steering wheel to avoid the oncoming car. Justin immediately came back to his senses. "You weren't paying attention." Chloe looked at Justin. "Mm-hmm. What were you thinking about?" Chloe questioned. "I was thinking about investigating if someone had been spiking your food." Justin quickly lied. "No, it's fine. I don't want to dig into it." "Why? Don't you want to know who is trying to harm you?" "I don't even have to guess. Aside from Andrew, I can't think of anyone else who could harm us. I just don't want to investigate. No matter what happens, Andrew will still be my enemy, and I will never forgive him. After Jack and I get through this, I'll devise a perfect plan. He'll regret everything he ever did to me and Jack. He can't keep putting us down because we're kind. We have a bottom line too." Justin could tell that Chloe hated Andrew with every bone in her body. Thanks for tuning in to the Cool Audio Podcast. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with a fellow story lover. Until next time, stay cool and keep listening.